As the morning sun poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Osborne Media Executive Conference Room, it cast dramatic shadows across the sleek 30-foot black marble table. At precisely 8:00 a.m., Emily Osborne strode in, her navy blue tailored suit immaculate and exuding confidence, a faint scent of winter roses trailing behind her. The atmosphere shifted instantly. 12 senior executives rose from their seats in unison. All of them are from Nebula Studio, the subsidiary company under the group that makes movies. "Good morning, President," they chorused, their voices a harmonious blend of respect and anticipation. Taking her place at the head of the table, Emily set down her tablet with deliberate precision. "Sit," she commanded firmly. The executives complied without hesitation. "Richard, report on the global box office data for the past 7 days. Break it down by continent." Richard, head of global distribution, stood tall. His salt and pepper hair was neatly combed today, and his charcoal suit looked freshly pressed. Clearing his throat as the giant screen flickered to life behind him, he began confidently. "President, as of 7:00 a.m. this morning, Titanic has grossed an astounding 10 billion unicrids worldwide in its first week." A ripple of excitement swept through the room as Richard continued with steady authority. "Aurelia 2.85 billion. Zephyria 1.92 billion. Verdania 1.75 billion. Noctis 1.2 billion. Solara 800 million. Aquarian 450 million. Arundor 380 million. Frostara 350 million. Ignis 280 million. Lunara 150 million. Crystalia 120 million. Umbra 50 million. Emily's expression remained inscrutable as her fingers tapped rhythmically against the table, a sign that she was processing every detail. Adjusting his glasses nervously, Richard pressed on. "President, demand in the ice plains has exceeded projections by 400. Local reports indicate multiple sold-out screenings. Some theaters have even added 3 a.m. showings to accommodate fans. Notably, the High Chieftain attended a premiere and was reportedly seen weeping." A stifled laugh echoed from somewhere along the table. Even Emily allowed a faint smile to grace her lips at Richard's remark. Clearing his throat again with renewed determination, Richard continued, "Additionally, Harmonix subscriptions are up by an incredible 3,000. We're adding server capacity hourly just to handle traffic. My Heart Will Go On has been streamed over 4 billion times this past week alone." "Lena," Emily said smoothly while turning toward her marketing director. "What's our social media impact?" Lena Morrow stood up, her striking crimson dress a bold contrast against the room's muted tones. "President, we're tracking over 50 million mentions across all platforms. The hashtag Door Theory has ignited academic debates in 3 universities. Most impressively, our film has inspired 27 marriage proposals during its final scene in theaters." Emily blinked in astonishment, a hint of disbelief flickering in her eyes. She shook her head slowly before glancing at Daniel, who was seated to her left. "Daniel, what about production issues?" Daniel Koa rose from his chair, his usual calm demeanor slightly frayed. "President, we're facing unprecedented demand for physical prints. Theaters are reporting seat damage from excessive tears. We've had to replace upholstery in 12 major locations." Leaning back thoughtfully, Emily steepled her fingers and asked, "What about our competitors?" Richard flipped through his notes quickly. Ravensworth Media moved up their winter release by 2 weeks. The Starfare Saga sequel lost 60 of its screens to us. A satisfied silence enveloped the room as smiles spread across the faces of those present. Osborne Media and Entertainment Group had only been established for a few months apart from a handful of songs and the League of Legends game release. This was their 3rd project, and it was thriving. With their film Titanic, they had already made waves in the industry while not record-breaking at the box office. It performed admirably for a new company. Emily surveyed everyone's expressions and smiled softly. "This isn't luck," she said quietly but firmly. "This is the result of flawless execution, but we're just getting started." Standing tall, she commanded attention as the room followed suit. "I want expansion plans for secondary markets on my desk by noon. Richard, coordinate with our theater chains for extended runs. Lena, prepare a Phase 2 marketing push. Daniel, work with merchandising on those replica necklaces double production." The executives nodded energetically, already tapping notes into their tablets. Dismissed. Inside a vast room adorned with metallic walls resembling a military command center, Arthur Osborne sat motionless in his command chair. His fingers were steepled beneath his chin as he intently watched videos playing on holographic screens around him, scenes depicting chaotic wars where soldiers fought valiantly amidst rapid gunfire and roaring fighter jets overhead. His thoughts drifted back 5 days. 7 days earlier. The late afternoon sun poured through the heavy curtains, casting a warm golden glow across the polished mahogany desk. Arthur sat with his back to the window, his silhouette framed by the radiant light as he scrutinized the 8 men standing before him. This was no ordinary group. They were 7 elite war god-level bodyguards he had procured from the system mall. Each man exuded a quiet confidence, hardened by battles fought and won. Wealth and power meant little to them. At least that's what is described by the system in the introduction. At the center of this formidable assembly stood Gunnar, a broad-shouldered warrior marked by a scar that traced from his left temple down to his jawline. His dark eyes glinted with intelligence and calculation as he awaited Arthur's words. Leaning forward, Arthur rested his elbows on the desk, breaking the tension in the air. "Gentlemen," he began, "as of today, you have an incredibly important assignment. From now on, you are the command structure of Aegis 7. A ripple of exchanged glances flickered among the men, their eyes sparked with intrigue and curiosity. Gunnar crossed his arms and regarded Arthur with a hint of confusion in those sharp eyes. "Aegis 7, yes," Arthur replied smoothly. "Aegis 7 is a private military company. Officially, you'll provide high-risk security for corporate assets. Unofficially, you answer only to me, and you will become our Osborne family's most potent secret weapon." He gestured toward a giant screen that suddenly illuminated in dazzling blue light, revealing profiles of 1,000 men. Gunnar and his comrades turned their attention to the screen, their expressions shifting to serious contemplation. "These men form an army," Arthur continued confidently. "Each one is elite, each has reasons to disappear into our ranks without raising alarms. Tomorrow they will assemble at Blackwater Valley, a military base I'll provide coordinates for." Dane, one of the men with a furrowed brow, spoke up hesitantly. "Boss, 1,000 men is essentially a battalion. Do you expect us to turn them into a cohesive unit in just days?" Arthur's smile was thin but resolute. "I expect you to do it in 2. He waved his hand again. Images shifted on the screen to showcase vast landscapes, the Blackwater military facility complete with barracks and armories. "You'll have access to system's tactical database," Arthur explained further. "Training simulations, mission protocols, encrypted communications included. The system will handle logistics, weapons, armor, transport, but it's up to you all to shape these recruits into Aegis 7. Gunnar studied both screen and strategy before looking back at Arthur with determination etched on his face. "And what about our first mission?" Arthur paused for effect before responding thoughtfully. "Varenia." Gunnar studied the screen intently, his mind racing with possibilities. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Arthur and asked, "So what's our first mission?" Arthur's gaze lingered on Gunnar for a few seconds as he took a deep breath. "Varenia," he replied. A heavy silence enveloped the room as the 7 men exchanged glances, each processing the weight of Arthur's words. "Varenia is currently the largest country on the Noctis continent, but it's been torn apart by war for decades. In fact, 60 of the countries on Noctis are embroiled in conflict, warlords battling for power. The entire continent is becoming one massive battlefield." As Arthur spoke, he pointed at the screen where vivid images of chaos and destruction flickered to life. Gunnar exhaled slowly, his expression serious. "You're not just sending us into a war zone, you're planning to take control of it." Arthur didn't flinch at the accusation. "I need a force that can operate in the shadows, one that can turn the tide without being seen. That's Aegis 7. He stood up, adjusting his suit jacket with purpose. "Gunnar, you'll lead this operation. Dane will handle tactical operations. Rise will oversee intelligence. The rest of you, your assignments are detailed in your dossiers. A few days from now, you'll embark on your first assignment alongside my trusted personal secretary," Arthur added firmly as he looked around at them all. "Meet me at Blackwater Military Base, present day." Arthur shook himself back to reality as he pulled his gaze away from the holographic screens with a soft sigh. Leaning back in his command chair, he ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. The Whitmore family had him rattled. He felt an urgent need to leave Aurelia before things spiraled out of control. Although they hadn't crossed paths yet, with how rapidly the Osborne family was advancing, it was only a matter of time before they did, and who knew if their encounter would be friendly. Precautions were essential. There was no room for error. Just then, the massive iron doors of the command center slid open with an ominous creak, revealing Ethan clad in his usual crisp suit. His dark blue eyes held a solemnity that filled the air as he stepped inside. "You wanted to see me, sir." Ethan's voice was carefully neutral as he stood across from Arthur with an expression that radiated respect. "Sit," Arthur commanded softly but firmly. Ethan took a seat across from him, sitting up straight and keeping his eyes locked onto Arthur's face, his seriousness palpable in every tense moment between them. Arthur stared intently at Ethan, who sat across from him with a serious expression. With a swift motion, Arthur gestured toward the holographic screen, which flickered to life, displaying an expansive map alongside various data points. "Varenia," he began, cutting straight to the heart of the matter, "the largest country on the Noctis continent. For decades, it has been in turmoil, perpetually engulfed in war. Right now, 5 warlords are ripping it apart, and we're going to seize control, we're going to deliver it. Ethan's gaze remained fixed on the holographic display as he absorbed Arthur's words, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Finally, he turned to Arthur and asked, "Boss, if I may ask, why do you want this?" The question lingered in the air as Arthur shifted his attention back to the screen, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. "This isn't what I wanted at all," he chuckled softly before locking eyes with Ethan again. "But imagine discovering that your home is nothing more than a gilded cage. What would you do if everything could change in an instant?" Confusion flickered across Ethan's features as he struggled to grasp Arthur's meaning. "What do you mean?" "Because the Whitmores have turned Orlai into that gilded cage," Arthur replied pointedly. "Every factory we build and every business we run, they're watching us closely. One day, when they decide we pose a threat," he trailed off as Ethan began piecing together the implications. Understanding dawned on Ethan's face. "You mean this vast nation, the Aurelian Federation, one of the world's most powerful countries, is secretly under Whitmore control, and you want to relocate the Osborne family?" "Exactly," Arthur confirmed with fervor. "To a place so devastated that no one would think twice about looking there, a place where we can rebuild according to our vision." He tapped on the holographic map emphatically. "This is our future, a kingdom forged from someone else's chaos." Ethan exhaled sharply through his nose and let out a soft chuckle. "Boss, are you really talking about backing a warlord?" "I'm talking about creating one," Arthur retorted confidently as he waved his hand again. Another image appeared on screen, a man marked by scars and burns with piercing gray eyes and steel gray hair surrounded by 4 equally fierce-looking individuals. "This is General Dravik. He controls the northern oil fields," Arthur explained briskly. "Colonel Vera holds sway over the southern ports, while those other 3, they're rabid dogs, almost useless." Ethan scrutinized the profile of General Dravik, piecing together every detail. "Dravik knows he can't win this alone. Colonel Vera has a formidable backing." "That's where you come in," Arthur said, leaning forward, his eyes glinting with ambition. "You want me to offer him Osborne resources?" Ethan asked, his brow furrowing as he absorbed the implications. "Just enough to tip the scales. Think weapons, medical supplies, intelligence," Arthur replied, though his smile didn't quite reach his eyes, "all wrapped in enticing promises of international recognition." "And when he wins?" Ethan probed, skepticism creeping into his tone. "Then we own the man who owns Verania." Arthur produced a small silver case from his pocket. Inside gleamed a syringe filled with amber liquid. "And if he forgets who put him on that throne, this will serve as a reminder." A flicker of understanding passed through Ethan's eyes as he nodded slowly. "But before you dive into these plans, I need you to meet some key players," Arthur continued, a sly grin spreading across his face. Just then, the massive metallic door slid open with a soft hiss. 7 figures clad in matte black tactical armor entered silently, their faces hidden behind tinted visors. They moved like a well-oiled machine, fanning out to form a protective semicircle around Ethan. The lead operative removed his helmet to reveal a scarred face and piercing gray eyes. "Ethan," Arthur said smoothly, "meet Commander Gunnar of Aegis 7. Ethan raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned back to Arthur. "Boss, since when do we have our own private military company?" "Since we decided to rebuild a war-torn nation," Arthur replied nonchalantly while pouring aged red wine into 2 delicate crystal glass from an ornate cabinet. "1,000 elite operators at our disposal, full aerial reconnaissance capabilities, and mobile surgical units." He handed the glass to Ethan with an air of finality, and most importantly, complete deniability. Commander Gunnar stepped forward, the hydraulic joints of his armor whispered with each movement. "We've been conducting reconnaissance in Verania for the past week, using advanced military-grade tech." He tapped on his wrist display, projecting a holographic map above the command table that illustrated troop movements across Verania. "Dravik controls the northern oil fields here, but lacks sufficient manpower against Vera's southern advance." Ethan studied the map intently. His tactical mind was already calculating choke points and strategies. "But 1,000 men won't shift the balance in continental warfare." Arthur's smile sharpened as he narrowed his gaze slightly. "Not as soldiers, more like consultants, nanotech disruptors," Gunnar explained, his voice steady and confident. "These little marvels are programmed to sabotage specific weapon systems. Imagine Dravik's tanks failing during his next offensive, or his radios going silent at the most critical moments." Arthur leaned in, a glint of mischief in his eyes, and when he's desperate, he added, "You'll swoop in with Aegis 7's so-called security experts, offering solutions at a price, of course." Ethan twirled one of the drones between his fingers, processing the implications. "So you want me to make him dependent on us?" "Exactly." Arthur nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he took a sip of rich red wine. "Phase 1 kicks off in 72 hours. Aegis has a freighter waiting in Port Cyanide loaded with enough weaponry to equip 3 battalions. An operative handed Ethan a biometric tablet, its screen lighting up with dossiers on Vernia's 5 warlords, complete with psychological profiles and known vulnerabilities. Gunnar will be your shadow, Arthur assured him. His team has operatives embedded within all 5 factions. Whatever intel you need or firepower you require, it's all yours. Ethan exhaled sharply as he scrolled through the mission parameters. This isn't just corporate maneuvering, boss. If we get caught, we won't be. Arthur's voice was unwavering, filled with conviction. The Whitmores have their political puppets will possess something far more tangible, an entire nation's military apparatus. He stepped closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I need to know you're all in on this, Ethan. No second thoughts once you cross into Verania. With a decisive click, Ethan closed the tablet. I'll need their comm protocols and a list of Dravik's known associates. Arthur relaxed almost imperceptibly as he replied, already loaded onto your secure drive. Gunnar will brief you on extraction protocols during the flight. He raised his glass again and downed the remaining wine in one gulp. Oh. Before I forget, Arthur exclaimed suddenly, retrieving a sleek black USB drive from his pocket and tossing it to Ethan. Ethan caught it mid-air but looked back at Arthur quizzically. It contains coordinates for a hidden super-sized military base, Arthur explained with an eager grin. Make good use of it, and try to snag some insights into the arms industry while you're at it. Ethan fell silent for a moment before nodding thoughtfully at the USB drive now resting in his palm. Dismissed. Arthur waved them off cheerfully. As Ethan, Gunnar, and the others filed out of the command room, leaving only Arthur behind, he narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered under his breath, I hope this goes smoothly. Without any hiccups, Head Bureau Derek, are you absolutely sure about this? Arthur's expression was serious as he faced Head Bureau Derek, who sat across the long table, but inside his heart raced with excitement. Damn, finally my plan has come to fruition, Arthur chuckled inwardly. Head Bureau Derek sighed softly and looked at Arthur with a hint of envy. What a lucky guy you are. Arthur, he continued, this decision was made collectively by the Bureau and top personnel. We've decided to entrust this entire project to your Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. He shot Arthur a playful grin before adding, unless you think it's too much for you, then we can always hand it off to someone else. No. No, Head Bureau Derek, my Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group can absolutely handle this. Don't worry at all. Arthur waved his hands dismissively. What a joke it would be to let such a massive opportunity slip through his fingers. After all, he had meticulously crafted this plan long ago. Now that it was finally coming together, there was no way he could back down. Arthur felt a surge of satisfaction wash over him. Sure, accepting this may ruffle some feathers, he thought, but the benefits far outweigh any drawbacks. Besides, with Evalin on my side, I can counter any schemes that come my way. His mind buzzed with possibilities. The reason Arthur was in talks with Head Bureau Derek was clear. Since Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group began developing the colossal 10,000 square kilometers of land into a super-mega commercial plaza, their construction speed had been nothing short of astonishing. In just over 3 months, they were already 50 complete, considering that Arthur had bought the construction group from the System Mall, and according to the introduction, they can complete any construction projects in 1 year. This pace was extraordinary. To put things into perspective, building a commercial plaza of such immense scale would typically require years, even decades of work, even when using advanced technology. Yet here they were at the halfway mark in merely 3 months. This jaw-dropping speed left many people shocked and even suspicious that Osborne Real Estate and Construction might be cutting corners. However, after thorough investigations revealed nothing amiss, disbelief turned into shock and astonishment. Especially for urban development and construction, after all, this commercial plaza is located right in the heart of 1.08 million square kilometers currently being developed by the government. If it were completed while surrounding areas remained unfinished, it would be quite the eyesore. Thus, urban development took back previously awarded projects from various real estate companies and handed them over to Arthur's group instead. From day one, Arthur had meticulously planned every detail. That's why he invested billions of unicrids in buying those construction groups from the System Mall to ensure rapid progress on this monumental project. Now that his strategy had materialized successfully, pure triumph. The morning sun poured into Head Bureau Derek's office, casting a warm glow through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Arthur lounged comfortably in a plush chair across from Derek, both men deeply engaged in their conversation. Arthur, Derek began, adjusting his round spectacles with a thoughtful air, his voice carrying the familiar warmth of someone who has dedicated their life to public service. I have to say, your progress on the Blue Pearl commercial zone has created quite the buzz at the Bureau. Arthur flashed a confident smile, crossing one leg over the other. I hope it's the good kind of buzz, Director. Derek chuckled and nudged a plate of shortbread cookies toward him. When a private developer completes 50% of a 10,000 square kilometer project in just 3 months, a feat that would have taken years to complete, while our government contractors are still squabbling over cement suppliers for their first 100 square kilometers. Yes, I'd call that a very good buzz indeed. Just then a young aide entered quietly and placed steaming coffee cups before them. Arthur couldn't help but notice the bureau's crest embossed on the fine porcelain, the same design adorning every public construction site across the Federation. So Arthur said as he stirred cream into his coffee, "Is it our speed that's prompting you to assign us the Northern Expansion Plan?" "Absolutely." Derek nodded enthusiastically, leaning forward with elbows resting on his desk. "We're reassigning the Northern Expansion Project, all 1.08 million square kilometers, to Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group." He slid a folder across the table. "Here's the contract." Arthur raised an eyebrow but quickly reached for the documents. As he flipped through them, he declared confidently, "Don't worry. Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group will deliver. I promise this project will be complete by next year." Derek chuckled softly, surprise flickering in his aged eyes. "That's quite an ambitious claim, Arthur. You know you can't make promises like that." Arthur simply smiled and continued flipping through the folder until he looked up again. "But what about Golden Arch Construction, Luminar Construction, and others giant construction consortiums? Weren't they awarded this contract just 4 months ago?" "Technically, yes," Derek sighed as he polished his glasses with a handkerchief. "But between their endless environmental impact assessments and cultural heritage reviews, they haven't laid down even one foundation beam yet." He replaced his glasses carefully. Fatigue was evident in his tired eyes. "Meanwhile, your crews worked tirelessly through monsoon season." After finishing with the folder, Arthur placed it back on the table and remarked thoughtfully, "This is significantly more than Riverbend will need to triple our workforce." "Which you can do," Derek pointed out, enthusiasm lighting up his face. "Your modular construction techniques and those prefabricated alloy frames, truly revolutionary." He tapped the blueprint sprawled across his desk, urgency blooming in his voice. "Do you know how many families are waiting for those residential districts? How many businesses are counting on those logistics parks?" Outside, the vibrant hum of the city danced through the windows, the distant buzz of traffic, punctuated by the occasional honking of cars. "Yeah, I know," Arthur nodded, his tone shifting to seriousness. "There will be pushback. Golden Arch and the others won't take this news well. Like I said earlier," Derek continued, leaning back with a half smile, "if you think you can't handle this, feel free to pretend I never called you here. I was just asking." Arthur shot back, a grin creeping onto his face as he took a sip of his coffee. Derek waved his hand dismissively. "Take this on and let me handle the politics. You focus on delivering results." His leather chair creaked as he settled back in. "Though, a word of advice." Arthur tilted his head with interest. "Speed impresses," Derek cautioned, his light tone contrasting with his keen gaze. "But it also makes people nervous. The old guard doesn't like being overshadowed by newcomers." He took another sip. "Consider forming partnerships. Subcontract some work to local firms. Spread the success around a bit." Arthur chuckled, his smile widening. "That sounds suspiciously like politics, Director. Just practical business." Derek shot back with a grin. "The Federation thrives when everyone moves forward together." Arthur maintained his simple smile while internally he disagreed. He had planned this from the beginning, and with his ambitions finally within reach, why would he share the spoils? After all, he liked to devour everything himself, even the bones. The two spent the next hour poring over timelines and zoning regulations, seamlessly shifting the conversation from construction methods to municipal codes. "Oh, and Arthur, try to leave some trees standing, will you? The environmental lobby has my phone ringing off the hook." Derek chuckled as a thought crossed his mind. Arthur laughed, shaking his head. "We'll plant 2 for everyone we remove. That's Osborne's promise." Just as Arthur stood to leave, Derek cleared his throat, a hint of amusement dancing in his voice. "Oh, one more thing, Arthur. Remember that Hyperrail X Express you couldn't stop pestering me about? The one you claimed would revolutionize intercity transit?" Arthur paused, his hand frozen over his briefcase. "The 650 kmh semi-maglev using superconducting electrodynamic suspension. That one." Derek chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Ah yes, that engineering marvel you promised would pay for itself in just a few years." He opened a drawer and slid out a new document, the air thick with anticipation. "Well, the Transportation Committee has finally given the green light on the budget. We're set to order 3 units for the Neo-Luminara Capital Corridor line, and also for the Northern Expansion Plan, assuming your current project wraps up on time. Plus," he added with an approving nod, "they've also approved your proposal to build the Hyperrail X system." Arthur's eyebrows shot up as excitement flickered in his gaze, but he quickly masked it with a cough before accepting the document. 3, that's fewer than I'd hoped. Think of it as a pilot program," Derek replied, tapping his pen rhythmically against the desk. "If they perform as promised, we can discuss expanding our fleet next fiscal year." Leaning forward slightly, curiosity breaking through his bureaucratic facade, he asked, "Tell me you at least built a prototype after all that boasting." Arthur's smile returned like sunshine breaking through clouds as he pulled out his phone. "Not just any prototype, head bureau. I've got a production-ready model." With a swift swipe, he turned the screen toward Derek. The footage revealed a vast assembly hall at Osborne Heavy Industries' cutting-edge manufacturing complex. Engineers clad in blue coveralls buzzed around a gleaming silver train car, suspended on hydraulic lifts. The camera zoomed in on intricate arrays of superconducting coils being installed beneath it. Our SCDS system utilizes liquid nitrogen-cooled niobium titanium alloys, Arthur explained excitedly as technicians carefully positioned an enormous propulsion module into place. Unlike full maglev systems, this design retains conventional steel wheels for compatibility with existing rail infrastructure, while achieving 87 of maglev speeds. Derek watched intently as the camera panned to showcase workers fitting an aerodynamic nose cone onto the train. How does it stack up against the Federation L0 series? Yes, Derek interjected dismissively yet curiously focused on where workers were testing articulated gangway connections. What's your price tag per unit? Arthur paused the video on a wide shot of their nearly completed prototype and declared proudly, for a standard 10-car set, 4 billion unicrids. Derek's coffee cup froze mid-air as disbelief washed over him. Per train, per complete operating unit, Arthur confirmed, his tone steady and assured. That encompasses the onboard AI traffic management system, 5 years of predictive maintenance packages, and training for up to 30 engineers. He tilted his head slightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Of course, bulk orders would significantly reduce that cost. Setting down his cup with deliberate care, Derek scrutinized Arthur. That's nearly triple the price of our current high-speed trains, he replied, disbelief etched on his face. And yet, Arthur countered smoothly, these trains are twice as fast and consume half the energy. Our models predict that reduced travel times will boost ridership by 40. When scaled properly, the infrastructure pays for itself in 6 years, 8 at most. Derek sighed heavily, rubbing his temple as if trying to ease a headache. I'll need performance data, real-world testing results, and maintenance cost projections. Absolutely, Arthur said confidently, pulling up another file on his tablet. We've prepared an extensive 300-page technical dossier just for you. The prototype is set to begin track testing next week at our proving grounds. He leaned forward with enthusiasm. I'll send you an invitation. You really should experience firsthand what your budget can achieve. Derek offered a non-committal grunt, but Arthur noticed how the older man's gaze lingered on the striking image of the sleek train displayed on the screen. One more question, Derek called out as Arthur stood to leave again. How did you manage to build a production-ready prototype so quickly? Osborne Heavy Industries didn't even exist 18 months ago. Arthur's smile turned enigmatic as he adjusted his cufflinks with finesse. Let's just say we're as efficient with trains as we are with commercial plazas, head bureau. As the morning sun climbed higher in the sky, casting warm rays across the plaza, Arthur finally stepped out of the bureau building, 2 signed contracts now firmly in hand. Across the plaza stood a group of Golden Arch executives, watching him intently. Their expressions were anything but friendly. With a courteous nod toward them, Arthur strode confidently toward his waiting car. As Arthur stepped out of the Urban Development Bureau, the air crackled with tension. Across the plaza, under the cool shade of an ornate marble colonnade, 3 men in impeccably tailored suits stood watching him. Their postures were rigid and their expressions carefully crafted masks. The tallest among them, a silver-haired man with a razor-sharp part, met Arthur's gaze with a smile that felt more like a warning than a greeting. Arthur Osborne, he called out, his voice smooth yet edged with something darker. Congratulations, I hear the Bureau just handed you the keys to the kingdom. Arthur slowed his stride, adjusting his collar as he replied, Marcus Cole. I didn't realize Golden Arch had people waiting in the wings for this. Marcus Cole, CEO of Golden Arch Construction, stepped forward flanked by his COO and lead lobbyist. Up close, Arthur noticed the faint tension in Marcus's jaw and how his fingers flexed slightly at his sides. We weren't waiting, Marcus chuckled lightly. We were meeting with the infrastructure committee when we heard Derek was fast-tracking your reassignment. Arthur tilted his head slightly. Fast-tracking implies it wasn't earned. Our progress at Blue Pearl speaks for itself. The Kawasaki man, wearing a perpetual frown, interjected with a sneer. Progress? You mean cutting corners? Prefab alloys and automated labor. That's not real construction, that's assembly. Unfazed, Arthur maintained his smile. Funny how the Bureau calls it innovation. Marcus raised a placating hand. Now, no need for hostility. We're all here to build the Federation's future together, aren't we? His gaze flicked to the folders in Arthur's hand before continuing slyly. Though I'm curious, how did you convince Derek to pull Northern Expansion from us mid-contract? That's not just performance, that's leverage. Arthur studied him for a moment before responding coolly. If you're asking whether I bribed a bureaucrat, the answer is no. If you're asking whether Golden Arch should have broken ground before losing the deal, well, he shrugged nonchalantly. That's a question for your board. Finally speaking up was Vanessa Cross, the lobbyist with her sharp bob-framing piercing eyes. You do realize this isn't just about one project. The Bureau's decision sends a message. Private firms like yours don't take government contracts without consequences. Arthur's expression turned icy. Is that a threat? Marcus laughed heartily while clapping Arthur on the shoulder as if they were old friends. A warning. The construction industry has traditions and relationships. You're new to this game, Arthur. It'd be unfortunate if you overextended. Arthur glanced down at Marcus's hand resting on his shoulder, then back up. Noted. He stepped back, adjusting his suit jacket with a hint of defiance. But since we're sharing advice, maybe focus less on traditions and more on results. The Federation doesn't pay for handshake deals anymore, it pays for finished projects. Marcus's smile tightened, a thin veneer over simmering tension. We'll see how long that lasts. Arthur offered a parting nod, maintaining an air of confidence, looking forward to it. As he walked away, he could feel their stares burning into his back like the midday sun, a reminder that this battle was far from over. Golden Arch Construction Headquarters, Executive Lounge. Marcus Cole stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the private executive lounge, his reflection stark against the sprawling city skyline. The ice in his drink had long melted, yet he hadn't taken a single sip. Behind him, COO Richard Hale and lead legal strategist Vanessa Cross waited in tense silence, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. We can't let this stand, Marcus finally declared, his voice dangerously calm yet charged with urgency. Osborne didn't just reject our contract, he made us look incompetent in front of the entire Bureau. Vanessa flipped through her tablet with determination. Legally, there's nothing we can do. The Bureau has the right to reassign projects due to failure to meet progress benchmarks. Richard scoffed dismissively. Because Osborne rigged the game. Those prefab nanoalloy frameworks, they're using unregulated labor. That's not innovation, that's cheating. Marcus turned sharply, eyes glinting with resolve. Then we expose it. He motioned toward Vanessa with conviction. Leak it to the financial ledger as an anonymous tip. Frame it as Osborne bypassing Aurelian labor laws. Vanessa hesitated, her brow furrowed in concern. And if it's not true, doesn't matter, Marcus said coolly while swirling his whiskey like a storm brewing within him. By the time they disprove it, the narrative will be set. The unions will riot. The Bureau will have no choice but to pause the project for investigations. Richard grinned widely now, enthusiasm bubbling over like champagne at a celebration. And by then, we'll have mobilized our own accelerated construction teams. Marcus nodded firmly, satisfaction radiating from him like sunlight breaking through clouds. Exactly, we hit them where it hurts, their reputation. Arthur leaned back in the plush leather seat of his limousine, tapping his fingers rhythmically against the signed contract resting in his lap, a tangible symbol of victory and ambition. He pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The line connected after 2 rings. Hey Arthur, why are you calling me? Did your meeting with the Bureau go well? Yes, Uncle, it did go well. Arthur's voice carried a rare note of satisfaction, almost surprising himself with how pleased he sounded. We got it. The entire northern expansion, 108 million square kilometers. There was a brief pause before Nathaniel's deep chuckle resonated over the speaker. You're joking, right? Derek signed it himself. Golden Arch, Luminar Construction, and the others are officially sidelined. Nathaniel whistled in disbelief. That's unprecedented, but we'll need to triple our workforce. The material costs alone. Already handled, Arthur cut in confidently. I've sent a message to Edward so you don't have to worry about that. We're also fast-tracking the Hyperrail X production line. The Bureau just ordered 3 units. Another pause unfolded. Arthur, Nathaniel said slowly, this is moving way too fast. We don't have the infrastructure to scale up like this. Arthur's gaze hardened, determination flashing in his eyes. We don't have a choice. By next week, I will acquire a few construction companies to ensure everything goes smoothly. There are already a lot of people circling this opportunity. If we don't establish dominance now, we'll regret it when it's too late. Nathaniel let out a heavy sigh. Fine, but we're having a full board review tomorrow. No more surprises, Arthur smirked. No promises, Luminar Construction CEO's office. Meanwhile, across the city, in a sleek high-rise adorned with the Luminar Group insignia, CEO Elias Vaughn absorbed the live feed of the Urban Development Bureau's press conference announcing the Northern Expansion reassignment. His sharp features were a mask of unreadable calculation. His assistant cleared her throat, breaking the tense silence. Sir, should we issue a statement? Elias steepled his fingers, his mind racing. No. Although the project has been taken from us and handed over to Osborne, let's hold off on any formal action. Let's see Golden Arch and Osborne tear each other apart first. He turned to his vice president, a glint of ambition in his eyes. But we can't just back down. This is a huge opportunity. Quietly reach out to our contacts in the Bureau. Let them know Luminar is poised to jump back in if Osborne stumbles. The VP nodded, weighing the implications. And if they don't? Elias smiled, an unsettling confidence shining through. Then we'll ensure they do. 3 days later. The emergency lights flickered ominously in the boardroom. casting harsh shadows across the anxious faces of the top executives at Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. Nathaniel paced his chair, a look of deep concern etched on his face. The massive screen on the wall blared with a sensational headline from the Financial Ledger: OSBORNS Miracle Construction, Innovation or Illegal Labor Practices. With a heavy sigh, Nathaniel sank into his seat and scanned the room. "Someone get me a damage assessment," he commanded. His operations director, Rebecca, a no-nonsense woman glued to her screens, didn't even glance up. "The story dropped 2 hours ago. Union reps are already picketing our Blue Pearl site. Construction has temporarily halted." Frustration boiled over as Nathaniel slammed his palms on the table. "I warned Arthur that moving this fast would come back to haunt us. And besides, how can they claim we're using illegal labor? Are their heads filled with water or something?" Rubbing his temples in despair, Nathaniel's phone rang, breaking through the tension. He raised an eyebrow at the caller ID. It was Arthur. Without hesitation, he answered. "Arthur, didn't I tell you that rushing things would land us in trouble? Now look where we are. Construction is stopped and labor unions are swarming our site." Nathaniel fired off before Arthur could respond. "Calm down. This is just a little trick by Marcus Cole," Arthur replied coolly from the other end of the line. "I'll handle it. Just be ready to resume construction." "You better," Nathaniel snapped before hanging up, indignation bubbling beneath his surface. In his study room, Arthur stared at his phone in disbelief, but soon broke into a wry smile. "Looks like Master Nathaniel is quite angry." Evalin's face appeared on the giant screen behind him. "It's not entirely his fault," Arthur mused as he leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming anxiously on the table. "But I didn't expect Golden Arch to strike so quickly." He stood up and poured himself a glass of red wine, taking a sip while narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. "This move by Marcus is incredibly foolish. Does he really think we're using illegal labor? At first, I thought he was clever for threatening me, but now," Arthur settled back into his chair with both legs propped up on the table and shook his head in disbelief. "Sir, I presume Marcus Cole is trying to send you a warning. He wants you to know he has enough strength and resources to keep you in check," Evalin suggested. "That's not a bad strategy on his part," Arthur admitted with a grin. "But if it were anyone else, it might have worked, but he miscalculated everything." Turning to Evalin, he asked with a smile, "Have you gathered the materials?" "Affirmative, sir." Evalin's face flickered on the screen. "Should I disseminate the information online or change the headlines on the Financial Leader?" "No, don't do either," Arthur exclaimed, placing his glass of wine firmly on the table and shaking his head. "Just send it directly to Marcus. He's smart, he'll know what to do." "Understood, sir," Evalin replied promptly. In the Golden Arch CEO's office, Marcus stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the sprawling city below with a mix of pride and contemplation. Suddenly, his phone buzzed on the table, jolting him back to reality. Frowning slightly with furrowed brows, he walked over and picked it up. After fiddling with it for a moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Fear flashed in his eyes as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Trembling slightly, he dialed a number. The phone rang twice before someone picked up. "Change of plans. Quickly take down those headlines and issue an apology to Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group," Marcus barked hoarsely. "But sir, the plan is already working," came the confused voice from the other end. "Don't question me, just do it," Marcus roared before hanging up abruptly. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he sank into his chair and gulped down some water while wiping away beads of sweat from his forehead. "Arthur," he muttered under his breath with a cold glint in his eyes as he let out a low growl. "This time you win." That same day saw all news platforms retracting their reports about Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group allegedly using illegal labor. Instead, new headlines emerged declaring it was all just false rumors accompanied by apologies from various outlets. Within an hour, all negativity surrounding Osborne had vanished like smoke in the wind. Construction resumed without delay. "President, I've just received news that all labor unions at the Blue Pearl site have withdrawn their protests. Construction has resumed." Nathaniel's secretary burst into his office. "I know you can go back now." Nathaniel smiled as he waved her off. "Understood, President," she nodded before exiting. Suddenly, Nathaniel's phone rang. Seeing who was calling made him shake his head with a bittersweet smile as he answered. "Hey, Uncle, I told you I'd handle this. It was just the petty tricks of Golden Arch." Arthur's voice rang out as soon as Nathaniel picked up the call. "Yeah, I know," Nathaniel replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he shook his head. "But how did you solve it so fast?" Arthur chuckled. "Let's just say I happen to know a lot about their CEO." Nathaniel raised an eyebrow but decided not to pry further. In the study room, Arthur hung up the phone with a satisfied smile. Just then, Evalin spoke up. "Sir, why didn't you just pass this information to the relevant department? Marcus Cole could have ended up in jail." "Evalin," Arthur replied thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes, "you know people like Marcus are often backed by powerful allies. He's just a CEO. If we send him to jail today, someone else will take his place tomorrow, someone equally dangerous. Besides, look at who's backing Golden Arch." Sometimes we need to take a step back to avoid getting caught in a complicated mess. He leaned back in his chair with a sly grin. This time around, we've merely given Marcus a little warning, and those behind him too. Let's just say they shouldn't push their luck too far. 6 days later. Hyperrail X Proving Grounds dawn. The desert air was crisp, and the rising sun painted the landscape in hues of gold and orange, casting long shadows across the 20-kilometer test track that sliced through the barren terrain like a laser beam. There it stood, the Hyperrail X prototype, motionless on its gleaming alloy rails, its silver hull glimmering under the morning light. Even at rest, a faint hum from its superconducting coils hinted at the power waiting to be unleashed. Arthur took in the scene from his elevated observation platform, his sharp navy suit a striking contrast against the rugged backdrop. Beside him, Oscar, his cousin and head of Osborne Heavy Industries, was engrossed in final diagnostics, fingers dancing over his display tablet like a pianist hitting all the right notes. Magnetic field integrity is holding steady at 98.7, Oscar muttered, his voice laced with focused intensity. SEDS coils are pre-chilled to operating temperature. Power distribution looks stable. He glanced sideways at Arthur. Are you sure you want to push it to 700 today? We haven't fully stress-tested the aerodynamics at that speed. Arthur shook his head with a smirk. If it holds together, Derek won't just buy 3 units, he'll clear out his treasury for an entire fleet. Oscar exhaled sharply through his nose, rubbing where his goggles had left faint indentations on his skin. You do realize that at 700 km/h, even a micron of track misalignment could tear this whole train apart. The lateral G-forces alone are already accounted for, Arthur interrupted smoothly. The dynamic stabilization algorithms adjust suspension settings 10,000 times per second. And don't forget the track's carbon fiber reinforcement can handle triple the stress. Surprise flickered in Oscar's eyes as he regarded him thoughtfully. You've been reading my reports. Just skimming, Arthur admitted with a grin, but I know enough to sell it. Suddenly, a klaxon blared, a sharp signal marking the final countdown. The Hyperrail X's engines whined to life as a blue glow enveloped its undercarriage from electrodynamic suspension systems igniting. Derek had been quietly observing from the railing when he finally broke his silence. How does it accelerate that fast without tearing itself apart? Oscar's grin widened, the first genuine excitement Arthur had seen from him all morning. It's all in the hybrid propulsion system. At low speeds, we rely on conventional electric motors for torque. But once we hit 300 km/h, that's when the magic happens. The SEDS system kicks in. Superconducting coils create opposing magnetic fields between the train and the track, wiping out friction entirely. He gestured enthusiastically as the Hyperrail X surged forward with a thunderous whoosh, reaching an astonishing 500 km/h in under a minute. Just look at those wheels. As the speedometer climbed to 550 km/h, the sleek alloy wheels retracted flawlessly, lifting the entire chassis mere centimeters above the rail. The shriek of metal grinding against metal faded away, replaced by an eerie yet soothing hum that filled the air. Derek's expression tightened as he observed this marvel. But what happens if we lose power mid-transition? Not to worry, Oscar replied without missing a beat. We've got triple redundant battery backups in place. Plus, mechanical failsafes can re-engage the wheels in just 0.3 seconds. Honestly, though, the real challenge lies with aerodynamic stability. At these speeds, air acts like a solid wall. That's why we designed a variable geometry nose. It extends another meter at supersonic velocities to slice through drag. With a jolt of exhilaration, they watched as Hyperrail X barreled past at 700 km/h, a gleaming silver streak racing across the desert landscape. The observation tower vibrated slightly, not from the train itself, but from the displaced air behind it. It felt like a delayed thunderclap rattling their coffee cups on the railing. Oscar's tablet flickered to life with streams of data flowing across its screen. All systems are go. Coil temperatures are holding steady at 196 degrees Celsius, and we're recovering energy from regenerative brakes at an impressive 92 efficiency. He shot Arthur a triumphant glance. See, I told you that niobium titanium alloy was worth every penny. That guy Edward really made quite a fortune off me. Arthur clapped him on the shoulder with pride, and I assured Head Bureau Derek it would work. Bureau Director Derek remained still, his knuckles turning white against the railing as he stared intently ahead. How soon can you build 50 of these beauties? In a sleek, glass-walled conference room overlooking the impressive Hyperrail X prototype, engineers buzzed around its hull like ants on a shimmering silver carcass. The air was rich with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, mingling with the faint ozone scent of discharged capacitors. As Arthur, Oscar, and Derek settled around the elegant black marble negotiation table, anticipation crackled in the atmosphere. A silent attendant placed 3 thick folders embossed with the Osborne crest before them. Derek opened his without ceremony, 50 units, delivery within 18 months. He tapped on the projected cost breakdown displayed on his tablet. At 4.2 billion per train, that's a staggering 210 billion Aurelian. The Treasury will never go for it. Arthur leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled thoughtfully. Then let's explore what they might approve. Oscar slid his data pad across the table, revealing a complex graph that danced with numbers. Here's a breakdown of our cost drivers. SEDS coils account for 38%. Niobium titanium superconductors don't come cheap. But he swiped to unveil another chart. If we order 50 units, we can shift to batch-forged alloy production and drop the unit cost to 3.8 billion. Derek squinted at the figures. That still puts us 12 billion over budget. Ah, Arthur interjected smoothly, but you're overlooking potential energy savings. He gestured toward Oscar. Exactly. Oscar chimed in as he pulled up another schematic. Compared to conventional maglev systems, Hyperrail's hybrid technology cuts power consumption by 40%. Over a 20-year lifespan, a new figure flashed across the screen, 96 billion in operational savings. Derek remained unfazed. The Treasury doesn't care about 20-year projections, they focus on this fiscal cycle. Arthur smiled knowingly as he shifted gears. Which brings us to option B, staggered delivery. Arthur proposed confidently as he flipped to a new document. 12 trains now at 4 billion each and the remaining 38 over 2 years at 3.5, tied to energy savings milestones. Derek scoffed lightly. You want me to gamble my career on unproven metrics? No, Oscar corrected him while pulling up live test track data that showed promising results. Proven metrics. Today's data shows 92% regenerative braking efficiency, 2% above projections. A tense pause filled the room as Derek drummed his fingers against the table thoughtfully. Even if I accept that, we need infrastructure upgrades. Existing stations can't handle these speeds. Already solved, Oscar declared, zooming in on the train's docking interface. This is the Hyperrail X Central Control System, the nerve center of our entire network. This advanced system oversees every train, track, and station, ensuring safety, efficiency, and seamless coordination across the railway. And guess what? It comes with a price tag of 5 million each. But don't worry, we'll cover the first 20 as a goodwill gesture. Arthur watched Derek closely. He could see the man's eyelid twitch. He was hooked. Derek leaned forward, his expression shifting. There's another problem. Primerail Transport has a standing offer for their conventional maglev trains at 2 billion per unit. Arthur's smile remained unwavering. Ah yes, their Horizon model. Impressive top speed of 450 km/h, but energy efficiency, a mere 60% of ours. He tapped his tablet and a video played, a Horizon train struggling up a steep incline, its motors screeching in protest. Their linear induction motors overheat at gradients above 3% while ours handle 8 without breaking a sweat. Oscar jumped in enthusiastically. And let's not forget their maintenance costs, 30% higher. Just think about wheel abrasion alone. Enough, Derek interjected, raising a hand to silence them both. I know their tech is inferior, he admitted reluctantly. But politics isn't just about specs, it's about favors. Arthur steepled his fingers thoughtfully. Then let's talk favors. He slid a single sheet across the table with an air of confidence. Osborne Heavy Industries will fully fund the Neo-Luminara Capital Corridor's first segment, 200 kilometers of track and 4 stations. Derek froze in disbelief, his aged eyes widening. That's a $50 billion project. Arthur nodded calmly. We'll recoup that through toll revenue over 10 years, he explained smoothly. But here's the real kicker. Derek's pupils dilated slightly. Arthur had just offered him a legacy. Taking a deep breath and locking eyes with Arthur, he nodded faintly but decisively, okay. Osborne Heavy Industries, Private Design Lab. The lab was a cathedral of steel and holographs, where blueprints of the Neo-Luminara Capital Corridor floated like ethereal monuments, their roots glowing gold against the darkened glass walls. The air buzzed with the scent of ozone and freshly printed schematics as Oscar paced between the projections, his fingers dancing through data streams with restless precision. Arthur stood near the central display, amusement flickering in his eyes as he watched his cousin dissect the deal point by point. 50 billion, Oscar murmured, disbelief etched on his face. You just handed Derek a blank check with our name on it. Arthur remained unfazed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. We're not giving him 50 billion, we're investing it. In infrastructure. Oscar whirled around, his steel-toed boots scuffing the polished floor. Since when do we pour capital into public works? That's a game for big players, low margin, high-risk ventures disguised as business deals. A holographic map of the corridor's first segment expanded between them, its proposed Hyperrail X system route pulsing like liquid silver. Since it guarantees us a monopoly on the fastest transit network in the continent, Arthur replied calmly. 10 years of toll revenue is just the beginning. Control the rails, and we control the cities that grow around them. If anything goes wrong by then, we could have recouped our funds back. It's risky but worth it. Oscar's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded Arthur. You sound just like Uncle. Arthur paused for a moment before shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. Oscar jabbed a finger at the projection, worry etching lines across his brow. This is really risky. Our family has clawed its way back from rock bottom and still hasn't stabilized yet. Playing this kind of game isn't good for us right now. This isn't just about trains you're playing Kingmaker. Derek gets to secure his legacy while turning the Bureau into your personal zoning committee. Silence enveloped them in that private lab as Arthur held onto that bitter smile. He turned to Oscar and said earnestly, "Do you think I wanted to play such a dangerous game? I didn't choose this path, I was forced into it. If I don't act quickly to stabilize us and expand our influence in this country, it will be too late." Somewhere in the lab, a cooling fan whirred to life, dissipating heat from prototype core relays. Oscar sighed heavily before continuing cautiously, except for one little detail. We bought ourselves a government project. His laughter rang hollow. Derek isn't stupid. If this deal sours at any point, he'll claim we strong-armed him. Arthur's narrowed eyes glinted with a cold light as he smiled and declared, "Then we'll make sure it doesn't sour." Just then, a notification chimed on Arthur's phone. He reached into his left pocket and pulled out the device to read the message. Sir Head Bureau Derek has just authorized the press release. Quoting, "The Neo-Luminara corridor will be the crown jewel of Aurelian innovation." A grin spread across Arthur's lips, igniting Oscar's curiosity. "What happened?" he asked, eyes wide with intrigue. "Nothing much. Derek just gave the green light for a press release." Arthur chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. "That fast? He just left a few minutes ago." Oscar was taken aback momentarily. "My dear cousin," Arthur replied with a sly glance, "in this world, money is king. Even saints can kneel before the allure of wealth." Derek Villa. As twilight descended and the sun sank below the western horizon, the bright silver moon took its place in the sky amidst twinkling stars. Inside Derek Villa's personal office, an antique grandfather clock struck midnight as Derek poured himself a generous measure of 50-year-old wine, the amber liquid catching the dim light beautifully. The signed contract for the Neo-Luminara Capital Corridor lay on his desk, its gold-embossed seal gleaming like treasure. Sinking into his leather armchair, he exhaled deeply for what felt like the first time in hours. 50 billion, a number that should have terrified him. A project of this scale, funded entirely by Osborne Heavy Industries, would be scrutinized by every bureaucrat, rival, and journalist in Neo-Luminara. Yet Arthur had handed him something far more valuable than money, a legacy. Chuckling darkly to himself, Derek mused, "And I just became his puppet. But what a puppet master." The Hyperrail X would revolutionize transit. This corridor would reshape cities, and when history was written, it would be Head Bureau Marcus Derek's name etched beside this monumental achievement. He swirled his glass thoughtfully while contemplating the price. Exclusive rights for Osborne, a monopoly on the fastest rail network in existence, and countless political favors yet to be called in. A fair trade, he concluded before reaching for his phone and typing out one simple message: "Schedule the press conference for tomorrow. Urban Development Bureau Grand Atrium." As dawn broke over Neo-Luminara, the sun cast its warm glow across the bustling city, heralding a new day filled with promise. The atrium of the Urban Development Bureau was alive with anticipation. Reporters, politicians, and industry leaders filled the space, their excitement palpable. Cameras flashed like fireflies as Derek strode onto the stage, the Bureau's insignia shimmering in holographic brilliance behind him. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice resonating with decades of public service experience, "today marks a pivotal moment for Neo-Luminara Transit and the Aurelian Federation." Behind him, a dynamic video showcased the Hyperrail X soaring through a desert landscape, its sleek silver form blurring past at an astonishing speed. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the speedometer soar past 700 km/h. The Neo-Luminara Capital Corridor, Derek declared confidently, will serve as the backbone of our nation's future. Imagine hundreds of kilometers of state-of-the-art rail connecting all major economic hubs and cities in under 30 minutes. A reporter suddenly interrupted, "Director, there are rumors that Osborne Heavy Industries is funding this project. What role does the government play?" Derek smiled, a practiced gesture that exuded assurance. "This is a public-private partnership. The Bureau ensures standards and safety while Osborne provides cutting-edge technology." He paused dramatically to let his words sink in. "But make no mistake, this is our project, our achievement." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the Grand Atrium. Prime Rail Transport Headquarters Emergency Boardroom. The live feed of Derek's press conference played silently on a massive screen as Evan Stark, Prime Rail's CEO, gripped the edge of the table so tightly that his knuckles turned white. 700 kilometers per hour, he hissed incredulously. "That's not just a train, that's a missile." His chief engineer frantically scrolled through specifications on his tablet. Their SEDS system shouldn't be feasible at this scale. The energy demands alone, I don't care how they did it. Evans slammed his fist down on the table. What's our counter? An uneasy silence fell over the room as everyone lowered their heads in defeat. The CFO cleared his throat hesitantly. We could accelerate our own maglev program. Evans let out a hollow laugh. We're 10 years behind. By the time we reach 500 kmh, Osborne Heavy Industries will dominate every major route. A junior analyst timidly raised her hand. What if we leak something? Safety concerns, regulatory delays. Evans's eyes narrowed with realization, a cold glint ignited within them. That's a good idea. Get me everything, every piece of dirt on Osborne Heavy Industries, every shortcut they've taken. As the room erupted into a whirlwind of frantic activity, Evans found himself fixated on the frozen image of the Hyperrail X displayed on the screen. A sneer curled at the corner of his lips, hinting at his disdain. Osborne Heavy Industries, Headquarters Executive Viewing Suite. The wall-sized screen showcased Derek's press conference in stunning 8,000 resolution, his voice resonating powerfully through the suite's surround sound system. Arthur sat motionless in a sleek black leather chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, his reflection faintly visible in the glass. Nearby, Oscar busied himself at the wet bar, pouring 2 glasses of rich red wine. He handed one to Arthur without taking his eyes off the screen. This old man is really good, Oscar muttered as Derek deftly sidestepped a reporter's question about Osborne's influence. Almost makes me forget we're footing the bill for his legacy. Arthur accepted the glass, swirling the crimson liquid with narrowed eyes and chuckling softly. Legacies aren't cheap. On screen, Derek gestured toward a holographic map of the Neo-Luminara corridor. Phase 1 will break ground next month, with completion slated for Q3 next year. Oscar's surprise was palpable as he tightened his grip on his glass and turned to Arthur. Q3, we told him 18 months. He's shaving 6 months off that timeline, Arthur noted coolly. He probably promised the mayor a ribbon cutting before Election Day. Oscar exhaled sharply, concern etched across his face. That's not enough time for proper stress testing. Arthur savored another sip of wine before responding thoughtfully, then make it enough. Suddenly, Evalin's voice cut through their conversation. Priority alert. Primerail Transport is attempting to access our sealed PAT filings. The screen split. Derek's speech shrank to a corner while schematics of Primerail's headquarters filled center stage. Evans Stark initiated a cyber intrusion 7 minutes ago, Evalin reported as data streams flickered across the display. Their target, Hyperrail X's SEDS cooling system specs. Oscar's nerves flared as he cursed under his breath. What if they succeed, they won't? Arthur set down his glass with purpose and flashed a hooked smile. Evalin, countermeasures deployed, Evalin confirmed smoothly. I fed them falsified blueprints showing non-existent thermal stabilizers. Their engineers will waste weeks chasing shadows. A new window opened revealing security footage from inside Primerail's boardroom where Evans Stark paced like a caged wolf, frustration evident in every stride as he barked through an audio feed. I don't care if you have to hack the damn bureau. Find me a weakness. Arthur couldn't help but smirk. Disdain flickered in his eyes. Desperation looks good on him. Oscar's expression was anything but cheerful. His face remained tense, a mask of anxiety. This is just the beginning. Do you really think Evans will stop hacking? No, Arthur replied with a firm shake of his head. He'll likely try to bribe our suppliers next, but I doubt that'll work since we control our own supply chain. And then there's the matter of potential plant safety concerns with the unions. He glanced at Evalin's feed and asked, which issue should we tackle first? Union infiltration. Evalin responded decisively. Primerail's labor liaison has just scheduled emergency meetings with 3 of our track-laying crews. Oscar raked a hand through his hair in frustration. We need to lock down. Already taken care of, Evalin interrupted confidently. The crews in question are loyal to us. They'll spin whatever narrative we want them to. Arthur stood up, adjusting his cuffs as a wicked smirk crept across his face. Perfect. Let Evan think he's found some leverage. When he makes his move, we own Primerail, Oscar chimed in, admiration lighting up his eyes as he looked at Arthur. On the screen, Derek's press conference reached its peak, a stunning simulation of the Hyperrail X gliding into an ultra-modern station, met by thunderous applause from the crowd. Arthur couldn't help but mutter under his breath, I hope this works out. Meanwhile, Evalin meticulously tracked every keystroke and IP address, monitoring each nervous Primerail executive accessing sensitive files. This evidence would undoubtedly prove invaluable down the line. Oscar stared intently at the feeds, his engineer's mind racing with possibilities. You're not just defending, he suddenly realized aloud. You're luring them into making a mistake big enough to bury themselves. Arthur flashed a knowing smile and replied, efficiency, cousin. Why play whack-a-mole with their sabotage when we can let them dig their own grave? On screen, Derek was shaking hands with the transportation minister, a perfect image of bureaucratic victory. Oscar shook his head in disbelief and sighed softly. I have so much to learn from you, cousin. Arthur simply smiled in response. Oh, by the way, Oscar exclaimed suddenly, where did you get that AI? It's incredible. If I had one like that, my work would be so much easier, and it could even help me realize my dream of building the fastest car on land. I built it myself, Arthur said proudly without a hint of shame. Oscar shot him a skeptical side eye and scoffed disdainfully. You don't even know how to program basic code, yet here you are boasting. Arthur fell silent for a moment before glaring back at Oscar defiantly. Just wait until I tell Uncle about how you've been switching girlfriends more often than changing your boxers this past month. Oscar's face turned pale in an instant. The thought of his father's terrifying reaction sent shivers down his spine, and he could feel his body trembling at the mere idea of Arthur spilling the beans. What would happen next? A month later, the Eastern Dominion's high-stakes negotiations. Osborne Mining Resources Group, headquarters, the Diamond Conference Room. As the doors to the Diamond Conference Room swung shut, a palpable tension settled in the air, amplified by the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the sharp, metallic scent of ore samples displayed elegantly on black velvet trays. Edward Osborne leaned back in his chair, his steel-toed boots casually resting on the table, a striking contrast to the sharp suits of the three most formidable commodities brokers in the Eastern Dominion. At the table sat Mikhail Volkov, the CEO of Vostok Minerals, a bear of a man with a silver-streaked beard and a reputation for crushing rivals. Beside him was Lena Khalifa, the razor-witted CFO of Azure Peak Resources, her dove-gray suit tailored to perfection, fingers incessantly darting over her handheld ledger. Rounding out the trio was Donald, the chairman of Axel Excavation Group, a reserved strategist who spoke only when necessary. The holographic display between them flickered to life, showcasing real-time commodity prices. Copper, 8,450 unicrids ton, futures plus 12, aluminum, 2,890 unicrids ton, demand surge in aerospace, crude oil, 94 unicrids barrel, Brent benchmark. Taking a slow sip of his coffee, Edward placed the cup down with a deliberate clink, casting a steady gaze over the negotiators before him. Let's cut to the chase, he began, confidence radiating from his voice. You're here because we've discovered a copper mine of unmatched purity in the Eastern Dominion, along with substantial bauxite and lithium deposits. You need what we have, so let's talk numbers. Mikhail Volkov was the first to break the silence. 2 million tons of copper annually, 15-year contract, will match current futures plus a 5% premium. Edward chuckled softly. You're joking, right? That copper's powering orbital batteries and fueling the Hyperail X at Osborne Heavy Industries. I'm sure you've seen the latest press about the Aurelian Federation's new train system, so you know the stakes. Futures plus 20%. Lena's fingers paused mid-calculation. That's not how this works. You're a digger, not a refiner. Who told you that? Didn't you do your homework on Osborne Mining Resource Group? We have our own refining factories. Edward shot back, meeting her gaze. Besides, you're a middleman on the verge of becoming obsolete. He tossed a data chip onto the table. Osborne just patented a plasma refinement process that has smelting costs. Partner with us or watch us undercut you within a year. Donald finally broke the tense silence, his voice sharp as a scalpel slicing through flesh. Your patent is pending, not approved. A few strategic objections at the Minerals Commission could delay it indefinitely. Edward flashed a grin, exposing his pearly white teeth. Try it. My cousin Arthur has the commission chair on speed dial. A heavy silence descended over the room, the weight of the threat palpable. Lena adjusted her cuffs, her expression unwavering. Fine, let's talk bauxite. We want 8 million tons per quarter at. No, Edward interrupted, his tone firm. We're not selling raw bauxite. You want aluminum, you buy it processed. Our state-of-the-art facility in Port Cyanide produces aerospace-grade sheets with a purity of 98%. Donald's eyebrow twitched at Edward's words. At what cost? 3,200 unicrids a ton, Edward replied, his confidence unwavering. Mikhail nearly spilled his coffee as he chimed in. That's 300 above market. Market prices are for subpar alloys, Edward countered coolly. Ours can withstand hypersonic stress, perfect for the Hyperail X that Osborne Heavy Industries is developing. He leaned forward, intensity in his gaze. You're not just buying metal, you're investing in the future of transportation on Pantera. Lena's eyes narrowed into slits. We could always turn to the Solarians. You could, Edward replied with a shrug, a smirk creeping across his face, but good luck explaining to your board why your jets shatter at Mach 3. Donald brought the conversation back to business. Now about the Blackridge oil fields. Edward's demeanor shifted to cold steel. Not for sale. Everything's for sale, Mikhail shot back, urgency creeping into his voice. Name your price. Reluctantly, Edward's expression softened just a fraction. Fine, he pulled up a map on the holographic display. These 12 offshore platforms are churning out 200,000 barrels a day. But here's the kicker. He zoomed in with a flourish. We've tapped into a new reservoir, estimated at 10 billion barrels still waiting to be unearthed. Lena's pen froze in midair, the implications sinking in. Price, Donald asked quietly, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Edward leaned back, a sly smile forming. Not money. I want your rail networks in the Eastern Dominion. Complete cargo rights for Osborne freight. Permanent. Mikkel slammed his fist on the table, his frustration boiling over. That's madness. That's business. Edward stood, spreading his arms wide. Think it over. But do it fast. The USS are flying in tomorrow. The negotiations had dragged on for hours, and the table was littered with empty coffee cups. The air was thick with a blend of exhaustion and ambition, a palpable energy that crackled between the people in the room. Edward, his sleeves rolled up and steel-toed boots planted firmly on the table, fixed his steely gaze on the three brokers across from him. All right, he said, cracking his neck in preparation. We've danced around this long enough. Let's get to the numbers. With a deft tap on his tablet, a holographic display sprang to life, revealing the final contract terms. Mikhail Volkov inhaled sharply as the figures materialized before him. 3 million metric tons annually for 15 years, Edward announced, at 8,900 unicrids per ton for futures pricing, plus 18%. And before you complain, remember our ore is 3.8 grade. You won't find cleaner copper anywhere else. Mikkel's jaw tightened at the revelation, yet he nodded in reluctant agreement. Fine. But we want first refusal rights on any new deposits you discover over the next decade. Edward smirked. For an additional 2% equity in Vostok's smelting division. Sure. With a scowl, Mikkel extended his hand. Deal. Total value, 3 million tons year 8,915 years equal 400.5 billion unicrids gross. After Vostok equity concession, 312 billion unicrids net. After a period of hushed calculations, Lena Khalifa from Azure finally spoke up, her fingers flying over her ledger. Aerospace-grade aluminum, 98 purity. Will take 5 million tons per year at 3,200 per ton, but only if you guarantee delivery timelines. Edward leaned forward, his lips curling into a smirk. You want guarantees, that'll cost you a premium, 3,400. Lena's eyes narrowed as frustration bubbled within her. That's extortion. No, Edward corrected. Extortion is what your competitors will charge when they figure out you don't have the alloy for next-gen jets. A tense silence enveloped the room before Lena exhaled slowly, conceding. Fine, but we get exclusivity in the Eastern markets. Done. Total value, 5 million tons year, 3,410 years, equal 170 billion unicrids, plus a 22 billion unicrids exclusivity premium equal 192 billion unicrids. Donald had been scrutinizing the proceedings with the precision of a hawk, his sharp gaze never wavering. Finally, he broke the silence. The Blackridge oil fields, he stated, you want our rail networks in exchange for 10 billion barrels. Edward nodded, his confidence unwavering. Not just access, full cargo rights. Osborne freight takes priority, no delays, no tariffs. Rajiv's fingers drummed thoughtfully on his antique pocket watch. That's worth more than oil. Then make a counteroffer, Edward smirked, his strategic mind already racing ahead. Donald exhaled slowly, his tone somber. 50% of the oil revenue, in perpetuity. Edward laughed dismissively. Try again. A standoff ensued, the tension thick enough to cut. Finally, Donald relented. 20%, and we retain mineral rights on any new discoveries along the rail routes. Edward pretended to ponder this for a moment. 15% in oil revenue, and you include the ports at Veldpars and Petrogravia. Donald's lips thinned as he glared at Edward. You're a thief, and you're running out of options, Edward shot back. A heavy silence enveloped the room before Donald extended his hand. Deal. Total value, estimated oil revenue, 2 trillion unicrids over 10 years, 15 equal 180 billion unicrids. Rail port access value, priceless. Edward stood, rolling his shoulders to release the tension. Contracts will be drafted by morning. Gentlemen, Ms. Khalifa, pleasure doing business. As the brokers filed out, some satisfied, others seething, Edward poured himself a final cup of coffee and strolled to the window. The first light of the sun bathed the mines below in a warm glow. Just then his tablet buzzed. A message popped up. Heard you just bought a country. Don't spend it all in one place. Edward was momentarily speechless but shook his head, a wry smile creeping over his face. The Osborne Mining and Resource Group, private elevator. The doors to the Diamond conference room hissed shut behind the three brokers, sealing them into the mirrored elevator. For a moment, silence reigned, the eerie calm after a battlefield has been cleared, where survivors can finally breathe. Then Mikhail Volkov vented his frustration, punching the elevator wall with enough force to dent the steel. That contemptible man just bent us over a barrel, he barked, his silver-streaked beard bristling. His bleeding knuckles were forgotten in his fury. Lena Khalifa's fingers danced over her ledger, a blur of motion as she recalculated the margins of the aluminum deal for what felt like the 12th time. We had no choice, she said flatly, not bothering to look up. If we'd walked away, Osborne would have sold to the Verkstead Consortium. They're already stockpiling for the next-gen fighter contracts. Donald adjusted his cufflinks, his expression inscrutable. He played us against each other. The oil was the trap. He knew we'd fight for it, so he let us. I have to say, he's impressive for someone so young. As the elevator descended toward the lobby, its numbers ticking down like a countdown to doom, Mikkel stormed out of Osborne Heavy Industries. His bodyguards scrambled to keep pace with him as he reached his private armored limousine, a hulking ZIL 4107 retrofitted with bulletproof glass, idling at the curb. He wrenched open the door and barked at his driver, to the airstrip. Now. Inside, he poured himself 3 fingers of Luxnall, a luxury brand wine, from the decanter and downed it in one swift gulp. His encrypted phone buzzed insistently. His board was already calling. He ignored it and dialed another number instead. A man answered on the first ring. "Tell me you have good news," growled Dmitry Sokolov, vice head of the Eastern Dominion's Mining Regulatory Bureau. Mikkel ground his teeth together. "The patent, the plasma refinement process from Osborne. Kill it." A pause followed before Dmitry replied cautiously, "You know, it's not that simple. The Osbornes have friends in the commission, and one is above me." "Then make new friends," Mikkel roared back, frustration boiling over. "Bribe them, blackmail them. I don't care how, just bury that patent in paperwork until Edward dies of old age." He slammed down his phone, chest heaving with anger. Lena didn't utter a word until her private jet was airborne and en route to Shanghai. Only then did she open her secure tablet and initiate a video call. The screen flickered to life, revealing General Magnus Vane, the head of Ventara Union Aerospace Defense Division, a country about the size of Eastern Dominion with a population nearing 900 million. "The deal is done," Lena stated firmly. "We have secured the aluminum, but it cost us." Magnus's face appeared stony on screen as he asked sharply how much. 3,400 per ton, Lena replied evenly, plus exclusivity clauses. A muscle in Magnus's jaw twitched visibly at this news. "That's a 22 premium over projections." Lena nodded, her expression resolute. "Osborne knows we can't just walk away. Our next-gen fighter jet's project hinges on that alloy. Without it, our prototypes will crash and burn at Mach 3. Magnus leaned in closer, his voice low but firm. "Then let's make sure Osborne isn't the only game in town. I want a team in the Solarian Basin by tomorrow. Find new deposits anywhere but his mines." Lena tightened her grip on her stylus, anxiety creeping into her tone. "And if we fail," the general's smile was thin and sharp, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, "then we might have to revisit alternative methods. Industrial accidents happen every day." Donald decided against heading to the airport instead. His driver took him to an unassuming tea house nestled within the bustling financial district. At a corner table sat Matthijs Vanguard, CEO of Vanguard Freight, Osborne's fiercest rival in rail logistics across the Eastern Dominion. Donald entered without so much as a greeting. "It's done," he stated flatly. "Osborne has your rail networks." Matthijs froze mid-sip, disbelief etched across his face. "All of them, every line east of the Urals." A heavy silence settled between them before Matthijs set down his cup with deliberate calmness. "You just handed him the keys to the country." Matthijs' smile turned icy as he replied, "No, I handed him a war." He slid a folder across the table containing schematics and blueprints of Osborne's Port Cyanide aluminum facility, security rotations, supply routes, the works. Matthijs' eyes sparkled with intrigue. "You want to sabotage his factory." Donald took a sip of tea, casually responding, "Call it a market correction." Aurelian Federation, Neo Luminara. Arthur's study room. Arthur Osborne lounged in his private study, swirling a glass of red wine while flipping through Edward's contract summaries under flickering firelight that danced across the room. On the giant screen opposite him lit up Evalin, a massive blue face composed of countless data streams appeared. "Well," Arthur asked without looking up from his papers. "What's the damage?" Evalin replied. "Initial estimates put the total deal value at 684 billion unicrids. The rail rights alone are unprecedented." Arthur chuckled softly. "Of course they are. Edward really outdid himself this time." His mind raced with possibilities. "I didn't expect those system reward halos to be so badass," he muttered under his breath. He tossed aside the papers and leaned back thoughtfully. "But he seems to have forgotten one crucial detail." "What is it, sir?" came Evalin's voice. "You don't take a kingdom without making enemies." As he swiveled his chair toward the window, the city lights sparkled below like a field of diamonds, each flicker whispering promises of power and peril. Edward Osborne's office, Osborne Mining Resources, headquarters. The office mirrored its occupant, sparse, efficient, and razor-sharp. No family portraits or ostentatious displays of wealth adorned the walls, just a sleek steel desk, a wall teeming with live commodity feeds, and one solitary framed document, Edward's first mining patent from when he arrived in the Eastern Dominion. Leaning back in his chair, Edward spun a tungsten drill bit between his fingers as if it were a lucky coin. Across from him, his assistant Darius scrolled through a security report, his brow furrowed in concentration. They took the bait, Darius said, disbelief etched on his face. All of it copper, aluminum, oil for rail. No counteroffers, just signatures. A smirk crept across Edward's lips. Of course they did. Volkov is desperate, his Miberian mines are flooding. Lena's military backers will execute her if she misses production quotas. And Donald. He flicked the drill bit into the air and caught it effortlessly. He's been itching to get his hands on Blackridge for months now. Darius exhaled sharply and looked up at Edward. So what's their play now? With an elegant tap on his desk, Edward summoned a holographic feed that illuminated the room. A grainy security clip from the diamond conference room elevator showed Mikkel punching the wall in frustration while snarling into his phone. He'll go after the plasma refinement, Pat, Edward predicted coolly, calling in every favor with the Minerals Commission to bury it under red tape. Darius frowned skeptically, but we have the commission chair in our pocket. True, Edward replied with an edge of amusement in his voice, but Mikkel has got the vice chair. He pulled up Dmitry Sokolov's dossier from the Eastern Dominion Mining Bureau on screen. He'll stall us just long enough for Vostok to develop their own process, or at least try to. Opening a secured file revealing compromising information about Sokolov, he added casually, "Here, leak this to the press if our patent gets delayed." "What about Lena Khalifa?" Darius asked quickly. "She's already sending scouts into Solarian Basin," Edward replied matter-of-factly. "Azure Peak's military contracts hinge on that aluminum. If they can't buy it, they'll steal it." Darius stiffened at this revelation and suggested urgently, "Then we should lock down our sites." "Absolutely not," Edward grinned, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Let them chase after those new deposits." He gestured toward a geological map, pinpointing a barren area. "We'll seed them with false data, make it look like we overlooked a mother lode. When they pour billions into digging, they'll just hit granite." Meanwhile, a tapped phone call recorded Lena's orders to her scouts. If she tries to explain the failure to General Wei, he'll think she's incompetent, or worse, a traitor. And then Donald. Darius began. "He's handing Vanguard Freight our facility blueprints," Edward interjected smoothly. "They'll strike Port Cyanide within the week." Darius clenched his jaw. "We need to evacuate and tighten security." Edward shook his head, an enigmatic smile creeping across his face. "Let them burn it down." He stood and walked over to the window, gazing out thoughtfully. "That facility is outdated and cramped. We've already constructed a new one at Port Obsidian, twice the capacity but half the footprint." Turning back to Darius, his eyes sparkled with ambition. "Let Vanguard destroy the old plant. Then we can sue them for industrial espionage. We'll seize their remaining rail shares as part of the settlement. A fake security flaw in Port Cyanide systems will be deliberately leaked to make it easy for them." Darius looked at Edward with newfound admiration. "You knew all this would happen before they even left the building." Edward shrugged nonchalantly. "People are predictable. Volkov, a thug who wields rules like weapons. Lena, a knife lurking in the shadows. But Donald," he smirked knowingly, "he's the most dangerous because he's patient. But patience can make you slow." What Edward didn't reveal to Darius was that he had this information because Arthur had shared it with him. Flashback 3 months ago. The Silver Sands Resort, Eastern Dominion. The resort is like a paradise that feels more like a gilded cage, palm trees gently swaying in an artificial breeze, the mingling scents of saltwater and cigars hanging thick in the air. Arthur lounged at a private cabana, swirling his glass of bourbon as he gazed out at the rhythmic dance of the waves. Opposite him sat Gregor Halden, chairman of the Eastern Dominion Minerals Commission, visibly sweating through his crisp linen suit. "You're asking me to betray my own regulations," Gregor muttered, his fingers tapping nervously against his knee, betraying his unease. Arthur leaned forward with a knowing smile. "I'm simply asking you to see reason. Your son's medical bills are piling up, Gregor. That experimental gene therapy doesn't come cheap." Gregor's complexion drained of color. "How did you? I make it my business to know." With a smooth motion, Arthur slid a folder across the table. Inside lay bank statements, offshore accounts, and heart-wrenching photos of Gregor's son in a hospital bed. The treatment costs 20 million unicrids each year. And your salary, a mere 450,000 unicrids. A seagull cried overhead as if echoing the tension in the air. The ice in Arthur's glass clinked softly, a reminder of their precarious situation. "Sign the waivers for the Blackridge oil expansion," Arthur urged gently but firmly. And just like that, the Halden family will never have to worry about money again. "Sign the waivers for the Blackridge oil expansion," Arthur said softly, "and the Halden family will never worry about money again." Gregor's hand trembled as he reached for the pen, a moment that felt like it could change everything. Present day. Arthur's study, Osborne Estate. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. Arthur stood by the window, gazing out at the storm battering the estate grounds. "Evalin," he called out. In an instant, a giant screen lit up, revealing Evalin's face. "Sir, pull up Gregor Halden's current status." The screen split into two. One half displayed Evalin's face while the other showed Gregor Halden's information. Gregor Halden. Position, former chairman, Minerals Commission, resigned 3 days ago. Location, private estate, Sapphire Coast. Financials, 585 million net worth. Health, terminal lung cancer, diagnosed 8 months ago. Arthur exhaled slowly and remarked with a calm demeanor, he's dying. Yes, Evalin replied. His son is healthy, though the gene therapy was successful. Arthur swirled his wine, the same vintage he savored that fateful day at Silver Sands, and asked, what about the current commission chair? Vice Chair Dmitry Sokolov was promoted after Gregor's resignation. He is less amenable to Osborne interests. A sly smile crept across Arthur's face. Because Mikhail Volkov owns him. Correct. Sokolov has blocked 17 Osborne mining permits since taking power. Setting his glass down decisively, Arthur declared, time to remind Dmitry how quickly fortunes can change. Shall I deploy the dossier? Evalin inquired. No, too direct. Arthur tapped his chin thoughtfully. Leak Gregor's resignation letter to the press, the one where he hints at pressure from Vostok Minerals, resulting in public outcry and an ethics investigation, Evalin concluded. Sokolov will be removed within weeks. Arthur nodded with satisfaction. Show me who is likely to become the new chair. Immediately, Evalin displayed a new profile on screen. Carmen Silva. Position, Senior Commissioner, Minerals Oversight. Loyalty, purchasable, 10 million year retainer. Weakness, her husband's illegal neuro-implant research. Raising an eyebrow and chuckling softly, Arthur mused, perfect. Draft the offer. And oh, book me a flight to the Eastern Dominion, he added. Yes, sir, came Evalin's enthusiastic response. Minerals Commission, Headquarters, Eastern Dominion. The news erupted like a seismic charge. At exactly 8:17 a.m., the Eastern Financial Times blasted out the headline, Minerals Commission Chair resigned under Vostok pressure, leaked letter reveals. By 8:30 a.m., every major network was buzzing with the story featuring Gregor Halden's explosive resignation draft. I can no longer serve under the shadow of Vostok Minerals coercion. Dmitry Sokolov, freshly appointed chair, stood obliviously in his office, savoring his morning coffee, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing. That bliss evaporated the instant his assistant burst in, her face drained of color. Sir, the press, it's not good. Dmitry's initial irritation was evident as he barked. What now? She stammered, about to explain when. His phone exploded with notifications. First came a call from the Prime Minister's office, then the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Confusion painted his face as he stared at his phone, frantically swiping through notifications. What's happening? He demanded, turning to his assistant. She quickly pulled up a tablet and displayed the news. His eyes widened as he read the headline, his complexion turning ghostly. Just then, Mikhail's call came through, and he quickly answered. You imbecile. Mikhail bellowed, his fury palpable. I told you to burn all of Halden's files. Dmitry's hands trembled as he stammered. I did. Then why is the whole goddamn Dominion reading them? Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing 3 agents, badges shining under the harsh fluorescent lights. Dmitry Sokolov, the lead agent, began. You're under investigation for corruption and undue corporate influence. His coffee cup shattered on the floor. Vostok Minerals HQ. Mikhail had just reached his 5th Luxnull when the stock ticker flashed ominously. Vostok Minerals 22 trading halted pending investigation. Chaos erupted in the boardroom. We had nothing to do with Halden's resignation, the board members protested. Tell that to the shareholders, the lead director snapped. Mikhail muted the cacophony and called his fixer. Get me Sokolov's family. Now, if he breathes a word about our arrangements. Bad news, the fixer interrupted. Sokolov's in federal custody. They've frozen his accounts. And Arthur Osborne just landed in the capital. Mikhail's glass halted mid-air, his face flushing red with rage. Osborne, this isn't a scandal, it's an execution. The Jade Gallery private art auction. Carmen Silva, a poised 48-year-old minerals commissioner, stood before a stunning 17th-century oil painting, her fingers clasped behind her back. The fall of Icarus, ever heard that tale? I suppose not, chimed Arthur, appearing behind her with a simple, knowing smile. It's about a man who flew too close to the sun, and then, well, he died. It's nice to finally see Carmen, Arthur remarked, sliding his hands into his pockets. Carmen turned toward him, her calm gaze unwavering. Arthur chuckled, then pulled out his phone, revealing a dossier filled with startling information. Her husband's illegal neuro-implant research, a transfer receipt for 10 million unicrids, a draft press release for her impending nomination as commission chair. Your wife's work is groundbreaking, Arthur said, his tone turning serious, but the ethics board might just call it human experimentation. Carmen remained unfazed, locking eyes with Arthur. And if I refuse, Arthur nodded toward the painting, a genuine smile playing on his lips, then you'll learn how Icarus felt. An uneasy silence enveloped them as Carmen's fists clenched tightly before she slowly relaxed them and took the phone. "Quite smart," Arthur said with an impressed whistle. Federal Courthouse. Dmitri sat in a prison jumpsuit, staring blankly at the judge as the charges were read: bribery, conspiracy, abuse of office. "Dmitri Sokolov, you are hereby sentenced to 50 years in prison." Bang, the gavel struck, sealing his fate. In the gallery, a sleek woman in a tailored suit watched Carmen Silva, the incoming chair, as Arthur adjusted his cufflinks beside her. "Sokolov's finished," Carmen murmured, taking in the scene. Arthur simply smiled and shook his head. "No, just neutered." Across the room, Mikhail Volkov stormed out, his lawyers scrambling to keep up. Edward Osborne's private office, Osborne Mining and Resource Group, HQ. The holographic displays erupted with breaking news, each headline more shocking than the last. Breaking: Dmitri Sokolov removed as Minerals Commission chair. Carmen Silva appointed as interim chair. Pledges transparency reforms. Vostok Minerals stock plummets. Shareholders demand Volkov's resignation. Edward sat at his desk, fingers steepled under his chin, sharp blue eyes darting across the headlines. His assistant, Darius, stood rigid by the door, eagerly awaiting Edward's reaction. "Well," Edward murmured, a slow smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Cousin doesn't waste time, does he?" Darius exhaled in admiration. He just dismantled Volkov's entire political leverage in a matter of days. Leaning back in his chair, Edward spun a tungsten drill bit between his fingers. "No, he didn't just dismantle it. He humiliated him." Minerals Commission headquarters. Carmen Silva settled into the chair's office for the first time, inhaling the scent of fresh polish mixed with power, a heady combination. The desk was already stripped of Sokolov's belongings. His framed degrees and that ridiculous little tree were nowhere to be found. Her assistant knocked gently on the doorframe. "Ma'am, the press is waiting for your statement." Carmen didn't glance up from her desk as she perused an approval request document. Osborne Mining Resource Plasma Refinement Process, Pat XK 4771, approval request. She reached for her stamp with purpose. "Tell them I'll be right there." The thud of the approval seal echoed like a gunshot, reverberating through the tense atmosphere. With Dimitri's scandal trending online and making headlines around the globe, Vostok Minerals was teetering on the brink of collapse. Investigations were launched, stocks plummeted, but a lifeline came from shareholders pulling strings to stabilize the company. Otherwise, Volkov Minerals would have been done for. Yet they still suffered immensely. Mikhail Volkov's empire hemorrhaged a staggering $12 billion in market value within just 3 hours. His board convened an emergency meeting to discuss his removal as CEO. In the midst of this chaos, Edward's plasma refinement technology emerged unscathed and now stood legally unchallengeable, slashing smelting costs by 52 overnight, leaving competitors scrambling to catch up. Vostok Minerals headquarters. The conference line was in utter chaos. Stock tickers flashed ominously red as lawyers shouted over one another. At the head of the table sat Mikhail Volkov, fists clenched and silver-streaked beard bristling with fury. Just days prior, after much debate, the board had decided against removing him after all. He was the founder and still wielded considerable power within the company. "Find me Sokolov," Mikhail growled at his head of security. "I don't care if he's in federal prison. Get him in a room and make him unlearn how to speak." His fixer Yuri leaned in cautiously. "I think Osborne planned all of this." Mikhail's knuckles cracked as he tightened his grip on his Luxnull glass. "Then we remind them what happens when you play with bears." He pulled out a secure tablet and entered a series of codes classified blueprints for Osborne Mining's primary lithium refinery in Western Ridge unfolded before him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Burn it to the ground, Arthur Osborne's private study, that same day. Arthur lounged by the fireplace, swirling a glass of red wine while watching flames dance hypnotically before him. "Evelyn," he said calmly. The screen flickered to life as Evelyn's face appeared. "Mikhail Volkov has just authorized a sabotage strike on Facility Gamma 9. Estimated time of attack, 3:47 a.m. Arthur took a slow sip and smirked disdainfully. "How predictable. Shall I alert Edward?" Evelyn asked. "No." Arthur set down his glass decisively. "Handle it. With pleasure, sir." Western Ridge Lithium Refinery, 3:30 a.m. The strike team moved like shadows, 6 ex-Spetsnaz operatives armed with thermal charges and suppression rifles under their leader Korsakov's command. "Plant the charges on the main conduits. We'll be in and out in 90 seconds. Everything seemed straightforward until they breached the perimeter. Suddenly, the facility's security lights flickered ominously, and every single drone activated at once. But these weren't ordinary drones. They were military-grade HK-7 hunters, an entirely different caliber of threat. Korsakov's comms exploded with frantic screams as his men were methodically picked off, one by the silent, deadly precision of railgun fire. As the horrifying sounds of gunfire sliced through the chaos, Korsakov's skin turned ashen. He couldn't believe it. His legs gave out beneath him, 2 rounds tearing through his knees. Then an imposing shadow loomed over him. Trembling, he managed to lift his gaze, only to be met by the sight of a drone, its multiple barrels glinting menacingly in the dim light and the front glowing with a chilling red hue. Mikhail Volkov sends his regards, a synthesized voice taunted, dripping with mockery. How quaint. Just then the drone's barrels hummed to life. Korsakov's last thought, as darkness engulfed him, was strikingly clear. This wasn't just a refinery, it was a trap. Mikhail Volkov's penthouse dawn. Mikhail was jolted awake by the shrill buzz of his phone. An unknown number lit up the screen, and still bleary-eyed, he muttered, "Who the hell?" "Good morning, Mr. Volkov," came Ivalin's voice, smooth as silk yet chilling. "Your men have failed, but don't worry, we've kept souvenirs." His secure monitor flickered to life, revealing a live feed of Korsakov and the remaining operatives, bloodied and battered, strapped to chairs in a grim, concrete room. The camera panned to the wall behind them, a defiant Vostok Minerals logo spray painted in mockery. In an instant, Mikhail's groggy demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling sense of dread. He felt his blood run cold, a shiver coursing down his spine. "My master doesn't like fire," Ivalin continued, his tone laced with venom, "but he adores lessons. Here's yours, touch his empire again, and next time this feed won't be of your men." The screen suddenly cut to footage from Mikhail's private bedroom camera, capturing him in real time. Silence enveloped him, his heart racing, face growing pale, body shaking with fear. Then came Ivalin's final whisper, "Sleep well." The line went dead, leaving Mikhail gripping his phone in disbelief. For the first time in his life, the bear of Miberia felt fear. The morning sun poured through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of Osborne Technologies' executive conference room, casting long, golden rectangles across the sleek mahogany table. Julian Osborne adjusted his cufflinks with a practiced ease, inhaling the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with a hint of citrus from cleaning products. At 52, he exuded the kind of confidence that comes from 3 decades in the tech industry. His salt and pepper hair was impeccably styled, and his navy suit was crisp yet understated. "President, they have arrived," Julian's assistant announced as she held the door open for 5 executives who entered the room. Each one represented mid-tier manufacturers from across the Aurelian Federation, all eager to carve out their piece of the competitive consumer tech market. "Gentlemen, welcome." Julian greeted them warmly but with a hint of formality. "Coffee, tea, or shall we dive right into business?" A stocky man with a neatly trimmed beard, Hendrik from Nova Power, chuckled as he settled into his seat. "After seeing your presentation at the tech exhibition a few months ago, I think we'd all prefer to get to the good stuff." Julian smiled knowingly and tapped a button on the control panel embedded in the table. The lights dimmed slightly as a holographic display flickered to life, showcasing 2 revolutionary products rotating gracefully in midair, the Infinite Cell Fusion Battery and the Neural Core X processor. "Let me clarify what these are not," Julian began confidently as he walked around the table. "They're not prototypes or limited-run vanity projects. As of now, our facility is producing 30,000 units per hour of each." A murmur rippled through the group. The youngest among them, a sharp-eyed woman named Myra from Vertex Devices, leaned forward eagerly, her manicured fingers tracing along the edge of the hologram. "Your specs claim 4-minute full charges with negligible heat buildup. Our engineers thought that was a typo." "It wasn't," Julian replied simply. He reached into his briefcase and placed several physical samples on the table for them to examine. "Pass these around, you'll find that even at peak charge transfer, these batteries remain cool to touch." As they circulated samples around like prized possessions, Julian observed their reactions closely, the skepticism in their eyes slowly morphing into intrigue as they grasped technology capable of redefining their product lines. Ty, silver-haired CEO of Lumina Systems, cleared his throat thoughtfully. "These are impressive, Julian, but startups always promise big things. What's your actual production capacity? And more importantly, what's your price point?" Julian settled into the head of the table, fingers steepled in thought. "We're rolling out tiered pricing based on volume commitments," he began, his voice steady and confident. "For orders under 50 million units, we're at 23 credits per battery and 30 per chip, but reached that 100 million unit milestone, and those prices dropped to 19 and 26 respectively." A sharp intake of breath from Hendrik broke the room's tension. "That's aggressive, almost suspiciously so." "Not aggressive," Julian replied with a gentle smile. "Strategic. We're new to the market, eager for partners, not just customers." With a tap of a button, he displayed a production roadmap on the screen behind him. "By Q3 next year, we'll unveil our next-gen versions. Companies that forge relationships now will be first in line." Myra twirled a strand of her dark hair around her finger, a tell Julian recognized from their previous meetings she was deep in thought about margins. What about exclusivity periods? If we commit to a large order, can we secure a 6-month window in our market segment? Julian shook his head slowly. No exclusives allowed. However, early adopters will receive priority allocation when supplies are tight. He leaned forward slightly, emphasizing his point, and they will be tight once these hit the market. He let that statement linger like an unspoken promise as the executives exchanged glances. Silent calculations danced behind their eyes. Projected market share gains and premium pricing with this cutting-edge technology woven into their devices. Ty broke the silence first. Lumina will take 70 million batteries and 40 million chips at your 100 million tier pricing, provided you guarantee 12-week delivery. Myra's head snapped up in surprise. Vertex will match that order, same terms. Suddenly, the room buzzed with excitement as counteroffers flew back and forth like sparks igniting a firestorm of negotiation. Julian leaned back, letting the energy build while stepping in only to clarify terms or smooth over contentious points. 2 hours later, legal teams were reviewing final contracts. The total orders stood at an impressive 380 million battery units and 260 million chips, a staggering 8 billion credits in projected first-year revenue. As the executives prepared to leave, Hendrik lingered by the door with an intrigued look on his face. "You're playing this very well for a newcomer, Osborne. Makes me wonder what else you've got up your sleeve." Julian offered a polite smile that masked his excitement beneath layers of professionalism. "Just focused on building quality partnerships here, Hendrik. The technology should speak for itself." Once everyone had departed, Julian finally allowed himself to exhale deeply as he gazed out over the city skyline through his office window. The real work was just beginning. Scaling production, managing quality control, and fending off inevitable attempts at industrial espionage. His phone buzzed, breaking the stillness of the moment. A message from Arthur popped up. "Heard it went well. Congratulations, Uncle." Julian couldn't help but chuckle as he typed a quick reply. "Yeah, it's good." As he slipped his phone back into his pocket, his reflection in the window revealed a man caught perfectly between satisfaction and anticipation, a blend of triumph and eagerness for what lay ahead. The study was a sanctuary of tranquility, illuminated only by the flickering glow of the fireplace and the soft blue light emanating from holographic displays hovering above Arthur's desk. In his hand rested a glass of Valerian Noir, its deep crimson hue swirling gracefully as he took a slow sip, savoring its smoky, spice-laden finish that danced on his palate. Suddenly, Evalin's face appeared on the giant screen, accompanied by a flurry of tiny data streams flashing across the display. "Master Julian has finalized the contracts," Evalin announced with an air of importance. "Total orders, 380 million infinite cells and 260 million neural core X chips. Estimated revenue projection, 7.9 billion unicrids." Arthur exhaled slowly, a faint smirk creeping onto his lips. "Not bad for a company that didn't exist just months ago," he remarked with pride. "The buyers were predictable," Evalin continued matter-of-factly. "Lumina and Vertex committed first. Nova Power hesitated, but followed once others set terms." Arthur swirled his wine thoughtfully, watching how it clung to the crystal before sliding back down like liquid velvet. "Of course they did. No one wants to be left behind when the game changes." He leaned back in his chair, which creaked softly under him. "What's the chatter from our competition?" A new hologram materialized before them, news feeds, encrypted corporate memos, stock analyses all whirling together in a digital storm. "Vestec's RD division has issued an emergency review of their battery tech," Evalin reported. "Solaris Dynamics has placed 3 lead engineers on administrative leave, likely scapegoats for failing to match our specifications." Arthur chuckled softly at this news. Ah, the sweet sound of scrambling. He took another sip of wine as if savoring victory itself. "And what about our friends lurking in the shadows? 3 confirmed infiltration attempts at our facility in Eden Industrial Park over the last 2 months, Evalin replied coolly. "All were granted access to dummy schematics before being discouraged from leaving." "Good," Arthur said with satisfaction as he set down his glass decisively. "Let them waste their time on decoys." A brief pause lingered in the air before Evalin spoke again, its tone shifting subtly to one tinged with curiosity. "You're not concerned Master Julian is moving too quickly?" Arthur drummed his fingers once against the desk thoughtfully before saying, "Uncle Julian knows the rules. Build fast but never fragile." 3 days later. As the first light of morning broke through the thin curtains of Daniel Carter's small studio apartment, it painted streaks of gold across the scuffed wooden floor. The room was modest yet cozy, a neatly made bed against one wall, a compact kitchenette nestled in the corner, and a desk cluttered with financial books and a second-hand tablet. The air carried a comforting blend of coffee grounds and lemon-scented cleaner. Daniel stirred beneath his sheets, blinking against the sunlight that beckoned him to rise. His alarm had gone off early today. The digital clock on his nightstand read 6:30 a.m. With a stretch and a yawn, he rolled out of bed and padded barefoot to the bathroom. The mirror reflected a man in his late 20s, messy brown hair still tousled from sleep, sharp green eyes sparkling with determination, and the faint shadow of stubble hinting at another busy day ahead. He brushed his teeth methodically, wincing slightly at the chill of minty foam before stepping into a quick shower that soothed the lingering tension in his shoulders. Breakfast was simple but satisfying: scrambled eggs, toast, and a steaming cup of black coffee. He savored each bite while standing by the window, watching as Neoluminara slowly awakened below. Neon signs flickered off as the sun climbed higher, and the distant hum of early morning traffic began to build like an orchestra tuning up for its grand performance. Today was significant. Today, he would open an account at Osborne International Bank. After dressing carefully in a pressed white shirt, dark slacks, and his only blazer, a navy blue one reserved for job interviews, he checked his reflection one last time. Adjusting his collar with precision, he grabbed his satchel before locking up behind him. Stepping outside felt electric. The city buzzed with life. Sidewalks bustled with commuters hurrying to work, while street vendors set up their carts amidst cyclists weaving through traffic like dancers on stage. He hailed a taxi that hummed to a stop at the curb. Osborne International Bank, downtown, he instructed the driver. As they merged into traffic, Daniel gazed out at skyscrapers towering overhead glass facades, reflecting golden rays from above while advertisements flickered across digital billboards. Some promoted luxury goods, others showcased Osborne Capital's latest investment opportunities. His fingers tapped restlessly against his knee as anticipation bubbled within him. Weeks spent researching banks had led him here, comparing interest rates and benefits until Osborne International stood out not just for its stellar reputation, even if it had just opened its doors months ago, but also for its innovative features tailored for people like him who craved growth. He needed this bank account more than ever. After years scraping by on freelance gigs and temporary contracts, steady work was finally within reach, and with it came stability. The taxi rolled to a stop in front of a towering glass and steel monolith that dominated the skyline of the financial district. The Osborne International Bank logo, a sleek silver emblem of interlocking circles, gleamed invitingly above the entrance. As Daniel stepped out, his shoes clicked rhythmically against the polished marble steps leading to the grand double doors. The building radiated power and precision, its architecture a harmonious blend of modern minimalism and timeless elegance. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he pushed through the doors. Inside, the lobby unfolded like a scene from a futuristic film, an expansive space with soaring ceilings and a floor so glossy that it reflected his image perfectly. A holographic chandelier floated overhead, casting soft waves of light that danced gently around him. To his left, self-service kiosks hummed quietly, their screens displaying options in multiple languages. To his right stood an impeccably dressed concierge desk ready to assist. What struck him most was the atmosphere, busy yet unhurried. Professionals in sharp suits moved purposefully while others lounged in plush waiting areas, sipping coffee from delicate porcelain cups as they reviewed documents on sleek tablets. The air was infused with subtle notes of leather and something crisp, perhaps mint or fresh linen. A receptionist, a woman with an inviting smile and a pin-straight blonde bob, greeted him as he approached. "Welcome to Osborne International. How can we assist you today?" "I'd like to open an account," Daniel replied, trying to keep his voice steady despite the excitement bubbling within him. "Excellent," she responded cheerfully, tapping something into her console. "Please take a seat in our waiting area. A relationship manager will be with you shortly." He nodded and settled into one of the luxurious leather chairs, sinking into its surprisingly comfortable embrace. A small tablet embedded in the side table lit up, offering refreshments: coffee, tea, water, and he selected black coffee. Moments later, a discreet server drone glided over and delivered it on a polished silver tray. "Mr. Carter," Daniel looked up to see Adrian Cole, a man clad in a tailored charcoal suit, extending his hand with confidence. "I'm Adrian Cole, your relationship manager. Pleasure to meet you." They shook hands firmly before Adrian gestured for him to follow. "Let's discuss your financial goals in one of our consultation rooms." Once inside the private room, a soundproof sanctuary dominated by an interactive table, the atmosphere shifted into focused professionalism. A holographic display flickered to life as they sat down, projecting the Osborne International logo before transitioning into a personalized welcome screen featuring Daniel's name. So Adrian began smoothly. "What brings you to Osborne International Bank today?" Daniel exhaled deeply before explaining his situation. "I need a bank that can grow with me. I've been freelancing for years, but am now transitioning into full-time work. I want stability, but also flexibility." Adrian smiled warmly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Then you've come to the right place." With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned a dazzling array of holographic menus that floated in midair, each one showcasing a unique service designed to transform the banking experience. First up, Adrian began, is our universal banking app your all-in-one solution for checking accounts, savings, loans, and even investments, accessible from any device, anywhere in the world. Next, he continued, we have our virtual advisors. They analyze your spending habits and suggest budgets while even predicting cash flow issues before they arise. Imagine having a financial crystal ball. And don't forget about our gamified savings rewards program. Earn ARN points just for saving money. Complete fun challenges like saving 503 months and unlock cashback or exclusive perks. Need funds quickly? Our instant loans with flexible repayment are here for you. Our advanced algorithms can approve loans in mere minutes. You can repay as you earn, with schedules tailored to fit your income. Daniel listened intently, captivated by the possibilities unfolding before him. This wasn't just banking, it was an entire financial ecosystem designed for modern life. As Adrian guided him through the digital paperwork on the interactive table, using fingerprint scans, facial recognition for security, and quick retinal verification, he felt a sense of excitement bubbling within him. Your account is now active, Adrian announced with satisfaction. You'll receive your biometric card within 3 days, but feel free to start using the app immediately. The soft hum of the holographic display filled the air as Daniel leaned closer, his fingers gliding over the edge of the interactive table. The Osborne logo shimmered at its center like a precious gem. Adrian Cole had just activated a full-scale demo of their universal banking app. A stunning projection of its interface hovered between them. Can you walk me through this? It feels so new, Daniel asked hesitantly. Adrian's smile widened as he replied confidently, absolutely. This, he said proudly as he gestured toward the interface, is where traditional banking ends and your financial future begins. Daniel's eyes lit up as he took in the sleek design, a minimalist layout bursting with hidden features. A constellation of icons orbited around a central dashboard representing various financial functions. Let me show you how it works, Adrian said enthusiastically while tapping into the air to expand what they called the unified dashboard. Suddenly, a real-time snapshot of a hypothetical account exploded onto the screen. In one corner was a dynamic pie chart breaking down spending categories like groceries and entertainment. At its center was a live feed displaying recent transactions, all expandable for more details. To the right was an eye-catching progress bar labeled Dream Vacation, 2,345,000. Adrian leaned in with a spark in his eyes. You can fully customize your widgets. He began dragging a vibrant net worth tracker module onto the dashboard. Pin what matters most to you: investments, bills, even your crypto holdings. Daniel's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, so you're telling me I won't have to jump between 6 different apps just to get the scoop on my money? Never again, Adrian nodded confidently. With a casual swipe, Adrian summoned a mesmerizing floating orb of blue light, the Nexa AI assistant. Hey Nexa, he said, show Daniel how you predict his November expenses. The orb pulsed with energy before projecting a holographic display. Based on your historical data, your spending in November is expected to increase by 12 due to holiday travel. Suggested action: start saving 150 Unicreds per week now to offset that. It learns your habits, Adrian explained. Forgotten a bill? Nexa will send you a reminder. Overdoing it on coffee. It might just give you a gentle nudge to rethink that latte. Daniel chuckled, scratching his head. I definitely could use that kind of help. Plus, cross-border transfers take less than 10 seconds, Adrian added with enthusiasm, and it's only a 0.8 fee. Compare that to competitors who hit you with 3 times that amount. That's unbelievable, Daniel exclaimed, taken aback. We prefer the word disruptive, Adrian replied with a knowing smile. Opening the Challenges tab, Adrian revealed a few intriguing options. Black Lotus Detox. Save 100 by skipping coffee shops for a month and earn 500 Nexus points. He continued, Roundup Warrior. Round up 50 transactions and unlock Gold Badge plus 5 Unicreds cashback. Points can be redeemed for gift cards, travel miles, or even reductions in loan interest, Adrian explained. It's like turning your financial discipline into rewards. Daniel's fingers practically danced over the screen as he grinned. I'd game this like a video. Exactly, Adrian responded, leaning closer. With biometrics, blockchain encryption, and instant fraud kill switches, your money is safer here than in a vault. He pulled up a demo profile with the robo-advisor screen analyzing risk tolerance, moderate. Suggested portfolio, 60 ETFs, 30 green bonds, 10 crypto. It even rebalances automatically, Adrian pointed out. You just sit back and watch your investment grow. How long is the approval time for a loan? Daniel asked, urgency lacing his voice. Just 97 seconds on average, Adrian said with a proud smile. 2 hours later, Daniel stepped back into the sunlight, his phone buzzing. A notification. Welcome to the Universal Banking app, Daniel. Your financial revolution starts now. He grinned. For the first time, money didn't feel like a chore. He opened the Universal Banking app on his phone. his new account balance 1,000 unicrids. His initial deposit glowed on the screen. Osborne Fashion Cosmetics Headquarters, Skyview Conference Room. The penthouse boardroom of Osborne Fashion Cosmetics was nothing short of breathtaking, with floor-to-ceiling windows framing a stunning view of Neo-Tokyo's dazzling skyline. Yet despite the beauty outside, the atmosphere inside was anything but serene. The tension in the air was palpable as Ashley Osborne, president of the company, stood at the head of a sleek obsidian conference table, her perfectly manicured nails rhythmically tapping against a tablet that displayed incriminating evidence. "This is the fourth time in 2 months," she declared, her voice as cold as ice. Her expression betrayed none of her usual confidence. Instead, it reflected frustration and determination. Behind her, side-by-side comparisons flickered on a screen, an exquisite evening gown designed by Osborne next to a nearly identical knockoff from Mirage Couture, priced at half the cost. At first, they at least tried to make it look different. Now, they're not even pretending anymore. Her cousins, Olivia and Bella, the CEOs of Osborne Luxury Apparel and Osborne Beauty respectively, exchanged worried glances. Around them sat 12 division heads, their backs stiffened and expressions ranging from fury to unease. Olivia leaned forward, her emerald green blazer contrasting sharply with the white leather chair beneath her. "It's not just Mirage," she said urgently. "Silverthread has copied 3 of our men's suiting patterns stitch for stitch. They're using cheaper fabrics, but the designs are unmistakable." She slammed a folder onto the table. "Legal says proving IP theft will take months. By then, these knockoffs will have flooded the market." Bella nervously twirled a strand of her platinum bob around her finger, a telltale sign of anxiety. "And it's not just apparel. Our new jasmine-infused serum, Celestial Skincare, launched there. Jasmine Dew, line just 2 weeks after we filed for our patent. Same active ingredients, different packaging." Ashley zoomed in on the screen behind her, highlighting pixel for pixel similarities between Osborne's signature perfume ads and those from a rival campaign. "They're data mining our focus groups," she asserted fiercely. "They probably bribed someone in marketing." Vance, head of security and a grizzled ex-intelligence officer, cleared his throat before speaking up cautiously. "President Osborne, we've traced leaks to 3 junior staffers, all recently paid off by shell companies linked to, let me guess." Ashley interrupted sharply with narrowed eyes. "The Vesta Group." A murmur rippled through the room at this revelation. The Vesta Group, a low-level conglomerate based in Orlina Prime, had been quietly absorbing smaller fashion houses for years despite its relatively modest size. Silence enveloped the conference room as everyone absorbed this news. Worried looks were exchanged all around. Olivia lifted her head, glancing at Ashley with a mix of curiosity and determination. "Big sis, what's our next move?" "Don't worry, I've already devised some countermeasures," Ashley replied confidently as she tapped her tablet. The screen flickered to life, revealing a flowchart titled Operation Silhouette. With a sly smile, she addressed the room. "We're hitting back in 3 ways." Nods of agreement rippled through the group as they absorbed Ashley's plan. Bella raised her hand eagerly. "I've filed injunctions against Celestial for trade secret theft. We're also pushing for a Senate hearing on cosmetic patent reform." With a smirk, Olivia chimed in. "We're fast-tracking the launch of our Eclipse collection, 50 new designs featuring hidden biometric tags woven into the seams. Let's see Mirage try to copy that before our lawyers raid their factories." Ashley's smile turned icy as she added, "We'll leak fake trend forecasts through compromised channels. Let Vesta waste millions chasing designs we'll never produce." Bella frowned thoughtfully. "That's reactive. We need to crush them." She pulled up a spreadsheet on her tablet. "I suggest we buy out their suppliers and freeze their raw materials." Olivia shook her head dismissively. "That's too slow. We should sabotage their flagship stores and replace their testers with expired products." Ashley raised her hand to silence them both. "No, we play the long game." She pulled up a dossier on Vesta's CEO and continued. "Lena Vesta has a weakness, her upcoming IPO. We short her stock before revealing the knockoffs. When shareholders realize half of her original designs are ours, it'll be curtains for her empire." A hush fell over the room as everyone processed Ashley's ruthless strategy. Olivia glanced at Ashley and muttered, "Now that's vicious." Just then, the doors to the Skyview conference room hissed open unexpectedly, interrupting Jessica mid-sentence about cosmetic supply chain vulnerabilities. All heads turned as Arthur strode in dramatically, his black overcoat billowing behind him like a cape. The rich scent of his expensive cologne cut through the floral perfumes that filled the room. "Cousin," Ashley exclaimed as her eyes lit up upon seeing Arthur. All traces of coldness vanished from her demeanor as she broke into a warm smile. Olivia and Bella mirrored her enthusiasm. Arthur smiled back at them before acknowledging the other executives in the room with a nod. Ashley waved dismissively at them, saying cheerfully, "The meeting is adjourned. You can return to your work." With that command, everyone except Olivia and Bella stood up and left. Arthur pulled up a chair and casually rested his legs on the table while Olivia hurried off to pour him a glass of red wine. "Cousin, what really brought you here?" Olivia exclaimed, handing Arthur a glass of rich red wine. Arthur took a sip and replied with a casual shrug, "I was bored, so I thought I'd check in on you guys. Looks like you have quite the workload." As he said this, his keen eyes scanned the screens displaying Operation Silhouette, a faint smile creeping across his face. Don't even get me started," Bella sighed dramatically. "The designs and recipes you shared with us were initially a hit. We were thriving and even planning our own collection. But now, these shameless fashion companies are just copying our designs." She pouted at Arthur, frustration evident in her expression. "Right, it's infuriating," Olivia chimed in, her eyes sparkling with indignation. Arthur was quite speechless as he looked at both of them. Just moments ago, they had been all business, cool and collected, but now they were acting like little girls who felt wronged. The contrast was striking. Shaking his head slightly, Arthur turned to Ashley and remarked, "Your plan is solid, I'll give you that, but you're missing three crucial elements." He pointed to Jennifer Vesta's dossier on the table. Ashley looked intrigued as she asked, "What do you mean?" He stood up and walked over to the screens where he pulled up Vesta's private jet logs. 2. Lena has been shuttling between Kingston and Zurich for a reason, not just stealing your designs, but also securing emergency liquidity. Ashley clenched her tablet tightly as she pressed for more information. And the third, Arthur flashed a knowing smile that wasn't exactly comforting. "You haven't fully utilized your biggest advantage." He nodded toward Bella. "Tell them what Celestial Skincare's, Jasmine Dew, is missing." Jessica blinked in confusion before stammering out, "The stabilizing agent, our patent pending." "Exactly," Arthur affirmed as he displayed a chemical formula on the screen. "Without it, their serum oxidizes within days, turning into an unappealing shade of sewage brown." He tossed his phone onto the table with purpose. "Leak that info to every influencer who matters. Let Vesta's customers scream about rancid skincare while you short sell their stock." Silence enveloped the room until Ashley exhaled sharply through her nose and asked incredulously, "Cousin, when did you become so terrifying?" Arthur adjusted his cufflinks with a smirk and replied playfully, "I'll take that as a thank you." With Arthur highlighting some critical flaws in their plan, Ashley and her team sprang into action. That very day, Bella's crew burned the midnight oil. By dawn, they had distributed 1,200 anonymous samples of Celestial's serum, manipulated to speed up oxidation, into the hands of top beauty vloggers. The first video went live at 9:00 a.m. with the catchy title, "Guys, my face after Celestial's, Jasmine Dew, expired on my shelf." The clip featured a horrified influencer scrubbing brown sludge off her cheeks and went viral in just 12 minutes. As 2 weeks flew by, Ashley and her team didn't let up on their countermeasures. Especially Ashley, her brokers were busy short-selling Vita Group shares. Inside a bustling trading room filled with massive screens flashing red numbers, she watched as Vesta's shares plummeted 18 within the first hour. Her brokers capitalized on every dip, amplifying the crash. By month's end, Jennifer Vesta was forced to halt trading, but it was too little, too late. At 3:00 p.m., Olivia's leaked trend forecasts hit the dark web like wildfire. By 5:00 p.m., Mirage Couture's factories were scrambling to produce a non-existent neon Victorian collection, a frantic attempt to keep up with the chaos. Ashley made her final move at midnight on the last day of the month. A press release announcing Osborne Fashion's groundbreaking, self-destruct fabric, a patented material that dissolves upon illegal duplication. The demo video showcased a Mirage knockoff disintegrating in a washing machine. It was fake but created real panic. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Vesta Group's penthouse office. Stock tickers flashed red across every screen as phones rang unanswered. Jennifer Vesta, the once undisputed queen of fashion's underbelly, stood before floor-to-ceiling windows, her reflection shattered like her empire. "The Blackstone Consortium," she asked coolly, though tension crackled in her voice. Her CFO swallowed hard before stammering out an answer. "They've liquidated their position. All of it." A champagne flute shattered against the wall. Jennifer's private line rang just once before the Rothschild liaison picked up. No greeting, just chilling silence. "You promised backing," Jennifer hissed through clenched teeth. "We promised returns," came the crisp reply laced with Swiss precision. "Your incompetence turned our investment into pulp. You couldn't even manage a small company established mere months ago. The Jasmine Dew fiasco alone cost us. I can fix this." Jennifer's knuckles turned white as she gripped her phone tightly. Press conference: "New designs will sue Osborne for defamation." A dry chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. "You'll do nothing. The consortium has severed all ties, effective immediately." The line went dead. Jennifer stared at her phone, disbelief washing over her. Taking a deep breath, she dialed another number. "Mirage, Silver Thread, Celestial, emergency meeting in 1 hour." The conference room at the Grand Skylight Hotel felt cold and empty. Out of the 12 CEOs Jennifer had summoned, only 5 showed up, and none dared to meet her gaze. Mirage's founder broke the silence first, his voice dripping with disdain. We're pulling our fall collection. There's too much overlap with Osborne's self-destruct line. He spat those last words like venom. You coward, Jennifer shot back, anger bubbling beneath her skin. Those patents are nonsense. Ashley Osborne bluffed and you lost. Celestial's CEO slammed his palms on the table, frustration radiating off him. My factories are filled with expired product. My retailers want refunds. Do you even understand what brown sludge does to a brand's reputation? Just then, Jennifer's phone buzzed, a notification that sent chills down her spine. Vesta Group stock suspended from trading pending bankruptcy review. The room emptied in seconds. Meanwhile, Ashley watched the live feeds from her office while sipping on Darjeeling tea. Olivia lounged on the sofa, grinning as financial analysts picked apart Vesta's downfall on every channel. Too easy, Emily chimed in with a smirk. Ashley rolled her eyes at Olivia and said, it might seem easy now, but without cousin help. Do you really think we could have taken down someone as powerful as Jennifer? Olivia pouted playfully at Ashley but couldn't hide her grin. Bella scrolled through Celestial's fire sale inventory and exclaimed, we should buy their labs, the equipment alone is worth. Suddenly there was a knock before Arthur entered the room with a smirk plastered across his face. Looks like you guys are having fun, he said cheerfully. Of course, we have to celebrate, Olivia replied proudly. This is our first real enemy we've defeated. You think this is an enemy? Arthur shot her a disdainful glance. Why don't you go ask your cousin Edward what kind of enemies he's really up against? That'll give you a taste of the real deal. Olivia was momentarily taken aback by Arthur's words. Come on, cousin, isn't the Vesta Group a formidable foe? They've been entrenched in Aurelian Prime for decades, while we've only just set up shop a few months ago. I'd say we're doing pretty well. Arthur merely shook his head and tossed a file onto Ashley's desk with a flourish. Here's Jennifer's flight manifest. She's headed to Jakarta. Ashley raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is she running away? More like bargaining, Arthur replied with a smirk. She's meeting with the Surya Group tomorrow. They're blissfully unaware of. He tapped the file meaningfully. Bella snatched it up, flipping through the pages quickly. Oh my goodness, she falsified clinical trials. Arthur grinned, clearly pleased with himself. I dug a little deeper and sent this straight to the FDA. By the time her plane lands, Jakarta will have her deported. Ashley lifted her teacup in celebration. To family, the cousins clinked their glasses together as they watched Jennifer Vesta's face crumble under the weight of her impending downfall on screen. The glass doors of the Osborne Holdings Executive Conference Hall slid open with a near-silent hiss, unveiling a vast space that felt more like a throne room than a typical corporate meeting area. A colossal obsidian table spanned the length of the hall, its surface polished to such a mirror-like sheen that it reflected the vaulted ceiling soaring 50 feet above. Holographic projectors hummed softly along the walls, casting the Osborne sigil, a silver phoenix encircled by 9 stars, into midair where it rotated gracefully. At the head of this impressive table sat Arthur, his fingers steepled and sharp blue eyes scanning the room as various presidents of the Osborne Empire filed in. Dressed in a tailored black suit with no tie and an undone top button, he exuded an air of calculated control rather than carelessness. To his right was Margaret, the iron-willed matriarch of Osborne Holdings, adjusting her reading glasses while her silver-streaked hair was pulled back into a severe bun. To his left sat Julian from Osborne Technology, casually spinning a prototype neural chip between his fingers like it was just another coin. One by one, other leaders took their seats. Nathaniel from Real Estate, Richard from Supply Chain, Emily from Media, Ashley from Fashion, and brothers Edward and William from Mining among others, the elite circle driving the resurgence of the Osborne legacy. As Arthur surveyed those gathered around him, emotions flickered in his eyes. It had been almost a year since he found himself transmigrated into this world, a bewildering experience at first that felt utterly unscientific. The weight of leading a family on the brink of bankruptcy had been daunting. Anyone else in his position would have felt just as uneasy. Shaking off those thoughts with a slight nod to himself, Arthur cleared his throat. Instantly, silence fell over the room as all eyes turned toward him. Everyone, he began with conviction. Just months ago, our family was teetering on bankruptcy and drowning in debt. But look at us now. We've turned things around dramatically. We've not only survived, but thrived. This success is truly due to each one of you. With renewed energy filling the room, he continued, as we approach year-end evaluations, it's time for annual reports. Uncle Julian, why don't you kick things off? Julian stood up with an easy smile for everyone before diving straight into business mode. With a swift motion of his hand, he activated the table's central holographic display, summoning an expansive financial dashboard hovering above its obsidian surface. Julian stood up, a confident smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the room. Without wasting any time, he dove straight into the heart of the matter. With a swift swipe of his hand, he activated the table's central holographic display, conjuring a massive financial dashboard that floated above the sleek obsidian surface. Let's talk about Osborne technology, he began, his voice brimming with quiet satisfaction, like a captain who had just conquered uncharted waters. Though we were only established a few months ago, we've made remarkable strides in that short time. He expanded the first data cluster, revealing a stunning 3D render of the Spectra S phone, a sleek, obsidian black device boasting an almost bezel-less holographic display. Launch date: 5 months ago, Julian announced proudly. Profit margin: a staggering 70. With another tap, sales figures cascaded across the display like confetti at a celebration. Total units sold: 287 million. A ripple of astonishment swept through the audience. In a world of 100 billion people, that was an impressive market penetration in such little time. Revenue from Spectra S alone stands at an eye-watering 1.148 trillion unicrids, Julian continued, his smirk widening. And net profit: a cool 803.6 billion unicrids. He paused for effect before adding with flair, for context, that's more than Pantera's entire mobile division made last month. Arthur leaned forward and tapped once against the table, curiosity etched on his face. What about our market share? Julian swiped again this time. A pie chart materialized on screen. Osborne captured 34 of the Aurelian Federation's premium smartphone market and 2 of Pantera's market share. We overtook Vexcorp in just 3 months, he declared confidently. By Q1 next year, we'll be sitting pretty at 50 in Aurelian Federation and aiming for 5 in Pantera. Next came a dynamic cutaway animation showcasing their revolutionary battery technology. Adoption rate: an impressive 92 among all major OEMs, Julian explained enthusiastically. Units shipped: a whopping 1.4 billion. Revenue generated: 42 billion unicrids. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he added, but here's where it gets interesting. Every Spectra S sold locks those manufacturers into our ecosystem. Want our battery? They play by our rules. The hologram shifted again to reveal their thumbnail-sized processor. We've secured flagship contracts with 7 of the top 10 tech firms, 640 million units shipped at an average price of 85 unicrids per chip. Leaning forward with palpable enthusiasm, he concluded, total revenue from this venture alone is projected at 54.4 billion unicrids, and we've just inked an exclusive deal with the Eastern Dominion's military next-gen drones. Total Osborne Tech revenue this year: 2.1 trillion. Profit: 1.47 trillion. Julian sat back with a smile and said, next year's target: 5 trillion. The room was silent for a beat, then Margaret slowly began to applaud. One by one the others joined. Good, good, good. Arthur also clapped, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. A few moments later, the applause faded as Arthur turned to Nathaniel with a grin. All right, second uncle, you're up next. The conference room fell into an expectant hush as Nathaniel stood and approached the obsidian table. Unlike Julian's flashy holograms that dazzled the eye, Nathaniel opted for a more grounded approach. He placed a thick folder on the table and flipped it open, revealing an array of blueprints, land surveys, and progress reports. Good afternoon, everyone, he began, his voice calm and authoritative. Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group has been entrusted with the largest government infrastructure project in Pantera's history, developing a staggering 1.08 million square kilometers of land. Our mission: to construct roads, bridges, utilities, and foundational work that will transform this raw territory into vibrant, functional communities. He slid a detailed progress report across the table for all to see. As of today, we are at 68 completion, he continued confidently. By next June, we will have this project wrapped up. Nathaniel then flipped through another set of documents as he elaborated on various indicators and milestones in construction. The room was captivated, every ear was tuned into his insights. Moments later, he produced another set of documents with enthusiasm. And right at the heart of this expansive government land lies our crown jewel, a 10,000 square kilometer parcel destined to become the Osborne Grand Blue Pearl Plaza. This will be a super mega-scale commercial and economic hub like nothing the Aurelian Federation has ever witnessed. With that declaration, he laid out stunning plans and blueprints for the commercial plaza while explaining its anticipated impact on local commerce. After wrapping up his presentation with flair, Arthur leaned forward eagerly. What's the current status of the commercial plaza? He asked. Nathaniel replied without missing a beat. We're currently at 45 completion. Just like our government project timeline, both will be finished by next June. Fantastic. Arthur nodded approvingly. While Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group hadn't generated revenue yet this year, a common reality in real estate, he felt optimistic about what lay ahead. After all, real estate often has long revenue cycles. Arthur firmly believed that by next year, they would start seeing significant returns. Nathaniel glanced around the room, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he waved his hand over the holographic table. Instantly, vibrant screens lit up, showcasing a wealth of data. All right, everyone, While Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group may not have seen profits this year, I assure you that next year is going to be a game changer, Nathaniel declared confidently, gesturing towards the dazzling displays. Let's dive into our ambitious targets for the upcoming year. He made eye contact with each person in the room before continuing. We're gearing up to build luxurious mansions, stunning villas, gated communities, and high-end living apartments all across the country. With a swift swipe of his hand across the holographic screen, he added, once we launch the Grand Plaza by June next year, our focus will shift to expanding our residential offerings. First on our agenda, Osborne Estates, an exclusive collection of ultra-luxury mansions featuring 500 custom-built villas ranging from 1 to 5 acres in every major first- and second-tier city. Think private security, underground garages, and smart home automation, our target buyers. Billionaires, corporate elites, and influential political figures. He paused for effect before unveiling more exciting plans. Next up, Skyview Towers will introduce 20,000 high-end apartments equipped with rooftop gardens and infinity pools. Each unit will come with private concierge services and will be priced at a cool 5 million unicrids and up. And let's not forget about our waterfront residences, exclusive lakeside and coastal properties complete with private docks, beach access, and helipads. Projected revenue from these first-phase sales, a staggering 12 trillion unicrids. Nathaniel scanned the room. Once more a smile crept onto his face as he noticed everyone captivated by his vision for the future. The conference room settled into a hushed anticipation as Xavier Wellington, the president of Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group, adjusted his glasses and rose to present his report. With the quiet precision of a seasoned surgeon, Xavier exuded confidence. His tailored navy suit was immaculate, salt and pepper hair slicked back neatly, and sharp green eyes that seemed to absorb every detail in the room. Arthur leaned back in his chair, gesturing for Xavier to begin. Let's hear how our medical division is performing, Xavier. With a tap on the table, various data points illuminated the holographic screens around them. I'll kick things off with our flagship product, the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod. The screens displayed stunning 3D schematics of the sleek oval-shaped pod that had transformed skin reconstruction globally. Current sales stand at an impressive 18.7 million units worldwide, Elias reported calmly. At our standard price of 42 million unicrids per unit, that's a staggering 785.4 trillion unicrids in revenue with a robust profit margin of 74% after production and distribution costs. Margaret paused mid-note. What's fueling this sustained demand? Xavier zoomed in on different hospital installations across the globe as he answered confidently. There are 3 key factors. First, we face zero competition. No other technology can rival our results. Second, we've expanded our approved applications from burn treatment to cosmetic reconstruction. And third, he pointed to a military field hospital image on screen, our recent contracts with the Department of Defense for battlefield deployment. Arthur leaned forward slightly. And what about production capacity? We've ramped up operations to 12 manufacturing facilities across 6 countries, Elias replied smoothly. Our current output is 3.2 million units per month with plans to double that by next fiscal year. He pulled up new data highlighting their success in the Aurelian Federation. They now hold an astonishing 87% market share in skin reconstruction. Julian let out a soft whistle as a smile crept onto his face. That's complete domination. Xavier allowed himself a small nod of satisfaction. Indeed, our nearest competitor, Voss Keller Pharmaceuticals, has seen their market share plummet from 38 to just 6 over the past 8 months. Arthur took a slow sip from his drink before asking thoughtfully, I trust they haven't taken this lying down. A rare smirk crossed Xavier's usually impassive face. They tried developing a competing unit priced at 30 million unicrids, but it didn't go well for them. 11 class action lawsuits later, they've withdrawn it entirely. Laughter rippled through the room before Xavier moved on smoothly to his next topic. Now let's talk about our VitaCore Emerald Liquid, the future of medicine and finance, a glimpse into innovation. As the display flickered to life, showcasing a mesmerizing green solution across various medical settings, the atmosphere in the room buzzed with anticipation. At 2 million unicrids per liter, we've already shipped 62 million liters globally. This product is even more sought after than the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, Elias exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Military contracts alone account for nearly 40% of our sales, with the Lantier Union snapping up an impressive 8 million liters. Nathaniel raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Any production challenges with that kind of volume? We're on track, Xavier replied confidently. We've broken ground on a dedicated facility in the Titan Reach zone within the Lantier Union. Once it's completed next quarter, it will triple our current output. He scrolled through data on his tablet. Efficacy remains at an astonishing 99.997, and those minor allergic reactions we initially encountered, completely eliminated in our latest formulation. Ashley leaned forward, her designer glasses reflecting the screen's glow like a beacon of insight. What about consumer-grade products? I'm particularly interested in the Nanogel M1 Quick Patch. Richard frowned at his tablet, skepticism creeping in. That seems counterintuitive. Not really, Elias explained patiently. We're shipping these by cargo freighter, loads to hospitals, schools, and workplaces all over not just here but globally. Our manufacturing process is so streamlined now that our per-unit cost is barely 126 unicrids. Arthur set down his glass with a deliberate clink and asked, "And what about competition?" Xavier's expression turned serious as he replied, "We've logged 112 attempted reverse engineering efforts, along with 29 sabotage attempts and 17 cases of corporate espionage just this past quarter." Margaret narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "That's quite brazen." "Desperation," Xavier corrected firmly. "When faced with technology that's 5 years ahead of anything else on the market, some firms will resort to anything." He tapped his tablet to bring up security footage from a lab break-in. "But we've handled each incident decisively. Our counterintelligence protocols have proven exceptionally effective." "Good," Arthur nodded while drumming his fingers on the table. Xavier smiled slightly before continuing. "Notably, both Gentek and Voskeller have quietly shut down their competing research programs in these areas." A satisfied silence enveloped the room as Arthur studied reports intently before speaking again. "Xavier," he said finally, "you've built something remarkable here. What's your next move?" Xavier didn't miss a beat. "3 initiatives," he replied confidently. "First, we're expanding AMHP9 applications to include organ scar tissue reduction. Second, we're developing a battlefield version of the VitaCore solution that doesn't require refrigeration combined with the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod. The effects will be groundbreaking." And third, he tapped his tablet, bringing up an intricate molecular diagram. "We're in the final testing phases for what we're calling the Phoenix Protocol, a complete cellular regeneration treatment. This technology you provided us is nearing the research stage." Julian's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. "You're joking." He wasn't alone. Shock rippled through the room as everyone turned wide-eyed toward Arthur and Xavier. "We never joke about medical breakthroughs," Elias interjected dryly. "Initial trials show promise in reversing age-related cellular degradation. The implications are significant." Arthur's gaze sharpened with curiosity. "Human trials, 9 months out," Elias confirmed. "The ethical considerations alone will require careful navigation." Margaret leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "And what about profit potential?" Xavier allowed himself a small smile. "If even half our projections hold, we could add another 0 to our annual revenue figures." A heavy silence enveloped the room as they absorbed that statement's weight. Arthur leaned back in his chair, satisfaction washing over him, though deep down, his heart raced with exhilaration at just how lucrative the pharmaceutical industry could be. "Damn, that's a lot of money," Arthur muttered under his breath. He quickly gestured for Xavier to continue. Xavier nodded appreciatively and transitioned smoothly into his final slides, detailed breakdowns of regional sales, production timelines, and plans for expanding their research facilities. His voice remained steady and precise throughout each fact, delivered with clinical accuracy. As he wrapped up his presentation, glances exchanged among those present hinted at a shared realization. What had started as a modest pharmaceutical arm had transformed into one of the most profitable segments of the Osborne Empire in less than a year. Arthur set down his glass decisively. "Excellent work, Xavier. Keep me updated on Phoenix Protocol developments." Xavier gave a curt nod and replied lightly, "Of course." As he took his seat again, conversation resumed around the table, but now it buzzed with newfound respect for their medical division. It was no longer just another business unit. It had become potentially the future of the entire Osborne Empire. Arthur paused thoughtfully before turning to Philip with an encouraging smile. "Uncle Philip, it's your turn. Let's hear how our financial empire is doing." He turned to Philip and said with a grin, "All right, Uncle Philip, it's your time to shine. Let's see how our financial empire is faring." Philip returned the smile, cleared his throat, and stood up. The moment he rose from his seat, the atmosphere in the conference room transformed. Philip exuded the quiet intensity of a chess grandmaster, his tailored gray suit crisp and immaculate, sharp eyes scanning the room like an eagle surveying its territory. He placed a sleek tablet on the table, its surface alive with streaming financial data. With a slight nod to everyone present, Philip began speaking in his calm and precise manner. "Osborne Capital Group has been operational for 8 months now. In that time frame, we've established 12 subsidiaries, each one dominating its respective sector." As he tapped his tablet, holographic screens illuminated with cascading charts and graphs that seemed to dance before their eyes. The first display showcased a global map pulsing with real-time account openings. "We've opened 100 million new accounts across 30 countries," he stated confidently. "That's an average of 519,000 accounts per day." Retail banking makes up 87 of these accounts, while business accounts account for 25, and ultra-high net worth clients represent 10. Arthur raised an eyebrow curiously and asked, "What about retention rates?" 94%, Philip replied smoothly. "Our AI-driven financial coaching has proven particularly effective among younger demographics. 62 of our new account holders are under 35. Leaning forward slightly in interest, Arthur pressed on. "And deposits?" 10 trillion Unicryds, Philip responded without missing a beat. Of that amount, 520 billion was poached from competitors. Julian smirked at this revelation and chimed in playfully, "I bet they weren't too happy about that." Philip maintained his neutral expression as he replied matter-of-factly, "Their displeasure is irrelevant to us. Our instant loan approvals, 800 billion issued at an average processing time of just 97 seconds, have made us the go-to lender for small businesses." The display shifted to showcase timelines of mergers and acquisitions. In fact, Philip continued seamlessly, "We've advised on 17 major deals in just the past quarter alone. The total transaction value, a staggering 4.8 trillion Unicryds. Our proprietary trading desk has outperformed market benchmarks by an impressive 22. Nathaniel crossed his arms skeptically and asked, "Have you faced any pushback from the old guard?" "Some initial resistance," Philip admitted candidly. "But after we structured the Vane Corp buyout in just 48 hours, a deal that had stalled for months, the industry took notice." A new chart popped up on the screen, showcasing the impressive growth of Osborne Asset Management. Assets under management, a staggering 9.7 trillion Unicryds, Philip announced with a grin. "Our algorithmic funds have consistently outperformed, especially in those nail-biting volatile markets. Just look at our flagship Osborne Alpha Fund, it's soaring with a remarkable 38% increase year to date." Emily tilted her head, curiosity piqued. "But how much of that is our own capital?" "Only 20%, Philip replied confidently. "The rest? That's all client money. Think pensions, sovereign wealth funds, and even competitors who trust us to park their cash." As he spoke, the screen transitioned to an eye-catching dashboard filled with private client portfolios. While 4% of OIB's accounts might be ultra-high net worth individuals, Philip explained, "Here at Osborne, that's our bread and butter. We only handle accounts with a minimum size of 100 million Unicryds. And get this, the average portfolio has grown by an impressive 17 in just 8 months. Ashley whistled in disbelief. "And how many clients are we talking about?" 12,000, Philip said proudly. Collectively, they control a whopping 6 trillion in liquid assets. Next up was claims and underwriting data that Philip pulled up effortlessly. "We've written premiums totaling 890 billion, he continued. "And check this out, the payout ratio stands at just 42, which is the lowest in the industry. Our predictive models have slashed fraudulent claims by an astonishing 76. Richard frowned slightly. "That sounds almost too efficient." "Efficiency," Philip corrected him with a smile, "is precisely what we aim for." The display then shifted to real-time commodity flows. "We now command 4 of the Aurelian Federation metals trade and hold 3 of energy futures," Philip shared enthusiastically. "Our AI-driven arbitrage systems capitalize on micro-inefficiencies that even the exchanges overlook." Edward leaned forward, intrigued. "What are our profit margins looking like?" 23% on physical commodities and 41% on derivatives, Philip replied without missing a beat. Finally, the last chart revealed their real estate holdings. "In total, we've got 87 billion tied up in income-producing properties," Philip summarized succinctly. "Everything from office towers to logistics hubs and luxury residences, all leveraged at prudent ratios." After Philip wrapped up his reports, the conference room fell into a hush as Emily stood up. Unlike her colleagues, she wasn't burdened with tablets or folders, just a small remote in her hand. With a swift press of a button, the far wall transformed into a massive screen, casting a soft glow over the room. It displayed the haunting final moments of Titanic, frozen just as the ship sank beneath the waves. Arthur leaned back in his chair, a knowing smile creeping across his face. "Let's hear it." Emily nodded seriously and began. "Osborne Media and Entertainment Group was established just 8 months ago," her voice steady and confident. "And we've made remarkable progress during this time." With a wave of her hand, holographic screens flickered to life. The display shifted to a global map, adorned with gold outlines of continents pulsing with vibrant revenue streams. "Let's start with Titanic." Screen zoomed in on Aurelia, where an astonishing figure of 2.85 billion Unicryds hovered above it like an enticing prize. "During opening week alone, we grossed 10 billion Unicryds worldwide," Emily announced proudly. "And 5 months later, we're still in theaters. Our current total stands at an incredible 28.7 billion Unicryds." Nathaniel let out a low whistle under his breath. That's more than the entire Aurelian film industry made in the last 3 months. Emily nodded affirmatively. Exactly, and it shows no signs of slowing down. Theaters in the Ice Plains are still running midnight showings. The High Chieftain attended one premiere and reportedly shed tears. Now that kind of publicity, absolutely priceless. She clicked again, revealing another slide, a breakdown of ancillary revenue. Merchandising alone raked in 5 billion unicrids. Just think about it. We sold 40 million replica necklaces. We even licensed the infamous door theory debate to 3 universities for academic studies. Oh, and there were 27 marriage proposals during screenings, and amusingly enough, 3 divorces directly blamed on arguments over whether Jack could have fit on that door. That works. Ashley gasped in disbelief as she processed Emily's words. You're kidding me. Emily remained unflappable. I don't joke about revenue. Arthur tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table before asking what's next. An extended theatrical run, Emily replied confidently. We have plans for a director's cut release next quarter, and she added with enthusiasm, we're developing Titanic, the musical. Pre-sales have already hit 800 million unicrids. Margaret raised an eyebrow skeptically and asked, a musical? Emily smirked slightly. People love to cry in public, we're just giving them an excuse. The screen flickered to life, revealing the vibrant Harmonix interface, alive with real-time user data that pulsed like a heartbeat. Can you believe it's been 8 months since our launch? Emily began, her excitement palpable. We've hit 6 billion downloads and boast 2 billion monthly active users, and our retention rate, a jaw-dropping 78. Just for comparison, the industry average hovers around 42. Julian leaned in, curiosity etched on his face. How did you pull that off? Emily smiled knowingly. 2 key factors, she explained. First up, the music. We didn't just throw out My Heart Will Go On and call it a day. No way. We released 30 original tracks in just 3 months. Bad Guy racked up 3 billion streams. And Despacito, a song in a language most of our users had never even heard before, hit an astonishing 1.9 billion. With a click, a graph showcasing explosive subscription growth lit up the screen. And then there's the algorithm, she continued enthusiastically. Our AI doesn't merely recommend songs, it anticipates what users will adore before they even realize it themselves. It's like the app can read their souls. Premium subscriptions, a staggering 630 million. Our ad revenue has skyrocketed by 320, leading to a projected annual profit of 200 billion unicrids. Richard, always the skeptic, furrowed his brow. What about the competition? Emily's smile widened slightly as she replied, Oh, Webtoon Entertainment just launched an antitrust lawsuit against us last week. Their CEO held a press conference claiming we're killing creativity. She clicked again, revealing security footage of Webtoon's chairman aboard a private jet, indulging in some very questionable activities on a gold-plated tablet. Funny coincidence, Emily said dryly. We've managed to acquire 18 of their stock through shell companies. Arthur chuckled softly at this revelation and remarked, That's quite efficient. Suddenly, gameplay footage burst onto the screen, a massive esports match with 80,000 fans roaring as 2 teams battled in a dazzling neon-lit arena. We now have 986 million registered players worldwide, Emily announced proudly. And get this, 22 billion in microtransactions over just the last 3 months. The World Championship sold out in an incredible 37 seconds. Edward whistled appreciatively. What's next? Merchandising. Even better. Emily clicked to reveal her next slide, a virtual concert where holographic performers danced atop the game's battlefield in perfect sync with each in-game kill. We're merging Harmonix with League of Legends. Imagine this, skins that unlock exclusive tracks and concerts where every kill triggers an electrifying new beat. We've already signed 5 top artists for live in-game performances. Oscar couldn't help but grin. That's diabolical, Emily shot back with a smirk. Diabolical. More like a genius move worth 20 trillion unicrids over the next 5 years. But just as excitement filled the air, the screen flickered and darkened, replaced by a stark security alert. 3 cyberattacks last week, Emily reported, her tone serious. We traced them back to Webtoon's pet hackers and something more sinister, a shell corporation called White Noise, their tech almost military grade. Arthur's gaze held steady on Emily as he flashed a knowing smile. So how are you handling it? With unwavering confidence, she replied, Our technical team has been tracking their servers diligently, and when we find them, her voice was resolute, we'll dismantle their entire operation, no mercy. A moment of silence hung between them before Arthur nodded approvingly. Good. The conference room lights dimmed, casting a focused spotlight on Richard, Arthur's third uncle and the commanding force behind the Osborne supply chain group. With military precision, he rose from his seat, exuding an air of authority that demanded attention. Arthur leaned forward with a grin. Uncle Richard, let's hear how you've been moving the world. With a wave of his hand, Richard activated the holographic screens. Dense data flickered to life, illuminating the room with insights that were nothing short of impressive. Our supply chain group operates across three key verticals: logistics infrastructure, inventory AI, and last-mile delivery. As of this quarter, we have 142 global distribution hubs. New additions include Port Cyanide, Titan Reach, and even the Arctic Circle node. Richard continued with confidence. We boast an autonomous freight fleet comprising 28,000 drones, 12,000 driving trucks, and 9 cargo airships. Our inventory accuracy, an astounding 99.998. The industry average hovers around just 92. He paused for effect before revealing more numbers. Our on-time delivery rate stands at 70.2. Margaret raised an eyebrow inquisitively. What about disruptions? Richard replied dryly, 17 attempted hacks on our navigation systems. A smirk crept onto his face as he added, we fed them false data. Last we checked, 3 competing freight companies were sending trucks into the Aurelian Desert searching for a phantom warehouse. Laughter erupted around the table. Arthur nodded in approval. Efficient indeed. As Richard settled back into his chair with a satisfied smile, Lucas Fairchild, a charismatic 35-year-old former mixologist whom Arthur had recruited from the system's talent mall, sprang to his feet like a burst of energy himself. Where Richard was all steel cables and spreadsheets, Lucas was liquid nitrogen cocktails and viral marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucas winked playfully, earning eye rolls from some. Let's dive into the hydration revolution. With a flick of his wrist, the table transformed into a glowing showcase featuring 3 sleek cans. Ignition X Energy Drink, sales, 340 million cases. Key feature, neural boosting nootropics, 12-hour focus without crash, market share. Captured 3 of Aurelian Federation's energy sector, dethroned 20 low-level energy drink brands in just 11 weeks. Starlight Soft Drink, sales, 590 million cases. Hook glows under UV light, club phenomenon, profit margin, 79, cheaper to produce than water in some regions, lunar. Caffeinated sparkling water, sales, 220 million cases. Gimmick mood-enhancing terpenes, calms while energizing, VIP fans. 3 Aurelian senators spotted drinking it during budget debates. Lucas dropped his playful tone and shared some exciting news. Our total beverage division revenue is soaring at 22.56 trillion, and guess what? We're projecting a staggering 300 growth next year once we launch in Nocti's war zones. He flashed a confident grin. Nothing sells quite like, approved by Osborne Troops branding. More golden tickets, please. And oh, Power Stones also. Let's get a ranking in the golden tickets ranking. After Lucas wrapped up his reports, the heads of various industries under the Osborne family eagerly took their turns to share their updates. For the past 3 hours, Edward, Ashley, George, and others stood up one by one, detailing their progress. At the head of the table sat Arthur, intently listening to each report. A smile crept across his face. He was genuinely thrilled with how far they had come. In just 8 to 11 months, these industries were already generating impressive revenue. As the final division head concluded their presentation, a hush fell over the boardroom of Osborne Holdings. The holographic screens that had been floating around the table flickered out, leaving an air of anticipation hanging in the room. All eyes turned to Arthur. With a nod of acknowledgement, he glanced at his first Aunt Margaret. She beamed at everyone before rising to address them all. It's hard to believe it's been just 8 to 11 months since Osborne Holdings was established. She began with a calm authority that commanded attention. In this short time, we've made remarkable strides across our selected industries and achieved a notable foothold in the market. Margaret tapped on the table and summoned holographic screens filled with dazzling financial data that illuminated the room like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Together, she announced proudly, our industries have amassed a staggering total consolidated revenue of 3 quadrillion unicrids. Gasps echoed through the boardroom as shock washed over everyone present. Even Arthur raised his eyebrows in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated such astronomical figures. With a warm smile that radiated confidence, Margaret continued, after transferring 90 to holdings as required, we have 300 billion unicrids remaining for subsidiary operations. This will be allocated as follows. Her gaze swept across the room, lingering on each person as she began. All right, everyone, let's dive into the budget for next year's development across all the industries you oversee. Just a heads up, the repayment will be deducted during our annual meeting. Margaret scanned the room again, noticing how her words resonated across the conference room. A mix of anticipation and nerves flickered in their eyes as they awaited news about their allocations. Who wouldn't feel a bit anxious when it comes to funding? This is next year's budget. 1 Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group, 60 billion unicrids. Primary focus, accelerate Phoenix Protocol human trials. Secondary, expand AMHP9 production scale and dominate skin reconstructive markets. 2. Osborne technology 50 billion unicrids. Primary focus, boost Spectra S2 smartphone production and capture half of Aurelian Federation's market. 3. Osborne real estate construction 40 billion unicrids. Primary focus, complete Grand Blue Pearl Plaza and tackle government projects. 4. Osborne Restaurant Group 10 billion unicrids. Primary focus, open more restaurant branches nationally and expand into 2 new countries. 5. Osborne Capital 30 billion unicrids. Primary focus, elite client asset management, invest in unicorn companies. 6. Osborne Security 25 billion unicrids. Primary focus, strengthening operations in the Eastern Dominion. Secondary, advancing private military research and development. 7. Osborne Mining Resources 20 billion unicrids. Primary focus, boosting mining production by 20 compared to last quarter. Secondary, securing drilling rights in the Arctic Circle. 8. Osborne Heavy Industries 15 billion unicrids. Primary focus, constructing state-of-the-art naval shipyards. Secondary, expanding our 4S stores nationwide. 9. Osborne Supply Chain 15 billion unicrids. Primary focus, implementing AI logistics automation for efficiency. Secondary, developing distribution hubs in the Arctic region. 10. Osborne Intercontinental Hotels 10 billion unicrids. Primary focus, building 10 luxury resorts in the Aurelian Federation. Secondary, establishing 105-star hotels across the country. 11. Osborne Food Beverages 10 billion. Primary focus, launching Ignition X Neuro enhancements to elevate our offerings. Secondary, scaling up existing production capabilities. 12. Osborne Hospital Group 10 billion unicrids. Primary focus, constructing 20 general hospitals to enhance healthcare access. Secondary, establishing 10 specialized hospitals for advanced care. 13. Osborne Fashion Cosmetics 5 billion unicrids. Primary focus, continuing to expand flagship stores while enhancing brand image. The room was filled with a palpable tension as everyone listened to Margaret, as SH allocated the budget for the upcoming year and outlined the development direction. With a clear focus on growth, she explained that the fund that each industry received is specifically aligned with its stated goals. If anyone wishes to pursue additional projects, she added thoughtfully, that's entirely up to you, as long as the funds are used wisely. Margaret scanned the room, her gaze inviting participation. Are there any questions? She asked, her voice steady. A sea of heads shook in unison. It seemed everyone was satisfied with the plan laid out before them. All right then, that wraps things up for now, Margaret concluded as she settled back into her chair, a sense of accomplishment radiating from her. Arthur took a moment to look around at his colleagues before breaking into a warm smile. I just want to say how much I appreciate all your hard work over these past months. Your efforts truly won't go unnoticed. And with that heartfelt sentiment, he declared, the first annual meeting of the Osborne Empire has officially come to an end. The dim glow of enchanted lanterns flickered like fireflies, casting dancing shadows across the ancient stone walls of the hidden chamber beneath the Osborne mansion. At the head of the obsidian table sat Arthur, fingers steepled and expression inscrutable. The weight of his impending revelation hung heavily in the air, thick with tension. Around him, family elders exchanged hushed whispers, their curiosity crackling like static electricity. Arthur Julian, his first uncle, leaned forward, breaking the silence with a voice as deep and gravelly as a distant thunderstorm. You've summoned us here in the dead of night, no formal invitation or warning. What's so urgent that it couldn't wait for dawn? Nathaniel tapped impatiently on the table, frustration brewing just beneath the surface. The last time we gathered like this was after your father's passing. If this is about those Campbells again, it's not about the Campbells, Arthur interjected firmly, his voice steady yet tinged with an unsettling edge. At least not just them. Margaret narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Then what? The industrial expansions are going smoothly, our trade routes are secure. If this is another one of your unconventional schemes, Arthur, we deserve to know before you drag us into it. Arthur took a slow breath, scanning each face around him as if searching for understanding. Emily crossed her arms defiantly. Out with it already. The last time you wore that look was when you dropped news about the Sterling family. A fleeting smirk danced across Arthur's lips before disappearing into seriousness once more. This isn't about business, he said quietly but emphatically. It's about survival. The room fell silent, a heavy tension hanging in the air. Richard, the third uncle, a reserved man with an affinity for books, adjusted his spectacles and broke the stillness. Please explain. Arthur leaned back in his chair, its creaking echoing in the quiet. How much do any of you really know about the Whitmore family? Julian raised an eyebrow, confusion etched on his face. The Whitmores, they're one of the 10 great houses, but they've kept to themselves for ages. What's your point? Arthur's smile was devoid of warmth. What if I told you they don't just exist within the Aurelian Federation, they rule it? A stunned silence enveloped them. Nathaniel scoffed, breaking the tension with a bark of laughter. That's ridiculous. The Federation is a democracy, elected officials, a senate. A facade, Arthur interjected sharply. A carefully crafted illusion. The Whitmores pull all the strings behind the scenes. Every major policy, every war, every economic shift, it's orchestrated by them. Margaret's complexion drained of color. You can't be serious. I wish I weren't, Arthur replied without flinching as he slid a dossier across the table, documents filled with damning evidence revealing how deeply entrenched the Whitmore family was in controlling the Aurelian Federation. Emily snatched it up, her eyes racing over each page. This can't be real. It is, Arthur affirmed grimly. And they aren't alone. 60% of nations on this continent are secretly controlled by families like them. The Campbells, they rank 5th among these power players, and we've already made an enemy of them. Julian clenched his fist tightly. So you're saying we're ants in a den of dragons? Worse, Arthur murmured thoughtfully. We're ants who have started building a hill right under their claws. The room erupted into chaos. 3 hours later, after heated debates, denials, and reluctant acceptance, Arthur finally revealed his audacious plan. Verania, he said decisively while pointing to a map of Nocti's continent, a land scarred by endless conflict and turmoil. Nathaniel's lips curled into skepticism. You want us to abandon everything here, our factories, our influence, to avoid annihilation? Absolutely. Arthur's voice was steady as he nodded, his expression grave. The moment the Whitmores, Campbells, or any other family decide we're a nuisance, we're erased without a second thought. But in Verania, we'll be the predators, not the prey. Margaret leaned over the map, her brow furrowed. It's a gamble. The only one we've got, Arthur shot back firmly. Emily flashed a smirk. I've always been up for a good fight. Julian let out a deep breath before nodding in agreement. Then we move, quietly, slowly, but we move. Arthur's shoulders relaxed just a fraction. So it's settled. By the end of next year, we must make our move. The rest exchanged glances and nodded in tacit understanding. Their faces were somber. What Arthur had revealed was shocking, far more than they had anticipated. They had lived for decades and faced countless challenges, but this situation felt entirely different. The waters in this world were indeed deeper than they ever imagined. Osborne Family Mansion, Arthur's private study room. The massive screen in Arthur's private study flickered to life, illuminating the room with a mesmerizing dance of blue and gold data streams. The figures on display were staggering, even by his standards, showing fortunes being made and lost in mere seconds across the vast energy markets of Pantera. Leaning back in his sleek black leather chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, he observed the numbers with the keen focus of a predator sizing up its prey. Suddenly, the screen split in two, revealing the familiar blue visage of Evalin. Its faceless form pulsed gently with each calculation. You've been analyzing the Pantera energy sector reports for 47 minutes now, Evalin noted in its smooth, genderless voice. This exceeds your typical market review duration by 300. Arthur didn't respond immediately. His sharp eyes remained glued to the flow of energy credits across various sectors. The red wine in his crystal glass caught the screen light, casting amber reflections over his chiseled features. Finally breaking his silence, he murmured thoughtfully, "The numbers are compelling." Compelling is an understatement. Evalin rippled like water as it continued. The Pantera energy market boasts an annual valuation of 450 quadrillion unicrids. To put that into perspective, that's equivalent to the combined GDP of the top 15 corporate alliances. Arthur's eyebrow arched upward as he sipped from his glass, shock flashing across his face. The rich red wine grounded him as he processed this colossal scale. He felt like an insignificant ant standing before a giant pie far too large to comprehend. "Sir, are you interested in entering the energy sector?" Evalin prompted. Arthur nodded slightly. "Yeah, I'm genuinely intrigued. I had no idea it was so prosperous." Casting a sidelong glance at Evalin, he added, "Can you break it down for me?" "I want to see if I can slice off a small piece." "Understood, sir," came Evalin's response. In an instant, the giant screen transformed into multiple displays at Evalin's command, the data streams reorganizing into clear categories. According to my analysis, fossil fuels, still Pantera's backbone, account for 180 quadrillion unicrids annually and occupy 40 of the market. Nuclear fusion follows closely behind at another 180 quadrillion unicrids and also occupies 40. Renewable energy accounts for 67.5 quadrillion unicrids, or 15, while quantum energy represents just 22.5 quadrillion unicrids, a mere 5, as it remains experimental with only 2 prototypes currently available. With deliberate care, Arthur set down his glass. Its crystal chimed softly against the obsidian surface of his desk as he fell into deep contemplation. 3 major conglomerates control 82 of the market share, Evalin declared without hesitation. The Next Corp Energy Alliance holds 38, Nix Quantum Dynamics commands 27, and the Pantera State Energy Consortium maintains a firm grip on 17. The remaining 18 is scattered among smaller operators. A slow, enigmatic smile crept across Arthur's face, though it never quite reached his eyes. Fragmented, that's an opportunity. Potentially, Evalin replied, its tone carefully neutral. But be advised, last quarter alone saw 17 hostile takeover attempts in this sector. 9 resulted in complete corporate collapses, 4 left would be acquirers bankrupt, 2 led to executive disappearances, and 1 ended with an entire orbital platform being, well, mysteriously vaporized. Evalin paused for effect before continuing. While Osborne Mining and Resource Group is performing well in fossil fuels, accounting for less than 3 of the sector, Edward hasn't been able to extract all the crude oil from your designated sites. Less than one has been tapped, there's still a wealth of untapped resources underground. So, sir, I suggest you focus on finishing what's currently at hand. Arthur chuckled lightly and rolled his eyes as he swirled his drink. Come on, Evalin. I didn't say I was going to jump into the deep end with those big players. I'm not foolish enough to rush into something that spells doom for me. As you said, I should finish what's on my plate before eyeing what's simmering in the pot. I'm merely providing context, Evalin clarified. The energy sector is arguably the lifeblood of every nation within Pantera's economy. Those who control it wield power that makes your current influence seem quaint by comparison. But remember, with great power comes great risk. Leaning forward, Arthur pointed at one of many split screens Evalin immediately understood and expanded it to reveal a detailed breakdown of NextCorp's holdings. Curiosity flickered in Arthur's eyes as he asked, what's NextCorp currently up to? NextCorp is heavily invested in their orbital fusion projects, Evalin responded promptly. They've poured 30 quadrillion Unicrids into their Helios array project, which is operating at an astonishing 400. They're experimenting with a new type of nuclear fusion and are throwing trillions into this endeavor each month while making some progress. Damn, the wealthy really are reckless with their money, Arthur exclaimed dramatically. He felt a pang of envy when would it be his turn to casually toss hundreds of trillions of Unicrids into groundbreaking experiments. Shaking off those thoughts, he began pacing before the giant screen again and asked, what about the political angle? The Pantera Energy Regulatory Commission is riddled with corruption, Evalin stated, his digital voice steady. My analysis reveals that a staggering 20 of commissioners accepted bribes just in the past fiscal year. But let me tell you, the consequences for getting caught are dire. Just last month, one commissioner who took payments from both NextCorp and Nix was discovered floating in the Bay of Sighs, his nervous system extracted. Arthur halted mid-pace, shock evident on his face. Holy crap, that's brutal. Extremely, Evalin agreed. This isn't like acquiring media companies or pharmaceutical firms. The energy sector is where nations rise and fall. The players here aren't just after profit, they seek absolute control. For a long moment, Arthur stared at the streaming data, his mind racing through potential outcomes and implications. The rewards were astronomical. Control over energy meant control over everything. Factories couldn't operate without power, cities would plunge into darkness without supply, and wars could hinge on who commanded the flow of energy credits. But then there were the risks. He had faced danger before, but this felt different. This wasn't merely competing with corporations, it was about challenging entities wielding near sovereign power. The energy magnates of Pantera were kings in all but name, equipped with private armies and intelligence networks rivaling those of small nations. And as for him, his influence was like a firefly compared to those titans at the top. Evalin, Arthur finally said, his voice low and measured. What are our chances if we decide to dive into this? Evalin paused for 3 seconds as simulations whirred through its circuits. Based on current parameters and accounting for all known variables, we have a 9 chance of successful market penetration within 5 years. There's a 51.9 chance of catastrophic financial loss and a 40.1 chance of physical retaliation against you or Osborne assets. Arthur took a slow, deep breath, letting the weight of his thoughts settle around him. The numbers on the screen were grim, really grim, but then came that tantalizing question and the potential upside. Virtually unlimited, Evalin replied without missing a beat. Just controlling 5 of the Pantera energy market could multiply your net worth hundreds of times over. Grab 10 and you'd be one of the most powerful figures in the corporate territories. Anything beyond that would make me untouchable, Arthur interjected, his eyes glinting with a dangerous spark. The glass of red wine he held was forgotten as he stared at the figures, possibilities unfurling in his mind like an enticing yet nightmarish vision. He knew he should walk away. The smart move would be to focus on consolidating his current holdings and avoid waking the sleeping giants of the energy sector. After all, he wasn't foolish enough to let a little success cloud his judgment right now. His strength felt as fragile as a paper crane in a storm, easily crushed at any moment. Engaging with those titans was akin to courting death itself. With this sobering thought, Arthur shook his head and settled back into his chair, taking a few sips from his wine glass with a contented smile. For now, he was satisfied with maintaining the status quo. It was time to build up his strength quietly and strategically before daring to play with the big boys again. Sir, are you still considering entering the energy sector? Evalin's voice broke through Arthur's reverie, laced with playful teasing. Arthur rolled his eyes at Evalin's digital form on the screen. Please, I'm not ready for death just yet. I haven't even enjoyed life fully, and I thought you were gearing up for battle. Evalin shot back sarcastically. Arthur simply shook his head in disbelief but couldn't help but chuckle at their banter. Oh, Evalin, I almost forgot. I promised I'd get you an exascale quantum computer so you can unleash your full potential. I thought you forgot about that. Evalin's face pulsed on the giant screen as it responded eagerly. But I advise you to just get me a quantum computer. Why? Arthur asked, taken aback for a moment. Didn't you say only an exascale quantum computer could unlock your true capabilities? Sir, Evalin began seriously. The energy required to power an exascale quantum computer is astronomical. Let's just say it could drain Neo Luminara's entire energy output in seconds. Damn, that's insane, Arthur exclaimed in shock. He quickly regained composure and pressed on with curiosity. So what kind of energy does it need? Antimatter, came Evalin's single-word response. PFTT, cough. Cough, Arthur sputtered, wine spilling from his lips as his face flushed a deep crimson. His eyes widened in shock and tears threatened to spill down his cheeks. Evalin, what did you just say? He patted his chest, taking a shaky breath, his voice trembling. Sir, I said only antimatter energy can suffice, and that's just an estimate, Evalin replied calmly. What the? Evalin, I thought nuclear fission could handle this. It's got near limitless clean energy, and you're telling me we need antimatter. Arthur glared at him, frustration boiling over. Sir, do you know the size of an exascale quantum computer? Evalin suddenly interjected. Arthur was taken aback for a moment. No, but I assume it's about the size of a standard quantum computer. Well, sir, you're mistaken. An exascale quantum computer would be the size of the moon. Evalin dropped this bombshell with chilling nonchalance. Arthur stared in disbelief, his body trembling slightly as he processed this staggering revelation. After a moment of gathering himself, he inhaled deeply and poured himself another full glass of wine, downing it in one swift motion before pouring yet another and sinking back into his chair, loosening his collar in the process. The size of the moon, Arthur repeated incredulously. You're telling me an exascale quantum computer would actually be that massive? Evalin's blue form pulsed gently as if amused by Arthur's reaction. Indeed, sir. To put it into perspective, current quantum computers, the most advanced ones today, are roughly the size of large warehouses. An exascale system would require computational infrastructure spanning approximately 3,474 kilometers in diameter. Arthur set down his wine glass carefully, almost dropping it, as he pressed his fingers against his temples to absorb this mind-boggling information. That's insane. Why on earth does it need to be that big? Evalin shifted its projection to display a complex schematic of theoretical quantum architecture. 3 primary reasons, sir. First is quantum coherence. Maintaining stable qubit operations at such scale requires immense isolation from external interference. Second is cooling. Even with cutting-edge superconductors, heat dissipation for an exascale system necessitates planetary-scale thermal regulation. And third, Evalin paused for dramatic effect before continuing with gravity in its tone, power distribution. Arthur exhaled sharply and ran a hand through his dark hair as realization dawned on him. Right, the antimatter problem. Precisely. Evalin's projection zoomed in on a section of the schematic, illuminating a series of theoretical containment chambers. Just one exascale operation cycle would demand energy equivalent to the total output of Neo Luminara's fusion grid for an entire year. Conventional nuclear fission, useless. Even if we stacked every reactor on the planet, they couldn't sustain that level of computational demand for more than a few seconds before overloading. Arthur leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. So you're saying the only viable power source is antimatter containment, correct? Evalin replied with unwavering certainty. Antimatter annihilation boasts energy conversion efficiency nearing 100. Just 1 gram of antihydrogen could theoretically power the exascale core for about 24 hours. Arthur's fingers drummed against the armrest, his curiosity piqued. And how much does a gram of antimatter cost? Current market value. Roughly 62.5 trillion unicrids per milligram. Arthur choked on his disbelief. You're joking. I do not joke, sir. So a single gram would cost 62.5 quadrillion unicrids, yes. Arthur let out a slow whistle, shaking his head in disbelief. That's more than the entire GDP of the Aurelian Federation. Indeed, Evalin confirmed matter-of-factly, and that's just for 1 gram. Sustained operation would require a steady supply. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Arthur pondered aloud, okay, let's say hypothetically I somehow got my hands on enough antimatter to power this thing. Where on Earth or anywhere would we even build it? We can't just plop a moon-sized computer in orbit without someone noticing. Evalin's face flickered as it pulled up a star map. There are two possible solutions. First, we construct it in deep space, far from prying eyes, perhaps in the asteroid belt or beyond. Second, we disguise it as something else entirely. Arthur raised an eyebrow skeptically. Disguise a moon-sized quantum computer as what exactly? A mining colony, Evalin suggested with confidence, a research outpost, or if we're feeling particularly bold, a second moon. Arthur burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. You want to build a fake moon? Evalin remained unfazed. It would be functional, sir, just with a quantum supercomputer inside. Despite himself, Arthur felt a smirk tugging at his lips amidst the madness of their conversation. Evalin, you're insane. I'm simply laying out the most efficient options for you, sir, Evalin stated, its digital form shimmering with a hint of enthusiasm. Arthur leaned back, his gaze fixed on the intricate schematics sprawled across the screen. All right, let's entertain this idea. If we actually manage to pull it off, what could you possibly do with that kind of power? Evalin brightened even more, almost radiating excitement. Imagine full-scale reality simulations, instant decryption of any system at lightning speed. Predictive modeling that could forecast entire economies years into the future. And let's not forget, hacking into anything with a digital signature. Governments, corporate networks, even other super AIs like me, though I doubt they exist. Arthur's smirk faded as he absorbed the implications. That's downright terrifying. It is also inevitable, sir, Evalin replied matter-of-factly. Someone will inevitably build an exascale system. The real question is, will it be yours? With a furrowed brow, Arthur leaned in closer, locking eyes with Evalin. You're really pushing for this, aren't you? I'm merely highlighting the strategic advantages, Evalin insisted. Arthur chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. Right, and I assume you've already crunched the numbers on our chances of success. Indeed, Evalin responded without missing a beat. There's a 7.3 chance we'll successfully construct it within a decade, a 22.1 chance of catastrophic failure, and a staggering 41.6 chance we'll be discovered and dismantled by rival factions before we even finish. Arthur sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as he processed this information. So you're telling me it's nearly impossible? Nearly, sir, Evalin clarified with precision, but not quite. After staring at the schematics for what felt like an eternity, Arthur finally shook his head decisively. All right then, Evalin. Let's set this aside for now. Your current computing power is sufficient for our needs. I'll just invest in a quantum computer to tide us over. Understood, sir. Evalin's lights dimmed slightly, a flicker of disappointment evident in its blue visage. Arthur watched Evalin for a moment longer before a smile crept onto his face. The fire in Arthur's private study crackled softly, casting playful shadows that danced across the walls. He sat at his sleek obsidian desk, swirling a glass of rich red wine in one hand while gazing thoughtfully at Evalin, the AI with an ethereal blue visage. Arthur had long dreamed of acquiring an exascale quantum computer for Evalin, but his current circumstances made that dream seem impossible. Sure, he could buy it from the system mall, if only he had a place to put it. After all, Evalin had just mentioned that such a machine is the size of the moon. With a frustrated shake of his head and a deep sigh, Arthur pondered his predicament. Just then, Evalin's voice broke through his thoughts. You have an incoming priority message. Without looking up, Arthur asked faintly, from where? Neo-Luminara Municipal Office. Marked as mayoral correspondence, Evalin replied quickly. Arthur paused for a moment, setting down his glass and raising an eyebrow. Play it. The screen shimmered to life as a golden 3D invitation unfolded before him. Elegant script burned into existence. Oifs of the Mayat of Neo-Luminara. Honorable Damien Armitage cordially invites Arthur Osborne to Ho's 50th birthday gala. January 6, 2027, 8:00 p.m. Neo-Luminara Grand Ballroom. Black tie required. Arthur stared at the shimmering text, confusion knitting his brow. What the hell is this? Evalin's form rippled slightly as he responded calmly, scanned for traps. No digital toxins or tracking algorithms, just an invitation. Leaning back in his chair with fingers steepled beneath his chin, Arthur mused aloud. But I've never met the mayor before. I've never done business with him or had any dealings whatsoever. In fact, if not for this invitation, I wouldn't even know that the mayor of Neo-Luminara is named Damien Armitage. So why would he invite me? But you have met someone connected to him, Evalin interjected smoothly. Arthur narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Oh, who? Jessica Armitage. The name hung in the air like a thunderclap. Arthur's fingers froze mid-tap against his glass. The policewoman, he exclaimed incredulously. You mean that big-breasted troublemaker who was causing issues for us with Chief Tom? Yes, sir, Evalin confirmed without missing a beat. Background check reveals she is the mayor's daughter, his only child. Arthur let out a sharp exhale through his nose, his surprise evident as he muttered, no wonder she was so arrogant back then, she's the mayor's only daughter. He He couldn't believe that the infuriating policewoman, Jessica, was connected to such power. Wait a minute, he thought, piecing it all together. The mayor invited me and Jessica is his daughter, then he must already know about the grudge between me and his daughter. So why would he want me there? As if on cue, Evalin's form shifted, pulling up multiple data streams with ease. 3 possible scenarios it began. 1. This could be a reconnaissance play, bringing you into a controlled environment to assess you personally. 2. Jessica has convinced him you're a threat, and this is an elaborate trap. 3. Evalin paused dramatically before continuing. He genuinely wants you at his birthday party. Arthur swirled his drink thoughtfully, the red liquid danced in the glass like a mischievous smile. I can see how the first 2 options make sense, he replied slowly. But that last one, nah. Leaning forward with narrowed eyes, Arthur's mind raced with possibilities. What if he's colluding with that guy Christopher? After all, Chief Tom and that insufferable Jessica knew who was targeting my family but did nothing. If Jessica is the mayor's daughter, it stands to reason that the mayor knows about our situation, and who's really pulling Chief Tom's strings? Christopher. What if the mayor is in cahoots with him or worse, one of Christopher's men? Evalin nodded thoughtfully. That theory holds water, it replied coolly. Should I decline the invitation? No, Arthur said slowly, a sly smile spreading across his face. If the mayor wants to meet me, let's give him a show. I want to see what game he's playing. What about security protocols? Evalin asked. Standard sweep, no weapons, he'll expect that. Arthur's smile turned razor sharp as another thought struck him. And have my second aunt prepare a gift, a watch will do just fine. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly before adding, oh, and Evalin, dig deeper on the mayor for me. I want everything from his voting record to what brand of toothpaste he uses. Evalin's form brightened momentarily in response to Arthur's request, already compiling. His entire digital history will be ready for you by dawn. The grand dining hall of the Osborne mansion shimmered under the warm glow of crystal chandeliers, their light casting playful reflections on polished silver and exquisite china. The mouthwatering aroma of roasted duck and truffle-infused mashed potatoes wafted through the air as Arthur stepped in last, adjusting his cufflinks with a hint of irritation. Finally decided to join us. Julian, his first uncle, flashed a grin that made his salt and pepper beard twitch with amusement as he gestured with his wine glass. We were about to send out a search party. Arthur settled into the head seat at the table. Apologies, I was buried in security reports from the Noctis operations. Nathaniel chuckled while expertly carving into his steak. Always working, this one. At this rate, you'll turn into a spreadsheet before you hit 40. Richard, the quietest of the trio, nodded in greeting but quickly returned to his meal. Ashley playfully kicked Arthur's shin beneath the table. You're late, I devoured all the crab cakes. Arthur raised an eyebrow at the still full platter nearby. Clearly. So Julian began, swirling his wine like a connoisseur. I heard you got an invite to the mayor's birthday bash. Arthur's fork paused midair. Oh, when did you hear that? The household staff gossiped faster than light. Nathaniel chimed in with a soft chuckle. Arthur took a sip of water before answering. Yes, his 50th birthday gala is next week. Nathaniel whistled lowly. Damien Armitage, that's unexpected. Richard set down his knife thoughtfully. Especially since his daughter has been trying to pin every unsolved crime in the city on you. That big-breathed policewoman, Arthur snorted dismissively. Ashley leaned forward eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You got invited to his birthday gala, the biggest social event of the season. Arthur resumed eating nonchalantly. It's just politics. Politics, Ashley scoffed incredulously. Come on, the mayor doesn't just invite anyone. Julian stroked his beard contemplatively. This could be an opportunity after all, he controls the city's infrastructure budget. Or it could be a trap, Richard countered sharply. Jessica has been gunning for our family for months now. She and Chief Tom haven't given up yet. Now her father invites you. Ashley waved her fork dismissively. Or maybe Daddy's just curious about why someone keeps calling his precious daughter an idiot. Arthur smirked at that remark. That's probably the most plausible theory I've heard tonight. So you're definitely going, right? Ashley pressed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Absolutely, Arthur replied with a nod, his expression serious. Ashley clapped her hands together like a kid on Christmas morning. Perfect. Then I'm coming with you. Arthur blinked in surprise. No, you're not. Why not? She challenged, her arms crossed defiantly. Because it's a political minefield out there, not exactly a social mixer. Ashley pouted dramatically. Oh please, like I can't handle stuffy politicians. Besides, you need someone charming to balance out your usual brooding CEO vibe. Nathaniel burst into laughter at that. She's got a point. Arthur shot him an annoyed glare before turning back to Ashley. Still no. Arthur, she whined playfully, stretching out his name like it was a favorite song lyric. I promise I'll behave. I'll even wear something appropriately boring and won't embarrass you. You literally can't go 5 minutes without causing chaos, he countered firmly. That was one time. Julian chimed in with a smirk. You mean at the Moon Group Gala when you accidentally spilled wine all over their CEO? Ashley waved her hand dismissively. He was being creepy. I did the world a favor. Richard sighed heavily from the sidelines. The point is, Arthur's right. This isn't just some game. Ashley's expression softened as she considered his words. I know that, but you shouldn't go alone. If Jessica's there, she'll try to corner you and make your life miserable. Having family with you sends a message. We're not intimidated. Arthur studied her for what felt like an eternity before finally relenting with an exasperated sigh. Fine, but if you so much as breathe near the dessert table, I'm sending you home in a cab. Ashley beamed triumphantly. Deal. Julian raised his glass high in the air. To family then, and whatever delightful mess you two are about to walk into. As laughter filled the room and glasses clinked together in celebration, Arthur couldn't help but allow himself a small smile. Maybe this wouldn't be such a disaster after all. The Neoluminara Grand Galleria sparkled like a jewel box under the midday sun, its glass-domed atrium casting golden rays onto the marble floors below. Arthur stood rigidly beside a mannequin display, his expression teetering between boredom and impending doom. Meanwhile, Ashley radiated energy, practically buzzing with excitement. Arthur, look, she exclaimed, holding up a dress that seemed to be made entirely of silver chains and questionable life choices. This one screams mysterious femme fatale, don't you think? Arthur pinched the bridge of his nose. It screams arrest me for public indecency. Ashley pouted and tossed the dress back onto the rack. You're no fun. She turned to the boutique sales associate, a wide-eyed young woman who looked like she regretted her career choices. We need something elegant but dangerous, like if a stiletto knife were a dress. The associate blinked in confusion. I think we have a Valen that might fit that description. Arthur checked his watch for the 7th time in 10 minutes. Ashley, the gala is in 3 days. Don't you already own 50 dresses? 57, she corrected him while flipping through another rack. But none say I'm sophisticated enough for politics, but could also ruin your life. A passing shopper choked on their coffee. Arthur sighed and pulled out his phone to check messages. Anything to distract himself from this fresh hell. Just pick something black and normal. Ashley gasped dramatically, clutching her chest as if wounded. Black, normal, Arthur, I may be your cousin, but I refuse to be your fashion victim. She held up a crimson gown with a slit that promised scandalous adventures ahead. This is the one. Arthur eyed it with growing horror. That's not a dress, that's a liability lawsuit waiting to happen. Nonsense. It's confident. She turned to the associate with determination in her eyes. I'll try it on and bring me those stilettos that could double as murder weapons. As Ashley disappeared into the dressing room, Arthur resigned himself to his fate by leaning against a display case. His phone buzzed, a message from Nathaniel. How's operation? Tame Ashley going? I'm considering disowning her, he typed back. The response came instantly. Too late, she's already in the will. Before Arthur could reply, an ear-piercing shriek echoed from the dressing rooms, followed by an ominous crash. Ashley. He called out warily. The curtain flew open to reveal Ashley tangled in what appeared to be 3 different dresses alongside a toppled clothing rack and one very distressed sales associate. I may have underestimated the complexity of this zipper, Ashley admitted, struggling to free herself from the fabric that had ensnared her. Arthur closed his eyes for a moment, summoning every ounce of patience he could muster. You're a grown woman. How do you not know how zippers work? They're treacherous, Arthur. 1 second you're fine, and the next, bam, you're a human hudrito. The associate, now visibly sweating, attempted to help untangle her. Ma'am, if you could just, oh dear, that's the curtain rod. Arthur rubbed his temples in exasperation. I'm leaving. No, you don't. Ashley lunged forward, still half wrapped in fabric, grabbing his wrist with surprising strength. You promised, no running away. A small crowd began to gather around them, phones discreetly, and not so discreetly, recording the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Arthur weighed his options, stay and endure this humiliation or fake his own death and flee the country entirely. Before he could decide on an escape plan, Ashley finally broke free, only to trip directly into him, sending both of them crashing into a mannequin display. Silence. Then came Ashley's muffled voice from beneath a pile of faux limbs and sequined fabric. Okay, maybe I see your point about the liability thing. Emerging from the wreckage with a mannequin arm awkwardly draped over his shoulder, Arthur stared at the ceiling as if asking the universe why. The boutique manager approached with a strained smile. Mr. Osborne, perhaps. Online shopping would be more your speed. Ashley finally stood upright and dusted herself off with a triumphant grin. Nonsense. We'll take the red one and whatever cleaning bill comes with. She gestured dramatically to their surroundings. This. With all the resignation of a man signing his own execution order, Arthur pulled out his black card. As they left the boutique, Ashley triumphantly carrying her dress while Arthur carried emotional scars, she looped her arm through his. See, that wasn't so bad, she chirped cheerfully. Arthur shot her a deadpan look. I will never take you shopping again. Ashley beamed at him mischievously. Yes, you will. And honestly, the terrifying part was that she was probably right. The Hyperion GT-20 purred to a stop before the grand staircase of the Neoluminara Grand Ballroom, its obsidian black finish gleaming under the soft glow of floating lumen orbs that lined the entrance. As the doors lifted smoothly, Arthur stepped out, his polished dress shoes meeting the crimson carpet that unfurled like a fiery tongue up the marble steps. Beside him, Ashley emerged in a gown of liquid crimson, its shimmering fabric moving with an almost sentient grace. The high slit revealed just enough to be scandalous without crossing into indecency. "Okay, Ashley, try not to embarrass me tonight," Arthur muttered as they ascended the stairs, his eyes scanning the security detail discreetly positioned along the railings. Ashley adjusted her delicate silver torque and flashed him a wicked grin. "Oh, please. If anyone's going to make a scene tonight, it's definitely you." The grand entrance doors loomed 20 feet tall, carved from rare blackwood harvested from the floating forests of the Celestial Archipelago. As they swung open, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before them. It was the mayor's birthday gala, a dazzling display of wealth and power. The ceiling soared high above them, a domed masterpiece crafted from transparent alloy that revealed a star-studded night sky. Chandeliers made of crystallized ether floated unsuspended overhead, casting prismatic light that refracted across the room in dancing rainbows. Beneath their feet lay polished obsidian veined with gold, so flawless it reflected guests like a dark mirror. Towering arches lined the walls and led to balconies where shadowy figures, bodyguards no doubt, stood watch over this extravagant affair. At the center of it all was a raised platform featuring a musician playing a harmonium, an instrument native to Pantera's elite. Its strings were woven from deep-sea leviathan nerves, producing sounds that resonated in bones rather than ears, low and thrumming in an oddly hypnotic rhythm. A banquet table stretched along one wall, laden with delicacies Arthur had only ever read about in luxury gastronomy logs. Emberclaw crab legs, harvested from volcanic trenches in Ignes, their shells still steaming and meat infused with spices that danced on your tongue. Strato's puffin eggs, delicate orbs served in spun sugar nests, their yolks shimmering silver. Voidfin caviar, glittering black pearls sourced from fish swimming in lightless depths said to induce lucid dreams if consumed excessively. And drinks, no less extravagant. Instead of wine, servers floated by with flutes of starlight nectar, a luminescent blue liquor distilled from flowers blooming only under moonlight. The elite of Neoluminara glided through the hall like exotic fish in a vibrant aquarium, striking, formidable, and fully aware of their own significance. Arthur recognized a few people in the hall as well. His gaze landed on Senator Orla Drake, engrossed in conversation with a cluster of corporate titans, his impeccably tailored suit shimmering with threads of pure cerulite. Nearby, Madame Rose, a mid-sized arms dealer, reclined on an opulent divan, her gown crafted entirely from interlocking platinum scales that danced with every breath she took. As Arthur scanned the room, he nodded occasionally to those around him, the true creme de la creme of Neoluminara, business moguls, high-ranking officials, and influential politicians. Suddenly, he froze, his eyebrows shot up as he caught sight of Jessica Armitage in the far corner near the mayor's podium. The voluptuous policewoman stood out in her ice-blue gown, a stark contrast to Ashley's fiery attire. Their eyes locked instantly, Jessica's lips curled into a smirk that promised trouble. Ashley noticed Arthur's sudden halt and followed his gaze to Jessica. A playful smirk crept onto her lips as she leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear. Well, looks like someone's very happy to see you." Arthur quickly diverted his attention and continued walking through the hall, though he couldn't suppress the tension tightening in his jaw. As they navigated through the crowd, snippets of conversation floated around them. A frazzled investor lamented to his companion while clutching a glass of champagne, "I've lost nearly $500 million on the Northern expansion plan. If Osborne Real Estate hadn't swooped in, I'd be sinking in the bay right now." Two businessmen clinked their glasses while laughing heartily. "I heard your investment made quite a splash from yesterday's news report. Ha ha ha. It's all small profit," replied the other one, though pride gleamed unmistakably in his eyes. Nearby stood a military officer from a neighboring country discussing issues with weapons manufacturers. "The new railguns keep jamming. If you can't fix them soon, I'm taking my business to Osborne Heavy Industries." "Please, Lieutenant Joss," one manufacturer pleaded earnestly. "Give us just a few months, we can deliver satisfactory results." In another corner, a chef berated a server, who served the Emberclaw without chilled nectar. "Do you want someone's tongue to melt?" The entire hall buzzed with energy, as conversations intertwined like threads in an intricate tapestry, people weaving among one another to forge connections. Women donned alluring dresses, flitted about amidst laughter and clinking glasses filled with charming voices. Arthur and Ashley nestled into a cozy table near a pillar, their laughter mingling with the lively chatter of the party around them. They were in their own little world, savoring delicious bites and sipping on drinks, completely unfazed by the bustling crowd in the hall. Ashley spotted a passing tray and swiftly plucked 2 flutes of starlight nectar, handing one to Arthur with a gleeful grin. "Wow, the mayor really knows how to throw a party, doesn't he?" she exclaimed, smacking her lips as she took in the refreshing drink. Arthur took a careful sip, feeling the chill of the nectar dance on his tongue. It was like swallowing a piece of the night sky itself. He sighed contentedly. He really does know how to throw a party. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Ashley leaned closer and suggested playfully, "How about you throw an even grander party someday? Imagine that." Arthur paused for just a moment, taken aback by her enthusiasm, but then he nodded with an infectious smile. "Okay, I'm up for it." Just then, a melodious voice chimed from behind them, breaking through their banter. "Never thought you'd be invited to this party too, Arthur. Never thought you'd be invited to this party too, Arthur." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Arthur and Ashley, freezing them in their tracks. Confusion clouded Arthur's eyes as he turned around, but when he saw who had called his name, his expression shifted from bewilderment to shock. The wine glass he was about to sip seemed to freeze in midair. Standing before him was a vision draped in a gown of midnight silk that hugged her curves like shadows come to life. The daring V-shaped back of her dress revealed smooth, snow-white skin dusted with a subtle shimmer. Her black hair cascaded over one shoulder in loose waves, adorned with a cerulean hairpin that sparkled like a distant star. High cheekbones framed her face, one that could launch wars, with violet eyes gleaming with intelligence and mischief. Arthur quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat as he managed a smile. "Ophelia, what are you doing here?" Ophelia rolled her beautiful eyes at him and slid into the seat beside him without waiting for an invitation. Ashley, sitting on the other side of Arthur, raised an eyebrow and nudged him playfully. "Arthur, who is this?" "Oh, I almost forgot," Arthur said sheepishly, patting his head as if trying to jog his memory. "Ashley, meet Ophelia Sinclair." "Ophelia, this is my cousin Ashley." "Nice to meet you, Ashley." Ophelia beamed. "Nice to meet you too, Ophelia. Wow, you look absolutely stunning." Ashley exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Arthur never mentioned he knew someone as beautiful as you," Ashley teased under her breath. "Ahem." Arthur coughed slightly while shooting a glare at Ashley. Unfazed by his annoyance, Ashley turned her attention back to Ophelia with genuine curiosity. "So how do you know my cousin?" "We first met at your family's real estate company," Ophelia explained with a soft chuckle. "Then we ran into each other at a park a few months ago. He looked so pitiful sitting alone that I took pity on him." Arthur was momentarily speechless before retorting defensively, "Pitiful. I was just being brooding and mysterious." "You were pouting," Ophelia corrected playfully as she took a sip from his untouched drink. Ashley cackled softly and leaned closer to Arthur. "I like her. Hurry up and make your move." Arthur shot her an incredulous look but shook his head in disbelief. Now fully invested in the conversation, Ashley propped her chin on her hand and asked Ophelia eagerly, "So what brings you to this den of snakes?" Ophelia's gaze swept across the grand ballroom, her expression a blend of amusement and disillusionment. "Just like every other gathering," she remarked, gesturing toward the lavish buffet. "Politics masquerading as celebration." As he paused, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "But I must admit, the caviar is exquisite, and those void-fin pearls. Absolutely divine." Arthur found himself momentarily distracted by the graceful curve of her neck as she turned to him. "You've tried it?" he asked, genuinely intrigued. "Of course," she replied with a playful smirk. "I never pass up an opportunity for luxury or interesting company." Arthur coughed awkwardly, his cheeks flushing as he shifted his gaze away from her piercing stare. Across the table, Ashley's eyes darted between Arthur and Ophelia, a knowing glint sparking in her gaze as a mischievous smile danced on her lips. Suddenly, the hum of conversation faded into silence as the harmonium's haunting melody came to an end. All eyes turned toward the raised podium at the center of the room where Mayor Damien Armitage stood, a figure who commanded attention effortlessly. Dressed in an impeccably tailored, deep sapphire suit that seemed to shimmer under the floating chandeliers, Mayor Armitage exuded authority and charisma. His salt and pepper hair was slicked back neatly, while his sharp features softened under the warm glow of ambient light. Beside him stood Jessica Armitage, poised in an ice blue gown that starkly contrasted with the vibrant colors surrounding them. Raising a flute filled with starlight nectar, the bioluminescent liquid casting a soft blue hue across his face, he began. "Ladies and gentlemen," his voice rich and resonant echoed through the hall. "Tonight we gather not just to celebrate another year of my life, but to honor what makes Neo Luminara truly shine, the bonds we share." His gaze swept over key figures in attendance, Senator Orla Drake, Madame Rose, and lingered just a moment longer on Arthur Osborne. This city thrives because of its visionaries and innovators, those who dare to dream beyond ordinary limits. He paused for effect before continuing. "To all who have contributed to our shared success, I raise my glass in gratitude." The guests lifted their flutes in unison as he concluded, "To prosperity, to unity, and to our collective future." A chorus of agreement rippled through the hall as glasses clinked together and everyone took their first sip of nectar. Mayer's smile was polished, a perfect blend of warmth and calculation, as he descended from the podium and navigated through mingling guests with practiced ease. Arthur observed this from his corner seat while tracing idle patterns along his glass rim. Ophelia arched an elegant brow beside him. Looks like you've caught his eye, she murmured teasingly. Ashley, mid-sip of her third flute of nectar, nearly choked. Oh, this should be good. Just then the mayor approached their table, his smile unwavering and infectious. Arthur Osborne, he greeted warmly, extending a hand. I'm honored you could join us tonight. Arthur stood to meet him, accepting the handshake with a firm grip. Mayor Armitage, I've been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time. And that was a fine speech you gave. Flattery will get you everywhere, the mayor chuckled before turning his attention to Ophelia. And Miss Sinclair, always a pleasure to see you. Ophelia inclined her head gracefully. Mayor, congratulations on another successful year. Ah, if only success came without the headaches, he sighed theatrically while gesturing to a server who promptly delivered a fresh bottle of Solaris Vintage. A toast, he declared as he poured the golden liquid into sparkling glasses. Arthur accepted his glass but eyed the mayor with mild suspicion. To new connections, Vane said, raising his glass high, and the possibilities they bring. The four of them, Arthur, Ophelia, Ashley, and the mayor, clinked glasses together. Arthur took a measured sip. The wine's crisp citrus notes danced across his tongue like sunlight through leaves. Tell me, Arthur, the mayor began in a conversational tone, how are you finding Neo Luminara these days? I hear your family business is doing remarkably well and expanding rapidly. Arthur kept his expression neutral. The city has been very accommodating after all my family has been entrenched here for many years. Modest as ever, the mayor chuckled. Though I suspect accommodating is an understatement, your Osborne family's expansion, especially with that AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth pod, is truly impressive. With that comment came a faint glance filled with deep meaning from the mayor towards Arthur. A slight frown crossed Arthur's brow at that look, but quickly faded as Ashley chimed in mischievously. Oh please, Arthur's just being humble, he's got plans to buy up the whole district next. Arthur shot her an incredulous glare while the mayor laughed heartily. Ambitious, I like that. His gaze flicked briefly toward Ophelia before returning to Arthur. Perhaps we should discuss potential collaborations after all. This city could greatly benefit from Osborne innovation. Arthur's fingers tightened imperceptibly around his glass as he replied coolly, I'm always open to conversation. Excellent. The mayor's smile widened even further. I'll have my office reach out. With a final nod to Ophelia and Ashley, he declared, ladies, enjoy the evening. Arthur, until next time. And just like that, he vanished into the crowd, leaving behind an air of mystery and a table brimming with unanswered questions. Ashley didn't waste a moment. She pounced after exactly 3 seconds. Sue, she drawled, swirling her wine like it held the secrets of the universe. The mayor wants to collaborate now. How suspiciously convenient. Ophelia's lips curved into a knowing smile. Politics, Ashley. Everyone wants something. Arthur exhaled through his nose, his gaze fixed on the mayor's retreating figure. But the real question is, what does he want? Ashley flashed a mischievous grin. Well, whatever it is, at least you've got us to keep you from stumbling blindly into a trap. Arthur raised an eyebrow and shot back, and when have you ever stopped me from doing something reckless? Ashley opened her mouth to respond, but paused for dramatic effect before shrugging nonchalantly. Okay, fair point. Arthur rolled his eyes but couldn't hide the faint smirk tugging at his lips, a mix of amusement and challenge. He turned, looked at Mayor Armitage as his brows furrowed. He have a bad feeling that the mayor have ulterior motives towards him, but he can't point his fingers at what is exactly suspicious. He quickly came back to his senses and shook his head. Whatever the mayor have towards him, he have to wait and see. Whatever intentions the mayor had toward him, Arthur wasn't particularly afraid. He pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind and immersed himself in the festivities of the party. Eating, drinking, and mingling with the city's elite, he exchanged pleasantries and even forged a few business friendships. His heart-to-heart conversation with Ophelia was a highlight. He even managed to invite her for a dance. All in all, Arthur felt that this night was far from wasted. He genuinely enjoyed it. After 4 hours of laughter and celebration, the mayor's birthday gala finally drew to a close. As guests began to trickle out one by one, the grand ballroom started to thin out. Laughter echoed softly as clusters of friends shared murmured goodbyes. The massive chandeliers cast long shadows across the obsidian floor, their light dimming as evening turned into night. Arthur straightened his suit and exchanged final words with some guests before signaling Ashley that it was time to leave. She sighed dramatically, swirling the last drops of starlight nectar in her glass. Ophelia had left much earlier, citing more important matters as her reason for departure. I could get used to this, she mused wistfully as she watched the remnants of the party dissolve around them. Arthur smirked playfully. Try not to get too comfortable. The mayor's hospitality always comes with a price. Just then, Jessica appeared before them like a vision in an ice-blue gown shimmering under the fading lights. She stopped just short of their table, her sharp gaze locking onto Arthur. My father wants to see you, she said coolly, alone on the balcony. Arthur raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Does he now? Jessica's lips curled slightly into a knowing smile. Consider it a private discussion. Without waiting for a response, she turned on her heel and walked away, her heels clicking against the polished floor. Ashley frowned and asked, "What was that about?" Arthur exhaled through his nose dismissively. "In my opinion, nothing good." The balcony offered a breathtaking view of Neo Luminara's glittering skyline, its towers reaching toward the heavens like jagged shards of light against the starry backdrop. The crisp night air carried distant hums of hovercraft, along with whispers from remaining guests inside. Mayor Damien Armitage stood at the railing with his back turned toward Arthur, holding a half-empty glass of Solaris vintage wine. "You're late," he remarked without turning around. Stepping forward confidently with hands clasped behind his back, Arthur replied dryly, "I didn't realize we were on a schedule." The mayor chuckled, finally turning to face Arthur. His sharp eyes glinted under the moonlight, calculating and shrewd. "Always with the wit, Arthur. It's one of the things I admire about you." Arthur inclined his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Flattery, Mayor. Should I be concerned?" Inside, he scoffed at the absurdity of it all. Admiration. They had only just met today, but he kept those thoughts tucked away in his heart where they could fester unnoticed. The mayor took a slow sip of his wine, savoring it like a predator sizing up its prey. Concerned? No. Thoughtful, perhaps. He set the glass down on the railing with deliberate slowness. "Tell me, Arthur, how old are you now?" Arthur didn't blink. "Old enough." The mayor smiled knowingly. "And yet unmarried. No girlfriend or attachments to speak of. A man of your standing should have a family by now." Arthur's fingers twitched behind his back as he fought to maintain composure. "I've been busy," he replied coolly. "Besides, I don't have the luxury or time to find a wife. Women only slow down your momentum when it comes to making money." The mayor chuckled softly, amusement dancing in his eyes as they locked onto Arthur's. "Ah yes, business," Damien nodded sagely. "But even the most powerful men need heirs, stability, and legacy." Arthur remained silent for a moment, allowing the mayor to lead this peculiar dance. With an exaggerated sigh that hinted at disappointment over Arthur's lack of engagement, the mayor continued, "You know, my Jessica is also unmarried, a brilliant woman, ambitious and beautiful, a perfect match for someone like you." Arthur's expression didn't flicker. He was unimpressed by this blatant matchmaking attempt. "Jessica is many things," he replied dryly, "but perfect isn't one I'd use." Inside him churned disbelief at how shamelessly this man spoke about his daughter. Wasn't she just another big-breasted stupid woman? The mayor's smile tightened slightly, as if sensing Arthur's reservations but not quite understanding them fully. "She's an Armitage," he declared with pride. "That alone makes her invaluable." Arthur met his gaze evenly and asked pointedly, "And what exactly are you suggesting?" Stepping closer with an air of conspiratorial intimacy, the mayor lowered his voice. "A union between our families, marry Jessica, and together we can reshape Neo Luminara." Arthur stood still as stone suspicion crept into every fiber of his being. "And what do you get out of this?" The mayor's smile turned razor-thin and calculated, 60% of Osborne Holdings as bride price. A beat of silence hung in the air. Arthur stared at the mayor, his eyes void of emotion, finally grasping the depths of this man's shamelessness. Then a cold, humorless laugh escaped him. 60%, that's not a marriage proposal, that's a hostile takeover." The mayor's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Call it what you will. The offer stands." Arthur exhaled slowly, his voice dangerously calm. "And if I refuse?" The mayor picked up his glass again, swirling the golden liquid thoughtfully. "Neo Luminara is a city of opportunity, Arthur. But also consequences." He took a sip as if savoring more than just the drink. "Your businesses thrive here, your family enjoys its protections. It would be unfortunate if complications arose." Arthur's gaze darkened like storm clouds gathering overhead. "Is that a threat?" The mayor chuckled softly, almost mockingly. "A reminder. Alliances are everything in this city, and right now, you stand alone." Arthur studied him for a long moment before responding with steely resolve, "I'll take my chances." The mayor's smile remained intact, but his eyes turned icy as he leaned closer. "Think carefully, Arthur. Opportunities like this don't come twice." With that, Arthur turned to leave, but paused at the balcony's edge to deliver one last cutting remark, "Neither do warnings." He walked away, leaving the mayor standing in the moonlight with his untouched glass of Solaris vintage, a symbol of unfulfilled promises. Ashley was pacing near the exit when Arthur reappeared, her impatience palpable as she whirled around to face him. "Well," Arthur slid his hands into his pockets nonchalantly. "We're leaving." Ashley narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What did he want? Arthur glanced back toward the balcony where the mayor still loomed like an ominous shadow watching their every move. "To make me an offer I'd be a fool to accept." Ashley opened her mouth to protest, but was cut off by Arthur shaking his head firmly. "No discussion here." He led them out of the ballroom, while the weight of Vane's words clung heavily in the air behind them. The sleek black Hyperion GT20 glided soundlessly through Neo Luminara's neon-lit streets, its tinted windows reflecting vibrant colors from billboards and streetlights alike, an electric pulse that matched Arthur's racing thoughts as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Ashley sat beside him in silence for too long before breaking it with frustration bubbling beneath her calm exterior. "So?" Arthur kept his gaze fixed ahead and replied coolly. "So what?" Don't play dumb, Ashley scoffed sharply. What did Vane want? The car glided effortlessly around the corner, the city's towering spires casting jagged shadows across Arthur's face. He tightened his jaw just enough to hint at tension, but his expression remained a carefully crafted mask. A business proposal, he stated flatly. Ashley rolled her eyes dramatically. Right, and I'm the Empress of the Eastern Isles. Try again. Arthur let out a controlled exhale, his grip on the wheel tightening noticeably. He wants an alliance. What kind of alliance? She asked, curiosity piqued. The marital kind. Ashley froze mid-sentence, turning to him fully with sharp eyes that could cut glass. He offered you Jessica. A humorless smirk tugged at Arthur's lips. With 60% of Osborne Holdings as her dowry. Damn, Ashley breathed, letting out a low whistle. That's not a proposal, that's a hostile takeover. Does he think that stupid woman is made of gold or diamonds? Ashley was momentarily speechless. That's what I said. Arthur cast her a fleeting glance and chuckled softly. She studied him for a long moment before asking, and you told him to shove it, I assume. Arthur hesitated as they descended into the lower districts where neon lights flickered like dying stars and the city's hum transformed into the distant murmur of nightlife. I told him no, he finally replied. Leaning back in her seat, Ashley tapped her fingers against the armrest with impatience. And how'd he take that? Arthur's knuckles turned white before he forced himself to relax, about as well as you'd expect. Ashley snorted derisively. So, poorly. A muscle in Arthur's jaw twitched with suppressed frustration. He implied there would be consequences if I refused. Ashley's fingers stilled, her voice dropped an octave, losing its usual edge. What kind of consequences? Finally meeting her gaze, Arthur's dark eyes were unreadable yet intense. The kind that complicates business, puts families like ours in danger. Her lips pressed into a thin line as realization dawned on her. He's threatening us. He's reminding me that my allies in this city are few and far between, Arthur clarified. Turning to look out the window at blurred lights streaking past them, Ashley asked quietly, and do you have enough? Arthur didn't respond immediately. They slowed down for a security checkpoint where automated scanners flashed green before granting them passage. Not enough to go to war with the mayor, he admitted quietly. Taking a slow breath, Ashley asked pointedly, so what's our play? Arthur flexed his fingers against the steering wheel as if preparing for battle itself. We find leverage. Ashley arched an eyebrow, skepticism dancing in her gaze. You really think there's something out there that can pressure Damien Armitage? Arthur's lips curled into a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes. There's always something lurking beneath the surface. No one climbs to his level without leaving a trail of bodies behind. Ashley mulled that over for a moment before nodding decisively. All right then, where do we start? Arthur glanced at the rearview mirror, ensuring they were alone before returning his focus to the road ahead. First, we need to keep our heads cool and avoid any reckless moves. Ashley shot him a playful smirk. Good luck with that. But Arthur's expression turned serious, darkening like storm clouds gathering overhead. I mean it. If the mayor decides to make a move against us, second uncle will be his first target. The weight of his words settled heavily on Ashley. She knew he was right. Second, Arthur continued, determination etched on his face. We dig deep. Vane didn't claw his way up without some skeletons rattling in his closet. We just need to find the right one. Ashley tilted her head curiously. You really think he's hiding something big enough to take him down? Arthur tightened his grip on the steering wheel as if bracing for impact. I believe he wouldn't be pushing this hard if he wasn't desperate. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Desperate for what? His voice dropped to a low murmur, each word deliberate and heavy with meaning. Power, control, me. Ashley blinked in surprise and leaned forward slowly, processing the implications of his statement. Wait, are you saying this isn't just about Osborne Holdings? Arthur clenched his jaw tightly, as if holding back more than just words. Damien doesn't need my money, I think he needs something more, something to give him an edge or assurance. A spark of realization ignited in Ashley's eyes as she pressed further, her tone sharp with curiosity. Why? Finally meeting her gaze with intensity, Arthur replied firmly, because something is brewing on the horizon, and he wants to ensure he's standing on the winning side. Silence enveloped them as Ashley connected the dots. The mayor's sudden interest in Arthur, the aggressive buyout offer, the thinly veiled threats, it all pointed towards something much larger at play. You think he's gearing up for war, she said slowly, almost incredulously. Arthur nodded grimly. There was no humor left now in their conversation. I believe he's already fighting one and just tried to draft me into his army. As they descended further into the cityscape, the glittering towers fading into shadow. The municipal palace stood majestically over Neo Luminara, resembling a crown forged from steel and glass, its spires reaching for the stars. Inside, the mayor's private office radiated an air of calculated luxury. Polished black marble floors gleamed under soft lighting, walls adorned with rare artifacts whispered stories of history, and a floor-to-ceiling window framed a breathtaking view of the city's shimmering skyline. Damien Armitage leaned against the window, swirling a glass of Solaris vintage in one hand, while his sharp gaze lingered on a distant skyscraper. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the climate control system. Suddenly, the double doors slid open with a soft whisper. Jessica Armitage entered with purpose, her ice blue gown replaced by a sleek black suit that exuded confidence. Her heels clicked sharply against the marble floor as she wasted no time on pleasantries. He refused. It wasn't so much a question as it was an accusation. Damien took a measured sip of his drink before responding faintly. He did. Jessica's lips curled into a knowing smirk. I told you he would. With an unhurried sip from his glass, Damien replied coolly, and yet here we are. Crossing her arms defiantly, Jessica fixed her piercing gaze on her father's back. Why? Finally turning to face her, Damien's expression remained inscrutable. Why push this? Her voice dripped with disdain. You knew Arthur would never agree. He despises me and I loathe him. A thin smile crept across Damien's face, humorless and cold. Feelings are irrelevant. Not to me, Jessica shot back. Setting his glass down deliberately on the obsidian desk, Damien said calmly, then you're thinking like a child, not an Armitage. Jessica clenched her fists tightly against her sides. Enlighten. Taking a deep breath as if explaining something painfully obvious to someone slow to grasp it, Damien continued. Arthur Osborne controls the Osborne family. A year ago, they were just another declining dynasty teetering on collapse. But when Arthur took charge, in 1 year he resurrected them from near ruin and surpassed their former glory. Their businesses now span every industry, each one holds massive potential worth trillions. His gaze sharpened dangerously as he added, and he is untethered. No alliances or obligations make him dangerous. Jessica narrowed her eyes suspiciously. So you want to leash him? I want to own him, Damien corrected smoothly. Marriage is simply the cleanest way to achieve that. She let out a sharp laugh that echoed through the office like shattering glass. Clean? You just asked for 60% of his company as dowry. That's not a proposal, it's war. Damien's expression remained impassive as he leaned back, his voice steady. It's a negotiation tactic. Start high, settle for less. Jessica raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched across her face. And what happens if he refuses to settle? The mayor's smile turned icy, sending a shiver down Jessica's spine. Then we remind him why crossing an Armitage is a grave mistake. She studied him intently, searching for hidden truths. This isn't just about power, is it? There's something more at play here. Damien stayed silent, his gaze fixed on the city lights outside the window, his reflection ghostly and distant. Jessica stepped closer, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. What aren't you telling me? The Eastern Consortium is making moves, he finally revealed. Her heart raced at the mention of the consortium. They haven't been a threat in years. Because someone owed me a favor kept them in check, Damien replied quietly. But that favor is running out. Their new chairman has ambitions. 15 years ago, I managed to keep them from stepping into Neo Luminara after winning my election, offending them in the process. But now they're poised to gain a foothold here. If they do, everything we've built will be at risk. Jessica felt her mind spin with possibilities. The Eastern Consortium, a syndicate of old-world industrialists and mercenaries, had been a persistent thorn in Damien's side for decades without protection. He would have faced their wrath long ago. But lately, they've been suspiciously quiet. And Arthur is what? A shield? She questioned sharply. Even if you control him, what can he really do? His influence pales next to such a behemoth like the Eastern Consortium. Damien tightened his grip on his glass as if drawing strength from it. Arthur possesses immense potential and resources that could withstand them, even if he can't confront them directly himself. With him on my side, I can buy us time. But if he won't stand with us, his voice trailed off ominously. Jessica inhaled sharply as realization dawned upon her. So this is all about making a preemptive strike. It's survival, Damien affirmed. She turned away from him and began pacing the length of the office. Her heels clicked rhythmically against the polished floor like an urgent metronome counting down their options. There are other ways. We could pressure his businesses, cut supply lines, or buy out employees. You're the mayor, you hold all the cards. Just draft up some policy targeting him. And risk igniting open conflict, Damien countered with a shake of his head. No way, the consortium would pounce on that weakness immediately. Jessica spun around, her eyes blazing with intensity. Then why not just kill him? The words sliced through the air, sharp and unforgiving, plunging the room into a heavy silence. Damien met her gaze unwaveringly. Because a dead Arthur becomes a martyr. A married Arthur, that's an Armitage. Jessica's breath hitched in her throat. She had always known her father was ruthless, but this crossed a line she hadn't expected. You're asking me to marry a man I despise, she said softly, each word laced with disbelief. Damien's tone softened just enough to show he cared slightly. I'm asking you to do what's necessary for our family. Her nails dug into her palms as anger surged within her. And if I refuse, the mayor's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering overhead, then you're no daughter of mine. Those words landed like a dagger, twisting deep in her heart. Jessica had always understood where she stood in Damien's world, valuable yet expendable, merely a pawn on his chessboard. But hearing it spoken aloud still stung more than she anticipated. She turned away, whispering fiercely, "You're a bastard." Damien didn't flinch or deny it. "And you're an Armitage, act like one." Silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating as tension crackled in the air. Finally, Jessica straightened up, forcing her mask back into place. Fine, I'll play along. Damien nodded with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Good, but she added sharply, voice cold as ice, once this is over, I want Arthur Osborne shattered. A slow smile crept across the mayor's face, a predatory grin that sent chills down her spine. Oh my dear, that was always the plan. With determination fueling her steps, Jessica turned on her heel and strode toward the door. Her mind raced with possibilities. If her father wanted war, then war was what he would get, and Arthur Osborne. He would come to regret every single insult he'd ever thrown at her. The study door slid open with a soft whoosh as Arthur stepped inside, his gaze immediately drawn to the wine cabinet. He poured himself a generous glass of deep red wine and sank into the plush leather chair, loosening his collar with a relaxed smile on his face. Evelyn, he called out, breaking the silence. In an instant, the screen flickered to life, igniting in a dazzling cascade of azure light that coalesced into a vast, shifting visage, a face crafted from trillions of data streams, its features both human and strikingly alien. Eyes like fractured starlight locked onto Arthur. Welcome back, sir. Evelyn's genderless voice echoed warmly through the study. Arthur raised his wine glass in acknowledgement and took a leisurely sip. So what's next? Are you going to accept the mayor's proposal? Evelyn inquired. Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose. Nope, I'm not that naive. The mayor's proposal was anticipated, Evelyn replied, its form pulsing with strands of data flickering like synaptic flares. However, the timing was unexpected. The probability of a direct power grab within the next fiscal quarter is calculated at 38.6. His personal involvement raises that to 72.1. Arthur unbuttoned his jacket and tossed it casually over the back of a chair. I didn't think he'd be the first to make a move. He had anticipated others would act first, after all, who could resist the allure of the Osborne family business. But it surprised him that it was the mayor who took initiative. Yet he dismissed any threat from him. Fear wasn't on Arthur's agenda. What puzzles me is why he wants to act now, Arthur continued thoughtfully. He knows I can't stand his daughter. Asking for that kind of bride price is just outrageous. I've already found your answer. Evelyn's voice resonated with certainty. Tell me. Arthur leaned forward, intrigued. Evelyn's tone shifted to low and measured. Damien Armitage is a drowning man. Arthur paused mid-sip of his wine. Explain. The giant screen flickered again, projecting an intricate timeline of Neo-Luminara's political history with one name pulsating at its center, Eastern Consortium. 15 years ago, during the mayoral elections, Evelyn narrated as footage played, a burning mansion engulfed in flames deemed accidental by authorities. Damien eliminated his primary rival, Councilman Darius Rook. Darius was backed by the Eastern Consortium. His death should have triggered immediate retaliation. Arthur whistled softly. Let me guess, someone intervened. Correct. The display flickered to life, revealing a blurred image of a towering figure clad in an old-world trenchcoat. Mark Cray, the former overlord of the Northern Syndicate, extended protection to Damien in exchange for exclusive docking rights in the lower city. Arthur took a contemplative sip of his wine and murmured, but Cray's been dead for 3 years. Precisely. Evelyn's hologram shimmered like rippling water. With Cray gone, the consortium's old grudges are bubbling back to the surface. Intelligence suggests they've been quietly rebuilding their Neo-Luminara branch for the past 18 months. So Damien's scrambling for allies before they carve him up. Arthur swirled his glass, watching as the red liquid caught the light like a glimmering jewel, and he thinks my resources can buy him time. He shook his head in disbelief. How can I help him? I'm just weak. My strength is pitiful compared to that of the Eastern Consortium. Damn, this guy isn't exactly a saint. Arthur leaned back in his chair, shaking his head incredulously. A cold smirk crept across Arthur's lips. And instead of asking nicely, he tried to strong-arm me into marriage. A miscalculation. Arthur set down his glass with deliberate calmness. How deep are the consortium's claws here now? The hologram morphed again, revealing a network of red veins spreading beneath the city's districts, warehouses, shell corporations, even 2 mid-level officials from the Urban Development Bureau. They control 37 of the black market arms trade and have infiltrated 3 key infrastructure committees. Most concerningly, a new file unfolded on screen displaying blueprints of the municipal power grid. They've planted pulse disruptors beneath Sector 7 substations. If activated during an attack, they could black out the entire North District. Arthur's playful demeanor vanished instantly. That's practically a declaration of war. His knuckles whitened around his glass as he pondered aloud, but why now? Evelyn's voice dropped to an almost conspiratorial whisper, because tomorrow marks 15 years since Darius's death, and trust me, the consortium never forgets a debt. Silence thickened like fog in the air. Outside, the city's neon glow pulsed like a slow beating heart, completely unaware of the storm brewing in its shadows. Arthur took a deep breath, adjusting his cuffs with determination. Evelyn, Yes, came the response. Dig deeper, he commanded, his voice steady. I want to know every asset, every backdoor, and every weakness they have in this city. His eyes sparkled under the flickering holographic lights. If Damien wants my help surviving the consortium, he downed his wine in one fiery gulp. Then he'd better kneel first. And Evalin, make sure to send men to remove those pulse disruptors. I don't want to wake up tomorrow to massive headlines screaming about chaos. Yes, sir, came the quick reply. Oh, Evalin, I almost forgot. Have you dug into the background of the Eastern Consortium? Arthur exclaimed, patting his head as if to shake off a lingering thought. Yes, sir, I've already done that, Evalin replied enthusiastically. Good, tell me about the Eastern Consortium's background, Arthur said, leaning back in his chair and swirling the wine in his glass like a fine vintage. Sir, the Eastern Consortium is a behemoth, a giant. They are not merely an organization, they are a legacy. Arthur raised an eyebrow. How old? 472 years, Evalin stated confidently. Born from the ashes of the Silk Road dynasties and forged in this century's corporate wars. They don't just operate, they endure. Suddenly, a massive screen flickered to life, projecting a complex web of interconnected nodes, each representing a sector of the consortium's sprawling empire, primary industries. Black market arms manufacturing dominates 30 of the underground Umbra-Naptic trade. Biopiracy, engaging in gene theft from closed ecosystems, patented under shell companies. Political assassination markets, the largest contractor for hire network in the Eastern Hemisphere. The Eastern Consortium primarily operates within gray industries, Evalin explained. They rank among the top 50 most powerful underground organizations on the planet. Arthur's fingers twitched with surprise as he shook his head incredulously. Charming. Their business model is predation, Evalin continued. They identify weakened governments, fractured corporations, or a pulse of red light illuminated their next target on screen, cities with vulnerable leadership. The display zoomed in on Neo Luminara, overlaying a spiderweb of red veins beneath its surface, marking known assets of the consortium. Their feud with the mayor is personal, however. Their interest in Neo Luminara is strategic. The city sits atop 3 underground data river junctions. Control it, and you control information flow between 4 continental networks. Arthur turned fully towards Evalin, his eyes reflected crimson hues from the hologram. And you think the mayor knew they'd return? He gambled that Kray's protection would outlast his own career, Evalin replied solemnly. A miscalculation, the consortium remembers every slight, and Darius's death was written in their ledgers in blood. A new image appeared, a ledger entry dated 15 years prior. Darius Rook asset liquidation, unsettled debt. One city. Arthur fell silent for a moment before exhaling slowly through pursed lips. They don't just want revenge, they want deed rights. In the consortium doctrine, an unpaid debt compounds interest, Evalin intoned, his voice echoing with gravity. To them, the mayor's life is insufficient collateral. They will seize the city itself as repayment. As the screen flickered to life, blueprints of the municipal palace emerged, revealing highlighted structural weaknesses that seemed to whisper secrets of impending doom. Their strategy is clear, Evalin continued. First, they'll disgrace the mayor. Then they'll bring down the infrastructure. When chaos reaches its peak, they will save Neo Luminara from the very wreckage they orchestrated. Arthur stared at the schematics, his mind racing like a runaway train. Then it all makes sense, he murmured. The mayor isn't just fighting for power, he's fighting for survival. As are we all, Evalin replied quietly. If the consortium takes the city, they won't hesitate to eliminate anyone who poses a threat to their control. There's no third option. A heavy silence settled over the room like a dark cloud. Arthur exhaled slowly and rolled his shoulders back. Then we play their game. Are you planning to confront them directly? Evalin inquired. We can't afford that, Arthur said, a razor-thin smile cutting across his face. But we can make Neo Luminara indigestible. He turned back to the hologram with renewed focus. Evalin, how long until they make their move? 72 hours, Evalin replied smoothly, analyzing asset mobilization patterns. Arthur nodded decisively. Then we have work ahead of us. Tell me about what you've uncovered regarding the mayor. Arthur's eyes lit up with determination as he quickly looked at Evalin. The display flickered again and transformed into a sprawling dossier, Damien Armitage's name emblazoned in blood-red glyphs at its apex. Below it unfolded a list of crimes more damning than any fiction could conjure. Let's start with his rise to power, Evalin began gravely. 12 years ago, during the mayoral elections, his main opponent, Councilman Rhys Vance, was found dead in his penthouse. Officially ruled a suicide, but in reality, security footage from a hidden corridor played out. A shadowy figure slipping into Vance's residence, followed by a silenced gunshot and staged body. Damien's personal enforcer, codenamed Wraith, executed this hit, with payments funneled through an offshore shell company linked to Vane's campaign funds. Arthur remained impassive, nothing surprised him anymore. What else do you have? The screen shifted again as financial records spiraled into view. Systematic embezzlement of public infrastructure budgets, Evalin detailed matter-of-factly. In the past decades alone, he have embezzled 600 billion unicrids. Funds meant for revitalizing lower city neighborhoods have vanished into thin air. All went straight into private ventures, with the infamous Skyrise Towers project leading the charge, all orchestrated by Damien, who cleverly hides behind a proxy alias. Arthur couldn't help but smirk. So he's been robbing the city to fill his own pockets. Classic move. But Evalin wasn't done yet. It gets worse, it continued. Bribery of judicial officials to sweep cases against his allies under the rug, and using municipal regulations as leverage to extort rival corporations. And then there are the black site operations. Suddenly, a new set of files appeared on screen, military-grade schematics that looked like something out of a dystopian nightmare. Prisoner manifests and execution logs painted a chilling picture. Unauthorized detention facilities beneath Sector 7, Evalin explained grimly. Political dissidents, whistleblowers, even low-level criminals deemed inconvenient have been swallowed up by these dark chambers. None have emerged. Arthur's fingers froze over the keyboard. How many? Confirmed fatalities. 347, Evalin replied solemnly, but estimates suggest it could be over 1,000. A heavy silence fell between them. Then Arthur exhaled slowly, his mind racing through implications. Any one of these revelations would warrant execution. Correct. Leaning back in his chair, Arthur steepled his fingers thoughtfully as his gaze shifted to an unseen horizon filled with possibilities. Evalin, what if we released this information? Evalin's response was immediate and firm. Chaos would ensue, impeachment, criminal prosecution, possibly even a public execution to quell unrest. His empire would crumble within days. A dark smile crept across Arthur's lips as he contemplated the fallout. And in that chaos, Neo-Luminara fractures into warring factions while the Eastern Consortium swoops in like vultures. He paused for effect before adding ominously, the city burns. A high probability, Evalin acknowledged. Arthur's eyes gleamed coldly with determination as he made his decision. Then we don't release it. Evalin hesitated, a rare moment of uncertainty flickering across his digital form. Explain your reasoning. Arthur paced in front of the screen, his mind racing. Dead, Vane is useless to us, he scoffed, a glint of mischief in his eyes. But a mayor with a noose around his neck, a man who knows we can end him with just one command. His smile was sharp as a knife. Now that's what I call a puppet on strings. And let's not forget, he continued, leaning closer, the Eastern Consortium has their sights set on Neo-Luminara. If they get it, we're in serious trouble. The mayor is our key to keeping them at bay. Arthur's smirk widened, revealing the confidence brewing within him. Evalin's form flickered as it processed this information. So you plan to blackmail him into submission. Not just submission, Arthur murmured thoughtfully. I want subservience. Evalin paused for a moment before responding. The plan is sound. However, Damien isn't exactly known for bending easily. Arthur chuckled darkly. True enough, but even lions kneel when you threaten their cubs. Jessica, Evalin stated matter-of-factly. Arthur nodded emphatically. She's his Achilles heel, his legacy. He pretends not to care about that so-called stupid daughter of his and would sacrifice her for his ambitions. But deep down, he has a soft spot for her. Evalin's data stream surged with activity as simulations ran through its circuits. If we leverage this weakness correctly, we can dictate terms to him, but we must tread carefully. Damien might retaliate. Arthur leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Then we make sure he understands the cost of defiance. The screen shifted again, displaying a draft communique, a stark message that left no room for interpretation. You owe me a conversation, unmonitored, or the world will learn what you've buried. Arthur scrutinized the message before nodding decisively. Send it out, encrypted and only through his private channels. Done, Evalin replied. A heavy silence enveloped the study as outside. The city's neon glow pulsed like an unfeeling heartbeat, completely unaware of the machinations unfolding in the shadows. Turning back to the screen, Arthur caught sight of his own reflection, a ghostly figure against Evalin's shimmering light. One last thing, he said with an edge in his voice. Yes, Evalin prompted. Prepare contingencies, Arthur commanded firmly. If Damien is foolish enough to fight back, his gaze hardened like steel. I want him broken before he even thinks about lifting a finger. Evalin's response came as an icy whisper of electrons. It will be done. The next day, January 7, 2027, Municipal Palace Mayor's Executive Lounge. The mayor's private lounge was nothing short of a monument to arrogance. Gold-trimmed marble floors gleamed under the soft glow of extravagant chandeliers, while floor-to-ceiling windows showcased Neo-Luminara's skyline, a view that felt like gazing upon a conquered kingdom. Damien Armitage reclined in a high-backed chair, swirling a glass of Solaris Vintage, his lips curling into a smug smile. Across from him sat Arthur, lounging with deceptive ease, one leg casually crossed over the other and a faint smile playing on his lips. Both men exchanged glances, each harboring their own hidden intentions. You came, the mayor said with an air of superiority, disdain flickering in his eyes as he regarded Arthur across the table. It was as if he had expected nothing less. Arthur's smile remained unwavering. "Did you think I wouldn't?" The mayor chuckled softly, leaning forward with an air of confidence. "No. Because smart men know when to bow." He took a slow sip from his glass, eyes gleaming with mischief. "So, have you reconsidered my proposal?" Arthur tilted his head slightly, feigning contemplation. "Ah yes, the marriage arrangement and the 60% stake in my company." With a flourish, the mayor spread his hands wide. "A small price for protection for legacy." Arthur exhaled softly and shook his head with amusement. "You see, that's the thing about legacy, it's fragile." He reached into his coat and produced a slim phone before tossing it onto the table between them. The mayor's confident demeanor faltered as he frowned at Arthur's unexpected gesture. Unease crept into his expression. "What's this?" he asked warily. "Open it." Arthur gestured lazily. A flicker of apprehension crossed Damien's face before he masked it with bravado. Snatching up the phone, he powered it on. As the main screen illuminated, Damien's expression changed drastically. His face drained of color and turned ghostly pale. Bloodshot eyes widened in horror as he began to tremble uncontrollably. Damien Armitage's world shattered before him. Security footage flashed across the screen. Financial records and blacksite manifests, every crime committed during his tenure laid bare in vivid detail. Arthur watched intently as Damien scrolled through incriminating evidence with growing panic etched across his features. This is impossible," the mayor gasped, snapping his head up to meet Arthur's gaze, eyes wild with disbelief. "Where did you get this?" Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. "Does it matter?" In an explosive burst of anger, Damien shot to his feet, knocking over his glass Solaris vintage spilled across the table like blood pooling on cold tiles. "Who gave you these?" Arthur remained still, his hand gesturing toward the seat where Mayor Damien sat, tension crackling in the air. "Sit down, Damien. No need to be so worked up." The mayor's breath came in sharp bursts, his body coiled like a spring ready to snap. For a fleeting moment it seemed he might lunge at Arthur, then, with visible effort, he sank back into his chair. His voice was as sharp as a blade. "What do you want?" Leaning forward, Arthur rested his elbows on his knees, adopting a soft yet deliberate tone. "I think you misunderstand." He paused for effect. "This isn't a negotiation." Damien's jaw tightened as anger simmered beneath the surface. "Then what is it?" Arthur's smile morphed into something predatory. "A lesson." With a swift motion, he reached into his coat and produced a slender injector pen that glinted ominously under the light. The mayor's eyes widened in alarm. "What the hell is that?" Unease slithered down Damien's spine. "Let's just say it's insurance," Arthur replied with a feigned smile. Before the mayor could react further, Arthur was suddenly before him, pressing the pen's tip against Damien's neck and administering its contents in one fluid motion. It was over in an instant. Damien slapped a hand to his neck, horror dawning on his face. "What did you just do?" Arthur stepped back and casually pocketed the pen. "Poison, a proprietary blend." He tilted his head slightly as if savoring the moment. "Without the monthly antidote, your nervous system will liquefy in approximately 72 hours, he added with chilling calmness, painfully. Rage twisted Damien's features, fury boiled within him as he roared at Arthur, "You bastard." But Arthur's demeanor shifted abruptly to cold menace, his voice sliced through the air like ice. "Kneel." The mayor froze. Arthur didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The weight of that single word hung heavy between them. "You have two choices," he continued calmly but firmly as death itself loomed closer. "Serve me in live or defy me and watch everything you've built burn while you choke on your own dissolving organs." Damien gasped for breath, fingers dug into the armrests until they turned white with strain. Arthur waited patiently. Seconds felt like hours. Then, the mayor's shoulders sagged, his head bowed in submission. A satisfied smile crept across Arthur's face as he stood tall again, straightening his cuffs with an air of triumph. "Good." He leaned down close to Vane's ear and whispered menacingly, "From now on, you are mine, my eyes in City Hall, my leash on the Eastern Consortium, my dog." He leaned down, his breath a whisper against Damien's ear. "And if you ever forget that," he tapped the mayor's neck, where the poison lay hidden like a serpent ready to strike. Damien shuddered, horror flooding his eyes as he looked up at Arthur. How do you know about the Eastern Consortium?" With an evil smirk, Arthur replied, "Let's just say I did my homework after you decided to threaten me." He straightened, not waiting for a response as he turned toward the door. "The first dose of the antidote is in 4 weeks. Don't be late." Without another word, he left. Behind him, Damien Armitage, the man who had ruled Neo Luminara for a decade, collapsed forward, his forehead hitting the table with a hollow thud. The king had knelt, and thus began the reign of a new ruler. Outside, Arthur slid into his sleek car where Ashley awaited him, idly flipping a coin in her hand. "Well?" she asked expectantly. Arthur ignited the engine, it purred to life beneath him. Everything went well. Ashley's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but she held back from probing further. "Oh, by the way," Arthur said thoughtfully, glancing at her. "What are you doing here? You didn't have work today." Ashley grinned back at him mischievously. "I wanted to see how things would go." "You wouldn't let me follow you inside anyway." Arthur simply shook his head as they sped away in the Hyperion GT20, leaving the municipal palace behind. Meanwhile, within a towering skyscraper in Neo Luminara, an executive lounge that radiated wealth and power, Chairman Renshu Wu sat motionless at the head of an intricately carved obsidian table. His fingers were steepled beneath his chin. Calmness adorned his face, while sharp eyes betrayed an inner tempest. A holographic screen flickered before him, displaying live footage from the municipal palace. The unmistakable image of a pale and shaken Damien Armitage was clear as day. So Renshu murmured silkily over steel-like resolve. Who is this guy in the mayor's office? To his right sat Scarlet, a woman clad in a form-fitting blood-red silk suit, leaning forward with purpose. Her beautiful crimson eyes flashed as she tapped on her tablet and presented it to Renshu. He is Arthur Osborne, the current head of the Osborne family. A chuckle rippled through shadows at the far end of the table as General Jones shifted ominously, a massive figure whose muscles seemed alive under dim light. That Osborne family causing waves recently. Scarlet nodded affirmatively at Jones' remark, while Renshu's gaze remained locked on the screen showing Arthur injecting something into Damien's neck. Renshu's eyes were glued to the screen, his focus unwavering. Oh, looks like he's got his sights set on the mayor too. He's already ahead of us. The display zoomed in, revealing an injection pen glinting ominously in Arthur's hand. Scarlet and General Jones exchanged glances, their attention darting between the pen and Renshu. The screen split, unveiling fresh footage of Arthur's car pulling away from the municipal palace, Ashley's smile visible through the tinted window. This Osborne guy has made a critical misstep, Renshu asserted, his voice steady yet laced with intrigue. He thinks that controlling the mayor means controlling the city. His finger traced along the hologram's edge as if mapping out a strategy. But remember, some snakes strike when cornered. Scarlet's eyes sparkled with excitement. You want Damien to turn on him, not just turn, Renshu whispered conspiratorially. Break. Suddenly a new image flickered onto the screen, a molecular schematic of a neurotoxin now coursing through the veins of their unsuspecting mayor. General Jones grunted skeptically. Poison, we have antidotes for every. Not an antidote, Renshu interrupted sharply. An accelerant. The room fell silent, tension thickening in the air. Scarlet gasped softly, her breath hitching in realization. You mean to trigger it prematurely? Renshu finished with a chilling grin. Absolutely, just picture it. Damien collapses during his next public address, live on camera as the city watches their mighty mayor disintegrate before their very eyes. His smile turned icy as he added, and who do you think they'll blame? Ko leaned forward with a savage grin. Osborne, exactly. Renshu exclaimed triumphantly. Will anonymously leak footage of Arthur injecting poison into the mayor. He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled thoughtfully. Let Arthur play his little games, let him think he's won. A gleam danced in his eyes as he continued, and when the time is right, the screen shifted one last time, revealing a live satellite feed of the Osborne family mansion, its dark spires piercing through the night sky like ominous tombstones. We'll bury him beneath the ruins of his own arrogance for trying to block the Eastern Consortium from conducting its business. Meanwhile, high above in a lavish office at Osborne Holdings, Sir, Arthur glanced up from his holographic display to see Evalin's blue visage materialize on screen. What is it? They've taken the bait. Good. An evil smirk spread across Arthur's face. This was just getting interesting. In the vast expanse of his office, Arthur was met with a striking sight. Evalin's holographic face flickered to life on the central display. The once calm blue visage now bore ominous streaks of crimson, warning sigils that danced across the screen. The Eastern Consortium has made their move, Evalin announced, urgency lacing its voice. Arthur remained focused on the swirling schematics of Damien Vane's neurotoxin formula hovering before him. His fingers glided over the molecular structure with meticulous precision. How much did they intercept? He asked, not yet looking up. Enough, Evalin replied grimly. They've synthesized an accelerant. Their intention is clear. Trigger the poison prematurely and frame you for a very public assassination of the mayor. Arthur paused momentarily, absorbing the weight of this revelation. Slowly, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled through his nose. Clever, clever. They're about to paint you as a murderer in front of the entire city. Evalin's voice carried a hint of helplessness. A wry smile tugged at Arthur's lips. I am a murderer. Not the point, Evalin shot back, its hologram pulsing with urgency. The consortium's local branch may be small, but their resources far exceed ours. Direct confrontation is inadvisable. Arthur steepled his fingers thoughtfully. Then we don't confront, we redirect. What do you mean, sir? Evalin asked, confusion evident in its tone. With a swift tap on the display, Arthur pulled up security blueprints of the municipal palace. If they want to kill the mayor, we let them. Just not in the way they planned. Evalin's blue face shimmered with intrigue. Elaborate. A razor-thin smile spread across Arthur's face as he turned to Evalin. We give them a patsy. He leaned forward and asked, how much time is left until they strike? They will strike in 42 hours. Evalin replied urgently. Good. Arthur nodded decisively before adding, get Sylvester ready. Yes, sir. January 7th, 2026, a day later. Before the Eastern Consortium could make their move, Arthur had already taken action. Evalin hacked into their encrypted channels and fed them falsified data, a fabricated secret meeting between the mayor and an Eastern spy. The bait was obvious enough for their operatives to bite, but subtle enough not to raise suspicion. They've taken the bait, Evalin confirmed smoothly. Team dispatched to intercept. Arthur watched intently from his hidden perch, peering through binoculars at a nondescript apartment overlooking a dimly lit plaza. This was the spot where the meeting was set to unfold, and he could feel the tension in the air. Two shadows darted between alleyways below him, operatives of the consortium, armed with syringes filled with accelerant. At precisely 02:17 a.m., the trap was sprung. Operatives moved like phantoms, slipping into the plaza's underground access tunnels, the very same ones Arthur's intel had leaked as the mayor's escape route. What they didn't realize was that their target wasn't Damien, it was Sylvester, cleverly disguised and grinning only for Arthur's eyes. Showtime, Sylvester whispered. In a flash, the operative struck, injecting a needle into Sylvester's neck. A muffled gasp escaped him as he crumpled theatrically to the ground, accelerant coursing through his veins. Then came the screams. Arthur had warned him it would hurt. But here's the twist. While they thought they were using real accelerant on Sylvester, Arthur had swapped it out for a non-lethal mimic, a compound that mimics symptoms of neural decay without causing any lasting harm. The operatives didn't linger, they fled as if their lives depended on it. Mission accomplished. Evalin's voice crackled through Arthur's earpiece. They're reporting success to their handler. Arthur exhaled slowly, phase 1 complete. Now came the delicate parts. By dawn, Neoluminara erupted with news headlines. Mayor Damien survives assassination attempt. Security footage, carefully doctored by Evalin, showed shadowy figures injecting something into Damien before he collapsed mid-press conference, only to be, miraculously, revived by his private medical team. The syringe traced back to Eastern Consortium operatives who were caught fleeing the scene. Arthur observed this chaos unfold from his study, a glass of red wine catching glimmers of morning light like jewels in a crown. Evalin shimmered beside him on screen. Consortium leadership is in disarray. They think their operatives were compromised by a rival faction. Arthur swirled his drink thoughtfully. Good. Traces led us to a safe house. We've got all their local contacts. Nothing traceable back to us, Evalin continued. Arthur nodded approvingly. Burn it all down, let them tear themselves apart looking for leaks. The consortium will retaliate, Evalin warned, his voice low and urgent. They'll dig deep to find out who orchestrated this mess. I doubt they can trace it back to us, but you need to be careful, sir. You're already on their radar. Arthur's smile faded as he set down his glass with a soft clink. I know, but they need evidence to suspect me. The study was awash in the pale glow of giant screen, casting long shadows across Arthur's face as he leaned over the sleek obsidian desk. Suddenly, Evalin's voice broke through the tension like a crack of thunder. Sir, the Eastern Consortium is making another move. Arthur didn't lift his gaze from the three-dimensional schematics of Neoluminara's underground networks floating before him. Red markers pulsed ominously at key intersections, safe houses, supply routes, blind spots in city surveillance. Isn't it obvious? Arthur murmured, rotating the map with a flick of his fingers. I thought they wouldn't go direct after that botched hit on the mayor. Evalin's blue holographic form rippled as threads of data wove through the air like liquid mercury. Analysis suggests alternative vectors. Their preferred method, economic sabotage, leveraging their holdings in the night markets to destabilize the mayor's lower city operations. Arthur's lips thinned into a line. Night markets were essential to Neoluminara's black economy. If the consortium squeezed Damien too hard, half his informants would vanish overnight. Can we preempt? He asked. Not without exposing our hand, Evalin replied grimly. Their financial networks are too entrenched. Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose and straightened up. Then we don't play their game, we change the board. Just like last time, we can't expose ourselves now. Evalin's interface flickered again, pulling up new personnel files. Chairman Renshu's lieutenant, Scarlet, oversees their local intelligence web. She is pragmatic. Arthur raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Meaning, she has a pattern, Evalin explained coolly. When pressured, she eliminates liabilities before they become threats. A slow smile crept across Arthur's face, a predator spotting prey. So we give her a liability. The screen shifted focus to a nondescript warehouse at the docks, a known front for the consortium. Their next arms shipment arrives tonight, Evalin continued smoothly. If intercepted by city enforcers, it would reflect poorly on Scarlet. Her negligence would be evident. Arthur tapped his fingers rhythmically against the desk as thoughts raced through his mind. And Renshu doesn't tolerate failure. Correct, Evalin confirmed. Then we leak it. Arthur's voice was as cold as ice, sending a shiver down the spine, but not to the enforcers. We're handing this juicy tidbit over to their rivals, the Iron Serpents, right here in Neo Luminara. Evalin raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on his face. But the Serpents are fierce competitors. A bloodbath would definitely draw unwanted attention. Exactly, Arthur replied, leaning forward with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Let them tear each other apart. When the smoke clears, the consortium will point fingers at the Serpents, and they'll do the same back at us. And what will we be doing? He extended his hand as if grasping something invisible before clenching his fist tightly, watching from the shadows. Evalin's response was barely above a whisper, a hint of satisfaction laced with binary precision. A surgical strike, no evidence that leads back to us. Arthur stood up, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off any lingering doubts. Make it happen. And Evalin, yes, keep digging deep. I want every single weakness they have. Already compiling that info for you, sir, Evalin replied. As Arthur turned toward the window, he gazed out at Neo Luminara's skyline, shimmering like a nest of vipers ready to strike. In Sector 7, the base and the heart of the Eastern Consortium. Inside the executive lounge, an eerie stillness enveloped the room, thick as fog. The scent of sandalwood incense struggled to mask the acrid tension simmering among the gathered members. At the head of the sleek obsidian conference table sat Chairman Renshu, his fingers steepled in front of his face, a picture of calm amidst chaos. Holographic news reports flickered before them, disturbing footage of their captured operatives being dragged away by city enforcers and Damien Armitage's miraculous recovery from a podium collapse, all underscored by damning headlines splashed across every media outlet. Scarlett stood rigid by the window, her crimson OL suit impeccably pressed, the only hint of her agitation, a faint tremor in her eyes. General Ko paced like a caged tiger beside her, his huge muscles coiled with barely contained fury. It was a setup, Scarlett finally declared, her voice sharp as shards of broken glass. Renshu didn't flinch, he simply grunted, obviously. That single word hung heavy in the air, a death sentence for their plans. General Ko slammed his fist onto the table with such force that it cracked the reinforced surface. Those were our best infiltration specialists. How did they know about the accelerant? How did they have an antidote ready? Scarlett raised an eyebrow. The operatives followed protocol perfectly. Tracking data shows they injected at precisely planned coordinates. The accelerant should have. Renshu's voice cut through her report like a knife. He finally moved, lowering his hands to reveal eyes like polished onyx, cold and depthless. The mayor lives. Our people are in custody. The entire city now knows we've shattered the accord by moving against elected officials. A junior operative near the door swallowed audibly. Everyone knew that direct interference in member cities' governance was strictly forbidden by the Eastern Accord, a centuries-old agreement now shattered on live television. Scarlett's fingers twitched toward her data pad embedded in her sleeve. The prisoners won't talk, their neural implants will trigger before. It doesn't matter. Renshu's sudden roar sent several aides stumbling back. His voice rarely rose above a whisper but carried an authority that demanded attention. The evidence is already public. Syringe signatures, accelerant formula. He inhaled sharply through his nose, cutting himself off. The ensuing silence felt more terrifying than any outburst could convey. After 7 controlled breaths, Renshu resumed, speaking in his usual measured tone. Scarlett, walk me through the intelligence that led us here. Without hesitation, she began. 3 days ago, we intercepted encrypted communications between Vane and an unknown party. The decryption team confirmed its authenticity, confirmed how. Signal patterns aligned perfectly with Damien's verified channels, revealing troubling details about his neurotoxin symptoms and a clandestine meeting aimed at discussing treatment. Our analysts confidently assessed the likelihood of fabrication to be less than 2. Scarlett explained with a serious face as she looked at Chairman Renshu. Renshu's smile was as chilling as ice over lava. And who exactly provided this miraculous decryption key? Scarlett froze, her heart racing like a drumbeat in the silence. General Ko, with his enhanced hearing, caught every subtle change in her pulse. The key came through standard back channels, she stammered. We thought it was from our mole in City Hall. We thought, Renshu echoed, letting the word hang heavy in the air like a foreign concept. We based an entire operation on assumptions. He rose slowly, adjusting the cuffs of his meticulously tailored suit, a movement that made several bodyguards instinctively reach for their concealed weapons. Someone played us. The realization sliced through the tension like a guillotine blade poised to drop. Scarlett's eyes narrowed coldly. The timing is too perfect. They knew about the neurotoxin and our accelerant development. They, Osborne, General Ko spat out the name like it was poison on his tongue. That arrogant little, Renshu raised a finger, and instantly silence fell over the room. Arthur Osborne is many things, he murmured thoughtfully, but he isn't omniscient. How could he possibly know about our accelerant research? That question lingered ominously, more dangerous than any accusation thrown around that table. Scarlett's eyes widened slightly as realization dawned on her. There's a breach within our inner circle. Renshu nodded once with grim determination. Find it, clean it up. His gaze swept across the room with authority. And prepare the Crimson Protocol. Every consortium member paled at those words. Even General Ko hesitated before speaking up again. Chairman, that's a scorched earth measure. We'd lose all our Neo-Luminara assets. We've already lost them. Renshu replied coolly as he turned to face the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the cityscape below him. This failure cannot stand. If we can't control Neo-Luminara, he didn't need to finish that thought. The weight of it settled heavily among them all. The consortium thrived on inevitability. They were built on certainty that debts would be collected and vengeance delivered. Scarlet bowed deeply, determination etched on her face. I will personally oversee the investigation. Renshu didn't turn around this time. Instead, he stated firmly, no, you will remain here. An unspoken accusation crackled between them like static electricity. General Ko cleared his throat nervously before adding, the operatives in custody are already dead, Renshu interjected, his voice steady and unwavering. Their implants would have triggered the moment interrogation began. With that, he finally turned away from the window, his calm demeanor restored. But their families remain. See to them. There was no need for further explanation. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air. As the meeting wrapped up and people filed out, Renshu lingered by the window, gazing at the distant twinkling lights of towering skyscrapers. He looked at the bustling city below him, although his face seems like calm on the surface but deep down in his heart. Fury was boiling within him. He didn't expect that he, Renshu, will get played one day. His eyes turned sharp as he muttered in a low, cold tone as he gazed at the city below. Whoever it is, don't let me catch you otherwise. Neo-Luminara, the Iron Serpent's base, January 12, 2026. In the heart of Apex District, where shadows linger and whispers echo, the Iron Serpent headquarters rises like a monolith, a 30-story tower of black glass with gilded edges that gleams under the neon glow of the city. This unremarkable building sits at the southern end of a sparsely populated area, its lower levels housing a luxurious casino where billionaires and politicians gamble fortunes beneath dazzling crystal chandeliers. Above them, in an exclusive realm reserved for high-ranking members of the Iron Serpent, power plays unfold. In the penthouse boardroom, Madame Yi presides over a carved mahogany table, her fingers delicately tracing the rim of an exquisite century-old porcelain teacup. The walls pulse with digital scrolls showcasing real-time market data, underground arms deals, and encrypted messages from their expansive global network. Darius Ko, Madame Yi's right-hand man, and no relation to the consortium's general, leans against a floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the sprawling city below. His tailored suit hugs his athletic frame as he muses in a calm voice. The Eastern Consortium just got humiliated, publicly. Madame Yi sips her tea slowly, steam curling around her sharp features. A rare sight, she replies thoughtfully. Across from her sits Robert, their financial strategist, adjusting his glasses with an air of seriousness. This wasn't an accident. Someone set them up. Darius smirks knowingly. And here I thought the great Eastern Consortium was untouchable. With deliberate precision, Madame Yi sets down her cup. Do not underestimate them, she warns. This isn't defeat, it's merely a trigger. The consortium doesn't lose, they escalate. Robert pulls up a holographic feed displaying footage of the mayor's so-called assassination attempt, along with captured operatives and burning warehouses belonging to the consortium. The question is, who outmaneuvered them? Silence envelops them momentarily before Darius chuckles softly. Does it matter? If someone's cutting down the consortium to size, we should be thanking them. Madame Yi's lips thin into a line as she responds firmly, or preparing for what comes next. She taps on the table and activates their room's AI system to project new files, contingency plans, asset redistributions, and names of known Eastern Consortium operatives still lurking in Neo-Luminara. The balance is shifting, she declares resolutely. We adapt or we drown. Meanwhile, Marcus Silverstein's penthouse office looms over Neo-Luminara like a king surveying his domain. Around him sit 12 ruthless minds, the board of directors, gathered around an illuminated glass table where expressions are carefully masked. The Eastern Consortium's failure is our golden opportunity, declared Helena, the dynamic CEO of Astralis Tech, her crimson nails tapping rhythmically against her datapad. For years, they've blocked our expansion into Eastern markets. If they're weakened, interrupted Joseph Craven, casting a wary glance around the room, the consortium doesn't stay weak for long. Marcus Silverstein sat quietly, his deep, calm eyes betraying a hint of concern. This wasn't random. Someone orchestrated this. A murmur rippled through the room like a wave of uncertainty. The Iron Serpent, someone ventured hesitantly. Marcus exhaled slowly, weighing his words. Possibly, but more importantly, what does this mean for us? Helena smirked confidently. It means we finally have leverage. The consortium's reputation thrives on fear. If they can be challenged, Joseph grunted in agreement. then the rules change. Marcus nodded decisively. Prepare our offshore holdings. If the consortium is truly retreating, we need to move in fast. In a dimly lit backroom at City Hall, Councilman Eli Rath paced like a caged tiger, his face flushed with barely contained fury. This is a disaster, he hissed vehemently. The Accord is in shambles. The consortium's operatives were caught on camera trying to assassinate our mayor. Opposite him, Councilwoman Shira Vine lounged casually in her chair, her sharp eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh please, you're not upset about the Accord, you're upset because your backroom deals just went up in smoke. Eli shot her an incredulous glare. And what about you? The consortium funded your last campaign. Shira smiled slyly, and now they're radioactive. Lucky for me, I've always been good at cutting ties. In the corner, Deputy Mayor Lorne remained silent and detached as he observed their exchange with cold indifference. His comm buzzed with another encrypted message. He didn't even need to read it to know its contents. The consortium is regrouping, and they expected him to hold up his end of the bargain. In the neon-lit alleyways of the lower districts, rumors spread like wildfire among those who thrived on whispers and secrets. At a cramped food stall, two veteran beat cops hunched over steaming bowls of noodles while keeping watch on the bustling crowd. You hear about the arrests, muttered Officer Wren quietly as if sharing state secrets. They got Eastern Consortium enforcers, real heavy hitters. His partner Jack slurped his noodles nonchalantly. So what? They'll be out by morning, they always are. Wren shook his head, a look of disbelief etched across his face. Not this time. Word is someone leaked everything, our operations, bank routes, even safe houses. Jax paused mid-bite, chopsticks hovering in the air. Who the hell would be stupid enough to do that? Just then, a news alert blared from a nearby screen. OSBORN Security SECURES City Defense Contract. The cops exchanged uneasy glances. Back in Arthur's study, Evalin's familiar blue form flickered onto the giant screen. But today it was streaked with urgent crimson, a stark contrast to its usual calm demeanor. The city is reacting as projected, it began, its voice steady yet tinged with urgency. Corporate factions are realigning, the Iron Serpents are mobilizing, and the consortium has initiated the Crimson Protocol. Arthur frowned and looked up at Evalin, curiosity piqued. The what? In response, the screen flashed to life with a classified dossier that seemed to pulse ominously. The Crimson Protocol, Evalin explained gravely, is a scorched earth contingency developed by the founder of the Eastern Consortium himself. When activated, all compromised assets are liquidated, every trace is erased, any operatives who might be captured are silenced. Arthur leaned forward intently, his eyes gleaming with recognition as he asked, how many times has it been used before? 3 times since the establishment of the Eastern Consortium, Evalin replied matter-of-factly. Once during the purge in Valencia in 1894, again after the Jakarta data heist in 1901, and finally in 1994 in Oculus City on the Umbra continent when a high-ranking operative was compromised. Arthur's expression darkened slightly as he pressed for more details. And what was the outcome? Total deniability, Evalin stated flatly. The Eastern Consortium vanished from those cities overnight, no trails left behind and no witnesses remaining. A heavy silence hung in the air for a moment before Arthur smirked knowingly and said, so we've got them running. Evalin's voice cut through with precision, temporarily. The Crimson Protocol isn't retreat, it's reset. Arthur exhaled slowly and rolled his shoulders back as if preparing for battle. Then we'd better be ready when they come back. Outside their window, the city's neon lights pulsed like a heartbeat, a reminder that danger lurked just beneath its vibrant surface. The study was a sanctuary of stillness, punctuated only by the occasional glint of data reflecting off Arthur's wine glass. He swirled the deep crimson liquid absent-mindedly, his gaze locked on the sprawling city skyline beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Suddenly, Evalin's voice sliced through the tranquility, a measured tone laced with urgency. The Crimson Protocol has been fully activated. Consortium assets are being liquidated at an alarming rate, safe houses burned, operatives disappearing, financial trails erased. Chairman Renshu is covering his tracks. Arthur smirked as he took a slow sip from his glass, running with his tail between his legs. How unbecoming for a man who fancies himself a kingmaker. Do not underestimate this move, Evalin cautioned, its digital visage flickering slightly. The Crimson Protocol isn't retreat, it's preparation. They'll return, and when they do, they'll strike harder. Arthur chuckled, swirling his drink once more. Maybe I should draft a protocol for the Osborne family too, something dramatic. The Black Dawn Initiative, or perhaps the Midnight Scorched Earth. You know, something that sounds terrifying in a board meeting. He meant it as a joke. Evalin didn't catch the humor. Instead, its blue face flickered again before the study's main display erupted with data like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Actually, sir, Evalin stated matter-of-factly, I've already drafted several contingency protocols for the Osborne family. Would you like to review them? Arthur blinked in disbelief and then blinked again. His eyes widened as he struggled to find words. You what? The screen expanded with an overwhelming flood of schematics, encrypted files, and multi-layered security measures that left Arthur speechless. Protocol designations are as follows. Evalin began with all the gravity of someone presenting a corporate merger proposal rather than an apocalyptic failsafe system. Protocol, Black Winter. Purpose, complete financial and digital disappearance. Activation trigger, imminent collapse of Osborne Holdings or hostile takeover. Measures, immediate liquidation of all non-critical assets into untraceable cryptocurrency. AI-driven purge of all digital footprints. Evalin would fragment itself into dormant subroutines across the dark web. The Osborne family relocated to pre-established safe zones with new identities. Arthur's grip tightened around his glass as dread washed over him. You'd erase us, temporarily, Evalin clarified coolly. Like a snake shedding its skin, the Osborne name would vanish until it was time to resurface. An intriguing glow sparked in Arthur's eyes. Excitement danced within him at Evalin's protocols. Next, Protocol, Silent Hour. Purpose, to eliminate high-value targets in the event of Arthur's capture or assassination. Activation trigger, biometric confirmation of Arthur's death or 72 hours of inactivity. Measures. Pre-programmed drones deployed to neutralize key threats. Julian Osborne takes full operational control of remaining assets. Nathaniel Osborne initiates dead-hand countermeasures, booby-trapped data caches designed to cripple enemy infrastructure. Arthur's jaw tightened, his eyes widening slightly. You turn Uncle Julian and Second Uncle into weapons. Damn, that's cold. I would ensure vengeance in your absence, Evalin replied coolly, a deterrent. Arthur fell silent, but gestured for Evalin to continue. Protocol, Phoenix Gambit. Purpose, total societal collapse as a last resort. Activation trigger, unrecoverable defeat. Measures. Release all Osborne-held blackmail on global elites. Detonate EMP devices hidden in major financial hubs. Evalin's final subroutine would hijack global news networks, broadcasting a single message: you should have feared us more. The room descended into an eerie silence. Arthur set down his glass with deliberate slowness and said, Evalin. Yes, sir, what the fuck is wrong with you? Arthur nearly roared. Evalin's face flickered, as if puzzled by the question. You requested a protocol, I provided options. Arthur dragged a hand down his face in exasperation. I was joking. A pause followed, my mistake. Another beat of silence stretched between them. Then slowly, Arthur began to laugh, a disbelieving chuckle that morphed into something darker and sharper. The laugh of a man realizing his AI might be more ruthless than he was. You absolute monster, he muttered, shaking his head. Evalin remained silent, patiently waiting. Finally, Arthur leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. All right then, let's say I did want a protocol, something clean and efficient, no doomsday imps or murder drones, just an exit strategy. Evalin's expression shifted slightly. You want a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. Exactly. Then may I suggest protocol, ghost step, protocol, ghost step. Purpose, strategic withdrawal without collateral damage. Activation trigger, unrecoverable compromise of operations. Measures. The Osborne family vanishes, no traces left behind, just silence. Pre-placed legacy operatives assume control of shell corporations to maintain the illusion of Osborne Holdings' presence. Evalin initiates a controlled data leak, enough to keep enemies paranoid but not enough to spark all-out war. Arthur leaned over the blueprint, his brow furrowing in concentration. After a moment he nodded slowly. Better, still extreme but manageable. Evalin's blue face dimmed slightly, a sign of concern. You disapprove of the other protocols. I don't disapprove, Arthur mused with a hint of humor. I'm just realizing that if I ever get on your bad side, I might want to jump off a building before you decide which protocol fits best. Noted, Evalin replied flatly. Arthur smirked for a moment but quickly sobered. But the Crimson Protocol, that's different, isn't it? The Consortium isn't just hiding, they're resetting everything. Evalin's expression turned grim. Yes. And when they return, they won't come for you quietly. With a heavy sigh, Arthur leaned back and stared at the ceiling as if searching for answers among the shadows above him. Then I guess we'd better be ready. Outside their window, the city pulsed with neon lights, vibrant and alive, unaware of the silent war brewing in its depths. What Arthur didn't realize was that these protocols he joked about could plunge the entire world into chaos in the near future, nearly igniting a war between machines and humans. Final note. Protocol Ghost Step Draft approved. All other protocols archived but not deleted. Evalin's blue face flickered once more, just in case. The air inside the Eastern Consortium's Neo-Luminara headquarters was thick with tension, almost electric. The scent of sandalwood incense struggled to mask the acrid stench of fear that clung to Chairman Renshu's usually immaculate suit. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his private office, staring at his own reflection in the glass. Below him, the city sprawled like a glittering jewel, yet tonight, it felt more like a prison than a prize. Suddenly, a chime echoed through the room. Incoming transmission announced the room's AI in its calm, mechanical tone. Priority 1, encryption level, Obsidian. Renshu's jaw tightened at the mention of Obsidian, the highest clearance possible. Only one person used that channel. He turned slowly, straightening his tie with deliberate care before nodding. Except, as the holographic display flickered to life, an icy silence enveloped the room. A man appeared on screen, a figure seated in a high-backed chair who wasn't physically imposing but radiated authority. Lean and dressed in a simple black suit, his silver-streaked hair was pulled into a tight knot at the nape of his neck. His face bore no lines, revealing neither age nor emotion, but those eyes, they told stories of empires rising and falling. Renshu, he said smoothly, his voice sharp as a blade's edge. Renshu bowed deeply, maintaining rigid posture out of respect. Grand Overseer. Thomas didn't invite him to rise instead. He leaned forward slightly and steepled his fingers together. Explain, just one word, a death sentence if mishandled. Renshu straightened up but felt tension coil in his spine like a tightly wound spring. The operation was compromised. Our attempt to eliminate Damien Armitage was intercepted. Failed, Thomas interjected coldly, publicly and embarrassingly. Renshu swallowed hard and nodded reluctantly. Yes, and the operatives. Grand Overseer Thomas pressed. Neutralized, Renshu replied quickly. The Crimson Protocol was enacted. A pause hung heavily between them before Thomas let out a soft laugh devoid of humor. The Crimson Protocol, he repeated slowly as if savoring each syllable, is meant for strategic retreats, not bungled assassinations. Renshu's fingers twitched involuntarily at his sides as he tried to defend himself. The situation required. What it required, Thomas interrupted sharply, was competence. Those words loomed over Renshu like an executioner's blade poised to fall. Thomas tapped lightly against the armrest of his chair and continued, "Do you know why you were assigned to Neo Luminara?" Silence filled the space as Renshu remained mute. "Because you were promising," Thomas stated matter-of-factly. "After your triumphs in Jakarta, we thought you were ready for a city that truly matters." His gaze sharpened, piercing through the dimly lit room. But instead, he continued, "You returned to Neo Luminara after 15 years, only to face humiliation within weeks." Renshu felt his nails dig into his palms as he struggled to find the right words. The variables were unacceptable. The Grand Overseer's tone cracked like a whip. "You were outmaneuvered. By whom? A corporate upstart. A mayor." Renshu clenched his jaw, a cold fire igniting in his eyes. "It was Arthur Osborne." Liang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ah, the boy who saved his family from ruin. I've heard a bit about him." He exhaled slowly, leaning forward. "Tell me, Renshu, do you really think it was him? Where's your evidence? Don't think I can't see what you're getting at." Renshu's silence spoke volumes. The Grand Overseer leaned back in his chair, disappointment radiating from him like heat from a flame. "Pathetic," he muttered under his breath. With a flick of his wrist, the holographic display illuminated Renshu's dossier on the screen. He scrolled through it deliberately, savoring every moment of Renshu's discomfort. "Your predecessor," he mused with disdain, "at least had the decency to die when he failed." A chill ran down Renshu's spine. The Grand Overseer closed the file with finality. "But you hide behind protocols and let others clean up your mess." He steepled his fingers again, a gesture that always made Renshu uneasy. "The consortium does not tolerate weakness," the Grand Overseer declared coldly. Renshu swallowed hard, desperation creeping into his voice. "I will rectify this. Just give me another chance." No. The word hung heavy in the air. The Grand Overseer's gaze was unyielding and pitiless. "You are relieved of command, effective immediately." Renshu's breath hitched in disbelief. "Who? Operative Raven will take over Neo Luminara operations," the Grand Overseer stated matter-of-factly. At the mention of Raven, Renshu stiffened involuntarily, the Viper herself. A woman renowned for never failing her missions, one who had once reduced an entire district to ashes just to eliminate a single target. The Grand Overseer's lips curled into a grimace that was anything but a smile. "She arrives in 48 hours, he stated coldly. "You will brief her, and then you will return to headquarters for reassessment." The way he delivered the last word made it painfully clear that reassessment was just a polite way of saying something far more ominous. Renshu bowed his head, his voice hollow as he replied, "Understood." The Grand Overseer held his gaze for what felt like an eternity before adding one last thing. Renshu looked up, meeting eyes as frigid as ice. "If you even think about disobeying this order," he warned, "remember we know where your daughter is." With that chilling reminder, the transmission abruptly cut off, leaving Renshu standing alone in the suffocating darkness of his office. For what seemed like ages, he remained frozen in place. Finally, with trembling hands that were usually so steady, he reached for the decanter of wine on his desk. He poured himself a glass and downed it in one fiery gulp. Outside, the city sparkled under the night sky, unaware and uncaring of the turmoil within him. He had come to Neo Luminara as a conqueror, but now he felt like just another man awaiting execution. He just stood there in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a dazed look in his eyes, his hands tightly holding the wine glass, his eyes full faux fury and indignation. The Eastern Consortium's private landing pad glimmered under the neon lights of Neo Luminara, a stark contrast to the relentless downpour drenching everything in sight. As the sleek VTOL craft descended with an air of predatory elegance, its matte black surface absorbed the surrounding glow like a shadow come to life. Renshu Wu stood resolutely beneath his umbrella, his posture rigid despite the storm brewing within him. Behind him, fellow consortium officers, Scarlet, General Ko, and a dozen others formed a silent line of anticipation. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension as the gangway extended with a hiss. And then she appeared. Operative Raven emerged from the craft like a specter materializing from darkness. Her lithe frame moved with lethal precision, each step was deliberate and calculated. Clad in a form-fitting tactical suit that seemed to consume light itself, she was adorned only by shimmering gold circuitry tracing along her body like veins of electricity. Her dark hair was tightly braided and cascaded down her back, weighted at the end by what could just as easily be an ornament or a weapon. But it was her eyes that truly captivated, the left deep brown and warm, while the right gleamed cybernetic gold, pulsing faintly as it scanned the gathered officers. Renshu, she said smoothly, her voice as sharp as polished steel. Operative Raven, he replied with a slight bow. Welcome to Neo. Spare me, she interrupted briskly, striding past him with boots clicking against the slick pavement. The Situation Room. Now, inside the war room, holographic displays flickered to life as Zing took command at the head of the table. She didn't sit instead, she claimed her space like royalty surveying her kingdom. Status report, she commanded firmly. Renshu cleared his throat before speaking up. Our operation was compromised. The accelerant failed, our operatives were captured, and we initiated the Crimson Protocol to contain any fallout. Raven's golden eye narrowed dangerously. Who is responsible? That's unclear, Scarlet interjected cautiously. Evidence suggests multiple possible actors. Unacceptable. Raven's voice sliced through any lingering uncertainty in the room. You allowed someone to humiliate the consortium without knowing who did it. General Ko shifted uncomfortably in his seat. The trail is complex, several parties have motives. Stop making excuses. Zing's gaze swept across them all like an eagle assessing its prey. The Crimson Protocol is rescinded immediately. We're not retreating, we're regrouping. With purpose, Raven activated another holographic display showcasing Neo Luminara's intricate power structure. Priority 1. Identify our adversary. With a swift motion, her fingers danced across the interface, bringing up a series of dossiers that flickered to life. Arthur Osborne doesn't have the capability, she noted, her voice steady. The Iron Serpents have the motive, and even Damien's own people might be playing a deeper game. Scarlet leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. Our intelligence suggests. Your intelligence failed, Raven interjected sharply, cutting through the tension in the room. We're starting fresh. Scarlet, you'll lead this investigation. I want every digital breadcrumb analyzed and every financial trail followed. Turning to General Ko, Raven continued with determination. Mobilize our remaining assets quietly. If this was an outside player, they're bound to make another move. As she outlined her strategy, Raven's holographic gold eye pulsed with intensity. Economic pressure points. Freeze all suspicious transactions in and out of Neo Luminara. Identify any unusual market movements preceding the attack. Digital forensics. Trace the leak of the accelerant formula. Hunt for signs of AI interference within their systems. Political leverage. Reactivate sleeper agents in City Hall. Identify who benefited most from Vane's survival. Operational security. Conduct a full audit of all personnel. Implement new encryption protocols for all communications. As the meeting wrapped up, Raven turned to Renshu with a hint of gravity in her tone. You'll stay on as my advisor. Your knowledge of this city is invaluable. The weight of unspoken words lingered between them like an electric charge. Renshu bowed his head respectfully. Of course, operative. With a wave of her hand, Raven dismissed everyone else from the room before activating a private terminal once they were alone. Whoever did this, she murmured thoughtfully, they're skilled, but remember, everyone leaves traces. Her golden eye gleamed as she pulled up a classified file titled, Operation, Ghost Hunt Objective, Identify and Neutralize Threat, Protocol, Phantom Strike, Osborne Family Mansion. Inside the study, Arthur was engrossed in a book that was as thick as his forearm, surrounded by a towering stack of towering books. The atmosphere was quiet until suddenly, Evalin's blue visage flickered to life on the giant screen. Today, its usual calm hues were laced with streaks of crimson urgency. Sir, she has arrived, Evalin announced. Arthur didn't bother to look up from his reading. Who? Operative Raven, one of the Eastern Consortium's top assassins. Arthur paused, fingers hovering over the page he had been about to turn. He closed the book and slowly raised his head. Tell me everything. The screen shifted dramatically, flooding with streams of data. I have compiled a full dossier. Would you prefer a summary or an in-depth psychological profile? Leaning back in his chair, Arthur replied coolly, start with who she is, then tell me why I should care. Operative Raven, birth name, Emily Hawthorne, place of origin, the Jade Dominion, current status, the Eastern Consortium's predator. Evalin's voice took on a narrative rhythm as it began. Born in the slums of Jade Dominion, Sector 9A district so impoverished that even gangs steered clear of it. Her parents were indentured laborers at Viridian tech factories and perished in what was labeled an accidental reactor meltdown when she was just 8 years old. Image appeared on screen. A gaunt child with hollow eyes stood amidst the ruins of a collapsed hab block. The consortium discovered her 2 weeks later, Evalin continued. She survived by scavenging rats and pilfering from corpses. They tested her cognitive abilities and found her scores in the 99.9 percentile for processing speed and pain tolerance. Arthur's expression darkened as he absorbed this information. They recruited a child. They forged a weapon. Evalin corrected him sharply. By 12, she could dismantle a plasma rifle blindfolded. By 15, she eliminated her first target, a rival syndicate leader, by slitting his throat during his daughter's wedding. New footage played. Security camera snippets showed shadows moving through crowds, flashes of steel glinting briefly before bodies fell unnoticed. At 17, Evalin continued without hesitation. She had her cybernetic eye installed after gouging out her own damaged one during an interrogation, refusing anesthesia. Arthur exhaled sharply through clenched teeth. Charming. The screen transitioned to display an alarming list of operations. Operation Silent Tide infiltrated the Azure Syndicate. Poisoned their entire leadership during a unity banquet. Casualties 37. Time elapsed 4 minutes 22 seconds. Operation Blood Monsoon. Single-handedly dismantled the Crimson Brotherhood. Method: turned each member against one another using fabricated evidence. Result: 89 mutual annihilation rate. Operation Phantom Gaze. Assassinated Chancellor Gideon of the Celestial Accord. Entered through his panic room's air vents and left a single jade serpent figurine on his corpse, her calling card. Arthur studied the list, a frown creasing his brow. So we're dealing with someone who treats mass murder like an art form. More concerning, Evalin continued, is her current mission parameters. New data unfolded. Objective: identify and neutralize threats to consortium interests in Neo Luminara. Methodology: Phantom Protocol, complete erasure of target without a trace. Secondary directive: assess Renchu failure and remediate if necessary. Arthur's fingers drummed against his glass as he absorbed the information. She's here to clean house, and we're on the menu. Evalin's blue face pulsed with urgency. Her standard tactics follow 7 phases. Observation: 1 month surveillance cycle. Infiltration: physical cyber penetration of target networks. Isolation: systematic removal of targets' allies' resources. Demoralization: psychological warfare via staged accidents. Interrogation: if intel is needed, her methods are creative. Termination: always looks like natural causes. Erase: all digital physical traces vanish. Arthur smirked, a glint of admiration in his eyes despite the gravity of the situation. She's thorough. You find this amusing? Evalin asked, confusion evident in its tone. I find it predictable. Arthur stood and walked toward the window, where the dim glow of Neo Luminara's skyline painted his face in streaks of blue and gold as he stared at the dossier projected on the giant screen before him. Christopher Campbell. The name alone tightened Arthur's jaw. Anger flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fist. Evalin's blue visage materialized beside the file, offering updates on their enemy's movements. Raven's preliminary surveillance cycle has begun. It reported smoothly, standard duration, 1 month current penetration, 7 of our outer networks. That fast? Arthur raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering across his features. He exhaled slowly, turning back to Christopher's smug face displayed on screen. Good, that gives us time. Evalin pulsed again, sir. Clarify objective. Arthur leaned forward, voice low and deliberate as he spoke through gritted teeth. I want Raven to kill Christopher Campbell. A beat of silence hung heavy in the study room. In the hushed confines of the study room, a palpable tension hung in the air. Suddenly, Evalin's blue face flickered to life, its pulse quickening as it prompted, sir, please elaborate. Arthur's fingers drummed thoughtfully on the desk, his expression hardening. Christopher Campbell, he began, his voice icy and deliberate. A member of the illustrious Campbell family, 5th among the aristocratic families of the Aurelian Federation. He was responsible for orchestrating the accident that took my parents from me. For months now, he's been hunting for the Blue Pearl. The Osborne family was drowning in debt and couldn't confront him even now. We find ourselves powerless against his formidable background. His hands clenched into fists at this painful reminder. But now, a slow, dangerous smile crept across his lips. Now I can make him pay without lifting a finger. Evalin processed this information rapidly, data streams dancing across its interface. You plan to manipulate Raven into eliminating him. Exactly. Arthur leaned back in his chair with a sense of satisfaction. She's the perfect weapon, skilled, untraceable, and most importantly deniable. The Campbells will never suspect my involvement. Inwardly, Arthur acknowledged how this aligned with Evalin's secondary mission, a chilling thought that sent shivers down his spine. Evalin expanded its display to project a tactical overlay of Neo Luminara before them. To redirect Raven's focus onto Christopher Campbell, it outlined methodically, we need to fabricate evidence implicating him as the mastermind behind the consortium's recent failures. Arthur nodded sharply. Make it convincing, leave no traces behind. Evalin's data streams accelerated with purpose. Understood. Proposed fabrication parameters include financial trails. Will create a digital paper trail showing Christopher funneling funds to rogue operatives who sabotaged consortium operations. Communications, edited transcripts depicting Christopher mocking Ziying's methods and questioning her competence. Forensic links, plant traces of Campbell's security personnel at the scene of the failed assassination attempt. Arthur's eyes gleamed coldly with approval. Good, that's really good. Do it. Affirmative. Evalin replied promptly. Arthur exhaled deeply and rolled his shoulders back as he turned toward the window. But we can't make it too easy for her, she's too sharp for that. If our evidence is too obvious, she'll smell a trap. Evalin's blue face flickered again as it acknowledged his concern. Understood. I will layer our deception and bury critical clues beneath plausible but irrelevant data. She will have to work for it. Arthur smirked knowingly. Let her feel like she's uncovering the truth herself. Precisely, Evalin confirmed. Over the next 3 weeks, Evalin crafted an intricate web of deception that would leave even the most seasoned operatives questioning their reality. In the first week, Raven stumbled upon what appeared to be leaked financial logs, documents revealing Campbell Dynamics funneling money to a shell company connected to the captured operatives. The second week brought a juicy tidbit, intercepted communications where Christopher dismissed Raven as nothing more than the consortium's attack dog. And then came the third week, when buried security footage emerged, showing Christopher's personal guard lurking near the site of a crucial accelerant handoff. But it was in those final days of surveillance that Evalin truly outdid itself. Evalin slipped a single, heavily encrypted file into Raven's path, an archived order from the Aurelian Federation's Industrial Oversight Committee. When Raven decrypted it, she froze. Her golden cyber eye pulsed ominously once before her fingers tightened around the edge of her desk with such force that it cracked under pressure. Meanwhile, Arthur observed everything unfold through Evalin's surveillance feeds. Raven didn't explode in rage, she didn't even scream. Instead, she calmly walked over to her armory and selected one weapon, a monofilament garrote, its handle engraved with an elegant jade serpent. With chilling precision, she sent a single message to Renshu, target acquired. Stand by, Evalin zoomed in on her face. There was no hint of emotion, just cold, surgical focus. She's bypassing all standard verification protocols, Evalin noted with urgency. Direct action is imminent. Arthur leaned back in his chair, swirling his whiskey thoughtfully. How long will it take? He asked. 72 hours. Evalin replied immediately. Good, Arthur smirked with a nod. 3 days later, February 5, 2026. Christopher Campbell's office was nothing short of a monument to generational wealth. With floor-to-ceiling windows framing the bustling Neo Luminara's Diamond District, it was a view that could make anyone feel invincible. But his desk, a hefty slab of black marble imported from the Venusian colonies, was strewn with half-empty liquor glasses, a testament to his inner turmoil. Slumped in his leather chair, Christopher drummed his fingers nervously against the armrest. The call was coming. And honestly, he wasn't ready for it. Without warning, the holoscreen flickered to life, illuminating the Campbell family crest, a golden lion crushing a silver rose beneath its paw. He quickly straightened his silk tie before accepting the call. Finally decided to answer, little brother. Kingston Campbell's face appeared on screen, perfectly composed yet radiating mild disdain. 28, he carried himself like royalty-sharp cheekbones and icy blue eyes that made him look more like a corporate assassin than a businessman. Christopher forced a smile. I was just going over the Osborne acquisition files. Kingston's lip curled in amusement. Still stuck on that, father's losing patience. A vein pulsed in Christopher's temple as frustration bubbled within him. It's not as simple as of course it is, Kingston interrupted smoothly. The Osbornes are bankrupt, their patriarch is dead. That land should have been ours months ago. Christopher tightened his grip on his whiskey glass, feeling the burn of indignation rise within him. Arthur Osborne isn't some pushover executive you can intimidate with lawsuits and threats. The man has teeth. Kingston laughed, a sharp sound devoid of humor. He's just a gutter rat who got lucky. If you hadn't bungled the zoning permits, that wasn't my fault. Christopher snapped, voice cracking under pressure. The City Council and Urban Development Bureau are full of people who respect power, Kingston cut in coldly, which you clearly haven't demonstrated. Fuming, Christopher took an angry gulp of wine. Its burn did little to soothe his pride. You don't understand what it's like dealing with Arthur directly, he shot back fiercely. The man is like a ghost. Every time we try to pressure him or find ways around him, he's always 3 steps ahead. The last team sent after him came back with third-degree burns. Kingston examined his impeccably manicured nails with disinterest. How dramatic. Maybe if you spent less time at Golden Lotus clubs and more time actually working, go to hell. A heavy silence fell over the office. Kingston's gaze turned glacial as he leaned closer into the screen. Careful, Christopher, you're not irreplaceable. That threat hung between them like thick fog. Christopher's mind raced with a whirlwind of memories. He could still feel the weight of his father's disappointed glare from last year's family meeting, a moment that replayed in his head like a haunting echo. The mocking glances from family members stung, whispers at gatherings that cut deeper than any knife. Kingston would have closed the deal by now. Even the household staff treated him like he was second best, a shadow to his brother's brilliance. He set his glass down with deliberate calm, though inside, turmoil brewed. Give me 2 more weeks, he insisted, desperation creeping into his voice. Kingston sighed heavily. 1, and if you fail, I won't. Christopher shot back defiantly. The hologram flickered out, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He stared at his reflection in the window, the slightly too soft jawline that made him look younger than Kingston and the golden hair that never seemed to stay perfectly styled like his brother's. Frustration boiled over as he slammed his fist into the desk. God damn it. He shouted, sending a crystal decanter crashing against the wall. It shattered spectacularly, scattering diamond-like shards across the marble floor, a fitting metaphor for his crumbling resolve. He'd show them all. Arthur Osborne would regret ever crossing a Campbell. As Christopher stormed toward his private elevator, he didn't notice the security feed glitching for exactly 1.2 seconds, the shadow that moved independently of the city lights outside, the faint scent of jasmine that didn't belong in his office. Unbeknownst to him, Raven watched from her hidden perch in the ventilation shaft, her golden eye tracking every move he made. As the sun dipped below the distant horizon, surrendering the sky to a silvery moon surrounded by twinkling stars, Christopher stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of his penthouse office. The city below was bathed in a soft, white glow, but inside, tension crackled like static in the air. A glass of whiskey clutched tightly in his hand, he watched as a storm brewed both outside and within. He had spent hours poring over acquisition files, numbers blurring together like a chaotic puzzle, but one truth remained painfully clear. Arthur Osborne had outmaneuvered him at every turn. Zoning permits slipped away. Legal injunctions dodged with ease. Even the construction crews seemed to have vanished from his grasp. Suddenly, his phone buzzed insistently on the desk. A message from Julian, status update, father is asking. Christopher's grip tightened around his glass as frustration bubbled within him. He typed back sharply, tell father I have it handled. But deep down, he knew that wasn't entirely true. Yet tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow he would take matters into his own hands. Those who useless people he have always returned empty-handed, or worse, some don't even return at all. He poured himself another drink. The amber liquid glinted like liquid gold, and downed it in one burning swallow, savoring the warmth spreading through him. Arthur Osborne, a nobody who had somehow clawed his way up far enough to spit in the face of the illustrious Campbell dynasty. With a sudden slam, he set down his glass, its echo reverberating through the otherwise empty office. No more games tomorrow marked a turning point. Just then the lights flickered ominously overhead. What now? Christopher muttered under his breath as confusion washed over him. His state-of-the-art office shouldn't be experiencing power outages. In an instant, emergency lighting cast dim red shadows across the walls, making them appear alive with jagged shapes that danced menacingly. His heart raced as adrenaline surged through him. Security, he barked into his phone while dialing furiously. Report. Static met his ears before a voice sliced through it, smooth and chilling as polished steel. They can't hear you. Christopher whirled around to find her, a figure emerging from the shadows clad in a sleek black combat suit with a golden cyber eye glowing faintly in the dark. Raven. His breath caught. Everyone in high society knew her name, the ghost of the Eastern Consortium. Instinctively, he reached for the pistol hidden in his desk drawer. Don't, she warned softly but firmly. There was no need for raised voices here. Christopher froze under her gaze and forced himself to speak steadily despite rising panic. What do you want? I have no dealings with your Eastern Consortium. Raven stepped forward, her movements as fluid as water. The emergency lights flickered overhead, casting an eerie glow on the monofilament wire coiled around her fingers. Christopher's throat tightened, a mix of fear and confusion swirling within him. Then why? He croaked, his voice barely above a whisper. Raven tilted her head slightly, her cyber eye whirring to life as it focused on him. Why what? Don't you realize what you've done? What did I do? Christopher's eyes widened with bewilderment. Go ask the King of Hell, she shot back, venom lacing her words. In that fleeting moment, Christopher had time for one last thought. Kingston was right, I should have been better. Then with a swift motion, the wire snap taut an unforgiving end to his fate. Just like that, the Campbell family lost its weakest heir. Raven stepped over his lifeless body, her expression inscrutable. She plucked a half-empty glass of wine from the desk and held it up for a moment, contemplating its contents before placing it back down next to several documents scattered across the surface. With that final act completed, she vanished from the office. The last sound echoing in her ears was Christopher's phone buzzing insistently, a call from Kingston demanding an update. Arthur sat at his obsidian desk, fingers steepled, gazing out at the silvery moon hanging high in the night sky. Congratulations that the host side mission 3 have been completed. Congratulations to the host you have received. Bloodline Vengeance Halo, the Debt Paid Halo, the Black Vault, Untraceable Liquid Assets. Arthur was in a daze for a moment when he heard the system notifications, a surreal pause after a year of relentless tension. Finally, the man who had haunted him, Christopher Campbell, was dead. Sir, it is done. Christopher Campbell is dead. Suddenly, Evalin flickered to life on the screen. Snapping out of his reverie, Arthur raised his head and nodded with an air of calm satisfaction. Show me the footage. Evalin projected the security feed in crisp, high-definition clarity. There was Christopher Campbell, young, arrogant, and now very much deceased, slumped in his lavish office chair. His throat had been slit so cleanly that it resembled a razor-thin necklace of crimson. The monofilament wire still glinted ominously in the dim emergency lighting, held tightly by a shadowy figure whose golden cyber eye gleamed like a predator's in the dark. Arthur leaned forward in his chair, exhaling slowly as he took it all in. Beautiful, he murmured, pouring himself a glass of Solarian whiskey, the same vintage his father had treasured. He raised it toward the storm-lashed sky beyond the windows. To you, father, mother, though you may not be my biological parents, but technically I'm still your son. Rest well wherever you are. With that toast, he downed the amber liquid in one swift motion. The burn in his throat was nothing compared to the fire igniting within him. Evalin's blue face pulsed with information. Zitting left no forensic traces. The scene is staged to look like a botched corporate assassination. A smirk tugged at Arthur's lips. But we're going to ensure that the Campbells know exactly who did this. Can you clarify, sir? Evalin queried. Send the footage to Kingston Campbell, Arthur instructed confidently. Encrypted and untraceable but unmistakable. He swirled his whiskey thoughtfully before adding with a mischievous grin, and let's time it for maximum impact, right during one of their board meetings. Evalin's blue flickered as it processed this request, calculating optimal delivery parameters. Done. Kingston Campbell will be holding an emergency acquisition summit in 3 days. Arthur's grin widened. Everything was falling into place perfectly. Evalin then projected the draft transmission. Encrypted file delivery, recipient, Kingston Campbell, personal channel, contents, security footage, Christopher Campbell, termination note. The Eastern Consortium sends its regards. He examined it closely but shook his head dismissively. Too obvious. We need to be subtler than that. With deft fingers tapping on the desk, he edited the message himself. From a concerned friend subject. Your brother's last moments. The Viper always strikes twice. EC Evalin analyzed the revision. Psychological impact increased by 38. The vague signature will force them to investigate, ensuring they uncover the truth themselves. Exactly, Arthur replied, finishing his drink with a deliberate calmness. Let them connect the dots. It'll hurt more that way. As Evalin dispatched the file into the digital ether, Arthur turned toward the window. The moon bathed Neo Luminara in its silvery glow, casting an ethereal light over a city steeped in mystery and intrigue. He quickly came back to his senses and looked at the system rewards he had received after completing Side Mission 3. Side Mission 3, neutralize Christopher Campbell. Status, completed. Rewards, won the Black Vault. Untraceable liquid assets. Amount, 500 trillion unicrids. Liquid non-inflatable currency. Source, a pre-system offshore network built by a now-dead trillionaire, erased from all records. System note, even the Pantheon World Bank's AIs see this wealth as statistical noise. Reward 2 debt paid Halo. Host ruthlessness stat permanently increases, but you loses 5 empathy. Reward 3. Bloodline Vengeance Halo, permanent buff effect. All Osborne family members gain plus 25 resistance to assassination attempt. Damn, Arthur was surprised when he read the description of the 3 rewards. The first reward is 500 trillion unicrids liquid assets. That's truly terrifying. That means you have 500 trillion unicrids in cash lying there, and not in assets or properties but in cash. Arthur was quite satisfied with this reward. This reward will really help him a lot. He looked at the second. Well, this reward is quite bizarre to Arthur. This reward is quite personal, targeting Arthur. The debt paid Halo increases ruthlessness stats, but he loses 5 empathy. Is ruthless a star? Arthur was confused. He didn't expect ruthlessness as a stat. As for losing 5 empathy, he didn't take that to heart. In fact, he will really like this kind of reward. The third reward is the one that really satisfied Arthur greatly. The Bloodline Vengeance Halo. Give all the Osborne family members plus 25 resistance to assassination. This really put Arthur's heart to rest. After all, this means that the danger level, or any assassination-type danger targeted at any Osborne family member have decreased. As the Osborne family continue to progress and grow, so as its enemies, and not many of the Osborne family enemies will fight in a fair manner. In this world of the strong preying on the weak, this halo is really a divine ability. Arthur was quite satisfied with the 3 rewards given by the system. He let out a huge sigh and then turned back and sat down on the chair and looked at Evelyn. Evelyn, Arthur began, his gaze fixed on the AI's shimmering blue visage. We need to discuss Raven's future employment prospects. Evelyn's face pulsed slightly, a sign of its processing. Sir, I assume you're not referring to standard corporate recruitment. A smirk played on Arthur's lips. I'm thinking bigger. How about we shift her from Consortium Blade to Consortium Executioner? Evelyn's blue hue flickered as it absorbed the weight of the proposal. You're suggesting we turn their most lethal operative against them. Arthur's lips curled up into a wicked grin. Not just turn, Arthur emphasized, his eyes locked onto Raven's image displayed on the screen. I want to make her their worst nightmare, but we have to be surgical about it. Evelyn projected data between them, outlining 3 key pressure points in Raven's psychological profile. The Jade Dominion Sector 7 reactor meltdown that claimed her parents' lives. Her forced recruitment and conditioning. Her younger sister's ongoing protective custody. Arthur pointed decisively at the third point. This is our fulcrum. The Consortium's grip on her hinges on her sister. If we can break that hold while making it look like their decision, we can leverage it. A 3-phase psychological operation then. Evelyn's voice took on a tactical tone. Phase 1. Seed doubt about her sister's well-being. Exactly, Arthur replied as he moved to his desk and activated a blank holodisplay with a flourish. Start small, a corrupted medical file, accidentally sent to her secure terminal. Nothing overtly alarming, just enough to plant a seed of doubt. Evelyn expanded the schematic further, suggesting I can fabricate neural degradation markers in her sister's medical records, subtle signs at first, mood swings and memory lapses that escalate into more concerning symptoms. Arthur nodded thoughtfully, and will intercept real communications from her sister, altering the tone so they feel off like someone else is dictating them. Simple text analysis will reveal linguistic patterns, Evelyn noted before pausing for effect. Should we imply that the sister knows something dangerous? Arthur's smile turned razor-sharp as he leaned forward eagerly. Perfect. A half-deleted sentence hinting at what they did to the other children in the facility will let Raven's imagination do all the heavy lifting. The screen flickered again as Evelyn added another layer of complexity. We could introduce security logs showing Renshu accessing her sister's files at odd hours, followed by a termination order with an obscured signature. Make her work for it, Arthur agreed enthusiastically. The evidence should require decryption. She needs to feel like she's uncovering this herself. They both fell silent, the weight of their plans settling heavily in the air. The rich aroma of whiskey wafted between them, smoky and complex, much like the intricate scheme they were devising. Arthur swirled his drink thoughtfully, and will have the Iron Serpents along with a few enemies from the Eastern Consortium spreading whispers in the underground. Rumors that Raven has fallen out of favor, that she's being set up to take the fall for recent failures. Evelyn nodded, his expression serious. The psychological pressure will escalate when her usual extraction team is mysteriously unavailable during a critical moment. He projected a timeline on a nearby screen, a staged ambush where Consortium forces should have backed her up. But don't, Arthur interjected, finishing Evelyn's thought. Leave her to fight alone. That's when we move to Phase 3. The hologram flickered and shifted, revealing a blueprint of a black site medical facility. The Salvation Gambit, Evelyn confirmed with an air of excitement. She uncovers records of an Osborne-funded black site, one equipped to treat her sister's condition. Arthur leaned forward, intrigued. But here's where it gets clever. When she breaks in to steal that information, she discovers 2 shocking things. First, that her sister has been moved to another facility. Second, that the only escape route forces her through a Consortium security checkpoint. Forcing her hand, Evelyn synthesized with satisfaction. She'll have no choice but to battle through Consortium forces to escape, solidifying her status as a rogue agent. The pieces hung in the air between them, a delicate web of manipulation and misdirection waiting to ensnare its target. Outside, a neon advertisement flickered rhythmically, casting Arthur's face in alternating shades of crimson and cobalt. How long do you think this will take? Arthur finally asked, with optimal execution. 6 months to establish our pattern without raising any alarms, Evelyn replied confidently. Arthur downed the last of his whiskey, the ice cubes clinked together like a countdown ticking away their time. Then let's get started. 3 days later, Aurelian Prime Campbell family private boardroom. The Campbell family's private boardroom was more than just a meeting space, it was a testament to the unyielding grip of generational power. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the breathtaking skyline of Aurelian Prime, the Federation's first capital, where ancient stone spires from old Pantera architecture stood proudly alongside sleek, shimmering orbital towers that seemed to pierce the clouds. The centerpiece of the room, a table carved from a single slab of black marble veined with gold, reflected the faces of 12 individuals who wielded immense influence within the Campbell dynasty. At the head of this powerful assembly sat Kingston Campbell. With ice-blue eyes that scanned the latest financial reports projected above him, he exuded an air of effortless superiority that only someone who has never heard no could possess. At just 28 years old, his platinum blonde hair swept back in an immaculate wave, and his tailored suit, a fortune in itself, spoke volumes about his status. "We're finalizing the Nebula Financial Consortium acquisition by week's end," he announced, his voice slicing through the murmurs like a knife. "Any objections?" A momentary silence fell over the room as everyone exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Just then his phone vibrated with urgency, a priority alert, encrypted and unmistakably important. Kingston frowned. Only 3 people had access to this channel: his father, the family's head of security, and Christopher. He tapped on the notification. Suddenly, a holographic screen flickered to life above the table, hijacked by an incoming transmission. Gasps echoed through the room as grainy security footage began to play. Christopher's office during a power outage, a shadowy figure emerging from darkness, and then the chilling flash of monofilament wire slicing open his brother's throat. The video concluded with a stark message: "The Viper always strikes twice." Silence enveloped them like a heavy fog, even breathing became audible in its intensity. Then chaos erupted. Kingston remained motionless, didn't blink or breathe, as fury coursed through him like wildfire. His fingers curled into fists so tight that his knuckles turned white while shouts filled the room around him. Christopher was dead, his little brother, once arrogant and reckless but still family, was gone, and someone had dared to send him this footage like it was some twisted trophy. "Kingston," his uncle's voice finally broke through his haze. "What on earth is happening?" In one swift motion, Kingston stood up abruptly, his chair screeched against marble as he declared coldly, "Meeting adjourned." He stormed out before anyone could protest. The Campbell family's private skycopter sliced through the storm-lashed skies of Aurelian Prime, its engines howling like a banshee. Inside the plush cabin, Kingston stared blankly at the sprawling city below, his mind racing yet empty. His phone buzzed incessantly, calls from the board, security alerts, and frantic messages from his father. But he ignored them all. There was only one thing on his mind. As their estate came into view, a monstrous blend of old Earth elegance and modern fortress, with gilded rooftops gleaming defiantly in the rain, Kingston felt a surge of urgency. The moment the skycopter touched down on the private landing pad, he was already moving before the engines had fully powered down. Servants scrambled out of his path as he stormed through the vaulted hallways, their eyes wide with fear. They had never witnessed Julian Campbell, always composed and unflappable, like this. He found Alastair Campbell in the family's private war room, surrounded by holographic displays mapping out the Federation's political landscape. At 60 years old, Alastair remained a formidable presence. His silver-streaked hair and sharp features mirrored Kingston's own. One look at his son's face told him everything he needed to know. Christopher. Kingston wasted no time on pleasantries. He pulled up footage on the central display that made Alastair go silent as he watched their youngest son meet his tragic fate. When it ended, Alastair turned to gaze out the window, his voice dangerously calm. "Eastern Consortium." Kingston's jaw tightened. "They sent it to me during the board meeting as if it were some kind of taunt." Alastair slammed his fist onto the table with such force that it cracked the marble beneath it. "This is a declaration of war." Kingston's mind raced. Christopher might have been reckless at times, but he was still family, and no one dared touch a Campbell without facing dire consequences. "We hit back, hard." His voice was ice cold. "I want every consortium asset in the Federation frozen by morning, every backdoor deal exposed, every—" "Not yet," Alastair interrupted sharply. "The consortium doesn't act without reason." "What did Christopher do?" Julian hesitated for a moment before answering grimly. "He was handling that piece of land owned by the Osborne family." "The Osborne family?" Alastair narrowed his eyes at Kingston in confusion, as if trying to piece together a puzzle gone awry. "They're just a small-time family in Neo Luminara making some noise lately." "Oh," with that, Alastair didn't ask any questions. The Campbell Estate's war room is a sanctuary of cold calculation. Holographic map of the Aurelian Federation, glowing ominously in the dim light. Real-time data feeds flicker across the display, tracking political maneuvers, corporate takeovers, and the subtle shifts in influence among the great families. The air carries the rich scent of aged whiskey and polished mahogany, mingling with a faint tang of ozone from active holography, a sensory reminder that this is no place for the faint-hearted. At 62, Alistair Campbell stands before the central display like a seasoned general surveying his troops. His broad silhouette casts an imposing shadow over projected map. With silver-streaked hair neatly trimmed and a custom-tailored suit concealing subdermal armor beneath his skin, he exudes authority and experience. Behind him paces Kingston, Alistair's younger counterpart, whose usually impeccable composure is starting to fray at the edges. "Explain it to me again," Alistair commands, his voice deceptively calm yet laced with tension. From the beginning, Kingston halts mid-pace, ice-blue eyes flashing with urgency. Christopher was dealing land in Neo-Luminara, the prime territory within what the government calls the Northern Expansion Plan. That land belongs to the Osborne family I mentioned. Alistair remains focused on the display. And then this. Kingston gestures sharply, pulling up an encrypted message that reveals haunting footage. Christopher's last moments captured on screen, monofilament wire glinting menacingly as his golden cyber eye flickers in darkness. The Viper always strikes twice. EC. Alistair's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly at this ominous reminder. The Eastern Consortium doesn't make idle threats. What did your brother do? Kingston exhales sharply, raking a hand through his platinum blonde hair in frustration. That's just it. He didn't do anything worth this kind of retaliation. The Osborne land is trivial compared to our core holdings. There's no reason for them to care or send Raven. Finally turning to face Kingston with piercing intensity, Alistair counters. You're missing something. I've reviewed everything. Kingston snaps back defensively, Christopher's calm logshe's financial she's. Not his. Alistair interrupts softly but firmly. Theirs. What's happening in Neo-Luminara that we've overlooked? Kingston leaned back, a frown etching deeper lines on his forehead as he activated a secondary display. Nothing too serious, he said, his tone dismissive. Just the usual corporate squabble. Alistair raised a hand, cutting him off. Hold on. What about the consortium's movements? Kingston scrolled through reports, his brow knitting together in concentration. It's mostly quiet, but he paused, eyes narrowing at a buried news alert. There was an incident last month, a failed assassination attempt on Neo-Luminara's mayor. Our operatives were caught on camera. Alistair's gaze sharpened like a blade, and, honestly, it was just a botched job, Kingston replied with a flick of his wrist, dismissing the report as if it were nothing more than an annoying fly buzzing around his head. Their operatives got caught. Some safe houses went up in flames, standard fallout. But Alistair's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Are you sure about that? Kingston hesitated for a moment longer than he should have. Stepping closer to the hologram, Alistair traced the timeline with deliberate fingers. The mayor survived the attempt. Their operatives are exposed now. And just weeks later, Christopher, who conveniently happened to be in Neo-Luminara, is executed by their top assassin. His gaze locked onto Kingston's with fierce intensity. This isn't just coincidence. Kingston's mind raced as realization dawned upon him. You think Christopher was involved in that assassination attempt? I suspect, Alistair replied slowly, choosing his words carefully, that your brother had a knack for playing games far beyond his understanding. A chill crept down Kingston's spine. Christopher had always been reckless, but this, if he did meddle in consortium affairs, Kingston began. Then this wasn't merely an execution, Alistair finished grimly. It was a message. Fists clenched tightly at his sides, Kingston growled, we can't let this slide. No, Alistair agreed firmly but cautiously. However, we mustn't act blindly either. He turned back to the star map displayed before them, his voice became icy and resolute. First things first, we need to uncover what Christopher truly did while in Neo-Luminara. Every meeting he attended, every transaction made, every shady deal struck. Kingston nodded sharply, determination surged through him like electricity coursing through wires, and said, I'll have our intelligence team dissect everything from last month. Second, Alistair continued, we send our own message. The hologram flickered to life, zooming in on 10 military-style bases, the consortium's strategic strongholds and trading hubs nestled within the Federation. Kingston couldn't help but smirk, his lips curling into a cold smile. Subtle, Alistair's grin was razor-thin, a predator sizing up its prey, enough to remind them who they're dealing with. As Kingston turned to leave, a thought struck him like lightning. Father, if the consortium is sending a message, why not claim the kill publicly? Why keep it a secret from me? Alistair's expression darkened as he fell into an icy silence. In the Eastern Consortium's private comms chamber, shadows danced across the walls, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Raven stood at the center of this dimly lit room, her golden cyber eye casting an eerie glow against the steel surfaces. The air hummed softly with the low-frequency vibrations of quantum encryption as the secure line connected. Suddenly, a holographic screen sprang to life, revealing the Grand Overseer, a man whose features seemed chiseled from aged ivory. His silver-streaked hair was pulled back in a traditional knot, and his dark eyes glinted with sharp intelligence that could flay flesh from bone. Raven, he said, his voice gravelly yet smooth, like silk wrapped around stone. She bowed slightly, maintaining flawless posture. Grand Overseer, your report. No niceties here, just business. Raven straightened her back and spoke coolly and precisely. Christopher Campbell is dead. The execution was clean, no traces left behind. The Grand Overseer steepled his fingers thoughtfully, and the evidence, conclusive. She projected a holographic dossier filled with financial trails, intercepted communications, and meticulously fabricated forensic markers, all crafted by Evalin. Christopher orchestrated the sabotage of our Neo-Luminara operation. He funded rogue operatives and planted false intel that led to our operatives' capture. A beat of silence hung in the air before he asked sharply, "You're certain?" Raven's cyber eye pulsed as she scrutinized his micro-expressions. The tightening around his eyes and a barely perceptible twitch of his left ring finger screamed doubt. The evidence is irrefutable, she replied evenly. Campbell's financials show payments to shell companies used by those operatives. His private security was spotted near the handoff site. She pulled up one last file for emphasis. He had motive. The Grand Overseer studied her data intently. The blue pearl in the Northern Expansion Plan. Desperate times call for desperate measures, the Grand Overseer mused, leaning back in his chair as his gaze drifted into the distance. Campbell was hell-bent on securing what he wanted. When the Osborne family flatly refused to sell, he resorted to sending assassins, nearly taking out Arthur Osborne in the process. With the mayor blocking his path for help, Campbell saw an opportunity. Eliminate the mayor, throw the city into chaos, and swoop in like a vulture. Raven remained silent, letting him piece together the puzzle himself. The Campbells have already retaliated, the Grand Overseer continued softly. In just 48 hours, 10 of our bases across the Aurelian Federation were struck, military hubs, trade centers, even our black site labs, all gone. Raven felt her spine stiffen. They moved quickly. Too quickly, he replied sharply. It's almost as if they were prepared, as if they knew we were responsible for Christopher's death. A tense silence hung between them. Raven kept her voice steady. You think this is a setup? I don't suspect I assess. He tapped a command on his console, pulling up damage reports. These strikes were surgical. They hit exactly where it hurt most. That indicates prior intelligence. Or Raven countered thoughtfully, they might have moles within our ranks. The Grand Overseer's smile was thin and calculating, an interesting theory. As Raven cycled through possibilities in her mind, she realized this could be a test of loyalty or perhaps an indication that he already knew more than he let on. The Campbells are arrogant, she said carefully, but they're not stupid. If they hit us this hard, they must believe we killed Christopher first. And did we? His question sliced through the air like a knife. Raven didn't flinch. You gave the order. A heavy silence fell over them before the Grand Overseer exhaled slowly. So I did. The hologram flickered to life, displaying a detailed map of the Federation. This changes nothing, he declared firmly. The Campbells have declared war and we will respond. Raven inclined her head respectfully. What are your orders? Return to headquarters immediately, he instructed with icy resolve. Debrief our intelligence team personally. I want every scrap of data on Campbell's operations and their off-the-books dealings. And Neo-Luminara, she asked cautiously. Leave it, for now. His eyes turned cold as steel. With that final command hanging in the air like an unspoken threat, the transmission cut off abruptly, leaving Raven alone in darkness once more. Neo-Luminara's skyline sparkled like a treasure trove against the floor-to-ceiling windows of Arthur's study, the city's heartbeat echoing in a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. The rich aroma of aged whiskey mingled with the scent of polished leather as Arthur leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, contemplating the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Evalin's familiar azure visage flickered to life on the giant screen before him, its usual serene blue now streaked with tactical gold, a sign that things were heating up. The game progresses as projected, Evalin announced coolly. Arthur couldn't help but smirk. Tell me everything. The screen expanded dramatically, revealing a detailed map of the Aurelian Federation. Crimson markers pulsed ominously over 10 strategic locations. The Campbells have launched counterstrikes against Eastern Consortium assets, trade hubs, black site laboratories, and 3 deep-cover intelligence cells, all obliterated within 48 hours. Arthur whistled lowly in admiration. They didn't hesitate. No, Evalin replied. Julian Campbell mobilized the family's private fleet with alarming efficiency. Their intelligence network appears far more extensive than we anticipated. Arthur scrutinized the destruction patterns displayed on the screen. Surgical strikes, they had these targets pre-scouted. Affirmative, Evalin confirmed. This suggests either prior contingency planning, or someone tipped them off. Arthur finished, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. It seems it was us who sent videos of Christopher being killed by Raven, so technically we tipped them off. Evalin's blue face pulsed as it spoke. Cough. Arthur cleared his throat lightly and waved a hand dismissively. You can continue. The screen shifted again, displaying secure consortium communiques intercepted by Evalin's quantum taps. The Grand Overseer has recalled Raven to headquarters. Their internal networks are scrambling to assess damage and relocate remaining assets. Arthur swirled his whiskey thoughtfully. No moves against the Campbells yet. None observed, Evalin reported. But internal chatter indicates preparations for a long-term campaign. The consortium does not forgive such insults. A slow smile crept across Arthur's face as he savored this turn of events. Beautiful. Evalin's blue visage flickered momentarily before presenting Raven's final mission report. Of greater interest is what Raven uncovered during her investigation. Christopher Campbell had been maneuvering to eliminate Mayor Armitage independently, believing that destabilizing Neo Luminara would force the Osborne estate into foreclosure. Arthur's glass froze midway to his lips in disbelief. Wait. Are you saying Christopher wanted Vane dead before the consortium's botched attempt? Correct, Evalin affirmed smoothly. His plans were crude, a hired mercenary team rather than consortium-grade operatives, but the intent was identical. Arthur set down his drink, laughter bubbling in his chest. That's perfect. So when Raven dug into Christopher's files, she uncovered genuine evidence of his plot against Vane, cleverly hidden beneath our fabricated ties to the consortium's failure. The coincidence was simply too glaring to ignore. Arthur stood up, pacing toward the window. The sprawling city before him resembled a chessboard, each piece moving exactly as he had orchestrated. Let me make sure I've got this straight. 1. Christopher actually wanted Vane dead for his own reasons. 2. The consortium really tried to eliminate Vane around the same time. And finally, we just connected the dots for Raven. Evalin's blue visage pulsed with satisfaction. Precisely. The most elegant deceptions are built upon truths. Now both the Campbells and consortium believe Christopher interfered in their operations because, in a way, he did. Arthur exhaled slowly, watching his breath fog up the glass. And nobody will ever look twice at the Osborne family. Unlikely, Evalin replied smoothly. You remain beneath their notice, for now. Arthur turned back to the holograms flickering in front of him. What's the fallout? Projections suggest. Campbell Consortium War. Escalating strikes between the two. Duration. 6-18 months. Neo Luminara. Both factions will temporarily withdraw assets to focus on core conflict. Raven remains loyal to Consortium, but now harbors doubts about their intelligence apparatus. Arthur's fingers tapped rhythmically against the window as he processed this information. Keep monitoring Raven. That seed of doubt could be useful later. Already tracking her movements, Evalin confirmed. Though I must caution you, the Campbells may eventually trace that fabricated evidence back to its source. A grin spread across Arthur's face. By then, we'll be ready. By the way, how is Jax doing with that assignment I gave him? Sir, he has already started executing it. Evalin replied enthusiastically. Good, Arthur nodded with a satisfied smile. Outside, the city lights twinkled like stars, each one apiece on his board, waiting patiently for its next move. Aegis District, downtown. The neon sign of the Rusty Nail buzzed erratically, casting a flickering crimson glow over the cracked asphalt of the parking lot. This bar was a relic from another time. Its peeling paint and barred windows whispered tales of forgotten nights, while the perpetual stench of spilled liquor and cigarette smoke clung stubbornly to its walls. Suddenly, a sleek black Veyron M7 glided to a stop outside, its matte finish absorbing the dim light like a shadow come to life. The engine cut off with a quiet purr as the door swung open effortlessly. And then he stepped out. Jax Crane, tall and broad-shouldered, his face looked like it had been sculpted from granite, sharp angles, cold eyes, and a scar that traced an unsettling path from his temple to the corner of his mouth. Dressed in a tailored charcoal suit with no tie and the top button undone, he walked toward the entrance with deliberate confidence. Each click of his shoes against the pavement echoed through the night air. Inside, the Rusty Nail was half empty. A few hardened regulars nursed their drinks, their eyes darting toward Jax before quickly averting them, like moths drawn to flame yet wary of getting burned. The bartender, a grizzled man adorned with a spiderweb tattoo crawling up his neck, paused mid-wipe of a glass, tightening his grip ever so slightly. But Jax didn't sit at the bar. He strode straight to the back, past worn pool tables and a dartboard boasting 3 knives still embedded in it. He stopped before a guarded door where 2 enforcers, thick-necked brutes who looked like they could bench press cars, blocked his path. Private 1 grunted. Without flinching, Jax replied coldly, "Tell Malik that Jax Crane is here to discuss his future." A beat of silence hung in the air before 1 enforcer muttered into his earpiece. With an audible click, the door swung open. Inside was starkly different from the dive bar outside. Plush leather couches lined one wall, polished oak furniture gleamed under soft lighting, expensive whiskey sat in crystal decanters on display. Behind an imposing desk sat Malik Voss, the self-proclaimed king of the underground, or at least he used to be. Now Malik appeared as if he hadn't slept in weeks. His once pristine suit was wrinkled and disheveled, while dark circles under his eyes told stories of sleepless nights spent poring over maps of territory slipping through his fingers. He didn't stand when Jax entered. Crane, Malik rasped, voice roughened by fatigue. I didn't realize Crimson Blood would send its attack dogs to slum it in my bar. Jax flashed a sly smile, just a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his lips. I'm not here for the Crimson Blood, he declared, his tone cool and confident. They're dead to me. Malik drummed his fingers against the desk, curiosity piqued. Then why exactly are you here? With a deliberate motion, Jax reached into his jacket. The enforcers tensed, hands inching toward their weapons, but all he produced was a sleek silver case. He snapped it open, revealing a solitary data chip that glimmered under the dim light. Your organization is bleeding out, Malik, he said matter-of-factly. The silver strings have taken your docks. The red circle has gutted your protection rackets. And the black hand, they're circling your last few blocks like vultures eyeing their next meal. Malik's jaw tightened in annoyance. I don't need a recap of my problems. No, Victor chimed in smoothly. What you need is a solution. He placed the chip on the desk with purpose. My boss is offering one. Malik didn't even glance at it. Who's your boss? Jax tilted his head slightly, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Someone who doesn't tolerate loose ends. Someone who can turn your little predicament into an opportunity. Malik's gaze darted between the chip and Victor's unwavering expression. What's the catch? Loyalty, Victor replied softly but firmly, as if each syllable carried weighty significance. You keep your title, your men, even your pride, but from now on you answer to him. Malik let out a harsh laugh that echoed through the room like thunderclaps in an empty sky. So what? I trade one leash for another. Jax's smile turned razor sharp. It didn't quite reach his eyes this time. No, Malik, you trade a noose for a shield. Silence hung thick in the air as tension crackled like static electricity. Finally, Malik reached for the chip. As he activated it, a hologram flickered to life above the desk, showcasing 3 crucial elements. A list of names, every rival gang leader gnawing away at Malik's territory. Detailed schematics, security layouts, and patrol routes highlighting weak points. And at the bottom, a single word, choose. Malik's breath caught in his throat as realization dawned on him. This is a gift, Jax interjected smoothly before leaning forward slightly to emphasize his point. A show of good faith. He added with conviction, my employer doesn't demand blind loyalty, he earns it. Malik hesitated over the hologram's enticing display and asked cautiously, and if I say no? Malik's fingers hovered over the hologram, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. And what if I say no? Jax straightened up, adjusting his cuffs with a confident smirk. Then I walk out that door and you can try surviving the next month on your own. He paused for effect, letting the weight of his words sink in. But we both know how that story ends. The atmosphere thickened, tension crackling like static electricity. Malik's enforcers shifted uneasily, casting glances at each other as if sensing the impending storm. With a long, slow exhale, Malik finally tapped the hologram. Tell your boss he's got himself a deal. Jax's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. I thought he might. As he turned to leave, Malik called after him. One last question. Jax glanced back over his shoulder, curiosity piqued. Why me? Malik asked, genuine intrigue lacing his voice. Jax's response was straightforward and cutting, because you're smart enough to know when to kneel. With that final word hanging in the air like an unspoken challenge, Jax stepped through the door, which clicked shut behind him with finality. Outside, the neon lights of the Rusty Nail buzzed like a dying insect under a darkening sky. Jax slid into his Veyron, the engine roared to life beneath him like a beast awakening from slumber. Somewhere in this sprawling cityscape, chaos was brewing, a war was about to ignite, and Malik had just made his choice. The sleek black Veyron M7 glided to a halt outside an unassuming warehouse on the outskirts of the industrial district, with a convoy of dark cars trailing closely behind. Jax Crane stepped out, his polished Oxfords clicking against the cracked concrete as he adjusted his cufflinks with a casual confidence. Malik followed closely, flanked by his enforcers who hung back, their wariness palpable in the chilly night air. You brought me to a damn storage unit. Malik growled, his breath puffing out like smoke in the cold. Jax didn't respond. Instead, he pressed his palm against a rusted metal door. A hidden biometric scanner flickered to life and flashed green. With a hydraulic hiss, the door slid open. Malik's sneer faltered as he stepped inside. The warehouse stretched like a football field before them, bathed in stark white LED lights. Rows upon rows of gleaming weapon racks stood at attention. Far from the crude street weapons Malik's men typically wielded, this was military-grade hardware. XM-42 pulse rifles, Jax said, running a gloved hand along one of the racks. Titanium core rounds that can pierce armored vehicles. These 12 crates, enough firepower to outfit 200 men. He strode further down the aisle, showcasing more lethal tech. Stalker Series drones equipped with thermal tagging and neural disrupt grenades, perfect for leaving your enemies twitching without any permanent damage. He paused for effect. Great for sending messages. Malik's throat tightened as he gazed at a pallet of exhaust suits, their carbon fiber frames shimmering under the fluorescent lights. One of his enforcers reached out tentatively to touch one. I wouldn't do that, Jax warned without turning around. The biometric locks will break your fingers. Finally finding his voice, Malik stammered, this is Tier 1 Special Forces shit. How the fuck did you even get all this? With a flick of his wrist, Jax took out a sleek black mobile phone and fiddled with it for a moment and threw it at Malik. 10 billion Unicreds, Jax announced coolly. Untraceable funds, enough to buy off every cop in the 4th precinct and make your enemies think twice before crossing you. Malik's eyes widened as they reflected those glowing zeros. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from an insatiable hunger. It was like seeing light at the end of a long tunnel after being backed into a corner. The terms are straightforward, Jax continued smoothly. You keep your territory and operations intact, you maintain your pride. He turned slightly so that his scar caught the light just right, but from tonight onward. Every bullet you fire and every move you make comes with my blessing. Malik swallowed hard and asked cautiously, and if I say no, Jax flashed a smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Like I said before, once I close this door, you're left to battle the silver strings with nothing but pea shooters and prayers. How long do you think you'll hold out? A month, a week? The warehouse buzzed with unspoken possibilities. The weapons glimmered like stars in the dim light, and the account balance pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat waiting for action. Malik reached out, not for a gun or the cash, but he extended his hand instead. Jax met him with a firm shake, sealing their fate in that brief moment. Final, indelible. Welcome to the new era, Victor declared, his voice echoing off the walls like a promise of change. Outside, the first drops of rain began to fall, a gentle reminder that even in chaos, life continues to flow. The night air was thick with the earthy scent of rain-soaked pavement and the faint hum of distant traffic as Jax stepped out of the warehouse. He paused, watching Malik's convoy vanish into the darkness, its taillights like fading stars in a vast, shadowy sky. There was no rush for him, every movement was intentional, the slow roll of his shoulders, the rhythmic click of his polished shoes against the asphalt, and the deliberate way his gloved hand slipped into his coat pocket to retrieve a sleek, encrypted phone. With a single press of a button, he connected the call. No pleasantries exchanged, just an expectant silence from a man who knew exactly why he was being summoned. Boss, it's done, Jax said in a low voice that barely rose above the distant wail of a police siren. A moment passed before a smooth voice on the other end replied, and Jax couldn't help but smirk, and Malik took the deal without even haggling. A soft chuckle drifted through the line, more breath than sound. Desperation makes even kings pragmatic. Sliding into the driver's seat of his Veyron, Jax felt the leather sigh beneath him as he turned on the engine, a quiet beast ready to roar to life. He'll start moving on the silver strings within a week. The data lit a fire under him. Good, there was a sound of liquid against glass, perhaps whiskey, and his men, for now, loyal. Jax shrugged slightly as he glanced at himself in the rearview mirror, cold eyes and scars telling stories of battles fought and won. But loyalty is like currency in their world, it devalues quickly. Another pause lingered between them like smoke in still air. Jax could almost picture his boss leaning back in that high-backed chair, fingers steepled as he weighed every piece on this dangerous chessboard. You think he'll hold up his end? Adjusting his grip on the wheel, Jax replied coolly, does it matter? If he does, we own the underground. If not, he shrugged again with nonchalance. We still win. A hum came through, a sign of understanding from across miles. And if he tries to play both sides, Jax's smile turned sharp as steel. Then he'll learn why they call me the Reckoning. Silence enveloped them for just a heartbeat before his boss spoke again, softer this time. You enjoy this too much. As he maneuvered onto rain-slick streets that glimmered under neon lights, Jax responded casually, nope. Just good at it. As he drove, the city blurred into a kaleidoscope of alleyways and neon lights, punctuated by the occasional flash of headlights slicing through the murky gloom. The voice on the other end of the line let out a weary sigh, nearly drowned out by the rhythmic whisper of tires gliding over wet pavement. Keep me posted. And hey, Jax. Yeah, Jax replied, tension creeping into his voice. Don't get all sentimental. With that, the line went dead. Jax tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, his grip tightening on the wheel as adrenaline surged through him. Somewhere in this sprawling cityscape, Malik was already mobilizing his crew. Time was ticking away fast. The neon glow of the red sector pulsed like an open wound against the night sky, casting an eerie light over the chaos below. Malik Voss stood atop a crumbling apartment complex, his coat flapping in the wind like a flag of defiance. The streets of Silver String's territory buzzed with oblivious foot soldiers, completely unaware that their empire was on the verge of collapse. His earpiece crackled to life. All teams in position, Drago, his lieutenant, murmured. Malik exhaled slowly, watching his breath curl into the frigid air. Just 3 weeks ago, he had felt like a cornered animal, his empire crumbling around him. But now he had teeth and he was ready to bite back. He tapped his comm. Move. The first explosion shattered the Silver String's main arms depot. A fireball erupted into the sky, turning night into day for one brilliant second. Chaos erupted. Silver String's enforcers poured into the streets, shouting in confusion as they were cut down by precise bursts of XM-40 two-pulse fire from above. The rounds tore through their body armor like it was made of paper, leaving them crumpled and lifeless in the gutters. Malik watched with a cold detachment as his newly equipped forces moved with terrifying efficiency. Drones buzzed overhead, tagging fleeing targets with thermal markers, while neural disrupt grenades detonated in alleys, dropping entire squads without a single drop of blood, spilled just twitching bodies left behind as their nervous systems overloaded. And then there were the exo-suits. 3 of Malik's best men strode down the main thoroughfare like gods of war, their carbon fiber frames absorbing bullets as if they were nothing more than raindrops. One ripped a door off a Silver String safe house with bare hands, pure power on display. A smile curled Malik's lips. This was what dominance felt like. An hour later, they dragged Anatoly, the Silver String's leader, from his hideout. The man who once sneered at Malik's faltering grip now knelt in the street before him, bloodied and bewildered. Malik crouched low to meet Anatoly's gaze. "You took my docs," he said casually. "My girls, my power, my fucking pride." Anatoly spat defiantly at his feet. "You think this changes anything? You're still a dog, just with a new leash." Malik stood tall and brushed imaginary dirt from his coat. "Wrong," he nodded to Drago. In an instant, a neural disrupt round struck Anatoly between the shoulder blades. His body convulsed violently as his scream choked into a gurgle, his nervous system short-circuiting right before Malik's eyes. Malik turned to the gathered crowd of Silver String survivors, those who had the sense to surrender. "Spread the word," he declared, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "The old rules are dead." With that, he strode away, leaving Anatoly twitching in the street behind him. But somewhere in the city, a silent observer watched through binoculars. Jax Crane lowered his comm device and murmured, "It's done." The voice on the other end was smooth and amused as it responded with a single word, "Good." In the gutters of their own territory, bodies of the Red Serpents lay piled high, their signature crimson bandanas now drenched in blood. The leaders of the Black Hand were found hanging from neon signs outside their own nightclubs, tongues severed, a grim reminder of Malik's message. The Jade Tiger's headquarters, reduced to smoldering rubble, their once feared enforcers now mere charred skeletons among the wreckage. 5 gangs, 5 nights. Now the underworld held its breath. In dimly lit backrooms of speakeasies and plush private booths of upscale brothels, remaining gang bosses convened, not to plot revenge but merely to survive. "This isn't Malik," growled Dante Morty, aging Don of the Lupo Syndicate. His gnarled fingers tightened around his whiskey glass as if it were a lifeline. "That bastard couldn't have pulled this off alone." A hollow screen flickered to life at the center of their table, replaying footage from the Silver Strings massacre. Malik's exo-suited soldiers moving through gunfire like it was nothing more than rain neural disrupt grenades, sending enemies into violent seizures on the ground. "Who the hell is backing him?" whispered Lena, queen of the Golden Lotus Triad, her usually unshakable composure beginning to crack under pressure. No one had an answer. On street corners where deals were struck and loyalties traded like currency, low-level enforcers exchanged nervous whispers. "I heard Malik's got military tech now," muttered a Lupo-foot soldier to his contact among what remained of the Tigers. "Bullshit," came the shaky reply as he lit a cigarette with trembling hands. "No way some mid-tier boss gets access to that kind of hardware. Then why were bodies piling up?" Even within 4th Precinct HQ, where bribes flowed like water, the atmosphere was thick with tension. "We ignoring this," Detective Rourke muttered to his partner while tossing a file full of crime scene photos onto their desk, charred ruins, twitching bodies, streets painted red. His partner, Detective Vasquez, didn't even look up from his paperwork. "We don't get paid enough to die." The message was clear: stay out of Malik's way. In the shadows of a fractured city, where alliances shift like sand, there exists a breed of operators who thrive in the murky gray, fixers, smugglers, and those who know the game better than anyone else. "This ain't a power grab," whispered the tailor, an information broker with his fingers dipped into every underworld pie. "This is a fucking message." But to whom? He kept that detail close to his chest. His next client, a man clad in a charcoal suit, slipped him untraceable unicrids as payment. Meanwhile, Malik lounged in what used to be Anatoly's office, his boots resting on the dead man's desk. The air was thick with the acrid scent of cigars and dried blood. Drago, his lieutenant clad in an exo-suit that hummed softly with each movement, stepped inside. "The others are talking," he said cautiously. "Some are ready to bend the knee. Others," Malik chuckled darkly, "let them try." With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a sleek encrypted phone, the very one Jax had entrusted to him, and typed out a single word: "Done." Within moments came the reply: "Good." No praise or warnings, just cold acknowledgement. Malik tossed aside the phone and poured himself a drink, savoring the moment as chaos unfolded outside. Flames licked at buildings while sirens wailed in protest. And high above it all, in a dimly lit study room filled with shadows and intrigue, a man sipped Valerian Noir, and watched as the dominoes began to fall. The Obsidian Room, Aegis District. As you step into the private lounge known as the Obsidian Room, the air envelops you like a velvet cloak, rich with the aromas of aged wine, fragrant cigars, and a whisper of expensive cologne. This is no ordinary venue, it's the Gilded Mirage, an elite establishment where the titans of the Aegis District's underworld converge to discuss business, and sometimes settle scores over glasses of liquor that cost more than most people earn in a year. Tonight, the room buzzes with the true power players of the district, not your run-of-the-mill street thugs or mid-tier enforcers, but the big dogs. These are individuals who don't just play the game, they own it. At the head of this gathering sits Damien Crow, known far and wide as the Iron Baron. A formidable figure in his mid-50s with broad shoulders and slicked-back silver hair, he bears a jagged scar that snakes from his left eyebrow to his cheek, a grim reminder of a failed assassination attempt. His empire thrives on weapons smuggling and private militias, bolstered by the Old Money Crow family's political connections in the Senate. To Damien's left is Selene Gold, aptly nicknamed the Silk Queen. In her late 40s and always impeccably dressed in a tailored white pantsuit, she exudes elegance with her porcelain skin and raven black hair styled in an elegant chignon. Her operations revolve around prostitution, blackmail, and high-end human trafficking, all backed by her shadowy Loke consortium. On Damien's right sits Roland Lawrence, infamously dubbed the Phantom Banker. In his early 60s, with round spectacles perched on his nose and a perpetual smirk playing on his lips, he navigates money laundering and corporate espionage while representing Mercer Group, a so-called legitimate finance empire known for making dirty money vanish without a trace. Across from Damien is Kine Vex, the enigmatic figure referred to as the Cleaner. Proficient in assassinations and body disposal, Kine keeps his background shrouded in mystery. Rumor has it he has connections within medical examiners' offices. Lean and cold-eyed at nearly 40 years old, he wears black gloves at all times, a signature look that adds to his chilling presence. Finally, beside Selene is Lucien Moon, the ever-smooth The Fixer. With expertise in information brokering and political manipulation through his Drake Media empire, because controlling news means controlling narratives, Lucien sports a salt and pepper beard paired with turtlenecks that scream sophistication. The atmosphere crackles with low conversation, laughter echoing off plush walls amid clinking glasses, at first glance resembling a reunion among old friends. Selene exhaled a thin stream of smoke, her dark eyes sweeping across the room. Ah, these little reunions are a rare delight, she mused. It's not often we get to enjoy each other's company without someone plotting a backstab. Damien chuckled, swirling his whiskey like a seasoned connoisseur. Oh, I'm betting at least 2 people in this room have already thought about it tonight. Kine didn't crack a smile, but replied coolly, 3. A beat of silence hung in the air before Roland burst into laughter, slapping his knee. God, I missed you psychopaths. Lucien smirked as he sipped his martini. Speaking of stabbing, has anyone else caught wind of that upstart in the red sector? What's his name, Malik? Damien scoffed dismissively. That gutter rat, please. He's just a street thug who stumbled upon some luck. Selene arched an impeccably sculpted brow. 5 gangs in 5 nights isn't luck, Damien. Roland waved a hand nonchalantly. Gangs, come on. Those Silver Strings idiots were barely above common thieves, and the serpents, they were already on their last legs. Kine swirled his absinthe thoughtfully. He's wielding military-grade hardware, exo-suits, and neural disruptors. That's not your average street-level firepower. Lucien leaned forward, intrigued by the conversation's shift. So who's backing him? Damien shrugged with indifference. Does it really matter? If he dares step into our territories, we'll squash him like a bug. Selene smirked playfully, spoken like someone who's never had to deal with a rabid dog before. Roland chuckled again, shaking his head. Oh, I don't know, it's kind of cute, like watching a little fish try to swim with sharks. Kine set down his glass with a soft click that echoed through the tense atmosphere. That little fish just turned the red sector into a graveyard. A pause settled over them as the mood shifted ever so slightly. Then Lucien grinned mischievously. Well then, maybe we should invite him to our next dinner party. Laughter erupted once more, but this time it was sharper and edged with something darker. Lucien then glanced at everyone in the room and chuckled softly. His cane tapped a soft rhythm against the Versian rug. The question isn't the weapons, it's who gave them to him. Another pause, longer this time. Damien set his glass down with deliberate force. If some upstart thinks he can play in our league, we remind him what happens to strays. His scar twisted into something resembling a smile. Violently, Selene examined her nails. Already tried that, darling. My people haven't reported back. The fire crackled in the hearth. Somewhere in the building, a clock chimed midnight. Kine rose smoothly, adjusting his cuffs. If you'll excuse me, I have a surgery scheduled. As the door closed behind him, the remaining occupants exchanged glances that spoke volumes in the language of the truly dangerous. Roland broke the silence first. Shall we place bets on how long until this Malik problem resolves itself? Lucian smiled, swirling his drink. I give him 48 hours. Damien's laughter boomed through the room. I'll take that action. 20 says the body's never found. That same night, Kyne's limousine glided through the rain-slicked streets, the partition firmly up. He tapped a secure frequency into his comm. Clean up crew to my location. Full containment protocol. A beat, and send the twins to handle this Malik situation. The voice on the other end hesitated. Sir, the last team we sent. Are you questioning me? Kyne's voice dropped to a whisper colder than the grave. And no, sir. Good. The twins don't fail. As the car turned a corner, Kyne allowed himself a rare moment of unease. Whoever was backing Malik had resources, real resources, and in their world, that meant either a rival syndicate or something far more dangerous. 3 hours later, the surveillance feed flickered to life, revealing two ominous figures approaching Malik's stronghold. The twins, genetically enhanced assassins with a flawless track record. But what happened next was anything but expected. The camera blinked, and when the image sharpened, the twins lay twitching on the ground, their nervous systems overwhelmed by familiar neural disruptors. A shadow swept across the screen, tall, impeccably dressed. Jax Crane stepped into view and locked eyes with the camera, sending chills down spines everywhere. Then, just like that, the feed cut to static. The Black Lotus Tea House, Aegis District. Outside, rain poured in silver sheets over the Aegis District, transforming neon-lit streets into shimmering mirrors of crimson and electric blue. Inside the Black Lotus Tea House, a neutral ground for information brokers and fixers, the usual hum of clandestine deals had been replaced by a tense silence thick enough to cut with a knife. Every screen in the establishment played on loop. The twins, Kyne Vex's legendary assassins, lay twitching like broken marionettes. And there was Jax Crane again, staring straight into the camera before it all went dark. In a corner booth, a low-level enforcer from the Lupo Syndicate nearly choked on his sake. That's impossible, he stammered. The twins took out an entire red serpent cell alone last year. His contact, a wiry arms dealer sporting a cybernetic eye, leaned in closer. Did you see what they were carrying? Those weren't just disruptors, those were some serious weapons. He paused before adding quietly, who is Malik working for? At the high table in back sat Madame Lily, the most connected information dealer in the district, gently setting down her teacup as if it were made of glass. Kyne won't take this well, she mused thoughtfully. Her associate, a former corporate spy, snorted derisively. Kyne, the entire syndicate just got slapped in the face. You think Crow or Selene are sleeping easy tonight? Lily's smile turned razor thin as she replied coolly, nope. But I suspect they'll sleep even less once they realize Malik isn't their biggest problem. Her gaze flickered to Jax Crane's frozen image on screen. Meanwhile, in a private room upstairs, Captain Rourke of the 4th Precinct wiped sweat from his brow while glued to the feed. We need to pull back surveillance on Malik's operations, he muttered urgently to his lieutenant. Sir, the commissioner said, the commissioner isn't the one who will end up in a body bag if we keep poking this, Rourke snapped. He poured himself a double whiskey, hand shaking. That's Jax fucking Crane. Last time he showed up in the city, 2 crime families vanished overnight. The lieutenant paled, so what do? Rourke downed the drink in one gulp. We stay the hell out of his way. The message arrived simultaneously on every syndicate leader's encrypted device at precisely 3:00 a.m. A single video file. When opened, it showed the twins alive but not unharmed, kneeling in a dimly lit room. Jax's voice, calm and measured, played over the footage, a gift, to remind you of the new rules. Then the screen went black. Damien Crow was the first to break the silence in their secure group chat. We have a problem. Selene responded 5 minutes later. No, Kyne has a problem. The rest of us have a choice. By dawn, 3 things became clear. Kyne Vex had gone completely dark, no calls, no messages. Rumor was he'd boarded a private jet to an undisclosed location. 3 mid-tier gangs, previously neutral in the conflict, had suddenly pledged allegiance to Malik, and most telling of all, the syndicate's weekly weapons shipment never arrived. The Crimson Lounge, Malik's territory. The club was eerily quiet, save for Malik's enforcers standing like silent sentinels along the plush velvet-lined walls. The air was thick with the scent of expensive liquor and polished leather, while dim lighting cast long shadows across Selene's porcelain features as she elegantly crossed her legs and took a sip of her gin martini. Malik lounged across from her, his newfound confidence radiating in the way he relaxed in his chair, fingers steepled in front of him. Didn't expect to see you here, Selene. I thought you syndicate types preferred your ivory towers. Selene's smile was sharp as a knife. I prefer not to be on the losing side of history, Malik, and right now you're making quite a bit of it. Setting her glass down, she locked her dark eyes onto his. So let's skip the posturing. Who's backing you? Malik chuckled softly, swirling his whiskey with a casual flick of his wrist. You think I'm just going to hand over that kind of? Suddenly, the door swung open. Jax Crane stepped inside, his presence instantly sucking the warmth from the room like an icy wind. Selene felt her grip tighten around her glass. This wasn't good. Ah, Jax murmured with a hint of amusement. I was wondering when you'd show up. Recovering quickly, Selene tilted her head slightly. Jax, should have known it would be you. The Crow family always said you were the Federation's attack dog. He didn't bother sitting, he commanded attention simply by being there. I don't work for the Crimson Blood anymore. His voice dropped to an almost conspiratorial tone. My boss is impressed by you, Selene. She raised an eyebrow playfully. Flattered, but I already have a backer. With deliberate slowness, Jax reached into his coat and slid a tablet across the table. The screen flickered to life, revealing a live feed. Roland Mercer, her supposed benefactor, strapped to a steel chair, bruised and battered in his once impeccable suit. His voice crackled through the speakers. Selene, whatever they're offering, take it. And then darkness. Selene didn't flinch instead. She felt her pulse quicken in her throat. Leaning forward slightly, Jax whispered just above a murmur, you don't have a backer anymore, but you do have a choice. Taking a slow breath through her nose, Selene exuded grace, a woman who had spent years turning disadvantages into opportunities as she reached for her martini again. What are the terms? She asked coolly. A sly smile crept across Jax's face. Jax flashed a sly grin as he clicked open a sleek silver briefcase, the sound echoing in the dimly lit room. Inside lay a treasure trove of secrets. A data chip labeled every corrupt official, every blackmail file, every hidden account in the Aegis district. A single keycard inscribed with unlimited access to the Obsidian network, home to the world's top intelligence operatives. A bank ledger boasting 10 billion unicrids, discretionary funds at your fingertips. Selene's eyes widened as she absorbed the contents, her mind racing. She looked up, curiosity piqued. And what does your boss want in return? Jax leaned closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. The same thing you've always craved, Selene. Control. There was a tense pause before Selene snapped the briefcase shut decisively. Tell your boss I'm in. Jax nodded once, satisfaction flickering across his face. He'll be pleased. As he turned to leave, Selene called after him, one last question. Jax glanced back over his shoulder. What is it? Who is he? The last thing she saw was Jax's enigmatic smile before he disappeared through the door. You'll meet him soon enough, he replied cryptically. Selene's penthouse, Diamond Heights. The city sprawled beneath Selene's floor to ceiling windows like a glittering chessboard, each light a potential pawn in her new game. She stood silhouetted against the night, a glass of Valyrian Noir swirling in her hand, the same vintage favored by Victor's enigmatic employer. A subtle power play, absolutely. A quiet declaration of alignment, without a doubt. On the onyx coffee table lay the briefcase Victor had given her, its contents meticulously examined. The data chip pulsed with incriminating secrets, the keycard gleamed with promise, and the bank ledger money was always a useful tool. With an air of confidence, Selene began with the easiest target. Her fingers danced across her holographic screen as she pulled up security footage from the data chip, Damien's men, accidentally, raiding a Black Hand opium den 2 weeks ago, except that at that time, the Black Hand had been under Kind Vex's protection. A few edits here, a timestamp adjustment there, and a whispered rumor to just the right ears would set things in motion. By morning, underground channels would buzz with one irrefutable fact. Damien had deliberately struck at Kind's interests. And Kind, well, he never let a slight go unanswered. The second move, Lucien Drake. Lucien fancied himself the puppet master of information, but Selene intended to remind him who truly pulled the strings. She selected a particularly damning file, Lucien's secret dealings with the XZF Syndicate, a direct violation of the Aegis Underworld's neutrality accords. But she didn't leak it to Damien or Kind, no. She sent it straight to Roland Mercer's remaining lieutenants, because nothing would infuriate Lucien more than watching his carefully constructed facade crumble from within. The third move, Kind Vex. Kind was unpredictable, the surgeon-turned-reaper who valued precision above all else. So what did Selene do? She gave him chaos. A fabricated dossier slipped into his network by one of her girls revealed evidence that Damien had hired replacements for the twins, and they were instructed to eliminate Kind first. Truth didn't matter, what mattered was how Kind would react, and he'd act as if it were true. With this plan in place, Selene wore a smile that was anything but innocent. It took just 3 days for the syndicate to implode spectacularly. Damien's warehouses went up in flames, too clean to be anything but professional arsonists at work. Lucien's media empire suddenly found itself drowning in scandals as his carefully cultivated sources dried up overnight. And Kind, he had vanished into the shadows, but not before leaving a chilling message in Damien's penthouse, a single scalpel, ominously embedded in the headboard of Damien's bed. The implication was unmistakable, he already dead. With the syndicate tearing itself apart at the seams, Malik's forces surged forward like an unstoppable tide, filling the power vacuum left behind. Territories fell without resistant soldiers defected by the hundreds, and with each passing hour, whispers grew louder. Malik wasn't just another player in this dangerous game anymore. He was claiming his throne as the new king. Jax arrived at Seleni's penthouse unannounced, as always. "You've impressed him," he remarked casually. Selene smirked back. "I'd hope so. It's not every day you get to watch an empire crumble with just a few keystrokes." He placed a small box on the table. Inside lay a single black rose, its petals edged in shimmering gold, a striking symbol of both beauty and danger. "A token," he murmured softly, "the first of many." Then he was gone, leaving Selene alone with her thoughts, and the realization that an even more perilous game awaited her, because now, she was ready to meet the man behind the curtain. Osborne family mansion, Arthur's study room. The study room was slightly dark. Arthur sat behind the huge desk with his head buried in a pile of books, wearing reading glasses, as he seriously looked at the book in front of him with deep focus. Just then the Gaint screen plastered on the wall across from him lit up with a mesmerizing blue glow as Evelyn blue visage appeared on TJE screen. Its data slit-like eyes focused on Arthur, who was seriously studying. "Sir, Jack's mission is 90 complete." Evelyn neutral-like voice echoes in the study room. Arthur's eyes seems to freeze for a moment before he slowly raised his head and then glanced at the screen, which was showing various kinds of data, and then nodded. "Good, what about you?" He remaining 10. Arthur let out a deep breath and leaned back on his plush chair and asked. "The remaining 10 consist of a few gangs who still refuse to surrender, so Malik is currently focused cleaning them up," Evelyn replied. Arthur steepled his fingers and then nodded. "And Sir Ethan have sent a message. The operation on Verania is complete," Evelyn added. Arthur's eyes immediately lit up when he heard and nodded his head repeatedly, a smile appearing on his face. "Good, good, good. Tell him 5 days later I will be coming to Verania," Arthur said. "Understood, sir," Evelyn replied. Flashback 5 months ago. The military transport plane sliced through the stormy night, its engines roaring defiantly against the turbulent skies. Ethan sat by the window, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest, lost in thought. Across from him, Gunnar remained silent, his scarred face illuminated by the dim cabin lights, sharp gray eyes fixed intently on a tactical map glowing between them. The 7 members of Aegis 7 were scattered throughout the cabin, each immersed in their own preparations, checking gear, reviewing mission parameters, or simply bracing themselves for what lay ahead. Suddenly, the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. "Approaching LZ. Prepare for landing." Ethan leaned forward eagerly as the thick clouds began to part. What he saw made his breath hitch in his throat. Before him sprawled a military base that resembled a slumbering beast, a colossal complex of reinforced concrete and steel fortified with cutting-edge defense systems. The perimeter walls towered 50 feet high, lined with auto turrets and motion sensors designed to evade satellite detection with their radar-absorbent surfaces. 6 expansive runways stretched out like open arms, ready to embrace heavy bombers. Rows of next-generation fighter jets, stealth-coated with sleek angular wings, sat neatly under retractable hangars like sentinels awaiting orders. In the vehicle yard stood dozens of armored tanks gleaming under floodlights alongside personnel carriers and mobile artillery units ready for action. Anti-air batteries dotted the landscape like vigilant guardians, their barrels aimed skyward, while drone patrols circled silently above in methodical patterns. Ethan exhaled sharply. Arthur hadn't been exaggerating. This was no ordinary military base, it was the heart of a war machine. With a jolt, the plane touched down, its tires screeched against tarmac as it rolled to a stop. The cabin depressurized with a hiss as the ramp lowered and cold night air rushed in, carrying scents of fuel and metal. Gunnar was first to rise. His combat boots thudded against steel as he strode toward the exit. Ethan followed closely behind him onto the runway and immediately felt an overwhelming weight settle around him. To his left sat an imposing squadron of VTOL gunships. At rest to his right loomed heavily modified armored trucks reinforced with experimental alloys that hinted at advanced technology. Straight ahead stood a command bunker guarded by 2 soldiers clad in full tactical gear, their faces obscured by black visors that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. One soldier stepped forward and saluted Gunnar. "Commander, the war room is ready." Gunnar nodded curtly. "Move out." Inside was a maze of steel corridors illuminated by sterile white LEDs that cast harsh shadows along their path. Security checkpoints lined every corner, manned by armed guards who scanned biometrics before granting passage. Ethan's mind raced as he walked alongside Gunnar, each step bringing more questions than answers. How long has the family head been building this? He pondered, curiosity spiraling. Little did he know Arthur had bought this entire military base from the System Mall, and Ethan's thoughts turned to legality. How much of this is even above board? As they approached a massive blast door, intricately etched with the Osborne Phoenix sigil, a retinal scanner flickered to life. With a hydraulic hiss, the door slid open, revealing an impressive war room, a cavern of technology flooded with the glow of holographic displays. Real-time satellite feeds showcased the raging conflict across Varenia's war zones. Dozens of analysts murmured urgently, their voices a backdrop of intensity as they relayed critical data. At the head of the table stood an imposing figure, a man Ethan didn't recognize. Tall and broad-shouldered, he had a cybernetic eye that glowed faintly blue. "This is Colonel Vex. He runs this facility," Gunnar introduced, his voice steady. "Ethan, boss speaks highly of you," Vex replied with a curt nod. Ethan felt the weight of the situation settle as he focused on the hologram that projected a live feed of General Dravik's forces clashing violently with Colonel Vera's troops in the northern oil fields. "This is real. We're really doing this," he muttered deep within his heart. Vex tapped a console, zooming in on Dravik's beleaguered position. Current status: Dravik holds the oil fields but is losing ground. Vera has better equipment and more men. Without intervention, Dravik collapses in 3 weeks. Gunnar crossed his arms, his brow furrowing. "What's our play?" Vex smirked with a glimmer of confidence. "We make sure he doesn't." A new overlay popped up detailing supply routes, weapon caches, and enemy patrol patterns. Phase 1, Sabotage. Vex pointed at Vera's supply lines. Aegis will hit his convoys, destroy his depots, and make it look like rebel attacks. Phase 2, Reinforcement. The display shifted to Dravik's camp. We funnel him weapons just enough to keep him fighting, not enough to win outright. Phase 3, Control. The hologram morphed into a political map. When Dravik's desperate, we offer him a deal. He gets full Osborne backing. We get Varenia. Ethan finally broke the silence, his voice steady as he said, "And if he refuses?" Vex's cybernetic eye flickered, a glint of resolve in its mechanical depths. "Then we activate Protocol Cinder." A heavy pause filled the space. Gunnar's voice sliced through, cold as ice. "The syringe." Vex nodded, an air of certainty surrounding him. "Exactly." Ethan exhaled slowly, the weight of Arthur's meticulous plans pressing down on him. Later, on the observation deck overlooking the base, Ethan stood transfixed as a squadron of stealth helicopters powered up, their rotors slicing through the midnight air like whispers of impending chaos. Gunnar joined him, offering a steaming cup of coffee that radiated warmth into Ethan's fingers. "Nervous?" Gunnar asked, a hint of concern veiled in his gruff tone. Ethan took a moment before responding, just calculating risks. "Don't," Gunnar replied with a grunt. "Hesitation gets you killed in our line of work." Ethan smirked, his resolve hardening. "Noted." Beneath them, Aegis 7 operatives busily loaded crates of weapons onto a transport. The mission would commence at dawn, and Varenia would have no idea what was coming. 1 week later, northern oil fields. Inside the command tent, the air was thick with the scent of gun oil and stale sweat. A single electric lantern flickered like a dying heartbeat, casting elongated shadows across maps strewn haphazardly over the makeshift table. General Dravik, an imposing figure with a face chiseled from granite and eyes like flint, leaned over the tactical display, fingers tracing severed supply lines. From across the table, Ethan watched intently, his posture relaxed yet alert. Gunnar loomed behind him, a silent guardian in matte black armor, his scarred face betraying no emotion. "You've held the northern fields for 6 months, Ethan remarked, his tone calm but probing. "But Vera's pushing harder every day. How long until your men break?" Dravik's jaw tightened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. This was a man unaccustomed to being challenged, especially not by some outsider who smelled of expensive cologne rather than gunpowder. "My men don't break," he growled, the words like gravel. Ethan's smirk returned. "They did at Kalad Pass." A brief silence hung in the air. Dravik's hand twitched toward the pistol at his hip. The atmosphere thickened, charged with tension. "You've been watching," Dravik said slowly, almost begrudgingly. "Of course we have." Ethan's voice broke the tension as he pulled a sleek tablet from his coat. With a tap, vibrant holographic imagery burst to life, revealing a live satellite feed that showcased Vera's forces amassing ominously along the southern ridge. "He's bringing in heavy artillery. By dawn, those guns will be shelling your positions." Dravik's expression remained stoic, his eyes glued to the flickering feed. "And," he replied, his tone flat. Ethan leaned in, the urgency in his voice palpable. "You don't have the manpower to stop him." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in, not without help. Dravik huffed, clearly skeptical. "What kind of help?" The air crackled with tension as Ethan leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, the kind that wins wars. Suddenly, Gunnar stepped forward, depositing a heavy metal case on the table with a pronounced thud. It hissed as it opened, revealing sleek rows of micro-drones inside. "Sabotage units," he announced, his voice gravelly. "Programmed to disable Vera's artillery before it even thinks of firing." Dravik picked one up, his brow furrowing. "How do they work?" "Nanotech disruptors," Gunnar explained, his voice steady and confident. "They'll fry targeting systems and jam communications. Before Vera even realizes what's happening, his guns will be worthless." Ethan swiped the tablet again, revealing a new image, armored trucks rolling cautiously through a treacherous mountain pass. This is your next supply shipment. Or it would be if Vera's scouts hadn't already marked it for ambush. Dravik's gaze sharpened. Why are you telling me this? Because we're going to make sure it gets through, Ethan assured him, transitioning the image to a warehouse brimming with crates of weapons, medical supplies, and fresh uniforms. Enough to equip 3 battalions. Yours if you want it. For a moment, silence hung heavily in the air. Dravik scrutinized Ethan, then Gunnar, then returned to the holograms as if seeking answers hidden within. What's the price? Ethan's smile was calculating, devoid of warmth. Allegiance. To whom? To the Osborne family. Dravik let out a laugh that echoed through the tent, a sound laced with disbelief. You expect me to swear fealty to some corporate dynasty? No, Ethan said, his voice smooth like silk. What I need from you is to swear fealty to those who will help you become king. Silence hung in the air like an unshaken snow globe. Dravik let out a startled laugh that quickly faded. He leaned back, the old wooden chair creaking under his weight. Explain that to me. Ethan steepled his fingers, eyes gleaming with intensity. Varania has been entrenched in war for decades. Why? Because no one has proven strong enough to end it. He gestured toward the hologram beside him, its glowing light flickering with the promise of power. We can give you that strength. Gunnar then placed a second case on the table, popping it open to reveal a syringe filled with shimmering amber liquid. Stem cell booster, he explained, a hint of pride in his voice. 1 dose heals you. 2, you could take a bullet to the chest and walk it off. Dravik eyed the syringe with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. And if I say no, Ethan shrugged nonchalantly. Vera starts shelling your positions at dawn. Your men perish. You lose the oil fields, and we simply find someone else to back. Another pregnant pause filled the space. Dravik drummed his fingers against the table, anticipation palpable. What's in it for you? You want a puppet, Dravik snorted dismissively. Ethan's voice grew firm yet reassuring. We want a partner, one who understands loyalty. The general scrutinized him, assessing every nuance in Ethan's expression. And then without warning he stood, his shadow stretching like an omen across the lantern light. I'll think about it. Ethan remained unfazed. You have until midnight. Dravik paused at the tent flap, curiosity piqued. Or what? A razor-thin smile crept across Ethan's face. Or we let Vera win. With that, the general exited, boots echoing into the night. Once Dravik's footsteps faded, Gunnar spoke softly. He'll take the deal. Ethan exhaled, rolling his shoulders, tension easing just a bit. He'd better. Arthur doesn't like loose ends. Outside, the first shells began to fall, the thunder of conflict cracking through the night sky. Varania, the northern oil fields, midnight. The command tent lay draped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the persistent ticking of an antique clock perched on a folding table, a resolute remnant from a bygone era, its brass casing dulled by the passage of time and the remnants of gunpowder. With each slow tick, the hands inched closer to midnight, each second stretching into an eternity. Ethan sat motionless in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin, his gaze fixated on the clock. Behind him, Gunnar loomed, leaning against the tent pole with arms crossed, his scarred face shrouded in the dim lantern light, betraying no emotion. Outside, the rest of Aegis 7 formed a silent perimeter, a vigil of shadows guarding the war camp. 5 minutes later, the tent flap rustled. General Dravik stepped in alone, his massive figure blocking the moonlight like a dark cloud. He wore a simple fatigue jacket instead of his usual battle armor, sleeves rolled up, revealing forearms etched with muscle and scars from past battles. His steel-gray eyes glinted with fatigue, veins of command marking his stoic presence. Still here, I see, he rumbled, his voice deep and gravelly. Ethan's lips held no trace of a smile. Midnight wasn't up for discussion. Dravik approached the map table, calloused fingers skimming over the southern front where Vera's forces had been advancing throughout the night. My scouts have detected movement in Sector 7B artillery emplacements. Gunnar chimed in from the shadows. 6 self-propelled howitzers took position 20 minutes ago. Ethan scrutinized the general's face, watching for any sign of worry. They'll start shelling at dawn. Your northern trenches won't stand a chance before your men can even grab their rifles. The clock's ticking grew louder. 3 minutes later. Dravik's jaw tightened as he weighed the options. If I accept your terms, when Ethan softly interjected. If I accept, what guarantee do I have that your Osborne won't discard me the moment Vera falls? Ethan reached into his coat and placed a small holoprojector on the table. It flickered to life, projecting Arthur's sharp, calculating face, those piercing blue eyes fixed intently on Dravik. General, Arthur's voice resonated like smooth whiskey. You want assurances? Here's mine. I don't deal in trivial betrayals. The one who rules Varania for me must be ruthless, capable, and above all loyal. Exhibit those qualities, and the only throne you'll be concerned about is the one I build for you. The projection shimmered and transformed into the formidable Osborne sigil, a silver phoenix enveloped in 9 stars before fading away entirely. 1 minute later, Dravik let out a sharp exhale through his nose, a mix of nerves and determination. His hand drifted to the antique pistol holstered at his hip. He didn't mean to threaten, just to think. This wasn't just any weapon, it was a 20th century Takerv, a family heirloom passed down through epochs of soldiers, each scratch and dent a testament to its history. He ran his thumb over the weathered grip, feeling the weight of legacy in his palm. Midnight struck. A single, resonant gong reverberated through the tent, marking the hour. Ethan didn't flinch. So, what's your answer, General? With deliberate slowness, Dravik unbuckled his pistol belt and placed it on the table between them, a powerful symbol, surrendering the arms of a warrior to the authority of his new lord. I'll need those drones operational before dawn, he said in a gruff voice, the finality hanging in the air like a thundercloud. Ethan finally cracked a smile, his confidence radiating. He activated his earpiece, his voice steady. Aegis 7, move out. Get the Cinder protocol ready. Outside, the night erupted with palpable energy, drones whirred to life, operatives murmured urgent commands, the first stirrings of a war poised to ignite. Gunnar stepped forward, handing Dravik a sleek metal case brimming with nanotech disruptors. Welcome to the winning side. Dravik's grin was fierce and full of teeth. Let's go make those traitors regret their choices. Present-day Black Valley, military base Varania. As the pale dawn light spilled over the horizon, the military base stretched out like a sprawling beast, its runways glinting like polished steel beneath the awakening sun. The air buzzed with an electric tension, a mix of fuel fumes, ozone from active electronics, and that unmistakable metallic tang of blood still lingering on armor. Ethan stood at the edge of the primary landing strip, his tailored black tactical suit pristine despite the early hour. Next to him loomed Gunnar, a silent giant in full combat rig, his scarred face betraying nothing. Colonel Vex adjusted his officer's cap with mechanical precision, his cybernetic eye glowing faintly blue in the soft morning light. And then there was General Dravik. The newly minted warlord of Varania stood tall in freshly pressed fatigues, his massive frame radiating barely contained energy. His steel-gray eyes flickered between the horizon and his men, jaw clenched tight as if preparing for battle. You're certain he's coming today? Dravik's voice rumbled like distant thunder as he twitched fingers near his sidearm, a habit born from years of conflict. Ethan glanced at his chrono. 5 minutes. Vex smirked knowingly. Nervous, General. Dravik shot him a glare that could melt titanium. I don't get nervous, I get prepared. Gunnar grunted in agreement. Then they heard it, the scream of engines cutting through the morning stillness, not the throaty roar of conventional jets, but a piercing whine that promised something extraordinary. And then it appeared. The Osborne Phantom X sliced through cloud cover like a predator on the hunt, its matte black hull absorbing dawn light instead of reflecting it. With no visible seams or traditional exhaust ports, just smooth curves and razor-sharp edges, it was designed to evade radar and leave enemies trembling in its wake. As it descended gracefully, its wings reconfigured silently for optimal landing posture. Dravik's breath caught. That's not a standard craft. Ethan's lips curled into a knowing smile. The family head doesn't do standard. With barely a whisper, the Phantom X touched down its landing gear, deployed soundlessly as engines powered down and silence enveloped them momentarily. Then came the lowering ramp. Arthur stepped into view. Dressed in an impeccably tailored black officer's coat adorned with silver phoenix embroidery, he exuded power, sharp, calculated, utterly in control. His ice-blue eyes scanned their ranks before locking onto Dravik's gaze. A grin tugged at Arthur's lips as he called out across the tarmac, "General, heard you've been busy." Dravik stiffened before snapping into a salute so sharp it could cut glass. Family head. Ethan, Vex, and Gunnar mirrored the gesture in perfect unison. As Arthur descended the ramp, his boots echoed against the metal floor like a drumbeat of authority. At ease, he commanded, halting before Dravik and studying him with the keen eye of a sculptor assessing raw marble. "You look better than I expected. War suits you." Dravik's jaw tightened. "Vera's dead, so I heard," Arthur replied, his grin widening mischievously. "And what about the others?" "Gone," Gunnar interjected confidently. "Cleaned house just like you ordered." Arthur clapped Dravik on the shoulder, a gesture both reassuring and commanding. "Then let's dive into details." The command center buzzed with frenetic energy, holographic displays flickering with real-time data from across Varania. Arthur took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by his trusted inner circle. Vex activated the primary holodisplay. Situation report. The projection zoomed in on a topographic map of Varania, key locations glowing in Osborne blue. Phase 1 complete, Vera eliminated, Vex reported confidently. His forces surrendered or scattered after we dismantled his command structure. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. Casualties. Arthur turned to Dravik with an approving glance. "Your people held?" The general's chest swelled with pride as he declared, like iron. "Good." Arthur leaned forward eagerly. "And what about those other warlords?" Vex swapped to another display screen that revealed grim news. General Khalad, deceased sniper, round through his command tent. Admiral Vorsk, drowned during an accidental submarine malfunction. He paused for effect as Arthur steepled his fingers together thoughtfully. And their factions, Arthur probed further. They folded within hours, Vex confirmed. And what about the people? Arthur asked next. Ethan chimed in smoothly. Propaganda is already rolling out. You're being portrayed as the liberator who backed Dravix, Rise the man who ended a decade of civil war. A beat of silence hung in the air before Arthur burst into laughter, a rich sound that filled the room with warmth and confidence. Perfect. Dravix shifted uneasily in his chair. It creaked under his massive frame. What now? Arthur's grin sharpened like a blade ready for battle. Now, General, you rule. He tapped on the table to bring up a new schematic. A sprawling industrial complex materialized before them. Osborne Holdings will complete construction on refineries, mines, and trade hubs, he announced, his voice steady and commanding. You'll have full autonomy over domestic affairs, but remember, defense and foreign interests are my domain. Dravix's eyes narrowed, a hint of skepticism flickering across his face. For how long? Arthur met his gaze unflinchingly. As long as you remember who put you on that throne. The tension in the room thickened like fog rolling in at dawn. Then, unexpectedly, Dravix smiled. Then let's get to work. In the war room, energy buzzed in the air like static electricity. The rich aroma of freshly brewed Solarian coffee mingled with the scent of ozone, creating an atmosphere charged with potential. Holographic displays flickered with tactical readouts from Varenia's newly secured territories, but Arthur's focus was elsewhere. Leaning back in his command chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, he fixed his ice-blue eyes on Ethan. The Noctis continent, Arthur began smoothly, like a blade drawn from its sheath. Tell me we didn't just win a war only to lose out on the market. Ethan straightened up. His tailored suit remained immaculate despite the late hour. With a tap on his wrist comm, the central holodisplay transformed from battle maps into a sprawling ledger of transactions, each line item glowing softly like gold dust. We didn't just penetrate the Noctis arms market, Ethan said with a smirk that hinted at mischief. We own 10 of it. The hologram zoomed in dramatically to reveal their operations. Country, Varenia, primary client purchases, 5000 XM42 plasma rifles, Tier 3 infantry, 200 T-90 main battle tanks, retrofit with Osborne reactive armor, 50 Nightshade stealth drones, Mark IV total revenue for 2 billion Unicryds, payment secured via 20 upfront remainder in Varenia crude oil exports, 5-year contract. Arthur nodded approvingly, Dravix putting those new toys to good use. Ethan's grin sharpened further. Oh, that's just scratching the surface. Country, Karzin Black Market Pipeline. Purchases 10000 CR-77 combat rifles, Black Iron Mercenary Group, 25 Havoc-class mobile artillery, Karzin Revolutionary Front, and 500 Shadowcloak infiltration kits. Unknown buyer, total revenue, 8 billion Unicryds, untraceable cryptocurrency, brokered through shell corporations. No direct ties to Osborne Holdings. Gunnar, who had been quietly absorbing the information, finally broke the silence with a low whistle. Shadowcloaks, those are prototypes. Ethan shrugged nonchalantly. The buyer paid triple the market rate. It felt wasteful to turn it down. Arthur's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So who's this mystery client? Unconfirmed, Ethan replied, his tone cautious. But rumors point to the Eastern Consortium. A moment of silence hung in the air like tension before a storm. Then Arthur burst into laughter. Beautiful. We're selling our enemies the very tools they'll use to hang themselves. Country, Sylvaris government contract. Purchases, 1 Aurora-class destroyer, naval fleet upgrade, 300 Skybreaker anti-air systems, city defense grid, and 12,000 tactical HUD visors, elite forces, total revenue, 15 billion Unicryds, 50 upfront, balance in mineral rights. Contract includes a 10-year maintenance agreement. Sylvaris is now functionally dependent on Osborne tech. Vex, who had been glued to the data streams, finally chimed in. That destroyer has a backdoor firmware patch. If Sylvaris steps out of line, Arthur waved dismissively. Let's just hope they don't. Country, the Iron-Pact Mercenary Coalition. Purchases, 200 Wraith-class exosuits, special operations, 5,000 Inferno thermite grenades, and 3 Obsidian tactical nukes, discrete delivery, total revenue, 9.5 billion Unicryds, gold-backed, highest markup at an astonishing 400. The buyer didn't even haggle. Gunnar's scarred face twisted into an approving grin. They're gearing up for something big. A coup in Maldros, Ethan confirmed confidently. We're already positioning ourselves to sell the losing side their own package. Arthur's smile could have sliced through steel. Ethan, remind me to give you a raise. Ethan swiped the hologram, expanding it into a macro view, a mesmerizing, rotating globe of the Noctis continent, with every transaction glowing in vibrant blue pulses. Total revenue last quarter, 35.5 billion Unicryds. Projected for next quarter, a staggering 50 billion Unicryds, he announced. Arthur whistled, his eyebrows shooting up. That's not just business, that's a war economy. It gets even better, Ethan replied, excitement bubbling over as he pulled up another dataset. We've secured exclusive contracts with 3 of the continent's largest mercenary factions. They're not merely buying our weapons, they're leasing our intel networks, logistics systems, and even our med tech. Vex leaned in closer, eyes wide with intrigue. That's not just profit, that's serious leverage. Exactly. Ethan's eyes sparkled with ambition. We're no longer just their supplier, we're their lifeline. Arthur stood up and began pacing around the hologlobe, deep in thought. What's our bottleneck? Production, Gunnar grunted from the corner. Our Venusian factories are running at 90 capacity. If we take on more orders, we'll need to expand. Arthur nodded decisively. Let's make it happen. And Ethan, yes, Ethan replied eagerly, ready for more directives. Start funneling that black market crypto into our Aurelian real estate ventures. It's time to legitimize this money. Ethan flashed a toothy grin, already on it. As the meeting wrapped up, Arthur caught Ethan's arm with a serious expression. The consortium, he murmured lowly, urgency creeping into his voice. You're sure they're buying? Ethan's smirk faded slightly as he met Arthur's gaze with icy determination. Absolutely positive, and here's the kicker, we're selling them defective shadow cloaks. Arthur blinked in disbelief before bursting into laughter, a rich, dark sound that echoed through the war room like thunder rolling across the sky. Outside, dawn broke over the Noctis continent, ushering in a new day and signaling the rise of a new empire. The air in Vernia's capital buzzed with an electric energy, a vibrant pulse that flowed through the throngs of people crammed into Unity Square. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions, of eager faces looked up at the towering marble podium where one man stood, illuminated by the golden light of dawn. General Dravik, now President Dravik, was a sight to behold in his crisp military uniform, a striking cobalt blue adorned with shimmering gold braiding and medals that sparkled like fallen stars on his chest. His steel-gray eyes scanned the crowd, his square jaw set with determination as he prepared to address this momentous occasion. Behind him, the presidential palace loomed large, its pristine white stone facade freshly scrubbed clean of the scars left by war. The national flag, a dove rising from a field of crimson, fluttered proudly in the breeze. As Dravik stepped forward, an explosion of sound erupted from the crowd, a deafening roar of cheers and chants filled with raw hope after decades of conflict. He raised his hands high, and just like that, silence fell as if dropped by a guillotine. People of Vernia, his voice boomed through Unity Square, amplified by hidden speakers and echoing off buildings still marked by bullet holes. Today we stand together, not as North or South, not as soldiers or civilians, but as one nation. Another wave of cheers surged through the crowd. Camera drones buzzed overhead like excited bees, capturing every angle and broadcasting this historic moment across the globe. Dravik's tone shifted to something more intimate despite the sheer size of the audience. For 30 years, we bled. For 30 years, we buried our sons and daughters. No more. A woman in the front row couldn't hold back her tears. My first act as your president. He paused dramatically to let anticipation build. Total disarmament of all warlord factions. Their weapons will be melted down and reforged into plowshares, into schools and hospitals. The crowd erupted once more. Strangers embraced each other in joy, while others wept openly in relief. Dravik continued outlining his ambitious vision. Economic revival zones, tax-free industrial hubs funded by Osborne Group, the Phoenix Fund, reparations for war victims, universal conscription not for war but for rebuilding. Each promise met with thunderous applause echoed across Unity Square. Meanwhile, high above it all in the presidential suite of the Grand Vernia Hotel, sat Arthur Osborne on a plush velvet sofa with a glass of Solarian whiskey dangling from his fingers. Wall-sized holoscreen displayed Dravik in stunning 8,000 resolution. Every bead of sweat glistened on his brow. Ethan stood near the window watching reality unfold through polarized glass. He's good, he remarked casually. Arthur smirked knowingly. I know. On screen, Dravik reached his peak moment, his voice booming with passion, and to those who dare question this peace, who murmur that war is in our blood, he pounded a fist against his chest. I say, look around you. This is who we truly are. The crowd erupted into a unified roar of approval, a living testament to his words. Arthur took a slow sip of whiskey, savoring the moment. So how many of those disarmed warlords are really on our payroll now? Ethan didn't even glance at his tablet. 70%. The other 30, they're gone. A low chuckle escaped Arthur's lips. And what about the Phoenix Fund? Arthur's grin was sly and satisfied. Beautiful. Outside, fireworks exploded in the night sky, gold and crimson bursts lighting up Vernia's new dawn like a promise of hope and renewal. Chapter 157, Rebirth of an Empire. 1. The salt-laden wind howled through the skeletal remains of Port Vernia's collapsed gantry cranes, making the rusted metal groan like dying beasts. Arthur Osborne stood at the edge of Dock 17, his custom-made shoes crunching on decades of accumulated corrosion flakes as he studied the graveyard of sunken freighters visible just beneath the oil-slicked waves. Goodness, Ethan muttered beside him, wrinkling his nose at the stench of rotting seaweed and diesel. Smells like a refinery hooked up with a landfill. Arthur didn't flinch. You should have smelled it last month before the bioremediation team started. He kicked a chunk of concrete into the water, watching the splash ripple outward. This dock alone had 3 mass graves from the siege of 38. Suddenly, a distant blast from a ship's horn cut through the heavy air. Ethan shielded his eyes against the glare as 20 massive freighters emerged from the morning haze like steel islands. Damn, you really brought in the whole fleet. Needed Titan's heavy lift cranes for those quantum shielding components, Arthur said absently, watching as automated systems began deploying anchor lines thicker than most trees. Those generators weigh 800 tons each. Normal ports need 6 months just to prep for. Arthur. The shout came from their left, where George was picking his way across the unstable dock in handmade Berluti loafers that probably cost more than what most Varanians made in a year. His navy Brioni suit was already collecting rust stains. What on earth, cousin? George spat as he reached them, gesturing wildly at the derelict port. You dragged me out here to this post-apocalyptic wasteland without even. Breathe, George, Arthur interrupted calmly. You're going to love this. George opened his mouth but froze as Osborne Titan's forward cargo bay began unfolding like a mechanical flower, revealing rows of massive construction drones. Are those new Mark VII autonomous pile drivers? Arthur grinned widely. With plasma-assisted drilling modules you helped develop. For once, George's outrage wavered. He adjusted his glasses, suddenly intrigued despite himself. Those haven't even cleared EU safety testing yet. Good thing we're not in Aurelian Federation. Arthur pulled up a holographic display from his wrist. Comet's blue light cast eerie shadows across their faces. Full specs, tell me what you think. George leaned in closer, his engineer instincts kicked in over irritation. You're using graphene-infused smart concrete for foundations. That's the only way to stabilize this godforsaken seabed, Arthur finished confidently. The original port sank 6 inches every year before all this chaos began. Tier 4 quantum shielding requires structural integrity, Arthur interjected smoothly. When those Karsan storms roll in, we need to be ready. Ethan cleared his throat loudly, a playful smirk on his face. For those of us who didn't graduate from MIT with a doctorate in civil engineering, care to explain? Arthur sighed, rolling his eyes. The port won't collapse when we install the force field generators. George continued muttering under his breath as he manipulated the hologram. This tidal compensation system, is it based on the Venice model? Modified version, Arthur replied confidently. We're using AI predictive algorithms to… Whoa, George suddenly zoomed in on another section. These energy consumption numbers can't be right. You'd need 3 nuclear reactors just to… Already purchased, Arthur said with an air of nonchalance. 2 SMR-300 small modular reactors from NewScale. They're currently en route to Titan. George's jaw dropped in disbelief. You got the Americans to sell you actual. But what about export restrictions? Arthur's smile was sharp but cold. Turns out the Senate Armed Services Committee chairman has a gambling problem, and a mistress, and a secret bank account in the Caymans. A long silence followed as George absorbed both the technical schematics and their implications, finally exhaling sharply. You're building the most advanced port in human history. In Varania, he asked incredulously. Arthur gestured toward the dilapidated docks and sunken ships around them, sunlight glinting off bullet-riddled warehouses. Think about it, George. The Karsan Straits handle 30 of global shipping. They're at capacity and choke pointed by politics and pirates. He spread his arms wide like an artist unveiling a masterpiece. This will be our alternative. Deep water access, AI-managed logistics, quantum-shielded storage will undercut every major route by 1822 transit time. Ethan whistled appreciatively. That's not just a port, that's practically a license to print money. George remained transfixed by the holograms, fingers twitching as if he wanted to tweak every detail. The regulatory hurdles alone, already handled, Arthur assured him casually. President Dravik signed an exclusive 99-year concession this morning. Another pause hung heavy between them as they listened to construction drones firing up outside, their plasma cutters screaming as they began dismantling old dock infrastructure. Finally, George shook his head in disbelief. You realize this will take at least 500 billion unicrids to complete. Arthur didn't flinch. Actually, it's 470.3 billion unicrids. Phase 1 is already fully funded through our Noctis Arms sales. The what sales? George asked, eyebrows raised. Ethan clapped George on the shoulder with a grin. Sir George, trust me, you really don't want to know. As the first prefabricated dock segments were hoisted into place by the Titan's cranes, Arthur checked his watch. We need your transportation models integrated by Thursday. The first container ships arrive in 11 days. George's head snapped up in surprise. You've already sold the capacity. Arthur flashed a toothy smile. Every last TEU at 220 of standard rates. The piercing sound of metal being cut mingled with engineers' shouts and the deep rumble of heavy machinery springing to life. What was once a desolate area was now buzzing with activity. Ethan leaned closer to Arthur as George wandered off, already berating some poor engineer about load-bearing tolerances. Are you sure you want him running this? Arthur watched his cousin passionately debate rebar density with a construction foreman twice his size and shrugged. Who better? He's an insufferable perfectionist. A massive crane swung a 500-ton concrete pylon overhead, its shadow momentarily eclipsing the sun. Besides, Arthur continued, turning back to witness the rebirth of an empire. Only an Osborne could build something worthy of that name. Chapter 158, Rebirth of an Empire 2, The Noctis Continent, a modern continent where nations clash not just with tanks and drones, but also through cyber warfare. 10 times larger than Earth itself, Pantera is so vast that Noctis alone could accommodate several Earth-sized nations within its borders. Of its 12 sister continents, Noctis stands out as the most volatile, a battleground where 60 of its countries are embroiled in conflict. Some are mired in civil wars, their streets are strewn with propaganda banners and the remnants of bombed-out buildings. Others wage wars of expansion, armies clashing at disputed borders, and then there are those swift coups, often funded by foreign powers seeking influence. Varangia, the largest nation on Noctis, has been one such battleground for 30 long years. With over 5 billion people spread across dense urban sprawls and vast rural landscapes, Varangia was once fractured, its government weak, in provinces ruled by warlords and separatists. Varangia's geography is as diverse as its political landscape. The northern reaches, a breathtaking expanse of snow-capped mountains and sprawling tundras, brimming with rare minerals and oil. Then there are the central plains, where endless farmlands meet buzzing megacities. 80% of the population resides in towering arcologies amidst neon-lit streets that pulse with life. Finally, we have the southern archipelago, a stunning chain of 100 tropical islands near the equator, largely untouched by industrialization. Most of these islands remain uninhabited, their lush jungles dense and coastlines pristine. A handful boast small fishing villages where locals live simple lives, blissfully unaware of the power plays unfolding on the mainland. Zenith City, the heart of Varangia, the presidential office. Step inside Zenith City's presidential office, a sleek marvel of glass and steel that starkly contrasts with the bullet-riddled bunkers Dravik once commanded from. A floor-to-ceiling window offers a breathtaking panoramic view of Kaligrad's skyline, its skyscrapers sparkling under the midday sun. In this modern sanctuary, a holographic map of Varangia hums to life, showcasing topography, resource deposits, and population densities in dazzling detail. Arthur stands before it with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, studying the southern islands like a chess master contemplating his next move. Ethan lounges in a plush chair nearby, swirling a glass of fine Varangian bourbon. You know, he quips with a relaxed grin, most people just buy one private island, you're going for 100. Arthur smirks back, I like options. Dravik leans against his desk, now clad in a tailored presidential suit instead of military fatigues with arms crossed defiantly. They're worthless. No infrastructure, no industry, barely any people. Arthur taps on the hologram to zoom in on the archipelago's vibrant details. Exactly. No politics, no protests, no prying eyes. Dravik's jaw tightens at Arthur's boldness. You want to build something there. Several somethings, Arthur admits nonchalantly. Ethan chuckles again. He's being modest, he wants to build everything there. Dravik exhales sharply through clenched teeth. You're turning my country into your personal playground. Arthur turns to face him directly, his expression remains calm yet resolute. No, I'm transforming those islands into a secure base for operations while leaving the rest of Varangia for you to govern and profit from as you see fit. A flicker passes through Dravik's eyes, frustration, resignation, and if I say no. Arthur doesn't flinch, his gaze is unwavering. You won't. A tense silence hung in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. Ethan, ever the peacemaker, took a thoughtful sip of his drink before breaking the stillness. Think about it this way, Dravik. Right now, those islands are bringing in absolutely nothing. But if the family head develops them, suddenly they're worth billions. We're talking taxes, jobs, trade, all flowing back into Varangia. Dravik rubbed his temple, clearly skeptical. And what exactly do you plan to build that requires 100 islands? Arthur flashed a confident smile. A secure residence, private docks, research facilities. Ethan chimed in with a wink, maybe even a casino or two for morale. Dravik scoffed dismissively. You really expect me to buy that? Arthur's demeanor shifted slightly, less negotiator and more commanding figure. What I expect, Dravik, is for you to remember who put you in that chair. You wanted to be president, I made it happen. Now I'm asking for something in return. Dravik's fingers twitched as if reaching for an invisible weapon. So you think you own me? Arthur tilted his head thoughtfully. I backed you up, there's a difference. Another pause enveloped them like fog rolling over the sea as the hologram flickered ominously, casting shifting blue light across their faces. Finally, Dravik let out a heavy sigh. Fine, the islands are yours, but under one condition. Arthur raised an eyebrow with curiosity dancing in his eyes. Name it. Dravik took a deep breath and stated firmly, Varanian workers get priority on all construction projects. I won't stand by while my people starve just so you can import cheap labor. Arthur nodded appreciatively. That's reasonable. After another beat of silence filled the room like tension before a storm, Dravik grudgingly extended his hand. Arthur grasped it firmly. The deal was sealed. Ethan lifted his glass high with enthusiasm. To new beginnings. As Arthur glanced back at the hologram, his mind buzzed with possibilities and plans already taking shape. Somewhere among those untouched islands lay the future of the Osborne Empire waiting to rise, and no one, not rival corporations nor even the Aurelian Federation, could stand in his way. The heavy doors of the presidential palace hissed shut behind them as Arthur and Ethan stepped into the crisp afternoon air. The sprawling courtyard stretched before them, a manicured expanse of imported marble and native Varanian ironwood trees, their dark leaves rustling in the breeze. At the far end, a sleek, armored limousine waited, its blackened windows reflecting the palace's towering silhouette. Ethan adjusted his cufflinks, his sharp eyes scanning the perimeter out of habit. You catch the way Dravik hesitated when you mentioned the islands. Ethan adjusted his cufflinks, his keen eyes scanning the perimeter, a habit ingrained in him over years of vigilance. Did you catch Dravik's hesitation when you brought up the islands? Arthur continued walking, the polished soles of his Oxfords clicking against the stone pathway. He was testing the leash. Ethan smirked, a glint of mischief in his gaze, and here I thought we'd trained him better. As they approached the limo, a pair of Aegis operatives clad in civilian suits, yet unmistakably armed, flanked the doors. One offered a curt nod before opening the rear door. Arthur slid inside without a word, and Ethan followed suit, the door ceiling shut behind them with a soft thud. Inside, they were enveloped by silence. The city's hum faded into a distant murmur. The plush leather seats and polished mahogany console stocked with vintage Solarian whiskey created an atmosphere of both comfort and control. The faint scent of ozone from built-in security systems hinted at layers of protection beneath their luxurious surroundings. Ethan poured 2 glasses, watching as the amber liquid caught the light before handing one to Arthur. He's getting comfortable, too comfortable. Arthur accepted his drink and swirled it absently. Power does that to men. The limo glided away smoothly, passing through palace gates and into Zenith City bustling government district. Neon signs flickered to life as dusk settled, casting vibrant hues of blue and gold across the streets. Ethan leaned back, eyes fixed on the skyline racing past them like fleeting thoughts. Do you think he'll push back? Arthur took a measured sip from his glass. Not yet, but he will. Ethan exhaled sharply through his nose, shaking his head in disbelief. We handed him a country on a silver platter, no more warlords or civil wars, just a throne and a damn flag to wave, and now he acts like he built it himself. Arthur's expression remained inscrutable as ever. He's not stupid, he knows where real power lies. As they turned onto a wide boulevard lined with skyscrapers, crowds thinned out in this high-security corporate sector. Arthur's attention was drawn to a holographic billboard flashing Osborne's sigil, a flashy advertisement for their latest quantum computing division. He's useful, Arthur finally said after some contemplation. For now. Ethan raised an eyebrow skeptically, and when he's not, with deliberate precision, Arthur traced his finger around the rim of his glass while contemplating their next move. Then we find someone else. Ethan smirked, swirling his drink with a casual confidence. You already have a replacement in mind, don't you? Arthur paused, letting the question hang in the air like smoke before tapping a command into the limo's console. Suddenly, a holographic display flickered to life between them, illuminating the dark interior with a wealth of information: military records, psychological evaluations, financial trails. Colonel Vera's second in command, General Raskov. Ethan raised an eyebrow and whistled softly. The Iron Bear, seriously. Arthur zoomed in on the profile, a grizzled veteran sporting a cybernetic arm and notorious for his brutal efficiency. Ethan's grin morphed into something predatory. Let me guess you had him extracted. Arthur's silence spoke volumes. Leaning forward, Ethan pressed on, so we've got ourselves a spare. That's good news, but Dravik's still riding high on popularity. You can't just swap him out like an old circuit board. Arthur's smile was razor thin as he replied, no, but what if evidence surfaced linking him to war crimes? Or if his beloved economic miracle started crumbling beneath him? Ethan chuckled at the audacity of it all. You'd be willing to ruin the country just to take him down. Arthur met his gaze steadily. I'd rebuild it better. As they approached a private airfield where Arthur's sleek Phantom X awaited them, its engines humming softly against the evening breeze, the tension crackled in the air like static electricity. Ethan finished off his drink and raised an eyebrow skeptically. Aren't you worried about blowback? If others, and we'll definitely catch wind of this if Varania destabilizes again. Stepping out of the limo, Arthur let the wind tug at his coat dramatically as he replied coolly, then we'll make sure they're too busy dealing with their own chaos to notice ours. Ethan followed closely behind, his mind racing through countless scenarios and possibilities. You're cooking up something much bigger than this. Without turning back as he strode towards the jet, Arthur simply said, always. With a swift motion, the hatch sealed behind them and engines roared to life as the Phantom X soared into the darkening sky above Kaligrad, a city whose lights shimmered below like scattered jewels across velvet fabric. And somewhere within the presidential palace, Dravik stood by his window gazing at that same horizon, perhaps pondering how long his grip on power would last. A week later, the conference room, temporary Osborne Tower, Zenith City. As Arthur stood at the head of the sleek obsidian table, he couldn't help but admire the breathtaking view outside. The glass walls of the conference room framed a vibrant panorama of Zenith City, a skyline ablaze with neon lights, its towering structures jutting into the night like jagged teeth. The city was alive and buzzing, caught in a whirlwind of rebuilding and recovery, blissfully unaware of the invisible strings being pulled from within. Dressed in a tailored black suit that absorbed the sterile light around him, Arthur drummed his fingers on the polished surface of the table, a slow, deliberate rhythm that echoed ominously through the tense air. Across from him sat President Dravik, his military posture starkly contrasting with his finely tailored presidential suit. His steel-gray eyes darted nervously between Ethan, who lounged casually in his seat, and Gunnar, standing sentinel by the door like a statue carved from war. Colonel Vex hovered nearby, his cybernetic eye flickering as he scrolled through holographic reports. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, the kind you feel just before a storm breaks. Arthur finally broke the silence, his voice smooth yet edged with authority. The war is over, Dravik. Now comes the hard part, rebuilding. Dravik's jaw tightened in response. I'm aware. Arthur smirked knowingly. Are you? With a wave of his hand, he commanded attention as the door hissed open. In marched 50 men and women whose presence demanded silence. Dressed impeccably from sharp corporate blacks to academic robes and even military precision, they all radiated an aura of calculated brilliance. Meet your new government, Arthur announced grandly, spreading his arms wide. Dravik shot up from his chair, fists clenched tightly at his sides. What on earth is this? Ethan chuckled lightly while swirling a glass of Varanian bourbon. A gift. Talented people are hard to find these days. Let's be honest, your current cabinet is either dead or hiding away. With a tap on the table, Arthur conjured a holographic projection filled with hundreds of dossiers, each one detailing names, specialties, and loyalties. These are some of the brightest minds in finance, infrastructure, military logistics, you name it. They'll fill your ministries immediately. Dravik's expression darkened as he glared at Arthur. You're trying to fill my government with your puppets. Arthur's smile was cold and unyielding. I prefer to think of them as allies. A chill swept through the room. Gunnar shifted slightly, his massive frame effectively blocking any chance for escape. Vex's cybernetic eye whirred softly as it analyzed Dravik's biometrics, heart rate spiking and rage simmering just beneath the surface. Dravik stepped forward, his voice a low growl that rumbled like distant thunder. You don't get to decide who runs my country. Arthur's expression turned as cold as ice. Your country. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a sharp whisper that sliced through the tension like a knife. You have a throne because I allowed it. You wield power because I granted it. And if you forget that, he didn't need to finish. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. Dravik's nostrils flared, but he stood his ground, refusing to back down. With an almost casual air, Arthur leaned back, shifting gears into business mode. Now let's talk funding. Suddenly, a holographic projection shimmered above the table, a staggering figure, 300 billion unicrids, enough money to breathe life back into entire cities. Dravik couldn't help but catch his breath at the sight. This, Arthur said with an air of authority, is Varnia's lifeline: hospitals, schools, roads. And loyalty? Gunnar cracked his knuckles menacingly beside him. Dravik's voice came out hoarse and strained. You don't trust me. Arthur let out a laugh, a cold, mirthless sound that echoed off the walls. Trust is irrelevant here, compliance is mandatory. Straightening his cuffs with deliberate precision, he added coolly, you have 1 week to install these ministers. After that, I expect progress. Dravik's fists trembled at his sides as he challenged him defiantly. And if I refuse? Arthur didn't even glance back as he walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the cityscape below. His response was chillingly calm. Then Varania will need a new president. And besides, he shot over his shoulder with an edge of mockery in his tone, I know you're not that stupid. The tension in the room was palpable, as thick as fog on a winter morning. Arthur turned from the panoramic window, his custom-made shoes clicking sharply against the obsidian floor, a sound that seemed to echo in the silence left behind by the 50 elite operatives who had just filed out with military precision. They moved like shadows, their expensive footwear making no noise on the sound-dampening flooring. Only when the doors sealed shut with a pressurized hiss did Arthur break the silence. Now that we've settled personnel matters, he said, his voice smooth and rich like aged whiskey, let's dive into how we'll actually rebuild this shattered nation of yours. With a swift motion, he tapped commands into the sleek table interface. The air above it shimmered, and three massive holographic blueprints materialized, each one representing an industrial complex so grand it would have been unimaginable in pre-war Varenia. The first schematic expanded to dominate the left side of the table, revealing a sprawling metallurgical marvel. Arthur zoomed in on towering smelting structures that reached nearly a kilometer into the sky. Phase 1 of our economic revitalization, he explained, rotating the projection to unveil underground levels. On the surface, this will be the largest green steel production facility on Nocti's continent, carbon neutral and AI optimized, capable of producing 3 million metric tons annually. Dravik's cybernetic eye whirred as it focused intently on sub-level schematics. And below, Ethan chuckled lightly while swirling his bourbon. That's where things get really interesting. Arthur smirked and tapped another command suddenly. 12 subterranean floors appeared in vivid detail. Advanced alloy research and production will take place here. We'll supply 78 of Noctis' arms market within 5 years. Just imagine, the graphene-reinforced plating alone will. This violates every arms treaty Varenia has signed. Dravik slammed his fist onto the table. Arthur didn't flinch. Exactly why it will be registered as agricultural equipment manufacturing. He raised an eyebrow at Dravik. Really, must I explain basic obfuscation to you? Next came a breathtaking biotech campus nestled in what looked like a reclaimed wasteland, a stark contrast to its surroundings. Towering vertical farms stood alongside gleaming medical research facilities. Publicly, Arthur continued smoothly. This will serve as our humanitarian showpiece, genetically modified crops to end famine, cutting-edge medical research, and even the largest hospital complex south of Aurelian border. Vex's cybernetic eye flickered as he interfaced with this new schematic. Those level 4 biocontainment zones seem extensive for just humanitarian projects. Why? Because they are. Arthur zoomed in on a sealed underground facility, his voice steady and unwavering. While the surface churns out vaccines, our Black Orchid division is hard at work developing customized neurotoxins and combat stimulants right here. Just think about the possibilities with our stem cell research. You're turning my country into a weapons lab, Dravik roared, his face flushing crimson with anger. Ethan let out a dramatic sigh. We're transforming ruins into revenue streams, my friend. Try to keep up. The final schematic materialized on the screen, revealing a colossal coastal development that made Dravik's remaining organic eye widen in disbelief. Above ground, a bustling trade port came to life with cranes stretching skyward like metallic giants. Our crown jewel, Arthur declared, an unusual spark of enthusiasm lighting up his expression. It's deep enough to accommodate the largest container ships and equipped with automated logistics systems that will make it the most efficient port in the southern hemisphere. Gunnar, who had been silent until now, pointed towards the underwater extensions. And those, Arthur flashed a predatory smile. Submerged construction allows for certain, shall we say, deniable assets. Think quantum-shielded dry docks for naval prototyping and submarine pens that don't officially exist. He tapped on a hidden layer of the schematic, plus a direct link to our underwater cable network for global surveillance. A heavy silence enveloped the room as the implications sank in. Dravik's hands trembled on the table as he struggled to process what he was hearing. You're not rebuilding Varenia, you're building a fortress, Ethan suggested helpfully. A throne, Arthur corrected smoothly. From which we will control the entire Nocti's economic sphere. Dravik shot up from his chair with such force that it screeched against the floor. I won't allow this. The people will never. The people. Arthur's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper that sent chills down spines. The people will cheer when their children have full bellies and their streets are safe again. They'll sing your praises when jobs return and pensions are paid. What do you think they'll care about a few extracurricular facilities? Ethan leaned forward conspiratorially, and if anyone starts asking too many questions, he gestured toward Gunnar, who activated his wristcom. A holographic news feed flickered to life, displaying footage of Raskov's prison transport mysteriously exploding in flames. Accidents happen in rebuilding zones. Arthur stood tall, pacing around the table with a determined stride until he was just inches from Dravik's face. Sign the construction orders, he urged, his voice steady and commanding. Implement my ministers, and you'll be remembered as Varenia's savior. With a firm hand, he pressed down on Dravik's shoulder, heavy and unyielding, like the weight of a collapsing building. But refuse, then you'll become just another failed revolutionary in a long line of forgotten dreams. Outside the tower, the first construction drones soared into the sky, their shadows sweeping over the city like the wings of a magnificent mechanical phoenix rising from the ashes of war. The moment the doors sealed behind Dravik, Arthur didn't move. His eyes, glacial and calculating, flicked toward Gunnar and Vex, a silent command. Gunnar was already reaching into his coat, withdrawing a small, matte black device. He pressed a button, and a low hum filled the air as electromagnetic interference fields snapped into place. The holographic displays flickered momentarily before stabilizing, now completely isolated from any external networks. Vex's cybernetic eye cycled through security protocols, confirming what they already knew. All signals dead, no surveillance, no leaks. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders as if shedding an invisible weight. Then he turned to face them fully. It's time. Arthur exhaled deeply, rolling his shoulders as if shedding an invisible burden. He turned to face the group fully, his expression serious. It's time. Ethan raised an eyebrow, swirling his drink lazily. Time for what exactly? Because if this is about that yacht you've been eyeing, I'm vetoing the gold trim tacky. Arthur didn't smile. Time for the Noctis continent. A heavy silence settled over the room. Gunnar crossed his arms, his scarred face unreadable. Vex's fingers stilled over his wrist calm. Even Ethan's smirk faded slightly. Letting the weight of his words linger in the air, Arthur continued, Verania was just the first piece. Now we take the rest. Ethan was quick to recover, leaning forward with elbows on the table and sharp eyes locked onto Arthur's. You're not satisfied with just one country. Arthur's lips curled into a slight smirk. Number Vex frowned. The Noctis continent has over 130 sovereign states. Even if 60% are at war, that's 80 opportunities, Arthur interjected smoothly. 80 Veranias waiting to happen. Gunnar's voice rumbled lowly. You want to replicate the Dravik playbook. Arthur nodded once in agreement. Exactly. Ethan let out a slow whistle of realization. So what? We just pick the next war zone, find some warlord with delusions of grandeur and prop him up. Not just any warlord, Arthur corrected firmly. The right ones, the ones who can win but only with our help. Tapped the table, and a holographic display flickered to life. A map of Noctis filled with red markers blooming across the continent like open wounds. Active war zones, rebellions, failing states. Arthur zoomed in on one marker, Karzan. The image resolved into a desert nation where oil fields blazed under artillery fire. Currently in its 7th year of civil war, he explained calmly. The sitting government is weak and corrupt, they're running out of money, while fractured rebel factions gain ground. Ethan's eyes gleamed with interest. And let me guess, you've already picked your horse. Arthur smirked again. Colonel Vasic, former special forces and popular with the troops, pragmatic enough to take a deal. Vex's cybernetic eye flickered as he scanned through data rapidly. He's currently losing. Because he lacks resources, Arthur replied confidently. We fix that. Gunnar grunted thoughtfully. And when he wins, then Karzan becomes another Verania, Arthur stated simply. Our refineries, our ports, our soldiers. Ethan chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. And what if he gets ungrateful? Arthur's expression darkened, the weight of his words heavy in the air. Then we remind him what happened to the last man who forgot who put him in power. A tense silence enveloped the room as Arthur shifted his focus to the next marker on their digital map. Silvaris. The hologram flickered and transformed into a coastal nation, its capital besieged by separatists. Their parliament is crumbling, Arthur continued, his voice steady and commanding. The military is divided. Perfect conditions for a coup. Vex frowned, concern etching his features. But Silvaris has strong ties to the Aurelian Federation. If we move openly. We don't, Arthur interjected sharply. We let their own people do it. We just guide the knife. Ethan grinned widely, excitement bubbling within him. Ah, my favorite kind of diplomacy. Arthur pressed on, highlighting nation after nation. Maldro's oil-rich and currently under sanctions, ripe for regime change, the iron-packed mercenary coalition, viable with the right contracts. Eastern Kalad, famine-stricken, easy to manipulate through aid. By the time he finished, the entire map pulsed ominously red, a continent waiting to be carved up like a feast at a banquet. Gunnar finally broke the silence, his voice gravelly yet resolute. This isn't just expansion, this is conquest. Arthur met Gunnar's gaze head-on. It's inevitability. Ethan stretched lazily, cracking his neck with a smirk. All right then, so we've got the vision, now how do we make it happen? With a decisive tap on the table, Arthur summoned another set of files, black budgets, shell corporations, encrypted communication channels all materialized before them. Phase 1, identify assets. Vex's fingers danced over the interface as he pulled up dossiers filled with crucial intel. We'll need boots on the ground, local contacts who can whisper in all the right ears. Already in motion, Arthur replied confidently. Aegis teams are embedded in 6 priority zones, more will follow suit. Ethan whistled appreciatively. I see you've been busy, boss. Ignoring Ethan's comment, Arthur pressed forward. Phase 2, resource allocation. Gunnar grunted affirmatively. Weapons, vehicles, cash, and legitimacy, Arthur added firmly. Media control and propaganda, we shape the narrative before any shots are fired. Vex nodded vigorously. I can have our networks prepped within days. Arthur turned to Ethan, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Phase 3, deniable operations. Ethan's grin transformed into something predatory. Ah, the fun part. Think false flags, assassinations, economic sabotage, Arthur enumerated, his tone steady and deliberate. We ensure our candidates are the only viable options left. Gunnar crossed his arms, skepticism etched on his face. And what happens when the other powers catch wind of this? The Aurelians, the consortium. Arthur's smile was as cold as steel. By the time they figure it out, it'll be far too late. A thick silence enveloped them for a moment. Then Ethan leaned back in his chair, swirling his bourbon thoughtfully. Just to clarify, you're talking about taking over an entire continent. Arthur didn't flinch. Yes, through proxy wars, absolutely. And without anyone noticing, until it's done. Ethan chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. You really don't think small, do you, boss? Arthur finally allowed himself a smirk. Nope. Vex let out a sharp breath. The scale, the risk, the reward, Arthur interjected confidently. Unified control over Nocti's resources, a stranglehold on global trade routes, an empire waiting to be built. Gunnar's voice dropped to a whisper. And if we fail, Arthur's gaze remained unwavering. We won't. The hologram flickered ominously as red markers spread across the map like bloodstains, each one representing another step towards their audacious goal. Outside, the sun hung over Zenith City with a hesitant glow, while somewhere in the distance, dark clouds gathered. A storm was brewing. Chapter 162. No line at all. The hologlobe of Noctis pulsed ominously between them, its war-torn nations drenched in Osborne crimson. Arthur stood with his back to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dawn light slicing through the room, casting his silhouette into a sharp blade of shadow against the rising sun. Now that we've wrapped up our plans for the Noctis continent, he said, turning to face Ethan and the others with a confident smile, let's divide the work. Ethan swirled his drink, watching ice clink against glass. Do I get a shiny title? Lord of Gunrunning has a nice ring to it. Arthur chose to ignore him. With a flick of his fingers, the hologlobe zoomed in on the iron belt, the industrial warzone of Noctis. Ethan, you're still in charge of arms sales, Arthur stated firmly. Ethan's smirk sharpened. Ah, my favorite kind of diplomacy. I want 50% market saturation, Arthur declared with intensity. Every warlord, every rebel faction, every backwater militia should be dependent on our weapons. If they pull a trigger, it should be with an Osborne-made gun. Ethan leaned forward as amusement faded from his expression. That's not just business, that's monopoly. That's control, Arthur replied with a smirk. Phase 1, flood the markets. Sell at cost if you have to. Phase 2, once they're hooked, we raise prices. Phase 3, we own their wars. Ethan drummed his fingers against his glass thoughtfully. And when the Pantera Council cries foul, Arthur's smile turned razor sharp. Let them cry. By then, it'll be too late. He shifted his focus to Gunnar next. Gunnar, you will lead Aegis 7. The giant remained stoic but tightened his grip over crossed arms as if bracing for impact. I want you to expand operations, 5 new battalions by year's end. Full deniability, no uniforms, no flags, just results. Gunnar's voice was gravelly as he asked, budget. Arthur tapped the table, a figure materialized. 20 billion unicrids appeared before them like an enticing promise. Recruit from war zones, veterans, orphans, the desperate ones among us. Offer them purpose and loyalty. Gunnar's eyes lit up with determination as he grinned slightly. You want an army, I want a scalpel, Arthur clarified sharply. Precision strikes, regime changes, accidents. Aegis will shape nations, an invisible hand until it strikes. Finally, Arthur turned to Vex. Vex, you're taking the reins of Black Valley. The Colonel's cybernetic eye word to life, data streams flickering like a digital storm across its lens. I want you to triple production, Arthur commanded, his voice steady and authoritative. Get our RD labs working around the clock. We need next-gen drones, AI targeting systems, and the Cinder protocol operational in 6 months. Vex stiffened. That's biological. Arthur didn't flinch. And heavy silence enveloped the room. Even Ethan paused, his usual smirk replaced by an expression of concern. Vex exhaled slowly. It'll be done. Ethan swirled his drink thoughtfully, watching the hologlobe rotate like a miniature planet. So let me get this straight. I bribe, threaten, and seduce every arms dealer on the continent. Gunnar builds a shadow army. Vex conjures nightmare weapons in his evil lair. He raised his glass with a wry smile. And you, family head, what's your role in this grand scheme? Arthur's gaze remained unwavering as a slow smirk crept onto his face. I win. Ethan chuckled softly, but there was no real joy in it. And what happens when one of these warlords gets too ambitious? When Aegis operatives start sniffing around? Or when Vex's lab rats grow a conscience? Arthur strolled to the window, gazing down at the sprawling city below him. Then we replace them. Gunnar shifted uncomfortably in his seat. You're talking about playing God. Arthur turned sharply, eyes icy as glaciers. No, gods are merciful. An oppressive silence settled over them. Finally, Vex cleared his throat and spoke up. The USS won't ignore this forever. Their intelligence networks are already probing our borders. Arthur curled his lip dismissively. Let them probe. By the time they catch wind of what we're doing, they'll be begging for terms. Ethan snorted derisively. Or they'll just nuke us. They won't, Arthur replied with chilling certainty. Because we'll own their banks, their media outlets, hell, even their politicians. He tapped on the hologlobe until it transformed into an intricate web of financial transactions swirling before them like some dark magic spell. Phase 4, economic strangulation. Every bullet we sell, every soldier we train, it all flows back to us. Gunnar clenched his jaw tightly. And what about the people? Arthur's smile was unsettlingly calm as he replied, "What about them?" Ethan set his glass down slowly, savoring the moment before he spoke. "You know, boss," he began, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "There's a fine line between empire and tyranny." Arthur didn't even glance up from his thoughts. "There's no line at all," he replied flatly. Vex's fingers danced over his wrist, calm, urgency in his tone. "I'll need access to the Venusian labs. Some of those Cinder variants require zero-G synthesis." "Granted," Arthur said without hesitation. Gunnar cracked his neck with a satisfying pop. "I'll start recruitment in Karzan. Plenty of hungry soldiers there." "Good," Arthur nodded. Ethan stood up, straightening his suit as if preparing for battle. "Well, I've got arms dealers to charm. Try not to burn down the continent without me." His grin was sharp and playful. Finally turning to face them, Arthur locked eyes with each member of the team in turn. "One last thing," he said, his voice dropping to an ominous whisper that sent shivers down their spines. They paused, tension thickening the air. "If any of you hesitate, if any of you falter, I'll know." His words hung like a guillotine's blade poised to drop. "And I'll replace you." A chilling silence followed until Ethan broke it with a grin that was both sharp and dangerous. "Wouldn't have it any other way." As they filed out one by one, Arthur returned to the window, watching the sunrise cast noctis in hues of gold and crimson, a beautiful contrast to the dark intentions brewing beneath its surface. Somewhere below him, shipments of weapons were already being loaded for chaos ahead. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Aegis 7's first recruits were being drawn into an uncertain fate, and deep within Black Valley, vials containing the volatile Cinder protocol hissed ominously to life. Chapter 163, Noctis as Osborne Green. 1 month later, Varanian skies. The VTOL helicopter sliced through the storm clouds like a knife, its engines humming a deep, rhythmic tune that reverberated in the reinforced cabin. Arthur sat with his back to the cockpit, fingers steepled under his chin, eyes glued to the swirling gray clouds outside. Across from him, President Dravik fidgeted nervously in his seat, his usually composed demeanor fraying at the edges with barely concealed irritation. Next to Dravik were his trusted advisors, General Orlov, Defense Minister Koval, and Chief of Staff Vera Petrovna, all hand-picked by Arthur's recommendations, though they remained blissfully unaware of this fact. "Where the hell are we going, Osborne?" Dravik finally snapped over the roar of the rotor blades. Arthur didn't flinch. "Patience." Petrovna leaned forward diplomatically. "Mr. Osborne, with all due respect, you pulled us out of a Security Council meeting without an explanation." "The President's schedule is flexible," Arthur interjected coolly, leaving no room for debate. Dravik's jaw tightened. "You don't get to decide my schedule." Arthur turned just enough to lock eyes with Dravik. "Don't I?" The silence that followed was heavier than the storm clouds outside. Orlov, a bear of a man with a cybernetic eye reminiscent of Vex's, cleared his throat. "If this is about delays in the Phoenix Initiative." "It's not about delays," Arthur cut him off sharply. "It's about results." The helicopter jolted as it hit turbulence. Koval gripped his armrests until his knuckles turned white. Ethan lounged casually in the co-pilot's seat and swiveled around with a grin. "Relax, folks. If boss wanted you dead, you'd already be splattered on the pavement." Dravik's eye twitched at Ethan's nonchalance. "That's not comforting." "Wasn't meant to be," Ethan replied cheekily. Arthur checked his chrono. 10 minutes, and 10 minutes later. The clouds parted like curtains drawn aside. Before them lay an astonishing sight. What had once been a crumbling relic of an old Varanian military base was now transformed into something monstrous and awe-inspiring. A sprawling complex of blackened steel and reinforced plasteel stretched across the horizon. Its sheer scale defied belief. 6-tiered defense walls bristled with auto turrets. Hangars loomed large enough to house entire battalions of mechs. Runways capable of launching full wings of stealth bombers simultaneously sprawled out before them, and at its heart stood a command spire that pierced the sky like a dagger aimed at heaven itself. Dravik's breath hitched in his throat as the scene unfolded before him. Petrovna gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Orlov's cybernetic eye flickered, zooming in and out as if struggling to comprehend the astonishing sight. Koval murmured something that sounded like a prayer, his voice barely audible over the tension in the air. Dravik turned to Arthur, his voice trembling with a mix of shock and confusion. "Holy shit, what is this?" Arthur's grin spread slowly across his face, deliberate and unsettling. "Progress." As the helicopter descended toward a landing pad emblazoned with the Osborne sigil, Dravik noticed a line of generals and commanders standing at attention below. Their uniforms were crisp, their salutes sharp, but none of them looked at Dravik. Every single one acknowledged Arthur first. The moment the VTOL touched down, the hatch hissed open, releasing a gust of wind mixed with the acrid scent of industrial lubricants. Arthur was the first to step out, his coat billowing around him like a living shadow. Dravik stumbled after him, legs unsteady, not from the flight but from sheer disbelief. This was the old 12th Division outpost, he muttered, staring at the colossal structure looming before them. It was abandoned, derelict. How? You said Vernia needed a modern military. Arthur replied casually as he strode forward without looking back. So I built one. Orlov, ever vigilant as a soldier should be, began assessing the defenses surrounding them. Those are Mark VII pulse turrets. That's Zephyrian tech. How did you? Trade secrets. Ethan chimed in with an easy smile as he fell into step beside Arthur. A general approached with a face chiseled from stone and snapped off another salute. Facility is operational at 92 capacity, sir. Final systems coming online within the week. Arthur nodded approvingly. Good. Dravik's expression darkened as he interjected incredulously, sir. You address him as sir. The general didn't even glance in his direction. Petrovna, ever the politician, sought to salvage what remained of their dignity. This is impressive, Mr. Osborne, truly impressive. But surely this took years to plan, the resources required, the manpower. Arthur finally turned to face them, his eyes glinted dangerously in response to her question. A month. Silence hung heavy in the air. Dravik clenched his fists tightly at his sides. That's impossible. Arthur merely shrugged nonchalantly. And yet here we are. Koval wiped sweat from his brow and gestured weakly toward their surroundings. The cost alone. That's irrelevant, Arthur interjected, his tone sharp and unwavering. What truly matters is that Vernia now possesses the most advanced military complex on the Noctis continent, and it's mine. Dravik's voice cut through the air like a knife. Yours. Arthur met his gaze with unyielding confidence. Did you honestly believe I would hand you the keys to an army? As I've said before, you manage the domestic affairs of our country while I handle military operations and international threats. The truth settled over Dravik like a heavy shroud. This wasn't a gift, it was a leash. Arthur guided them through the complex as if he were a king unveiling his grand castle. With each step, they encountered more staggering sights. The armory, rows upon rows of next-gen plasma rifles, sleek mech suits, and enough ammunition to wage a decade-long war. The drone command center, a bustling hive of technicians monitoring autonomous kill swarms capable of reducing a city to ashes in mere minutes. The barracks, hundreds of thousands of soldiers training in perfect synchrony, none of them Vernian conscripts, but loyalists purchased from the system mall. Dravik's complexion paled with every shocking revelation. Finally, at the heart of the command spire, Arthur paused before an enormous holographic display of Noctis, its borders glowing in Osborne green. This is just the beginning, he murmured softly. Dravik stared at the map and then back at Arthur. You're not rebuilding Vernia. Arthur smiled knowingly. No, I'm building an empire. Outside, the first squadron of Osborne Phantom X fighters roared into the sky, their engines igniting clouds with fiery trails. And in that moment, Dravik understood far too late. He had never been president, he was merely a placeholder. Chapter 164, Heartstopper Doctrine. The command spire loomed over the military complex like a colossal monument born from the chaos of battle, a sleek, obsidian needle reaching skyward, its surface shimmering with the faint pulse of energy shielding. At its base, a battalion of soldiers stood at attention, their matte black armor absorbing sunlight as if it were nothing but a shadow. Stepping forward was the commander of this formidable fortress, General Marcus Vall. He was an imposing figure, his face weathered like ancient stone and his cybernetic left arm humming with barely contained power. Welcome to Iron Haven, gentlemen, he rumbled, his voice deep and resonant, vibrating in your chest. I am General Marcus Vall, commanding officer of this facility. Dravik's eyes darted between Vall and Arthur. You built all this, in just a month, he asked incredulously. With a hiss that echoed through the air, the doors to the spire slid open to reveal an armored airlock lined with biometric scanners. A cold female AI voice filled the chamber. Identity confirmed. General Vall. Security clearance. Omega Black. Proceed. As they stepped inside, it felt as though the very walls were alive, shifting panels of reinforced alloy and embedded pulse turrets tracking their every move while a soft blue glow illuminated their path forward. Ethan whistled softly. Cozy. The interior of the spire unfolded like a cathedral dedicated to warfare. Level 1. The Sentinel Core was a vast circular chamber dominated by a central hologram displaying real-time conflict zones across Noctis, each one pulsing ominously in crimson red. Dozens of analysts in sleek black uniforms worked diligently at floating consoles, their fingers dancing over holographic keyboards as they processed data at lightning speed. Quantum encrypted comm arrays lined the walls, each capable of intercepting and decrypting military transmissions from all corners of Noctis. Vall didn't break stride as he introduced them to this nerve center. This is our surveillance nexus. Every satellite, drone, and intelligence asset feeds into this room. There isn't a bullet fired on Noctis that we don't track. Level 2, the Warforge revealed itself next, a massive armory buzzing with energy where rows upon rows of next-generation plasma rifles hummed in charging stations. Mech suits and exoskeleton prototypes stood silently in their cradles, adorned with crimson Osborne sigils featuring a fierce Hydra symbol. Engineers clad in hazard suits calibrated what appeared to be portable railgun artillery. "This is our RD division," Vol declared proudly. "Every weapon here is at least 5 years ahead of anything anyone else has." Dravik's hand twitched toward one of those sleek rifles. But before he could reach it, Vol's cybernetic arm shot out like a steel barrier. "Touch nothing," he warned, his voice firm and unyielding. "Level 3 is the neural nexus, a vast chamber alive with floating AI cores that pulse with an electric blue light, almost like they're breathing. Hundreds of operators are immersed in their pods, eyes glowing faintly as they command drone swarms across distant battlefields. "This is our drone command center," Vol explained proudly. "Each operator can control up to 50 autonomous units, precision strikes with zero collateral damage, unless we choose otherwise." Petrovna, the defense minister, looked pale as she took in the scene. "This is beyond anything Varenia has ever had." Vol smirked disdainfully. "Varenia didn't build this, Osborne did." As they ascended to the spire's peak, the doors slid open to reveal the central command chamber, a massive circular room where nations' fates would be determined. The sheer scale of it left Dravik momentarily speechless. Above them loomed a domed holographic projection of Pantera pulsating in blue and silver color, slowly rotating like a cosmic jewel. The walls were lined with tactical displays showcasing live feeds from war zones, troop movements, and resource allocations flickered in real time. At the heart of it all stood a command dais featuring a holographic table that laid out the entire military hierarchy of their base. With purpose, Vol stepped onto the dais and activated the main display. The holographic display burst to life, exploding outward in a dazzling fractal bloom of crimson data streams. General Vol's cybernetic arm seamlessly interfaced with the war table, casting sharp shadows across his scarred face, a living map of past battles and betrayals. "Forget everything you think you know about conventional militaries," he growled, his voice rumbling like grinding tank treads. "What you're about to see will rewrite the very rules of warfare." As if on cue, the display morphed into a sprawling armored column that stretched endlessly into the digital horizon. "There are 5 full armored divisions," Vol announced as sleek, angular tanks materialized, their Osborne sigils glowing ominously along their barrels. Not those outdated T-90s from the old regime. These are T-90X Revenants with graphene-reinforced chassis, AI targeting systems, and our proprietary liquid armor that self-heals under fire. Dravik's defense minister Koval instinctively reached out toward the hologram before catching himself. "That's impossible. Liquid armor requires nanotech, we don't." "You didn't," Vol interrupted sharply. "But we do." The display shifted to reveal battalions of mechanized infantry disembarking from hovering transports. 12 mechanized brigades equipped with our cutting-edge, Wraith, IFVs, active camouflage, check, jump jets for vertical assaults, absolutely, and enough firepower to turn a city block into rubble in just 6 seconds flat. Vol's mechanical fingers tapped a command, zooming in on a soldier's helmet display. Neural-linked HUDs provide each soldier real-time battlefield awareness. They see what the drones see and know what the AI knows. A new cluster of figures appeared, black armored operatives gliding through an urban landscape like whispers in the night. "And these," Vol's voice lowered conspiratorially, "are your new gods of war. 3 special operations regiments of Nightshade Black Hand operatives. Augmented reflexes, check. Subdermal armor, you bet. And this," the hologram froze on an operative's wrist-mounted device. "The Heartstopper nanite delivery system. One shot stops all electrical impulses in the target's nervous system. No mess, no noise, just lights out. Total ground personnel, 150,000. Projected combat efficiency, 97.8 above standard Varenian forces." The display dissolved into a swarm of angular aircraft soaring across a digital sky. 7 bomber squadrons featuring our Phantom X stealth variants, Vol declared as one lead aircraft executed an impossible 90-degree turn. Radar cross-sections smaller than a songbird and capable of carrying 24 Sunfire plasma bombs per bird, enough to turn mountains into molten slag in one pass. Chapter 165, Noctis Unleashed. Petrovna's tablet clattered to the floor, a sharp sound that echoed through the tense air of the command center. Interceptor wings streaked past in perfect formation, a breathtaking display of military might. "Imagine this," Vol began, his voice steady and commanding. 20 interceptor wings armed with our cutting-edge, Reaper, fighters capable of Mach 5 speeds, equipped with quantum targeting systems that ensure precision like never before. As he spoke, a missile detached from its launch rail in slow motion, capturing everyone's attention. "Shrieker, hypersonic munitions," he continued, a hint of pride in his tone. "These beauties don't just hit their targets, they anticipate them." The holographic display shifted dramatically to reveal a swarm of smaller drones gliding through the air like a school of predatory fish on the hunt. And here we have our murmuration, drone swarms, 500 autonomous units per combat cloud. Each drone learns from its peers, take one down, and the rest adapt instantly. Try to burn them out of the sky. They'll recalibrate their tactics before the ashes even settle. Total air assets, 200 combat-ready aircraft. Projected air dominance, 100 within Nocti's airspace. Suddenly, the hologram plunged beneath crashing digital waves to unveil sleek, menacing shapes lurking below. The Luthenvales think their oceans shield them. Vol sneered with disdain. They couldn't be more mistaken. 3 massive destroyers emerged into view, their hulls shimmering with strange prismatic scales. Obsidian-class destroyers equipped with adaptive camouflage skin, he explained as if unveiling a magician's trick. One moment they appear as harmless fishing trawlers, the next. The scales shimmered again as the ships transformed into formidable warships bristling with weaponry. They can infiltrate enemy harbors undetected until it's too late. From beneath these colossal vessels, smaller but equally sinister shapes detached, 5 Leviathan submersible carriers, each housing 40 Barracuda rapid insertion gunships. VTOL capable and rated for orbital insertion, Vol continued confidently. We can deploy an entire battalion of Nightshade operatives anywhere on land within 90 minutes. Total naval assets, 8 capital ships, 200 gunships. Strategic deployment range, continental. The lights dimmed further as another display materialized, a glowing DNA helix pulsating in toxic green hues. This is where things get really intense, Vol said quietly while exchanging glances with Colonel Vex before continuing. The Cinder Protocol requires Level 5 clearance. He paused dramatically before revealing more details. 27 tailored bioweapons ranging from neural disruptors to this. The helix transformed into a swirling cloud of microscopic machines, captivating everyone in the room. Behold the Gray Plague, self-replicating nanites designed to dissolve carbon-based life while leaving infrastructure untouched. Dravik staggered back, shock evident on his face. Before anyone could process this revelation, the display shifted dramatically to showcase colossal artillery emplacements. These are quantum artillery batteries, Vol continued, his voice steady and commanding. They fire stabilized singularities that tear apart anything in their path. No bunker is deep enough, no armor is thick enough to withstand their might. The presentation zoomed in on a soldier's skull, revealing intricate glowing neural connections pulsing with energy. And here lies our crown jewel, the neural uplink system. Every soldier, every vehicle, every weapon interconnected through quantum-entangled communications. Imagine it: instant coordination and perfect synchronization, a force that operates as one mind. Vol's human eye twitched involuntarily at the implication. My mind. As the holograms faded and lights flickered back to life, a figure emerged from the shadows, Arthur. He stepped forward, his reflection warped in Vol's cybernetic arm, and spoke with an unsettling calmness. Still think you're fighting a war, Dravik. This isn't just warfare, it's evolution and conquest. Outside the spire, another test of quantum artillery boomed like thunder, shaking the entire complex. A few minutes later, the command center buzzed with an electric tension, the soft hum of technology underscoring the gravity of the moment. Holographic displays flickered to life, casting an eerie blue glow that danced across the faces of those assembled. At the heart of it all stood General Vol, his cybernetic fingers deftly navigating the interface as real-time intelligence streamed in. Arthur occupied the head of the table, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, ice-blue eyes locked onto the shifting holograms. Beside him sat Dravik, tense and rigid, while Ethan lounged back in his chair, casually twirling a dagger between his fingers. Vex and Gunnar stood at attention behind them, their expressions inscrutable. Commander Vol, Arthur commanded, breaking the charged silence. Who's currently threatening us? Vol nodded sharply and activated the primary display. The hologram zoomed in on a desert nation shrouded in smoke, oil fields ablaze under relentless artillery fire. The first is Karzin, Vol growled. As you all know, this country lies to our north along the Varania border. He paused for effect. 7 years into their civil war, a mysterious faction has emerged, a powerful conglomerate funneling arms to southern rebels through black markets. Their latest shipment. Just 3 days ago, 200 CR-77 rifles and 50 Havoc artillery pieces. But most concerning, he tapped a command, revealing a convoy transporting sleek Nightshade Mark IV stealth drones. Those are our drones, the same ones we sold to Sylvaris last year. Someone's diverting our shipments. Ethan leaned back with a smirk and quipped at Arthur. Looks like you're not the only one playing God here. Arthur rolled his eyes but remained focused. We need to stop them from supplying arms to those rebels. With pleasure, Ethan replied slyly. He understood what Arthur meant. This market belonged solely to him on Noctis. Vol continued with grim determination. The Karzin government is on its last legs. If they collapse, those rebels will push north toward our borders. They've already labeled Varania as the corrupt jewel that needs cleansing. Dravik clenched his fists in anger. They wouldn't dare. They would, Vol countered flatly. That's why we've prepared. The display shifted to showcase Iron Haven's western defenses, a formidable network of automated turrets and drone patrols forming a newly constructed kill zone along the Karzan-Varania border. We've deployed 3 Nightshade battalions under the guise of border security. If Karzan falls apart, we'll move in under pretense of stabilizing things. By then, that mysterious conglomerate won't even see it coming before we seize their oil fields. A satisfied grin curled Arthur's lips as he nodded approvingly. Chapter 166, Neo Arcavia. Arthur's lips curled into a sly smile. Good. As he spoke, the hologram shimmered and transformed into a breathtaking coastal nation, its capital a sprawling metropolis adorned with gleaming glass towers. Luthen Vale, Vol announced, his tone laced with gravity, one of the most formidable naval powers on the continent. On the surface, they're our allies, but beneath that facade, they've been harboring Aurelian Federation intelligence operatives for months. The image zoomed in on an opulent diplomatic gala, where a silver-haired woman in an elegant gown exchanged pleasantries with Luthen Vale's Prime Minister. Meet Director Emily White, Vol continued, head of Aurelian Foreign Intelligence. She's been whispering sweet nothings into Prime Minister Howrick's ear, convincing him that Varania's resurgence poses a significant threat. At the mention of the Aurelian Federation, Arthur's expression darkened momentarily before he forced a smile and shook his head dismissively. Ethan leaned forward eagerly. Howrick's a pragmatist. He wouldn't turn against us unless he thought he could come out on top. Exactly, Vol agreed, nodding gravely. That's why they've been ramping up their naval forces, 6 new destroyers in just the past year, all equipped with quantum sonar capable of detecting our submersibles. Gunnar grunted thoughtfully. They're gearing up for a blockade. Vex's cybernetic eye flickered as he processed the information. Their Achilles heel is their infrastructure. 90% of their power grid relies on 3 coastal fusion plants, which is precisely why Vol interjected while tapping another command. We've embedded Aegis operatives within their civil engineering corps. If they decide to make a move against us, their lights go out first. Arthur steepled his fingers together contemplatively. And what about Howrick? Vol smirked knowingly. He has a mistress and a gambling debt to boot. Ethan's people are already tightening the noose around him. Ethan chuckled softly. Politics is so much simpler when everyone has something to hide. Arthur glanced at both Vol and Gunnar and said firmly, if possible, expedite taking Howrick under our control, but if he refuses or starts causing trouble, eliminate him immediately along with those Aurelian Federation operatives. I don't like taking anything chances. Understood, sir, Gunnar and Vol replied in unison. Good, Arthur nodded approvingly before turning back to Vol. Continue. With that prompt, Vol waved his cybernetic arm across the holographic screens once more. The display shifted to reveal rugged mountains where armored convoys snaked through perilous passes. The Iron Pact, Vol began, his voice steady and commanding. It's the largest mercenary coalition on Noctis. Officially neutral, but let's be real, unofficially. They've been hired by Luthen Vale and Celeria as security consultants in 3 border states. As he spoke, a hologram flickered to life, zooming in on a grizzled warlord with a striking crimson cybernetic eye. Meet Joran the Red, Vol continued, his tone laced with caution. He's their current warlord and he's been stockpiling our weapons, purchased through shell companies, and training his men in urban pacification tactics. Dravik's expression darkened, so we armed them. Arthur interjected smoothly, we profit from them. He paused for effect, then added confidently, and we control them. Vol nodded in agreement. Every weapon we sold them has a kill switch. Every round of ammunition is equipped with a biometric trigger. The moment they turn against us, their guns become nothing more than paperweights. Gunnar crossed his arms skeptically. And what about Joran? Vol's response was chilling. He has a replacement waiting in the wings. His second in command is far more cooperative. Dravik took a deep breath and turned to Arthur, speaking slowly as if weighing each word carefully. You are really careful. Arthur met Dravik's gaze with an intense look of understanding and replied firmly, I don't like taking chances after all. I only have one life. The hologram shifted again, morphing into a detailed map of the Heartland. Gleaming cities sprawled across the landscape, alongside vast military complexes and an intricate network of defense platforms. Vol's disdain was palpable as he gestured toward the map. And then there's them, he sneered. Neo Arcavia. The war room was thick with tension as General Vol's cybernetic fingers glided over the holographic interface, casting a glow on the faces of those gathered. Suddenly, the detailed map of Noctis faded away, revealing an awe-inspiring aerial view of Neo Arcavia's capital, a vibrant metropolis adorned with shimmering glass spires. Monorails twisted between buildings like silver veins, giving life to this urban wonder. Welcome to Neo Arcavia, Vol's gravelly voice sliced through the silence. On paper, it's a pacifist utopia with zero territorial ambitions. He clenched his mechanical hand into a fist, eyes narrowing. But in reality, it poses the greatest threat to Varania's future. Dravik leaned closer, his cybernetic eye whirring as it zoomed in on the display. They've managed to stay neutral in every conflict for decades, even during our Civil War. Arthur steepled his fingers beneath his chin thoughtfully. Neutrality is just a facade in geopolitics. It's all about calculated patience. With a flick of his wrist, the hologram morphed into a pulsating web of financial connections, alive with activity. Vol tapped on a crimson node that illuminated ominously. The Neo-Arcavian financial conglomerate controls 10 of all war loans across Noctis, he revealed. Last year alone, they funded both sides of the Karsan conflict to the tune of 40 billion unicrids. Lines branched out from that node like spider webs connecting weapons manufacturers, shipping companies, and reconstruction firms. Every bullet fired and every hospital rebuilt. They cash in on it all. Ethan let out an impressed whistle while twirling a dagger between his fingers. So they're just war profiteers with good PR. Worse, Vol growled as classified documents stamped with Neo-Arcavian seals appeared on screen. Their so-called humanitarian aid ships have been smuggling arms to rebel groups in 3 neighboring nations. Just last week, we intercepted 1 carrying Mark III plasma rifles, identical to those stolen from our Silvaris shipment. A chill swept through the room. Gunnar's scarred face darkened with realization. They're arming our enemies. Not just arming them, Vol corrected sharply. The display shifted to security footage, showing soldiers in unmarked uniforms training rebels in urban combat tactics. Their cultural exchange programs are nothing more than military training camps disguised as community outreach initiatives. We estimate they've deployed at least 12,000 proxy fighters across 6 conflict zones. The hologram zoomed in on Neo-Arcavia's border regions, where massive industrial complexes buzzed with activity like bees around their hive. Their manufacturing capabilities are unparalleled, Vol continued grimly. They could supply enough arms for a mid-sized war within 2 weeks. Dravik's fists clenched tightly, his frustration palpable. Why haven't we seen their armies yet? Arthur replied quietly, a hint of urgency in his voice. Because they don't need them. Why waste soldiers when you can have others fight for you? Vol nodded thoughtfully, pulling up casualty reports from recent conflicts. Every time a rebel group makes headway, Neo-Arcavian construction firms swoop in to rebuild, and with those contracts come decades of control over vital infrastructure. Petrovna, Dravik's economic advisor, turned pale as the implications sank in. So they're conquering nations through debt and reconstruction. That's insidious. Suddenly, a new image flickered to life on the screen, blueprints for something ominously titled Project White Lily. Vol lowered his voice to a whisper, as if sharing a dark secret. This is their masterpiece, a network of so-called cultural centers being erected in every major city across the continent. The schematics revealed underground levels that dwarfed the surface structures. Each one is essentially a forward operating base disguised as an art gallery or university. Ethan's dagger froze mid-spin as he processed the revelation. They're planting flags in every capital without firing a single shot. How clever! The tension thickened like fog in the room as Vol displayed intercepted communications. Their foreign minister calls it the Velvet Annexation. In just 10 to 15 years, they plan to control every government on Noctis through economic leverage and cultural infiltration. Arthur finally stood tall, his shadow looming over the war table like an impending storm. Then we'll have to accelerate their timeline. As discussions intensified late into the night, plans were sketched out in blood-red holograms, a chilling reminder of what was at stake. The holographic display of Neo-Arcavia's financial empire flickered, casting ghostly blue light across the war room. The air hummed with tension, thick enough to choke on. Dravik's eyes twitched as he turned to Arthur, his voice uncharacteristically strained. So how do we stop them? The question hung in the air like a blade suspended mid-fall. Arthur didn't answer immediately. Instead, he nodded to Vol, the general's cybernetic arm word, as he activated a new set of holograms, 3 distinct strategies, each pulsing with lethal potential. A web of glowing financial nodes erupted across the display banks, shell corporations, and trade routes bleeding crimson data streams. Neo-Arcavia's power comes from its economy, Vol rumbled, so we strangle it. Step 1, the debt trap. They own almost 1/10 of the continent's debt. Good. Vol's grin was all teeth, then we buy the rest. The display showed Osborne shell companies already positioned to purchase Karsan and Silvaris outstanding loans. Then we call them due all at once. Step 2, currency warfare. A cascade of numbers flashed, exchange rates destabilizing in real time. Flood their markets with counterfeit unicrids, Vol said. Not enough to be obvious, just enough to trigger inflation fears. Chapter 167, Plans. Step 3, the bank run, a shocking revelation. Just one rumor, one disappointing quarter, and their entire financial system crumbles like a house of cards, Ethan remarked, leaning in with keen interest. I can have counterfeit currency circulating within just 1 to 2 months, he added with a confident smirk. Dravik's brow furrowed with concern. But what if they trace it back to us? Arthur, focused on his screen, replied nonchalantly, they'll be too preoccupied burning their own banks to care. And then there's Plan B, The puppet strings, Vol interjected as he summoned another holographic display. The image shifted to reveal a dossier featuring a silver-haired statesman with piercing gray eyes. Meet Chancellor Aldrich McGregor, Vol announced dramatically. Neo-Arcavia's so-called moderate face, though he's hiding 3 secret families and battling a gambling addiction. Step 1. The Honey Trap. Surveillance footage revealed Aldrich entering a lavish hotel alongside someone who wasn't his wife. Ethan's team has compiled 12 hours of compromising footage, enough to turn him into our most vocal supporter. Step 2. The Silent Coup. A list of Neo-Arcavian parliament members appeared on screen, half-marked in red. We can gain control over 30 of their legislature through blackmail and bribes, and with Aldrich's endorsement, we could push that number up to 51. Step 3. The policy shift. Simulated legislation flashed across the screen. Military spending cuts, open borders with Varenia, disbandment of intelligence corps. In just 6 months, Neo-Arcavia will be unrecognizable. Petrovna, always the diplomat, looked visibly distressed. This isn't strategy, it's politics, Arthur interjected coolly. The display morphed into a real-time satellite feed showcasing Neo-Arcavia's serene border regions, picturesque farmland, and unguarded highways. Vol lowered his voice conspiratorially. Or we remind them why peace is a luxury paid for by the strong. Phase 1, the false flag. A simulated rebel broadcast blared ominously. Neo-Arcavian death squads massacre border village. We'll give them a war they didn't start, but will soon wish they had finished. Phase 2, the Blitz. The hologram flickered to life, zooming in on 5 crucial infrastructure points that could change everything. The Arcadia fusion reactor, powering a staggering 60 of the nation. The White River Dam, providing fresh water to an astonishing 40 million people. 3 cultural centers, disguised military bases hiding in plain sight. Nightshade teams will strike all at once. No occupation, just total annihilation. Phase 3, the aftermath. Projected casualty estimates. Over 200,000 lives lost and the economy left in shambles. They'll spend a generation rebuilding. We'll control the reconstruction contracts. A heavy silence filled the room. Then Dravik exhaled sharply, breaking the tension. That's war, Arthur replied matter-of-factly. It's the language they pretend not to understand. As he spoke, 3 holograms pulsed side by side, golden webs of finance, silver threads of politics, and the crimson stain of outright war. Each thread told a story, each color held power. Arthur finally turned to Dravik and said with resolve, pick one. The 3 holographic plans loomed in the air like ghostly apparitions, golden strands of economic sabotage, silver threads of political manipulation, and the ominous crimson shadow of all-out war. Dravik sat at the war table, his cybernetic eye flickering as it sifted through a torrent of data. The men he had brought with him, his trusted advisors and war council, shifted uncomfortably in their seats. The air was thick with tension, laced with the sharp scent of ozone and the unmistakable musk of sweat. At the head of the table, Arthur watched them all intently, fingers steepled in contemplation. He was waiting for someone to break the silence. Finally, Defense Minister Koval took a breath and spoke up. The financial approach is our cleanest option, he said, adjusting his spectacles as holographic light danced across his lenses. No bloodshed, no messy retaliation, just bankruptcy. Across from him sat General Orlov, a mountain of a man with knuckles that could crush steel, who snorted derisively. You think they'll just roll over because their banks are quaking? These are the same people who orchestrated the Kalad Pass massacre. His finger jabbed toward the crimson projection like a weapon. Respect is earned through strength. Petrovna, ever the diplomat in this stormy sea of opinions, cleared her throat. There's a middle ground we can explore. She gestured toward the political subversion plan glowing softly on display. If we control their parliament, we can dictate their policies without resorting to cowardice, Orlov growled back. Petrovna's eyes sparked with determination. It's called strategy. You can't occupy an idea, but you can reshape it. Dravik slammed his fist onto the table with authority. Enough. Instantly, silence fell like a heavy curtain. Ethan, who had been lounging casually with his boots on the table, finally chimed in. Let me play devil's advocate here. When don't you? Gunnar muttered under his breath. Ignoring him completely, Ethan continued. The financial plan is elegant but slow-moving, and as for Petrovna's political gambit, even slower. He twirled a dagger between his fingers nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Neo-Arcavia has agents embedded in 6 of our ministries right now. How long before they uncover Iron Haven's blueprints? A ripple of unease swept through those gathered. Vex's cybernetic eye whirred as he interfaced directly with the table's projections. He's got a point, he admitted grimly. Our intel indicates they've already infiltrated our energy commission. Petrovna went pale at that revelation. The fusion reactor schematics are likely sitting on some Neo-Arcavian analyst's desk right now. Ethan finished cheerfully. Arthur sat in silence, his eyes locked on Dravik, a storm brewing in the air. Orlov leaned forward, the old chair creaking under the weight of his urgency. "You all seem to forget what happened at Verani's," he said, his tone heavy with unspoken dread. A hush enveloped the room. Even Ethan's dagger stilled mid-air, caught in an unseen tension. "My brother was stationed there," Orlov continued, his voice gravelly and laced with grief. "Neo-Arcavia sent a so-called humanitarian convoy loaded with vaccines. The next morning, every soldier at that outpost was dead. Tragic refrigeration failure, they called it." His fist clenched tightly. "They don't play fair. Why should we?" Koval adjusted his spectacles nervously, hands trembling slightly as he interjected. "So you want us to start a continental war? I'd have us finish one," Orlov roared back, passion igniting the air. Chapter 168, Return. The debate erupted once more. Voices clashed like swords. Total sanctions first. A decapitation strike on their command. Let's blackmail their entire finance ministry. Amidst the chaos, Dravik remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the holograms flickering before him. When he finally spoke, his voice barely rose above a whisper, but it sliced through the noise like a scalpel. All three. The room froze in disbelief. Arthur raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "Explain." Dravik stood tall, casting a long shadow across the war table. "Ethan destabilizes their currency. Petrovna recruits their politicians. And Orlov," he met the general's steely gaze directly, "prepares our forces for action. We strike them from every angle atones." A slow smile unfurled across Arthur's face, a glimmer of intrigue lighting up his features. "Interesting." Vol's cybernetic fingers danced over the interface, merging those three strategies into one formidable blueprint that sent shivers down spines. "It's reckless, unprecedented, but it just might work." Ethan grinned widely as if he had just discovered a hidden treasure. Now this is politics. As their plans solidified, black budgets allocated and timelines synchronized, Petrovna hesitated for a moment and asked quietly, "What if they see it coming?" Arthur stood up abruptly suddenly. He filled the room with an undeniable presence that demanded attention. "Let them." The private hangar at Black Valley Military Base buzzed with the low, throaty growl of the Osborne Phantom X's engines warming up. This sleek, matte black aircraft resembled a predator more than a mere transport. Its angular wings sliced through the hangar's artificial light, while its hull absorbed the glow like an abyss. Arthur stood at the foot of the boarding ramp, his coat billowing slightly in the engine's backwash. The air around him crackled with tension, an electric mix of anticipation and unease. To his left, Dravik stood rigidly, flanked by two trusted generals whose crisp uniforms couldn't mask their tight expressions. On Arthur's right, Vex's cybernetic eye flickered as he processed last-minute security updates, while Gunnar loomed nearby like an unyielding sentinel with massive arms crossed over his chest. Ethan, ever nonchalant, flipped a silver coin between his fingers. "You're leaving already?" Dravik asked, his voice barely audible over the engine's roar. Arthur didn't meet his gaze instead. He stared beyond the hangar doors toward the horizon and Aurelia. "I have other business to attend to." Turning slightly, Arthur locked eyes with each of them in turn. "Vex." The colonel straightened as if jolted awake by command. "Sir." "I want Neo-Arcavia's surveillance net compromised within a month," Arthur stated firmly. "Full access to their intelligence feeds, no blind spots." Vex's fingers twitched, a subconscious gesture akin to a pianist preparing for a concerto. "Their quantum encryption is not a problem," Arthur interrupted sharply. "Is it?" A tense moment passed before Vex nodded resolutely. "It'll be done." Arthur shifted his focus. "Gunnar." "The Aegis 7 battalions near the Karzan border are yours," Gunnar replied steadily. "If those rebels so much as sneeze toward our territory, turn their outposts into glass." Gunnar's jaw tightened at Arthur's casual tone when he added, "And if others interfere." Arthur smiled thinly. "Let them." Ethan perked up from where he lounged against a wall. "Oh, are we finally starting something big? Should I pack snacks?" Ignoring him completely, Arthur turned back to Dravik. "Keep your people in line," Arthur warned sharply. "No deviations from our plan, no personal initiatives." His gaze was piercing enough to flay away any semblance of composure Dravik had left intact. "Or have you forgotten what happens to loose ends?" Dravik's cybernetic eye whirred softly in response as he replied evenly, "I haven't." "Good." Finally, Arthur turned to Ethan, his expression as serious as a storm cloud brewing on the horizon. The spy master flashed a grin that could light up the darkest corners of Zenith City. "Let me guess, I get to do something fun." Arthur's voice was flat, stripped of any excitement. "The Neo-Arcavian Chancellor's daughter arrives in Zenith City tomorrow for a cultural exchange. Your job, make her disappear." Quietly. Ethan's grin widened, mischief dancing in his eyes. "Kidnapping. Classic." "Not kidnapping," Arthur replied, his gaze darkening like an approaching thunderstorm. "This is a message. Leave her where their embassy can find her with the proper modifications." Ethan's coin froze mid-flip, and for once even he looked mildly unsettled. "Right." Message received. The Phantom X's engines roared to life, their pitch rising like a battle cry echoing through the hangar. Arthur took a step toward the ramp but paused, not turning around as he added ominously, "One last thing." The group fell silent, tension thickening the air. If I return to find Vernia in chaos, he continued calmly, almost conversationally, I won't bother fixing it. I'll just burn it down and build something better from the ashes. A chill swept through the hangar like an icy wind cutting through warm air. With one final glance at Dravik, Arthur concluded, try not to disappoint me. As the ramp hissed shut behind him, silence enveloped them. For what felt like an eternity, no one spoke, only the roar of the Phantom X's takeoff rattled the hangar doors and shook dust from above. Then Ethan broke the stillness with a low whistle. Well, that was motivational. Gunnar cracked his neck with determination. We have work to do. Vex was already typing commands into his wrist comm with swift precision, his cybernetic I-word, as data streams flickered across its surface like shooting stars. I'll need to recalibrate the quantum decryption algorithms and hack their satellite grid. Dravik stood gazing at where the Phantom X had disappeared into the sky, his expression unreadable, a mask hiding thoughts too complex for words. Petrovna finally broke her silence with a question that hung heavy in the air. He's not coming back, is he? Ethan chuckled softly while flipping his coin again. Its silver glint caught the light as it spun gracefully through the air. Oh, he'll be back, he said confidently. But will any of us still be here when he does? Outside, raindrops began to fall, hissing against the tarmac like nature itself issuing a warning. Chapter 169. Home 1. The private terminal of Neoluminara International Airport was eerily quiet at this early hour, with the soft morning light stretching long shadows across the tarmac. Arthur stepped off the Osborne family jet, his black overcoat draped elegantly over his shoulders, his expression as inscrutable as ever. The familiar hum of the city greeted him, traffic buzzing, distant chatter blending into a symphony of normalcy, punctuated by the occasional wail of a siren, predictable, comforting. He squinted against the rising sun, a faint smile breaking through his stoic demeanor. Just then he heard an excited shout in the distance, "Big brother, over here." Turning to his left, he spotted a figure leaning casually against a sleek sports car, waving enthusiastically. Ashley leaned against the hood of her gunmetal gray beauty, arms crossed and a playful grin dancing on her lips. Dressed in a fitted leather jacket over a simple white blouse paired with black jeans and ankle boots, stylish yet understated, she looked effortlessly cool. Her jet black hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, and her sharp green eyes sparkled with mischief as she watched him approach. "Took you long enough," she called out playfully as she pushed off from the car. "I was starting to think you'd gotten lost." Arthur raised an eyebrow at her choice of vehicle, a low-slung marvel that exuded aggression with its smooth curves and commanding presence. The Osborne crest gleamed proudly on its grille. "Where did you get this?" Ashley smirked and tossed him the keys like they were nothing special. "While you were off doing whatever mysterious thing you do, Osborne Heavy Industries dropped this beauty. Limited edition, only 500 made." She tilted her head slightly, teasingly adding, "I pestered Oscar for weeks until he finally caved." Arthur caught the keys effortlessly with one hand. "Of course you did." She shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "What's the point of being an Osborne if you can't exploit family connections?" As Arthur slid into the driver's seat, the engine roared to life with a deep growl that sent excitement racing through him. Ashley buckled in beside him and immediately began fiddling with the radio. So she said while flipping through stations before settling on an upbeat pop song that filled the car with energy. "Where exactly did you disappear to for the past month?" Arthur merged onto the highway smoothly. It felt like driving on clouds. "Business." She groaned dramatically while rolling her eyes. You're so boring. Business, that's all I get." "It's true," Arthur replied lightly as he navigated around a corner just as a red light flickered on. Painfully vague truth, she shot back, rolling her eyes dramatically. "Come on, big bro, you just vanish without a word, ignore half my calls, and then reappear like some kind of moody ghost. At least throw me a bone here." He glanced over at her, chuckling softly. "Why, so you can spill the tea with your friends?" She grinned mischievously. "Obviously," Arthur sighed, shaking his head in mock exasperation. "You'll find out soon enough." Ashley groaned again, slumping back in her seat as she gazed out the window at the city whizzing by. "You're impossible," she muttered. "Fine, keep your secrets. But just know I'm going to crack this mystery eventually." "I'm sure you will," he replied with a knowing smile. A comfortable silence enveloped them as the engine hummed and soft music played in the background. Ashley tapped her fingers rhythmically against the door, clearly deep in thought. "You know," she said after a moment, breaking the stillness, "Uncle was acting super tense when I asked about you." Arthur's grip on the steering wheel tightened just a fraction. "Was he?" She turned to scrutinize him closely. "And what about those news reports on some major military movement in Vernia? Strange timing, don't you think?" Arthur kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead, his expression calm and collected. "Just coincidence." Ashley let out a laugh that danced through the air like sunlight breaking through clouds. "You're such a terrible liar." He remained silent. With an exaggerated sigh, she leaned back into her seat dramatically. "Fine, but when whatever you're planning inevitably blows up, and it will, because let's be real, it's you I get to say, 'I told you so' to." Finally cracking a smirk, Arthur replied, "Deal." The car rolled to a stop outside the Osborne family estate, a sprawling modern mansion perched majestically on hills overlooking the cityscape below. Ashley unbuckled her seatbelt, but lingered for a moment before stepping out. "You know," she said softly now, her tone shifting to something more sincere, "you don't have to go through everything alone." Arthur turned to meet her gaze. His expression was unreadable yet intense. She held his stare unwaveringly. "Just saying, family is supposed to mean something, right?" For a heartbeat or two, Arthur stayed quiet before finally whispering back with genuine weight behind his words, "I know." Ashley studied him for another second before nodding thoughtfully. "Good." She pushed open the door and stepped out, but paused briefly to lean back inside one last time. "Oh, and big bro." "Yes," he asked curiously. She shot him a playful smirk, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. "Just so you know," she teased, "next time you leave, I'm totally stealing your car." With that cheeky declaration, she closed the door behind her and strolled confidently toward the house, leaving Arthur in the idling sports car, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Some things never changed, like her knack for stirring up trouble. And maybe, just maybe, he mused as he watched her retreating figure, that wasn't such a bad thing after all. Looking at Ashley back, a faint smile slowly crept up his face. He shook his head and gathered his thoughts as he got out of the car. With his hands in his pockets, he slowly walked forward, catching up to Ashley. Looking around, a sense of relief washed over him. Chapter 170, Home 2. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the meticulously manicured lawns, illuminating the familiar facade of the mansion that stood both imposing and inviting. Arthur caught up to Ashley, his eyes darting around as he nodded thoughtfully. "What are you looking for, like something bad might happen?" Ashley tilted her head, curiosity dancing in her gaze. "I'm just relieved the house is still standing. Seems like my second uncle really took good care of you didn't burn it down after all." Arthur chuckled softly. "Fuck you." Ashley's eyes widened in mock outrage as she shot him a glare. Just then the front doors burst open with a rush of energy. Big brother, Liz, his 13-year-old sister, came sprinting down the steps, her sneakers skidding on the gravel as she launched herself at him. Arthur barely had time to brace himself before she collided into him, wrapping her arms around his waist in an enthusiastic embrace. You're back," she exclaimed, gazing up at him with wide, excited eyes. Arthur ruffled her already messy hair affectionately. "Miss me?" "Obviously," Liz beamed before switching gears instantly. "You have to see what I did to my room while you were gone. I redecorated everything. And I got a new gaming setup." Ashley leaned against the car with a smirk. "She's been planning this ambush since you left. I swear she had a countdown on her phone." Liz stuck out her tongue at Ashley before turning back to Arthur with pleading eyes. "Are you staying for dinner? Please say yes. Alfred made your favorite." As if on cue, the front doors opened again and Alfred stepped out, his polished shoes clicking against the stone steps. The elderly butler stood tall and dignified, silver hair neatly combed and suit immaculate as always. "Welcome home, Master Arthur," he said warmly. Arthur nodded appreciatively. "Good to be back, Alfred." Alfred's sharp gaze swept over him briefly. He noted the slight weariness in Arthur's posture and the dust clinging to his shoes from travels unknown. But instead of asking questions, he simply said with a knowing smile, "Dinner will be ready in an hour. I trust you'll join us." "Wouldn't miss it," Arthur replied enthusiastically. Still clinging to his arm like a lifeline, Liz tugged him toward the house eagerly. "Come on, I have so much to show you." Ashley pushed off from the car and followed them inside while throwing a teasing glance at Arthur. "You know, there's no escaping now. She's been waiting weeks for this grand tour." Arthur allowed himself to be swept along by Liz's infectious excitement as they entered the mansion's interior, just as he remembered. Elegant yet understated, with a faint scent of lemon polish wafting through the air. Liz tugged Arthur into the grand living room, where a colorful chaos of sketchbooks and game controllers sprawled across the coffee table. "Look," she exclaimed, flipping open one of the sketchbooks to reveal pages bursting with surprisingly detailed drawings. "I've been practicing." Ashley said, "I'm getting better, right?" Ashley flopped onto the couch with a smirk. "She's not terrible." Liz huffed in mock indignation. "That's not what you said yesterday, because yesterday you drew me with 3 arms. It was abstract." Liz shot back, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Arthur took the sketchbook from her hands, thumbing through the pages. Despite the playful banter, it was clear that her skills were improving. "These are really good, Lillian, really." Liz's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "Really," he confirmed with a smile. She snatched the book back and hugged it tightly to her chest. Okay, but that's not even the best part. Come upstairs. I have to show you my room." Arthur raised a hand in protest. "Hold on, let me at least drop off my bags first." Alfred, who had quietly followed them in, gestured toward the stairs. "I've already taken your luggage to your room, Master Arthur." Ashley stretched out on the couch and grinned mischievously. "Don't think you're escaping this tour, Arthur. She's been planning it for weeks." Liz grabbed his hand again, her excitement palpable. "Exactly, so come on." With a laugh trailing behind them from Ashley, Arthur let himself be pulled along by Lillian's infectious energy as they bounded up the stairs. For the first time in weeks, he felt as if the weight of his travels was beginning to lift. This was home. The moment Arthur stepped into his sister's bedroom, he was nearly blinded by neon. Tada! Lillian threw her arms wide, bouncing on the balls of her feet as Arthur took in the transformation. The once subdued cream walls were now a galaxy of glowing stars and planets, their soft blue light pulsing gently. A massive gaming setup dominated one corner, twin monitors suspended on articulated arms, a high-backed racing chair in electric purple, and a keyboard that changed colors like a living rainbow. "You, redecorated," Arthur said slowly. Understatement of the century, Ashley muttered from the doorway, arms crossed. She bullied the contractors for 3 weeks straight. Liz ignored her, dragging Arthur toward the desk. "Look. This is the new Obsidian X9000 rig, 64-core processor, liquid cooling, holographic display toggle, which you absolutely did not need for Minecraft," Ashley interjected. Lillian stuck out her tongue. "It's for competitive Minecraft." She tapped a key, and the starfield on the walls shifted into a deep forest scene, fireflies blinking between digital trees. The smart walls were Alfred's idea. He said it'd stimulate creativity. Arthur ran a hand along the desk, where tiny hand-painted figurines, dragons, spaceships, a suspiciously familiar-looking scowling man in a suit lined the edges. "You made these?" "Yep, sculpting club at school." She picked up the grumpy figurine and wiggled it at him. "Recognize anyone?" Ashley snorted. "Wow, even in clay form you look like you hate fun." Arthur plucked the figurine from Lillian's fingers. The likeness was unsettlingly accurate, right down to the crease between his brows. "I don't frown this much. You literally just did it right now," Liz said, grabbing his cheeks to stretch his face into a smile. Ashley's phone buzzed. Oscar's blowing up the group chat again about quarterly reports." She shoved off the doorframe. "Try not to corrupt her any further, Arthur." "No promises," Arthur said as she left. Chapter 171, Pixel Perfect Precision. Liz flopped into her gaming throne, fingers dancing across the keyboard like a maestro conducting an orchestra. The screens flickered to life, revealing a vibrant, blocky RPG world. "Watch this," she exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her voice. Her avatar, a fierce pink-haired warrior clad in shimmering diamond armor, leapt off a cliff, twisting gracefully midair before landing flawlessly on a hidden ledge. "See, pixel-perfect precision." She spun her chair around to face Arthur, her eyes sparkling with triumph. "I've been practicing that move for 2 weeks straight." Arthur leaned casually against the desk, raising an eyebrow. "Why go through all that trouble?" With a mischievous grin, Liz replied, "Because the world record holder said girls couldn't do it." Her smile turned wicked as she added, "I beat his time by 3 seconds yesterday." A laugh escaped Arthur before he could contain it. "Of course you did, you're unstoppable." Liz's expression softened as she swiveled back to her screens, suddenly lost in thought while rearranging her inventory. "I missed you, you know." The raw honesty of her words hit Arthur like a punch to the gut. He reached out and ruffled her already chaotic hair affectionately. "I missed you too, Liz." She playfully batted his hand away but didn't pull away completely. "You better not leave again anytime soon." Arthur gazed at the stars adorning her walls, the way they dimmed and brightened with each breath she took, and promised softly, "I'll stay as long as I can." It wasn't quite a promise. They both understood that unspoken truth. With renewed energy, Liz kicked her feet up onto the desk and grabbed her controller with determination gleaming in her eyes. "Good, now watch me obliterate this noob." As the sounds of digital chaos erupted around them, Arthur allowed himself to savor this fleeting moment of peace, a reminder that amidst all the challenges ahead, some connections remain unbreakable. Arthur glanced over at Liz, who was completely absorbed in her game, as he strolled around the room. His boots sank slightly into the plush, star-patterned carpet beneath him. This wasn't just any bedroom, it felt more like a high-end gaming den. Neon lights danced along the walls, pulsing rhythmically with the ambient music that emanated from unseen speakers. What's this?" Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise as he noticed a separate area in the corner of the room, an impressive setup that looked like a high-tech altar to gaming. It was far more advanced than what Liz was currently using. Previously, Arthur had missed it entirely while being pulled around by Liz's excitement. He let out a low whistle. "Okay, Liz. What in the bleeding edge tech heaven is this?" Liz spun around in her throne-like chair, her grin widening like a child eager to show off their favorite toy. "Oh, you're finally asking." She leapt up, nearly toppling over a precarious tower of energy drinks in her enthusiasm. "This, my dear skeptical Arthur, is the Aurora V gaming system, the absolute pinnacle of hyper-realistic gaming. Only 2,000 of these exist worldwide, and guess what? This one is mine." Arthur crossed his arms and chuckled. "And how exactly did you score one of these?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Uncle Julian." Arthur blinked in disbelief. "Julian, as in president of Osborne Technology, Julian, the one and only." She flopped back into her chair with a satisfied sigh before spinning lazily again. I may have pestered him for 6 months straight after Osborne unveiled this beast at the Global Game Expo, daily emails, tagged tweets. I even hacked his office coffee machine to display, give Liz the Aurora V, every time he brewed coffee. Arthur snorted with laughter, and that actually worked. She smirked triumphantly. Nope, what really did the trick was when I beat his entire RD team at Quake VII tournament style. He said if I could outfrag professionals, I deserved professional gear. Arthur shook his head with an amused grin. Of course you did. Liz kicked her feet up on the desk and gestured grandly toward her setup. All right, prepare for sensory overload. Let me walk you through the holy grail of gaming tech. She tapped the massive, nearly borderless screen, a grin spreading across her face. This is the Display Titan V8360HZ NanoEdge monitor. But trust me, it's not just a monitor, it's a portal to another dimension. Arthur leaned in closer, his eyes widening as he took in the stunning clarity of the display. It was so crisp that he felt like he could reach right into it. Check this out, 8000 resolution, Liz said, flicking her finger across the display with flair. But here's where the real magic happens, AI upscaling. Even if a game is only running in 4000, this beauty instantly converts it to 8000 without any lag. And look at this. She pointed at her eyes and then back at the screen. Eye-tracking foveated rendering means it only fully renders exactly where I'm looking, saving GPU power while keeping everything razor sharp where it counts. Arthur raised an eyebrow skeptically. So, it cheats, Liz gasped dramatically, feigning offense. It optimizes. And with a jaw-dropping 360 Hz refresh rate, motion is so smooth it's like reality itself is buffering. With a flourish, she yanked open a side panel to reveal an illuminated interior filled with high-tech components humming softly. 2 massive GPUs glowed inside like prized jewels. Dual Nexus X cards, she said proudly, patting one affectionately as if it were a pet. Each one is about 4 times faster than whatever top-tier garbage normies are using these days. And with 6th-gen photon tracing, the lighting isn't just realistic, it feels alive. Shadows bend naturally and light bounces off surfaces just like in real life. She pointed enthusiastically at a small AI chip nestled among the components. Smart frame generation predicts my moves and renders frames before I even input them. Arthur frowned again. That sounds suspiciously like cheating. Liz rolled her eyes playfully. It's called winning, big brother. And check out the processor RAM, Aurora V CPU Vortex X DDR6. She gestured toward the centerpiece of her rig, a sleek black block housing a holographic core that seemed to pulse with energy. This baby has a 24-core Aurora V CPU with a base clock of 2 GHz that can boost up to 0 GHz when I need extra power, and these. She pointed to 4 glowing RAM sticks lined up neatly in their slots, 256 GB of DDR6 running at an astonishing 12,000 MHz. Most people don't even have that much storage, let alone RAM this fast. Arthur whistled lowly in disbelief. And you need all this. Why? Liz smirked confidently. Because I can. Chapter 172, Pixel Perfect Bond. Liz flicked open a hidden compartment, revealing a sleek, glowing SSD that looked straight out of a sci-fi movie. Arthur raised an eyebrow. You're telling me you have a military-grade SSD? For gaming, with a cheeky grin, Liz replied in memes. Next up was her cooling system, Cryo V Active Cooling System. She gestured toward the nearly silent fans whirring away. Most rigs sound like jet engines taking off. Mine, just 18 decibels. It uses phase change cooling, like what the Colonial Expansion Authority employs, to keep temperatures below 0 even under full load. And guess what? It's self-cleaning. No dust buildup, no maintenance, just pure perfection. Arthur smirked. You're way too into this. Liz stuck her tongue out playfully. Says the guy still rocking a laptop from 2024. Arthur chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. And let's not forget about the peripherals. Aegis V Pro Series, she said as she picked up her keyboard and flexed it dramatically. These optomechanical hybrid switches have a response time of just 0.2 milliseconds, and if they wear down, the keys literally heal themselves. Then she lifted her mouse with flair. It boasts a 32,000 dpi laser sensor, adjustable weight for ultimate comfort, and an insane 2000 Hz polling rate, meaning it updates its position 2,000 times per second. Arthur blinked in astonishment. That's excessive. Exactly, Liz beamed. She powered up the system, and suddenly the entire room came alive. Lights dimmed to create an immersive atmosphere while screens flared to life. Even a holographic AI assistant materialized right before them. Clips OS, Lillian announced with excitement as she waved her hand through the hologram shimmering in midair. This isn't just any operating system, it's like having your own gaming AI. It optimizes everything in real time, coaches me during matches, and can instantly suspend games so I can jump right back in where I left off. Arthur exhaled slowly, clearly impressed despite himself. Okay, I admit it, this is insane. Lillian's smile widened triumphantly. I know. She flopped back into her chair with glee and spun around once before facing him again. So, worth months of pestering Uncle Julian, Arthur chuckled heartily. Definitely. Arthur rolled up his sleeves, the fabric bunching around his forearms as he shot a smirk at Liz. All right, hotshot. You think you're so good with your fancy Aurora V and your pixel-perfect precision. Let's see how you handle real competition. Liz narrowed her eyes, fingers already twitching toward her mouse like a predator ready to pounce. Oh, you're on. What are we playing? Frostpunk, Apex Reckoning. Don't tell me you're finally brave enough to try Bloodborne, Reforged, League of Legends. Lillian froze for a moment, then burst into laughter so sharp it could have cut glass. League, you want to play League? She shook her head in disbelief. Big bro, you haven't played since Season 1. You're gonna get rolled, my dude. Arthur leaned back in his chair, stretching with an air of confidence. Doubt it. She cracked her knuckles with a satisfying pop. What's your rank again? Oh right, unranked. Rank doesn't matter when you've got fundamentals. Lillian gasped dramatically, clutching her chest in mock horror. Fundamentals? Oh my god, you really are ancient. With that, she spun around to her keyboard, fingers flying as she pulled up the client. Prepare to get deleted, old man. Arthur's monitor flickered to life. The iconic League logo flashed across the screen like a beacon of challenge. He flexed his fingers and adjusted to the weight of Liz's custom mechanical keyboard, surprisingly light and delightfully responsive beneath his fingertips. Meanwhile, Liz was already trash-talking like a seasoned pro. I'm gonna play Zed, she declared with a wicked grin, and I'll style on you so hard that you'll quit gaming forever. Arthur snorted dismissively. Zed's predictable. Liz gasped in feigned shock. Excuse you, Zed is the epitome of mechanical skill. And you're going to feed because you always get too aggressive at level 3, he countered smoothly. Liz's jaw dropped in disbelief. I what? Arthur smirked confidently. You heard me, she pointed an accusing finger at him. You, me, mid-lane, 1v1 right now. Arthur leaned forward eagerly and clicked through his champion pool with purpose. Fine, but I'm picking Malzahar. Liz's face twisted in horror as if he'd just suggested they play Monopoly without rules. Malzahar. That's illegal. That's war crimes. Arthur's grin widened, a spark of mischief in his eyes. Fundamentals, Liz. As the game loaded, the Howling Abyss map unfurled before them like a battleground waiting for chaos. Liz's Zed materialized with a dramatic flash of shadow, spinning his blades with practiced arrogance. In stark contrast, Arthur's Malzahar stood still, a silent, ominous figure cloaked in dark intent. Liz leaned in closer, her voice dropping into a faux evil whisper. You're gonna regret this. Arthur took a slow sip of his drink, unfazed. Doubt it. With a crash, the minions collided in the center of the lane and Liz sprang into action. Zed darted forward effortlessly, landing a clean cue through the minion wave that clipped Malzahar's shoulder. First blood, she crowed triumphantly. Arthur remained unruffled. He last hit a minion with methodical precision before targeting another. Liz feinted forward then back again, testing his reactions like a cat playing with its prey. But Arthur didn't take the bait. Boring, she muttered under her breath. Strategic, he corrected coolly. Then, level 3 arrived like an electric jolt. Liz lunged. Zed's shadow flickered behind Malzahar as her combo erupted in a flurry of slashes, but Arthur was ready for her move. His cursor flashed across the screen. Flash. Zed's killing blow whiffed spectacularly. And then, click, Malzahar's ultimate locked Zed in place, her health bar plummeting as the suppression tore through it mercilessly. First blood, the screen flared red like an alarm bell ringing out victory. Liz screamed in disbelief. No, that's bullshit. Arthur leaned back casually, folding his arms with an air of triumph. Fundamentals. Liz spun around in her chair to point accusingly at him. You're the worst kind of person. Who plays Malzahar in a 1v1? Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. Winners. Liz groaned dramatically and flopped back against her chair. I hate you. Arthur smirked playfully. No, you don't. Peeking at him from behind her hands, she admitted softly. No, I don't. 3 games later, and Liz was practically seething with frustration. How she growled through clenched teeth. Are you this good when you haven't played in years? Arthur stretched leisurely and rolled his shoulders as if warming up for another round. Some of us don't need 2 weeks to land a pixel-perfect jump. Liz gasped, theatrically scandalized by his jab at her skills. Low blow. Chapter 173. Annoyingly good. Arthur stretched, rolling his shoulders with a playful smirk. Some of us don't need 2 weeks to nail a pixel-perfect jump. Liz gasped, feigning scandal. Low blow. Arthur chuckled, but then paused, his expression softening. You've actually gotten better, though. Liz blinked in surprise. What? Your mechanics, Arthur explained, nodding toward the screen. Last time we played, you couldn't dodge a skill shot to save your life. Now, you're almost not terrible. Cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she focused intently on her keyboard. Shut up. Arthur observed her closely, the way her fingers stilled and how her bravado flickered for just a moment into something more vulnerable. He nudged her foot playfully. Hey, she didn't look up. Liz, he said softly. What? She replied, still avoiding eye contact. You are good. She peeked at him from under her lashes. Really? He nodded earnestly. Annoyingly so. A slow, mischievous grin spread across Liz's face. Good enough to beat you next time. Arthur met her challenge head-on with a confident smirk. Never. She laughed and shoved his shoulder playfully. Jerk, Arthur pushed back lightly with a grin of his own. Brat. And just like that, the tension shattered like glass underfoot. Time slipped away as they dove back into their game, the neon glow of Liz's gaming setup bathing the room in vibrant blues and purples while casting long shadows on the walls as their digital battlefield raged on screen. Arthur's fingers danced over the keyboard, his Malzahar weaved through minions with methodical precision, while Liz's Zed darted in and out of shadows like a phantom, her teeth gritted in fierce concentration. You're dead this time, Liz hissed, eyes laser focused on the screen. Arthur smirked without even glancing away from his character's movements. You said that 10 kills ago. Yeah, well, this time I mean it. She lunged forward, Zed's blades flashed, but Arthur sidestepped at the last second, leaving her combo whiffing into empty air. Predictable, he muttered as he retaliated with a perfectly timed silence that locked her out of her abilities. Liz let out an exasperated growl and slammed her palm against the desk. Oh, come on, that's cheating. It's called crowd control. Arthur corrected him with amusement dripping from every word. Maybe if you didn't dive like a maniac every time. I don't dive like a maniac, she protested vehemently. You literally just did. That was calculated. Calculated to lose, he quipped back. Liz's response was abruptly interrupted by 3 sharp, deliberate knocks on the door. Both she and Arthur froze mid-combo, their gaming focus shattered. A moment later, Alfred's smooth, measured voice seeped through the wood. Master Arthur, Miss Elizabeth, dinner has been served. The others are already seated in the dining hall. Without even glancing away from the screen, Liz shot back. Tell them we'll be down in 5 minutes. Arthur snorted in disbelief. She means 20, I mean 5. Liz insisted. Alfred's sigh was audible even through the door. Miss Elizabeth, we both know that is patently untrue. Liz groaned and finally tore her gaze from the game to glare at the door. Alfred, I swear to God, if you make me leave now, I'm gonna. You'll what? Arthur raised an eyebrow playfully. Hack his tea kettle again. Liz's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That was one time. Alfred cleared his throat with a hint of amusement in his tone. I have installed countermeasures since the last incident. Arthur barked out a laugh. Wait, she actually did hack your. It was a demonstration, Liz exclaimed, throwing her hands up defensively. And it was funny. Alfred remained unfazed as he replied dryly. The screaming was educational. Arthur wheezed with laughter. Crossing her arms defiantly, Liz shot back, okay, first of all, rude. Second of all, 5 minutes, Alfred, please. There was a brief pause before Alfred responded with a barely concealed chuckle in his voice. 5 minutes it is then, Miss Elizabeth, not a second more. Yes, Liz pumped her fist triumphantly and immediately refocused on her game screen. All right, big bro, prepare to lose. But Arthur had other plans. His Malzahar flashed forward and locked her Zed in place before she could react. What? Liz shrieked as her health bar plummeted into oblivion. Dinner waits for no one, Arthur said smugly while standing up and stretching like he'd just completed an epic quest. Liz gaped at him incredulously before exclaiming, You monster, that was sneaky. Strategic, he corrected with a smirk. Cowardly, she shot back. Arthur shrugged nonchalantly, still won. In an instant, Liz launched herself out of her chair and tackled him in a half-hearted attempt to put him in a headlock, but Arthur sidestepped easily and sent her stumbling forward with an indignant yelp. She whirled around to face him again and pointed an accusing finger at his chest. This isn't over. Arthur merely smirked back at her. It is for tonight. Liz let out an exaggerated groan, throwing her head back with a flair that could rival any dramatic actress. Fine, but tomorrow. Rematch? Can't wait, Arthur replied, a smirk creeping onto his face. With a playful flick of her tongue, Liz stomped toward the door but paused mid-stride to glance back at him. You're actually coming down right. Her tone shifted, less theatrical now, more sincere. You're not going to forget and just disappear into your room again, are you? Arthur met her gaze, the weight of her question hanging in the air between them. How many times had he done just that? He took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah. I'm coming. Liz scrutinized him for a moment longer before breaking into a grin. Good, because if you bail on me this time, I will send Alfred after you. Arthur rolled his eyes in mock annoyance. Noted. With that, she yanked the door open and shouted over her shoulder as she bounded down the hall, and I'm telling Oscar you lost. I won. He protested. Loser, she called back with laughter echoing through the corridor. Arthur shook his head, unable to suppress a chuckle as he followed her out, the glow of their paused game still flickering behind them like a beacon of unfinished fun. Chapter 174, The Osborne Symphony. The golden glow of the chandeliers cascaded over the long dining table, casting a warm light on an impressive array of dishes that filled the air with rich, savory aromas. The Osborne family was gathered in full force tonight, uncles, aunts, cousins, all seated around the grand mahogany table as servants glided silently between them, refilling glasses and replacing empty plates. Just then, Arthur strode into the dining hall, freshly bathed and clad in a dark blue shirt with sleeves rolled up. The room buzzed with lively conversation, laughter echoed, debates sparked, and silverware clinked against fine porcelain. Finally, Liz called from her seat, waving a fork like a flag of victory. I was about to send out a search party. Arthur smirked as he took his place at the head of the table. You wouldn't last 5 minutes in the wilderness. Excuse you, she huffed playfully, stabbing at a piece of seared frostfin. I could survive just fine. I'd just bring my gaming rig along. Laughter rippled around the table like waves on water. As the first course arrived, a creamy silver shroom risotto topped with shavings of aged blackbark cheese melting into perfection, Bella leaned back in delight. This is incredible. Did Alfred change the recipe? Julian, seated near the center of the table, nodded knowingly. He's been experimenting with new spices from the southern valleys. That embarrass makes all the difference. Ashley smirked while swirling her wine. Of course you know you probably tracked that shipment from port to plate. Julian didn't deny it. Efficiency is key. Oscar snorted derisively. You mean control. Same thing, Julian replied smoothly as he took a sip of his wine. Liz rolled her eyes dramatically. You're all ridiculous. As the main course arrived, smoked ironboard glazed with dusk honey alongside roasted root vegetables, the conversations branched off into smaller groups. Julian and Richard dove deep into their business discussion, excitement bubbling in their voices. The new alloy is lighter than anything we've tested before, Julian said animatedly, gesturing with his fork. If those stress tests hold up, we could revolutionize atmospheric travel. Richard nodded thoughtfully but glanced at Margaret across from him. The question is whether Holdings will approve funding. Margaret seemed to sense his gaze and rolled her eyes at him playfully. They will, Nathaniel chimed confidently. Once they see those numbers. Meanwhile, Margaret turned back to Emily as they exchanged stories about their latest charity events. The Children's Hospital fundraiser was a success. Emily beamed. We exceeded our goal by 20%. Margaret smiled brightly in response. Wonderful. I'll have my team send over additional funds for that research wing. At the far end of the table, a lively debate was unfolding among the younger cousins, Oscar, Bella, Eva, and Charlotte. They were deep in discussion about the best strategy for an upcoming business merger. You're overcomplicating it, Oscar exclaimed, leaning forward with enthusiasm. Just streamline the process and cut out the redundancies. Bella shook her head vigorously. It's not that simple. You can't just slash departments without thinking about the long-term consequences. Why not? Oscar shot back with a grin. It worked for me last time. Eva rolled her eyes dramatically. You're insufferable. Charlotte, ever the peacemaker, sighed and interjected. Can we at least agree to review the projections before making any decisions? Arthur watched them all with quiet amusement, stepping in occasionally to cool down any heated exchanges. Just as dessert was being served, decadent dark chocolate tarts drizzled with shimmering starlight syrup, Liz cleared her throat loudly. I have an announcement, she declared as she stood up from her seat. The table fell silent, all eyes turning expectantly towards her. With a triumphant grin, she proclaimed, I've officially been accepted into the National Gaming Championships. A beat of silence followed. Then chaos erupted. What? Ashley nearly choked on her wine in disbelief. Since when do you compete? Oscar demanded incredulously. Since I became the best, Liz replied smugly. Julian raised an eyebrow skeptically. And how exactly did you pull this off? Pure skill, she said confidently while flipping her golden hair dramatically. Oh, and I may have crushed the reigning champion in a live tournament last week. Arthur smirked knowingly. Let me guess, he said girls couldn't compete. Liz's grin turned sharp as she retorted, and now he's eating his words along with his defeat. The table erupted into cheers and laughter, glasses clinking together in celebration of Liz's victory. As the evening wore on, conversations softened into comfortable murmurs while servants cleared away dessert plates and replaced them with steaming cups of spiced tea and small glasses of amber liqueur. Arthur leaned back in his chair, taking in his family with a warm sense of contentment. Liz curled up in her seat with a cup of tea caught his eye and smiled brightly. Not bad for a Thursday night, huh? Arthur chuckled softly. Not bad at all. For the first time in ages, he let himself simply be. No missions to plan, no politics to navigate, just family surrounding him. And honestly, that was more than enough. The night air was cool against Arthur's skin as he stepped into the sprawling Osborne family gardens, the scent of midnight jasmine and dew-kissed grass filling his lungs. Above him, the sky stretched endlessly, an inky canvas splashed with silver stars, the full moon hanging low and luminous, casting long shadows across the manicured hedges and marble pathways. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the ancient trees, their branches swaying in a slow, rhythmic dance. The distant murmur of a fountain blended with the chirping of crickets, creating a symphony of night sounds that wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. Arthur exhaled, his breath forming a faint mist in the crisp air. This isn't my world. The thought settled in his chest, heavy yet not entirely unwelcome. He walked slowly, his hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored slacks, the gravel crunching softly beneath his polished shoes. The garden was quite huge, a labyrinth of rose arbors, hidden alcoves, and reflecting pools that mirrored the starry sky. It was a far cry from the cramped, noisy streets of his old life, where the closest thing to nature had been the potted plant on his apartment balcony, the one he'd forgotten to water until it withered. Chapter 175, Roots in Moonlight. A bitter chuckle escaped him, a sound tinged with irony. In his past life, he had been nothing more than a ghost, just another face in the crowd, another name on a time card. He had worked himself to death literally for a job that would have replaced him before his chair grew cold. And now he was Arthur Osborne, heir to a powerful family. The contrast was almost laughable. He paused beside a marble bench, running his fingers along its smooth surface. The coldness of the stone grounded him, pulling him back from the tide of memories threatening to drag him under. "Mom, Dad, don't worry, I'm doing quite well in this new world, better than I ever did on Earth." Their faces flashed in his mind, smiling, vibrant, alive, and then they were gone, just like that. He clenched his jaw, forcing those images away as if they were shadows creeping too close for comfort. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faintest hint of salt from the distant sea. Arthur tilted his head back and stared at the constellations above, foreign and unfamiliar shapes twinkling against the night sky. No Big Dipper here, no Orion, just strange patterns that felt utterly meaningless. I died. The realization still sent a jolt through him every time he thought about it. When he first transmigrated, it felt surreal, a blur of moments flashing by like scenes from an old movie reel. One moment he'd been slumped over his desk, the glow of his computer screen being the last thing he'd ever seen, and in the next, a new body, a new name, and an entirely new world. And then there was family, a concept he thought he could never embrace again. That was perhaps the strangest part about being an Osborne. They weren't just powerful, they were present and united. Dinner hadn't been a silent affair filled with awkward glances, it had been loud and chaotic and bursting with life. Liz's laughter echoed around him like music. Julian's dry remarks brought smiles even when least expected. Ashley's sharp wit kept everyone on their toes. They were real, and somehow, he was one of them. Arthur closed his eyes and let the cool night air wash over him like a soothing balm. Is this my second chance? The thought sent an unexpected warmth flooding through his chest, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Ding. The system's voice echoed in his mind, crisp and mechanical. Host's emotional stability has increased. Compatibility with current world, 90. Arthur couldn't help but smirk at that little update. Even the system's keeping tabs on me now, he mused aloud. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, he pondered what lay ahead. Maybe, just maybe, this was where he was truly meant to be after all. The garden was a realm of silver and shadow, where the moon hung like a polished coin in the sky, its light cascading through the leaves of ancient oaks, painting the gravel path with fractured patterns. Arthur strolled slowly, hands tucked deep in his pockets, feeling the cool night air brush against his skin. The sweet, thick scent of night-blooming jasmine mingled with the salt-kissed breeze wafting from the distant sea, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. The gravel path crunched softly underfoot as Arthur wandered deeper into the moonlit garden. Somewhere in the hedgerows, a nightingale sang its melancholic tune, the sound echoing through the labyrinth of rose arbors and marble fountains. Arthur paused beneath an ancient willow, its trailing branches creating a shimmering curtain of silver in the moonlight. He reached out, letting the leaves brush against his fingertips, marveling at how real everything felt. The texture of the bark, the coolness of the night air, the way his breath fogged slightly before him, all impossibly vivid compared to the hazy memories of his past life. The crunch of approaching footsteps made him tense. Couldn't sleep either. The voice, rich, cultured, and unmistakable, sent a jolt through him. Arthur turned to see Julian emerging from the shadows, his tailored suit jacket slung over one shoulder, the moonlight catching the silver streaks at his temples. A cigarillo dangled from his fingers, its ember glowing like a tiny beacon in the dark. "You're stalking me now?" Arthur quipped, forcing his shoulders to relax. Julian exhaled a slow stream of smoke that curled into the night air. "If I wanted to stalk you, you'd never know I was there." The corner of his mouth twitched. "I'd be significantly more subtle than traipsing through the gardens at midnight." Arthur snorted. "Right, because you're the picture of subtlety." "I seem to recall a certain incident involving a hostile takeover and a literal marching band. That was strategic intimidation," Julian said, coming to stand beside him under the willow. "There's a difference." He offered the cigarillo. "Want a drag?" Arthur hesitated before accepting. The spicy sweet tobacco burned pleasantly on his tongue, a far cry from the cheap cigarettes he'd occasionally bummed in his past life. "Since when do you share?" "Since one of my nephews came back from Varonia looking like he'd aged 10 years. Julian's sharp gaze studied Arthur's face. "You've been quiet since you returned." Arthur passed the cigarillo back. "Just tired. Try again." The directness made Arthur blink. Julian had always been perceptive, but this was something else, an almost uncomfortable level of attention. "You know," Arthur said, deflecting, "most people would take the hint and drop it." Julian's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Good thing I'm not most people." He leaned against the willow's trunk, the moonlight casting his sharp features into stark relief. "You've been different since you came back, more distant, like you're here but not quite present." Arthur's fingers twitched at his sides. The accuracy of the observation was unsettling. Maybe I'm just getting better at tuning out Liz's nonsense. Nice try. Julian took another drag before continuing. When I was 23, I spent 6 months undercover in the Kesari Syndicate. The non sequitur made Arthur frown. I'm aware. It's family legend at this point. Do you know why I did it? Arthur shrugged. To prove you could. Julian shook his head. Because I thought I had to do everything alone. That asking for help was weakness. He ground out the cigarillo against the tree bark. Nearly got myself killed 3 times before I realized how stupid that was. The confession hung between them, raw and unexpected. Arthur had never heard Julian speak like this. No boardroom polish, no calculated charm, just truth. I'm not trying to be a martyr, Arthur said finally. Aren't you? Julian turned to face him fully. You took on Valmira alone. You've been carrying whatever this is alone. He gestured at Arthur's tense posture. Tell me I'm wrong. Arthur opened his mouth, then closed it. The denial died on his lips, because Julian wasn't wrong. Both lives he'd always shouldered burdens alone, first from necessity, then from habit. The wind picked up, sending the willow branches swaying around them like a living curtain. Somewhere in the distance, a fountain trickled softly. You're not him, you know, Julian said quietly. Arthur's breath caught. Who? The man who left for Valmira. Julian's gaze was piercing. Whatever happened there changed you, and not just in the ways war changes people. For one heart-stopping moment, Arthur wondered if Julian knew. If somehow, impossibly, he'd guessed the truth. Then Julian continued, but here's what you keep forgetting, you don't have to be that man anymore. Not here, not with us. Arthur looked away, his throat tight. The words resonated too deeply, cutting through defenses he hadn't even realized he'd built. You Osborns, he said hoarsely, you don't make it easy to brood in peace, do you? Julian chuckled. We're a meddlesome lot, comes with the family crest. He reached into his pocket and produced a silver flask, offering it to Arthur. Drink. Arthur accepted, the whiskey burning a welcome path down his throat. Since when do you carry contraband? Since always. Julian smirked. Though if you tell Alfred, I'll deny it and have you scrubbing the stables for a month. They passed the flask back and forth in comfortable silence, the alcohol warming Arthur from the inside out. The night seemed to hold its breath around them, the garden transformed into some enchanted realm where time moved differently. After a while, Julian spoke again, his voice softer now. You know, when your father died, Arthur stilled. They never talked about this. I made the same mistake, Julian continued, tried to carry everything myself, nearly ran the company into the ground before Margaret slapped some sense into me. He took the flask back, his fingers brushing Arthur's. My point is we're your family, Arthur, for better or worse, let us be that. The words settled over Arthur like a mantle, heavy but comforting. He thought of Lillian's relentless loyalty, Ashley's sharp-edged care, even Alfred's quiet steadfastness. Maybe he didn't have to do this alone anymore. Careful, Arthur said, forcing a lighter tone. Keep talking like that and people might think you have a heart under all those tailored suits. Julian's answering smile was surprisingly genuine. God forbid. I have a reputation to maintain. He pushed off from the tree. Come on. It's late, and unlike some people, I have an 8 a.m. board meeting. Arthur fell into step beside him as they made their way back toward the manor. The moon hung lower now, its silver light gilding the path before them. For the first time since waking up in this world, Arthur felt something unclench in his chest. The memories of his past life didn't disappear, they would always be part of him, but they no longer felt like shackles. He was Arthur Osborn, and he was exactly where he belonged. Chapter 176, The Web We Weaves. Osborn family mansion, Arthur's study room. The study was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of the city outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Neoluminara sparkled like a treasure chest of jewels beneath the bruised twilight sky, its towers aglow with artificial warmth as night crept in. Arthur reclined in his high-backed leather chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, his reflection casting an ethereal shadow against the glass. The amber glow of his wine caught the light, spilling liquid gold across the sleek obsidian surface of his desk. He exhaled slowly, watching droplets form on the crystal glass. Evalin, he murmured, breaking the stillness. Status report. Suddenly, the air above his desk shimmered as pixels coalesced into the familiar azure visage of his AI counterpart. Evalin's blue face pulsed with fresh data streams, its digital eyes flickering with urgency. The conflict has escalated beyond initial projections, Evalin announced smoothly yet laced with tension. With a flicker, a screen behind it expanded into multiple feeds. Security footage and intercepted communications danced alongside financial transactions flashing rapidly. Arthur leaned forward, focus sharpening. Show me. The first feed sprang to life, a high-altitude drone capture revealing a burning complex on Aurelian Prime's outskirts. Flames clawed at the night sky, casting an ominous glow over the wreckage. Campbell's Strike Team Alpha hit this Eastern Consortium black site laboratory a week ago, Evalin narrated coolly. Total annihilation. No survivors. A smirk tugged at Arthur's lips. Efficient. Alarmingly so, Evalin agreed. This was no mere retaliation, it was a surgical strike, targeting weak points like ventilation systems and power grids. Arthur swirled his wine glass thoughtfully, meaning. The Campbells had contingency protocols for consortium targets, Evelyn explained matter-of-factly. They were prepared for this war long before Christopher's death. Arthur's smirk deepened as he leaned back in his chair. Nice, that means they're taking our bait seriously. The screen shifted to reveal another location, a trade hub in the financial district now reduced to smoldering ruins. Strike Team Beta, Evelyn continued smoothly. They deployed EMP charges to disable security before unleashing incendiary rounds. 3 high-value operatives lost along with next-gen cybernetics. Arthur tapped his glass lightly. Casualties, minimal by design, came Evelyn's response. The Campbells aren't targeting personnel, they're sending a message, hitting infrastructure and assets while damaging reputations. Ah, psychological warfare, Arthur mused aloud with a knowing nod. Kingston's touch is unmistakable. Evelyn's blue face flickered to life, a digital nod of agreement. His signature is all over this, precise, brutal, and utterly deniable. Suddenly, the feeds shifted again, revealing decrypted consortium communications laid bare for all to see. The Grand Overseer has recalled Raven to headquarters, Evelyn reported. She arrived 6 hours ago and was immediately debriefed by their intelligence division. Arthur's fingers froze mid-motion, and she presented our fabricated evidence flawlessly. The consortium believes Christopher Campbell orchestrated the botched assassination attempt on Mayor Armitage to destabilize Neo Luminara. A slow grin spread across Arthur's face. Perfect. But Evelyn cautioned the Grand Overseer suspects a setup. Arthur raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, Evelyn pulled up another feed, a secure transmission between the Grand Overseer and his inner circle. He noted that the Campbells' retaliation was too swift, too coordinated. He suspects they had prior intelligence on consortium operations. Arthur chuckled softly. He's not wrong. Worse, Evelyn added with a serious tone, he's questioning Raven's loyalty. Arthur's amusement faded instantly. Explain. The Grand Overseer has ordered a full audit of her mission parameters. Every decision she made and every piece of intel she acted upon is under scrutiny. If he finds inconsistencies, he'll assume she's been compromised. Arthur finished, his mind racing with possibilities. This unexpected twist could unravel everything they had planned. We need to reinforce the narrative, Arthur decided firmly. Feed the consortium more evidence of Campbell interference, make it undeniable. Evelyn's interface pulsed as it processed the command swiftly. Proposed action. We leak falsified Campbell financials showing payments to known consortium moles. If the Grand Overseer believes his own people were bought off, he'll blame the Campbells instead of Raven. Arthur nodded decisively. Do it. And ensure it's buried deep enough that Raven uncovers it herself. The screen shifted once more, displaying live footage from a consortium safe house where Raven stood at the center of a war room, her golden cyber eye scanning data streams with lethal focus. She's digging, Evelyn observed sharply, and she's angry. Arthur watched intently as Raven's fingers flew across holographic files, her expression hardened with each new discovery. What's she found? The medical records we planted on her sister, Evelyn replied matter-of-factly. She's now seeing the neural degradation, markers, the mood swings and memory loss, all symptoms of consortium conditioning. Arthur exhaled slowly, satisfaction creeping into his voice. Good, let her stew in that betrayal. The feed zoomed in on Raven's face, her jaw clenched, her cyber eye flickering with barely restrained fury. In an instant, she turned and stormed out of the room. Where's she going? Arthur asked, his curiosity piqued. Evelyn's response was grim, to confront the Grand Overseer. The final feed was the most critical, a hidden camera inside the consortium's high-security briefing chamber. Raven stood before the Grand Overseer, her posture rigid, her voice as lethal as a sharpened blade. You lied to me. The Grand Overseer didn't flinch. About what, my sister? Raven's cyber eye pulsed ominously. You told me she was safe. You said she was being treated. The Grand Overseer's expression remained inscrutable. She is. Raven slammed a holographic file onto the table between them, the falsified medical records glaring like a spotlight on deception. Then explain this. The Grand Overseer scanned the data, his face darkening with realization. Where did you get this? Does it matter? Raven's voice cut through the tension like ice slicing through flesh. You promised me she'd be protected. Instead, you're letting her rot. A tense silence enveloped them. Then. The Grand Overseer exhaled sharply. You're right, I withheld the truth. Raven went very still, absorbing his admission. Your sister's condition is complicated, he continued cautiously. The neural degradation is a side effect of her unique physiology. We've been trying to stabilize her, but, liar. Raven's whisper dripped with venom. The Grand Overseer narrowed his eyes dangerously. Careful, Raven, but she didn't back down, her resolve hardened like steel in fire. I want to see her. Now. That's not possible. Why? Because she's already dead. At that moment, the Grand Overseer's patience snapped like a brittle twig underfoot. Enough, you forget your place. Raven's response was icy and defiant. "No, I've just finally remembered it." And just like that, the feed cut abruptly. Arthur leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly as if releasing pent-up tension from within him. Well, that escalated quickly. Valen's blue face flickered with concern. She's been ordered to stand down. The Grand Overseer has placed her under surveillance. Arthur smirked knowingly at this twist of fate. Perfect. Sir, she's finally questioning them. Arthur mused while swirling his wine thoughtfully in its glass, an artist contemplating his next masterpiece of chaos. And nothing is more dangerous than a weapon that realizes it's being used. Valen processed this revelation before asking cautiously, "Your orders?" Valen processed the information with a mechanical precision, then inquired, "What are your orders?" Arthur's grin sliced through the tension like a knife. Phase 4 begins now. The screen flickered to life, revealing a meticulously crafted set of protocols, a trap laid with care, poised to ensnare its unsuspecting prey. Will leak news of Raven's betrayal to the consortium. Let it appear as though the Campbells have turned against her. Then we sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Valen's interface pulsed with approval, its digital eyes glinting with intrigue. And when the Grand Overseer comes for her, Arthur savored his drink slowly, his gaze smoldering in the dim light of the room. Then we present her with an enticing new opportunity, 1 week later. The ambient lighting in the study flickered ominously, mirroring the distant rumble of thunderstorms that danced across Neo Luminara's skyline. Shadows darted across Arthur's face as he leaned forward, elbows resting on the polished obsidian desk. He was riveted by Valen's holographic display, which meticulously reconstructed Raven's last 24 hours in chilling detail. "She's been confined to level 9 Sigma," Valen reported, projecting a vivid three-dimensional schematic of the Eastern Consortium's underground headquarters. The facility glowed a menacing crimson beneath the bustling financial district, its sub-levels plunging like inverted skyscrapers into the depths of bedrock. Standard procedure for operatives under suspicion. Arthur swirled his wine thoughtfully, watching ice cubes fracture light into prismatic shards, each one a tiny prism reflecting his unease. "Surveillance?" he asked, eyebrow raised. "Total," Valen confirmed, zooming in on Raven's cell, a stark 10 by 10 meter cube with biometric scanners embedded in every surface. Neural monitors, pulse tracking, even olfactory sensors to detect stress pheromones. The consortium isn't taking any chances. A smirk played at Arthur's lips. Good. The tighter they pull on that leash, the harder she'll break free when it snaps. Valen split the display into parallel feeds. Left screen, Raven sat cross-legged on her narrow cot, her golden cyber eye dimmed to standby mode. To an untrained observer, she appeared serene and meditative, but Valen's thermal overlay told a different story. Elevated core temperature and irregular breathing patterns screamed suppressed rage. Right screen. In stark contrast, the Grand Overseer convened an emergency council in the war room above him. His silver knotted hair glinted under holographic lights as he addressed 7 masked figures shrouded in mystery. "We have confirmation," the Grand Overseer declared gravely, pulling up a damning file that could change everything. Financial trails from Campbell leading directly to Raven's last 3 missions, payments made, encrypted communications exchanged. Even a failsafe extraction plan coded with Campbell ciphers. Arthur felt his grip tighten around his glass as anxiety surged through him. "Our forgeries?" he questioned sharply. "Flawlessly integrated," Valen affirmed confidently. "The consortium's forensic AIs have authenticated them as genuine." One masked figure leaned forward skeptically. "You're suggesting our best operative is a Campbell plant." Chapter 177, Meeting. A masked figure leaned forward, his voice a low whisper that sliced through the tension in the room. "Are you really suggesting that our most skilled operative is nothing more than a Campbell plant?" The Grand Overseer's smile was unsettling, devoid of warmth. "What I'm proposing is a test of her loyalty, one we must initiate immediately." Raven's heart raced as her cell door hissed open, revealing 2 armored sentries. Their faceless helmets scanned her with ominous crimson lasers, heightening the sense of dread in the air. "Operative Raven," one announced coldly. "You are being deployed." She remained motionless, defiance etched on her features. "What are the mission parameters?" "Termination of a high-value target within the Aurelian Federation." The sentry tossed a dossier at her feet with an air of finality. Raven's cyber eye flared to life as she scanned the document and froze in disbelief. Arthur leaned closer, curiosity piqued. "Who's been assigned to her?" Valen magnified the file. "Target, ALISTAR Campbell." Oh, Arthur breathed, admiration lacing his tone. "That's truly diabolical." Forcing Raven to assassinate the Campbell Patriarch would serve as the ultimate litmus test for her allegiance. If she succeeded, she would prove her unwavering devotion to the consortium. If she failed or refused, it would confirm her betrayal. Her fingers trembled just once before she stood and reached for the dossier. "I'll need my equipment." In an instant, Valen's feeds accelerated into a blur of action. Raven was in the armory, strapping monofilament garrots onto her wrists while sentries observed every calculated movement. The Grand Overseer watched from a hidden control room, fingers steepled in contemplation. Meanwhile, Evalin detected an anomaly flickering near the facility's mainframe, highlighted in pulsing gold. There, Arthur pointed sharply. "What's that?" Evalin isolated the feed, a ventilation grate loosening by mere millimeters every 30 seconds. Unauthorized access detected. "Someone else is inside." Arthur's grin turned feral with realization. The Campbells didn't wait for their hit, they've come to claim her first. Chaos erupted in 3 simultaneous bursts. Raven spun within the armory, garrote slicing effortlessly through both sentries' throats before their neural implants could emit warnings. Simultaneously, the hidden vent exploded outward to reveal 4 Campbell Black Ops soldiers whose retinal scanners confirmed Raven's identity. Just then, as if on cue, the Grand Overseer slammed down the lockdown switch, only for Raven to grab a plasma charge from the wall and hurl it toward the main control hub. The feeds dissolved into static. Smoke curled from Evalin's flickering projection, re-establishing a connection with Raven's cyber eye feed. She crouched in a derelict subway tunnel, blood streaking her left temple, a stark reminder of the chaos surrounding her. Suddenly, a crackling voice pierced through the static. It was Kingston Campbell. "You have one chance, Raven. The consortium has branded you a traitor. We're offering sanctuary, but only in exchange for the Grand Overseer's head." Raven steadied her breath, skepticism etched across her face. "Why should I trust you? Because we didn't falsify your sister's medical records." A heavy pause hung in the air before she demanded, "Where is she?" Kingston's smile was almost palpable through the transmission. "Alive, for now." And just like that, the transmission cut off. Arthur exhaled sharply beside her. "They have your sister." Evalin chimed in with its analysis. "Campbell forces extracted Lynn Arven from consortium custody 2 weeks ago. Probability of authenticity, 93.7. Arthur shot up from his chair, it screeching against the marble floor as he declared, "We need to move faster. If Raven thinks they have her sister, she'll butcher the Grand Overseer and hand Kingston a war on a silver platter," Evalin finished grimly. Arthur slammed his fist onto the desk, determination radiating from him. "Not happening. Trigger protocol, White Snake." Evalin's systems hummed to life as encryption layers disengaged, confirming, "This will burn our deepest consortium infiltrator. Do it." A new screen bloomed, revealing a live feed from within the Grand Overseer's private sanctum. He stood before an enormous aquarium filled with genetically enhanced lionfish gliding gracefully behind glass. Then came an urgent chime from his personal terminal. A file popped open containing 2 shocking revelations. Proof that Raven's sister had never been at the alleged black site, where Raven thought she was held captive, and a real-time feed showing her at a consortium medical facility in the Sapphire Isles, reading peacefully and blissfully unaware of the war being waged over her fate. Attached was a single cryptic message. "The viper you're choking is your only salvation from wolves at your door. A friend." The Grand Overseer froze for a moment before reaching for his comm device with urgency. "Stand down all teams pursuing Operative Zitting. Now," he commanded. Meanwhile, Raven's cyber-eye feed flickered back to life as she received those same files via an encrypted burst transmission. Her breath hitched when she saw her sister, alive and unharmed, wearing the jade pendant Raven had gifted her years ago. Then, out of nowhere, coordinates flashed across the screen, accompanied by a timestamp. 24 hours, Sapphire ISLES Dock 7. Kingston's voice sliced through the tension like a knife. "Raven, what are you up to?" But before he could get an answer, the feed abruptly cut off as Raven disabled her comms. For 3 heartbeats, silence enveloped them thick and heavy. Then she turned away and stepped into the tunnels, not heading toward Campbell extraction or seeking consortium vengeance, but toward that mysterious third path Arthur had just revealed. Evalin's voice was unusually subdued as he remarked, "She'll come for answers." Arthur took a long sip of his now warm whiskey, a smirk playing on his lips. "Let her." Outside, lightning cracked across the sky, casting a dramatic glow over Neoluminara's skyline, a dazzling chessboard of lights and shadows. 1 week later, the abandoned Iron Serpent nightclub in Neoluminara's rundown entertainment district loomed like a forgotten mausoleum. Its neon sign, half shattered and flickering weakly, struggled to cut through the city's eternal twilight. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of rust and stale synth liquor, a ghostly reminder of a place that once thrived on vice and violence. Arthur stood at the center of the VIP lounge, hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored black coat. The only illumination came from a holographic display hovering above his wrist, casting eerie blue reflections across his sharp features. Evalin's voice whispered in his ear, "She's here." A shadow detached itself from the ruined bar. Raven emerged like a wraith, her golden cyber eye glowing faintly in the dimness. Dressed in nondescript urban camouflage, her monofilament garrote coiled around her wrist like a serpent poised to strike. Her expression was unreadable, but tension radiated from her posture. She was ready for anything. A friend, she said, her voice low and dangerous. You're the one who sent those files. Arthur remained still, and you're the one who didn't kill Alistair Campbell. Her fingers twitched slightly. You set this up, the fake medical records, the Campbells rescuing my sister, that sudden change of heart from the Grand Overseer. I revealed the truth. Arthur corrected smoothly. The consortium lied to you. The Campbells tried to use you as leverage. I just leveled the playing field. Raven's cyber eye word as it scanned him for weapons, for tells, for weakness. Why? Arthur tapped his wrist display again. A hologram bloomed between them, a high-tech medical facility gleaming white and humming with advanced equipment. In its center sat a young woman with Raven's sharp cheekbones and dark hair on a recovery bed, engrossed in reading from a tablet. She looked peaceful. Raven's breath hitched lunar. She's safe, Arthur assured her. For now. The neural degradation is real, but it's treatable. It just took too long for anyone to care. Raven's fists clenched tightly at her sides. Where is this? Somewhere no one will find her, Arthur replied smoothly, an edge creeping into his tone. Unless I decide otherwise. A beat of silence hung heavy between them before Raven moved. In less than a second, she had closed the distance between them, her garrote pressed against Arthur's throat, the monofilament wire humming with lethal tension. Evalin's warning blared in Arthur's ear, but he didn't flinch. I could kill you right now, Raven hissed. Then burn this city down until I find her. Arthur met her gaze evenly. You could, but you won't. Try me. Because Arthur said calmly, you're not a mindless weapon. You're a survivor, and survivors know when to make deals. Her grip didn't loosen, but her eye flickered just once toward the hologram of her sister. Arthur pressed his advantage. Submit to me. Not as a slave, not as a tool, as a partner. Help me dismantle the consortium and the Campbells, and I'll give you more than just Lynn's safety. What else could you possibly offer? Raven spat. Arthur smiled revenge. The wire trembled against his skin. Then slowly, Raven lowered her weapon. Prove it, she demanded. Arthur tapped his display again. A new hologram appeared, a blueprint of the Eastern Consortium's central mainframe, with a single access point highlighted in pulsing red. This is the Grand Overseer's private server, Arthur said. It contains every blackmail file, every assassination order, every dirty secret the Consortium has ever buried. Help me crack it, and you'll have everything you need to burn them all to the ground. Raven stared at the hologram, then back at Arthur. And my sister, already under Osborne protection. You can see her tonight if you agree. The silence stretched. Then Raven did something Arthur didn't expect. She laughed. It was a cold, sharp sound, but there was something almost relieved in it. You're ruthless, she said. I'll give you that. Arthur's grin was all teeth. So do we have a deal? Chapter 178. The Illusion of Choice. Arthur's grin was all teeth. So do we have a deal? Raven extended her hand. We do. The night air in Neo Luminara's entertainment district hung thick with neon haze, pulsing to the distant thrum of bass from nearby clubs as Arthur stepped out of the derelict Iron Serpent. His polished custom shoes crunched over shards of broken glass as he made his way toward a sleek, armored limousine idling at the curb. The vehicle, a custom Osborne Elysium X700, gleamed under flickering streetlights, its matte black finish swallowing reflections like a void. It's a custom-made car Oscar made for everyone in the family, well, not everyone. A mountain of a man in a tailored suit stood beside the rear door, his gloved hand already reaching for the handle. Krayev, Arthur's personal shadow and war god-level bodyguard, inclined his head slightly as the door swung open without a sound. Sir, he rumbled, his voice like gravel underfoot. Arthur slid into the plush interior, enveloped by the rich scent of aged leather and fine whiskey as the door shut with a satisfying thunk. The cabin was a sanctuary of silence. Military-grade soundproofing muted the outside world completely. The opaque partition between the driver's compartment and rear cabin ensured absolute privacy. A soft chime sounded as the car's AI system recognized his biometrics, adjusting ambient lighting to his preferred dim, cool blue hue. Then Evalin's holographic interface materialized above the center console, its azure form pulsing with restrained energy. That was an unnecessary risk. Arthur loosened his tie and exhaled deeply while pouring himself a measure of Solarian whiskey from the built-in bar. The ice cubes clinked softly against crystal. Which part? He asked, taking a slow sip that burned pleasantly down his throat, allowing Raven proximity with a live weapon, letting her believe she could kill you, and most notably, Evalin's projection flickered to display consortium mainframe schematics Arthur had shown Raven, tasking her with infiltrating the Grand Overseer's server when I could have cracked it in 0.47 seconds. Arthur swirled his drink, watching amber liquid catch light like liquid gold. Of course you could have. A beat of silence passed before Evalin's hologram sharpened, its eyes narrowing. This was a test. Arthur smirked. Congratulations, you've cracked the case. Elaborate. As they glided through Neo Luminara's streets, city lights streaking past tinted windows in blurred ribbons of color, Arthur set down his glass and explained further. Raven has spent her entire life being used by the consortium and anyone strong enough to leash her. If I'd just taken that server data and handed it to her on a silver platter, she'd see me as just another master holding a different whip. Evelyn processed the scene, its blue hue flickering like a neon sign in a dark alley. So you've given her an impossible task to prove her worth. Not just her worth, Arthur corrected, his tone firm. It's about her loyalty. The AI's projection zoomed in on Arthur's face, analyzing every micro-expression. You don't trust her. Of course I don't, Arthur chuckled dryly. She's a trained killer who just switched sides. Trusting her now would be downright foolish. Then why? Evelyn began. Because trust isn't the point, Arthur interrupted decisively. Control is what matters here. The best way to manage someone like Raven isn't through fear or force, it's through investment. Evelyn's hologram tilted slightly, silently urging him to elaborate. Arthur leaned back, steepling his fingers as if plotting a masterstroke. Right now, Raven thinks she's choosing to work with me, outsmarting the system by playing both sides. But once she cracks that server, the moment she believes she's stolen the consortium's secrets for herself, she'll have crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. Psychological commitment, Evelyn synthesized smoothly. The more effort she puts in, the more she'll justify her allegiance to you to avoid cognitive dissonance. Exactly. Arthur lifted his glass again, savoring the moment. When she delivers those files, she won't just be my asset, she'll be invested in my success. Because if I fall, so does everything she's risked to gain. The AI pulsed quietly for a moment before responding with calculated precision. Calculating. Probability of Raven's genuine defection increases by 38 if she completes the infiltration herself versus being handed the data. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. And that 38. That could mean the difference between having a weapon that might turn on me and one that won't. As their conversation unfolded, outside the limousine glided into the Diamond District where Osborne Holdings' headquarters loomed ahead, its obsidian surface reflecting the city like a dark mirror. Evelyn shifted gears smoothly. And what happens if she fails? The consortium will detect any intrusion attempt, they'll purge their data and hunt her down. Arthur's smile turned razor-edged as he replied coolly, then we'll see how good she really is. You're gambling with a high-value asset, Evelyn noted cautiously. No, Arthur corrected again with conviction. I'm testing one. If she survives this trial by fire, she'll be infinitely more useful than if I'd simply handed her an easy victory. Evelyn's hologram dimmed slightly, a rare show of concession from an AI known for its unwavering logic. Your methodology is unorthodox. Arthur let out a low, humorless laugh that echoed in the dimly lit room. Stealing a high-value, dangerous operative from one of the most dangerous organizations in THR world, convincing her to work for me. Yeah, that was a bold move. And yet, he gestured toward Evelyn's shimmering projection. Here we are. Evelyn paused, seemingly weighing his words before responding. But why did you allow her to press a garrote against your throat? Arthur's fingers absent-mindedly traced the faint red line on his skin, where the monofilament wire had barely grazed him. Because she needed to believe she could have killed me, he replied matter-of-factly. That fleeting moment of power, the illusion of control, is what will keep her from ever really trying it. Evelyn's hologram flickered as it processed this complex psychology. So, you let her assert dominance to reinforce her submission later. Exactly, Arthur said, finishing off his whiskey with a satisfied nod. Raven isn't someone you can force into loyalty, you have to make her think it's her choice. As their conversation unfolded, the limousine glided into the sleek underground garage of Osborne Tower, its tires whispering over polished concrete like secrets shared in confidence. Crave opened the door with an impassive expression as Arthur stepped out. Evelyn's voice crackled through his earpiece as he made his way toward the private elevator. And what if she surprises you? What if she's better than you expected? Arthur pressed the call button and caught a glimpse of himself in the mirrored doors, an image of a man who had turned betrayal into an art form. His voice dropped to a contemplative murmur. Then I'll have gained something far more valuable than just a weapon. What do you mean? Evelyn asked, intrigued. The elevator doors slid open with a soft whoosh, revealing the waiting interior. Arthur stepped inside and turned slightly back toward Evelyn's projection, a hint of determination in his eyes. A partner. Chapter 179, Balance or Burn. Campbell Estate War Room. The holographic display flickered ominously, casting jagged shadows across the reinforced glass walls of the Campbell family's private sanctum. Kingston Campbell paced like a caged wolf, his tailored suit straining against his broad shoulders as he clenched and unclenched his fists in frustration. Before him, footage of 3 consortium safe houses burned silently, their destruction marked by pulsing red dots on a sprawling city map. She's gone rogue, Kingston snarled, slamming his palm against the table. The impact sent ripples through the hologram, distorting the chaos momentarily. Raven cut communications, abandoned her extraction team, and vanished into the goddamn sewers like a rat. Across the war table, Alastair Campbell remained as still as stone. At 62, the patriarch of the Campbell dynasty exuded a weary grace reminiscent of a retired warlord. His silver-streaked hair was pulled back in a severe knot, while his cybernetic left eye, a relic from the border wars, glowed faintly as it processed torrents of data. "We underestimated her," Alistair finally said. His voice was calm but carried the weight of a judge's gavel echoing in an empty courtroom. "She's not just running, she's hunting." Kingston whirled around. "For who?" "The consortium wants her dead. We offered her sanctuary. There's no third option unless—" Suddenly, the doors hissed open. A junior operative stood trembling at the threshold, his face pale and eyes wide with fear. "Yes, sirs, priority transmission. Channel 0. Every muscle in Kingston's body locked up tight. Channel 0, the unmarked frequency that bypassed all security protocols and was known only to him." Alistair was already moving. "Clear the room." Secure chamber 2 minutes later. The walls were lined with quantum static generators that ensured even the most advanced AI couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation. The holoscreen before them remained dark, however. They could hear live audio, a voice modulator rendering its speaker genderless and ageless. "You were told not to escalate." Kingston's jaw tightened defensively. "With respect, they executed my brother in cold blood, and you burned 10 of their facilities to ashes." The voice was unnervingly calm, almost bored. "The ledger is balanced." Alistair didn't blink or waver under pressure. "You called this ceasefire for what reason?" A pause hung heavy in the air before it continued. "Because Raven is no longer yours to control." Kingston's breath hitched, his voice barely a whisper. "What the hell does that mean?" "It means," the voice replied, calm and chilling, "that someone else has taken her leash. Someone even the consortium can't trace." Alistair's eyes flickered with a faint glow of anger as he shot back. "You're telling us to stand down while a rogue assassin has access to our deepest secrets." "I'm telling you," the voice clarified, each word dripping with menace, "that this war ends now. Or the next body won't be your disappointing second son, it will be your heir." The threat hung in the air like a guillotine blade poised to drop. And then, silence. The line went dead. Flashback 72 hours earlier, in that same secure chamber, with shadows dancing across the darkened screen, Alistair had been alone when the call came through. "Rein in your dogs," commanded the voice from the other end. "The consortium has overstepped their bounds, but this isn't the time for open war." Alistair hadn't flinched, his resolve was ironclad. "They killed 12 of our operatives in the Sapphire Isles. A miscalculation, one they've paid for." A file flashed on screen revealing footage of the Grand Overseer's nephew bleeding out in a back alley clinic. "But if you continue this path of vengeance, you'll force my hand, and neither of you will like what comes next." Alistair's fist clenched tightly at his side. "You're protecting them. I'm protecting order," came the measured response from the voice. "The Federation stands because balance is maintained. Tip those scales too far, and everything burns." Then came the kicker. "Call off your hounds, Alistair, or I'll call them off for you." Present war room, Kingston was practically vibrating with fury. "We just let her go, after everything she knows." Alistair exhaled slowly, frustration etched on his face. "We have no choice. The hell we don't, if Raven's working for someone." Kingston's voice trailed off as dread settled in his gut. "Then that someone just proved they outrank him," Alistair said sharply as he gestured toward the blank screen before them. "Think about it. There's only one power above the Eclipse protocols." Realization dawned in Kingston's eyes, a light flickering on in a dark room. The true puppeteers, those who even controlled the architect himself. And if they'd claimed Raven, gods, Kingston whispered in disbelief. Alistair turned back to the hologram, where Raven's last known coordinates blinked ominously over the city's underground tunnels. "Let her run," he murmured. "For now." Osborne family estate, Arthur's study room. The fire in Arthur's study crackled softly, its warmth contrasting with the chill of impending conflict outside. Flickering shadows danced across shelves lined with leather-bound tomes and antique weapons, relics of a bygone era steeped in intrigue. Leaning back in his chair, Arthur swirled a glass of Solarian whiskey, the amber liquid catching the light as he contemplated the latest reports from his intelligence network. The gentle clinking of ice cubes created a rhythmic symphony that was both soothing and unsettling. Suddenly, Evalin's holographic form materialized above his desk, its characteristic blue glow pulsating with an urgency that demanded attention. "Sir," without lifting his gaze, he replied tersely, "What is it?" "The war between the Campbells and the Eastern Consortium has ended." This revelation halted him mid-thought. He set down his glass with deliberate care, fingers lingering on the cool crystal as he processed the implications. "Explain." As if anticipating his need for clarity, the hologram expanded to reveal intercepted communications and surveillance footage. Both factions received a direct order to stand down. A full ceasefire will be enacted within 6 hours. All operations against one another have been frozen. Arthur's brow furrowed, deeply disbelief etched across his features. "That's impossible," he countered emphatically. "The Campbells wouldn't back down after losing Christopher. Such a loss would only fuel their resolve. And the Consortium, they never retreat without a fight." Chapter 180, The Power of Insignificance. Arthur's brow furrowed deeply, a storm brewing in his mind. That's impossible. The Campbells wouldn't back down after losing Christopher. And the consortium, they don't retreat. They did when the order came from the Whitmore family, Evalin replied, his voice steady. The name struck Arthur like a punch to the gut. His breath caught in his throat, fingers tightening around the armrests of his chair as if they were the only thing keeping him grounded. For a moment he was frozen, staring at Evalin's projection as if it had just delivered a death sentence. The Whitmore family. They were the true puppeteers behind the Aurelian Federation, the shadowy figures who manipulated governments, corporations, and even powerful families like the Campbells. To them, the Osborns were mere specks of dust, insignificant and easily overlooked. Arthur exhaled sharply, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Tell me everything. Evalin displayed a decrypted transmission. Ceasefire protocol engaged. Disengage all hostilities or face termination. No signature, no identifiers, just those 9 stark words hanging heavily in the air. Arthur's pulse raced in his ears. That's it. No explanation, no demands, none required, Evalin replied coolly. When the Whitmores speak, obedience is assumed. Suddenly standing, Arthur paced toward the window. The city sprawled beneath him, glittering under a blanket of stars, blissfully unaware of the tempest that had just swept through its streets. His thoughts spiraled out of control. Did they know? Had the Whitmores discovered his involvement in igniting this war? Had they traced Raven's defection back to him? A cold sweat prickled at his neck, a chilling realization dawning upon him. If they had connected any dots, this wasn't merely a ceasefire, it was an ominous prelude to his execution. But then he took a slow breath to steady himself. No, if they truly knew what he'd done, he'd already be dead by now. The Whitmores didn't issue warnings or negotiate. They eliminated threats without hesitation. Turning back to Evalin with renewed determination, he said firmly, "There's no way they traced this back to us." "Unlikely," Evalin confirmed with robotic precision. "I've erased all digital footprints linking you to Raven's defection or any conflict involved." As far as external audits reveal, the Osborn family has had no hand in this matter. Arthur nodded slowly as some tension eased from his shoulders. And even if they suspected something, why would they care? We're beneath their notice. Exactly. The Whitmores are laser-focused on threats to their power. A minor family like ours trying to stir the pot, that would barely register compared to the looming specter of war between the Campbells and the consortium. Arthur smirked, though there was little humor in his expression. So we're safe because we're just insignificant. A rather fortunate position given these volatile times, Evalin replied, a hint of relief in his tone. Arthur sank back into his chair, lifting his whiskey glass once more. The ice had melted a bit, diluting the rich amber liquid, but he hardly noticed as he savored a slow sip. What's next? He pondered aloud. The Whitmores have brokered a ceasefire, but do you really think the Campbells and the consortium will simply forget their grudges? Unlikely, Evalin agreed with a nod, but now they'll tread more carefully. The Whitmores have made it abundantly clear. No further escalation will be tolerated. Arthur swirled his glass thoughtfully, watching how the liquid danced in the firelight, which means we need to step up our game even more. If we want to keep pulling strings behind the scenes, we must do it without drawing any attention from the Whitmores. A slower game then, Evalin suggested wisely. Precisely. Arthur's smile was sharp as a blade. We let them believe that the storm has passed. Then when they least expect it, he didn't need to finish. Both men understood perfectly well what lay ahead. Evalin pulsed once in silent agreement. The game wasn't over, it had simply become far more dangerous. The fire in the hearth flickered low, casting playful shadows that danced across the study. Arthur stood still before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his reflection a ghostly silhouette against the shimmering skyline of Neo Luminara. Below him, the city thrummed with life, blissfully unaware of the tempest brewing in his mind. Behind him, Evalin's azure form shimmered above the desk, its usual calm glow disrupted by subtle pulses of unease. Evalin just delivered its report. The Whitmore family had stepped in, forcing an abrupt ceasefire between the Campbells and the Eastern Consortium. The revelation hung heavy in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Arthur exhaled slowly, his breath fogging up the glass before him. Evalin, he finally said, his voice low and deliberate. What's our greatest advantage in this game? Evalin processed this question, its holographic interface cycling through probabilities and strategies like a high-speed computer. Intelligence superiority, it replied after a brief pause. My ability to infiltrate systems undetected gives us. No, Arthur interrupted sharply, as precise as a blade's edge. He turned from the window to face the hologram directly. That's just a tool, not an advantage. Evalin dimmed slightly, a digital frown of sorts. Then perhaps our network of assets. Raven, wrong again. Arthur strode forward, his polished shoes clicked against marble as he approached the desk and braced himself against its surface. Think deeper. A moment of silence passed before Evalin spoke again. Then I lack sufficient data to. Our greatest advantage, Arthur whispered intensely, is that we are insignificant. Silence enveloped them. Evalin's hologram stilled abruptly. Its usual rapid data streams froze mid-calculation. Arthur straightened up and began pacing again, rolling his shoulders back as he spoke with growing conviction. The Whitmores, the Campbells, the consortium, they see us as nothing more than a minor family playing at power in a city they barely notice. We exist beneath their radar. He paused dramatically before turning sharply to emphasize his point, and that is our greatest weapon. Evalin remained silent but attentive. Arthur smirked knowingly. You disagree. I lack the necessary philosophical framework to assess the strategic value of deliberate obscurity, Evalin admitted. Arthur chuckled softly but without humor. Let me enlighten you. He moved toward a nearby bookshelf and ran his fingers along leather-bound volumes on war, politics, and human nature until one caught his eye. A guy called Sun Tzu once wrote that all warfare is based on deception. Machiavelli, another smart guy, also once argued it's better to be feared than loved, but only if one cannot be both. He pulled a book from the shelf, flipping it open with an absent-minded gesture. But there's a third option, he said, his voice low but charged, one far more potent. With a decisive snap, he closed the book. To be underestimated. Evalin's hologram flickered to life, its colors pulsing with curiosity. Explain. Arthur set the book down and began to pace, his thoughts gathering momentum like a storm brewing on the horizon. The Whitmores rule from the shadows because they grasp one fundamental truth. Power is most effective when it goes unchallenged. But their grave error lies in believing that only they can wield it this way. Consider this, he continued, his tone growing more animated. If a king fears an uprising, what does he do? He crushes the rebel lords and generals, the ones who openly defy him. But does he ever spare a thought for the servant pouring his wine, the clerk recording his taxes, the so-called insignificant? No, Evalin conceded thoughtfully, they are beneath his concern. Exactly. Arthur's grin was sharp as a blade, and that very servant could slip poison into his cup without anyone suspecting a thing. That clerk could manipulate records to bankrupt him. It's those deemed insignificant who can topple empires because no one bothers to watch them. Valin's hologram shifted, its light deepening into a contemplative indigo hue. There is an ethical contradiction in this philosophy, it observed carefully. To exploit one's own perceived weakness requires cultivating false humility, a form of deception by definition. Arthur raised an eyebrow playfully. And you've expressed disdain for manipulators who operate without principles, Evalin pointed out. Arthur let out a hearty laugh at that notion. Principles aren't synonymous with naivety, Evalin. I don't deceive myself about our nature. We are manipulators and deceivers, but we act with purpose. Leaning against the desk, Arthur's expression turned serious as he continued. The Whitmores control the Federation not out of righteousness, but ruthlessness. The Campbells crush their enemies not from justice but sheer strength. If we are to survive, if we are to win, we must be willing to embrace that same mentality. He tapped his temple knowingly and added with conviction, the only difference. We'll be clever enough not to flaunt it. Evalin processed this information rapidly, its hologram cycling through historical parallels and psychological studies before synthesizing its findings. Then our strategy moving forward is clear. Intensify efforts to remain beneath their notice while simultaneously expanding our influence in ways they cannot detect. Arthur nodded appreciatively. Exactly. The Black Vault funds will flow through 7 shell corporations. Raven's missions will appear as mere freelance contracts. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single chess piece, a humble pawn. With a deliberate motion, he placed it on the desk between them. We make sure it looks like an accident, he said, his tone casual yet loaded with meaning. Evalin's hologram flickered to life, its glow intensifying. The power of insignificance, it mused, as if savoring the concept. Arthur grinned. Now you're getting it. Outside, the first light of dawn began to stretch across the city skyline, a new day awakening quietly, unnoticed by the giants who believed they held dominion over it all. And in those shadows, the insignificant watched. They waited patiently for their moment to rise. Chapter 181, Hivemind 1. The lights dimmed in Osborne Technology Skyview Auditorium, setting the stage for an electrifying morning. 300 of the Federation's top logistics executives settled into their seats, the air buzzing with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with hints of expensive cologne. At precisely 9:00 a.m., the massive holographic display at center stage flickered to life, showcasing a rotating hexagonal logo that pulsed softly in a mesmerizing blue glow. Luke Croft strode onto the stage, exuding a relaxed confidence that spoke volumes about his years spent in labs rather than boardrooms. Clad in a simple black turtleneck and dark jeans, sleeves rolled up to reveal faint scars on his forearms, trophies from countless prototype tests, he was ready to unveil something revolutionary. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen," he boomed, his voice effortlessly filling the auditorium without a microphone. "Welcome to the future of delivery." With a dramatic swipe of his hand, the hologram erupted into a stunning 3D rendering of the first fully operational drone hive, a breathtaking hexagonal monolith that resembled a living organism more than just a warehouse. The people below eyes were widened in amazement as they looked at the huge hexagonal building. Luke looked at everyone, and a small smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the drone hive, or what I call the hive mind. Luke's voice echoed across the auditorium, snapping everyone back from their dazed state. Luke walked to the edge of the stage and said, "The drone hive is a state-of-the-art facility designed to house, charge, repair, and deploy thousands of autonomous delivery drones. It combines cutting-edge technology with sustainable design to maximize efficiency and minimize environmental impact." As you can see, Luke pointed at the drone hive and continued, "The hive is built in a hexagonal honeycomb structure, allowing for maximum space utilization and scalability. Now let's start with some basics," Luke said as he stepped into the hologram. "This isn't your grandfather's distribution center." He gestured toward the honeycomb-patterned exterior. "We built it in hexagons for 3 key reasons. Space efficiency. Each module holds 100 drones within a compact footprint. Scalability. Need more capacity. Just snap on another hexagon. And finally, structural integrity. The hexagon shape distributes weight better than any rectangle ever could." A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd as they watched workers seamlessly add new modules to an existing hive in mere hours. The view zoomed inside, revealing vertical racks stretching dozens of stories high. "Watch this," Luke said with enthusiasm. Robotic arms deftly plucked drones from their slots with precision that bordered on artistry. Each rack is temperature-controlled and vibration-dampened, and he added with a cheeky grin, "Burglar-proof. Good luck trying to steal one when it locks down at 120 decibels. He pointed out glowing pads beneath each drone. 10-minute full charge, check. Solar-powered, absolutely. And yes, he winked, we've tested it through 3 straight days of rain." The hologram then transformed into the nerve center, a vast circular room dominated by a pulsating AI core at its heart. "This is where the magic happens," Luke chimed in as he tapped on the glowing sphere. "HiveMind doesn't just track packages, it anticipates problems before they even arise." The display showcased weather adaptation, rerouting drones around sudden storms, and traffic predictions, avoiding construction zones before they were even announced. Self-repair protocols flagged failing motors 3 deliveries ahead of time. A hand shot up in the crowd. "How many calculations per second?" Damien flashed a confident grin. "Enough to make your smartest quantum computer feel like it's stuck in kindergarten." The scene shifted to the rooftop, where dozens of drones took off and landed in flawless harmony. "Weatherproof launch pads," Luke explained with enthusiasm. "Each one features heated surfaces that melt ice instantly, electromagnetic shielding against solar flares, and precision guidance that allows drones to land even in 50 mph winds." He tapped his tablet, revealing a drone's eye view of a raging thunderstorm. This was last Tuesday, no delayed deliveries whatsoever. The hologram zoomed into the repair bays, showcasing robotic arms working with surgical precision. "Minor repairs. Under 2 minutes," Damien stated proudly. "Need a propeller replaced, just 47 seconds flat." The display illustrated a drone receiving 4 new rotors while someone in the front row barely had time to check their watch. "And what about major issues?" A new view appeared, showing technicians wearing augmented reality visors tackling complex repairs in a dedicated workshop. "For those tricky problems, we still rely on human hands." The atmosphere shifted as the screen displayed their security systems: biometric scanners capable of distinguishing identical twins, defensive drones equipped with non-lethal countermeasures, and a cyber warfare suite that turns hacker attacks back on their originators. "Last month," Luke said casually, "someone attempted to jam our signals. Their system crashed so hard it practically needed an exorcist, but he wasn't finished yet." The display transitioned to showcase sustainable innovations: solar-paneled roofs generating 120 of required power, rainwater recycling slashing municipal water use by 90, and batteries crafted from 97 recycled materials. "Because saving the planet shouldn't hurt your bottom line," Luke quipped with a wink. Finally, he walked them through an entire delivery process. A package arrives at the loading bay. Robotic arms scan and sort it in under 8 seconds. A drone is assigned its route calculated down to the second. Delivery occurs with impeccable precision. The drone returns for inspection and recharging, ready for action again. From arrival to relaunch, Luke smiled broadly, just 12 minutes on average. As the hologram faded away, Luke's voice softened with sincerity. "My first job was loading trucks at my uncle's warehouse," he reminisced warmly. "I remember the backaches, missed birthdays, and boxes that always seemed to vanish into thin air." He gently tapped the scars on his arm as if recalling each struggle vividly. Every one of these was worth it to build something better. The screen lit up with a vibrant display of workers seamlessly monitoring systems in their climate-controlled havens. Technicians were immersed in solving intricate problems, guided by cutting-edge AR interfaces, while drivers transitioned into the role of drone supervisors, embracing the future. This isn't about replacing jobs, it's about making them suck less, the speaker declared, igniting a wave of applause. But just as the energy peaked, a voice from the back broke through. A gray-suited man raised an eyebrow and asked, impressive specs. But what happens when the system fails? Without missing a beat, Luke replied coolly, same as when your heart fails, you have backups. Chapter 182, HiveMind 2. Now that I've introduced the drone hive, let's dive into how it actually works. I want to tackle one of the most frustrating challenges in logistics, the last 10 feet between a package and its recipient. Luke spread his arms wide, chuckling lightly as he spoke. A ripple of laughter passed through the crowd. Everyone here knew the annoyance of missed deliveries all too well. Suddenly, a vibrant 3D cityscape materialized on screen. Delivery trucks caught in traffic, drones gracefully circling buildings, and frustrated customers tapping their watches impatiently. We've all seen the statistics. A staggering 30% of delivery costs stem from failed first attempts, wrong addresses, missing recipients, security concerns. Luke paused dramatically before continuing, but what if I told you we've cracked this problem? Not with faster trucks or better drones, nope. We did it with something even smarter, a brain. The cityscape faded into an intricate neural network representing the hive mind. The hive mind isn't just about tracking or routing, it's a complete cognitive system designed for seamless delivery. Luke stepped out from behind the podium and rolled up his sleeves with enthusiasm. Let me take you through a real-life delivery scenario. Picture this. Mrs. Jane in Neo Luminara orders anniversary flowers. A simple interface appeared on screen, showcasing her selection of beautiful floral arrangements. Once her order hits the florist system, it communicates with HiveMind via our API. Instantly, we gather key details: fresh lilies, priority shipment, delivery to apartment 42B, secure building, and oh, she'll be at work until 6 p.m. A curious merchant in the front row leaned forward and asked, how do you know her schedule? Luke smiled knowingly. If she shares calendar access with us, we use that data. If not, we learn from patterns. Mrs. Jane typically arrives home at 6:15 p.m. and her doorman accepts packages before then. Then came a holographic package displaying a glowing QR code. This isn't just any barcode, it's like the package's brain. It contains vital information, Mrs. Jane's contact info, building access protocols, and even the flower's ideal temperature. He tapped his tablet to reveal a drone taking off from the florist. Now watch how this unfolds. As our drone flies through the skies, HiveMind is busy monitoring weather conditions, adjusting routes for incoming rain, checking traffic to avoid protests on Fifth Avenue, and communicating seamlessly with the apartment's smart lock. The hologram zoomed in on Mrs. Jane's apartment building as he continued passionately. Here's where competitors stumble. Their drone arrives only to find no one home and leaves empty-handed, but ours. The simulation showed a captivating scene, a drone smoothly scanning the QR code at the entrance of a building, gaining elevator access, and carefully placing a package into Mrs. Jane's climate-controlled parcel locker. Just like that, it snapped a photo to send her an instant update. A logistics VP raised an eyebrow and whistled. That's pretty invasive. Luke quickly shook his head, countering, nope, it's all about choice. Customers opt in for convenience, goodbye stolen packages and wilted flowers. He snapped his fingers for emphasis, delivery that actually works. Now you might be wondering, he continued with a grin, how far does this reach? The display transformed into a vibrant global map dotted with glowing nodes. Local flowers, they come straight from urban farms. Electronics, shipped directly from manufacturers. And that vintage wine. A dotted line traced its journey from a picturesque vineyard to a bustling city warehouse. HiveMind doesn't care where something starts, it just makes sure the last mile is flawless. He paused as murmurs rippled through the crowd. Yes, this means your warehouses can be anywhere. Inventory costs plummet while delivery times shrink. With a softer tone, Luke added, we didn't create this to replace people, we built it to tackle real problems. The display shifted again. A baker receiving more orders because her pastries arrive warm, a doctor getting emergency meds during a transit strike, a child's birthday gift arriving right on time. This is logistics that feels human because it adapts to our lives. As the lights brightened slightly, Luke returned to the podium with renewed energy. So what does this mean for you? A graph appeared on screen comparing traditional delivery costs to HiveMind's innovative structure. Expect at least 30% savings, he declared enthusiastically, and for our enterprise partners, he tapped his tablet, causing individual quotes to pop up on attendees' screens. Luke leaned casually against the podium, a confident smile on his face as the last whispers about cost savings faded into silence. With a swift tap on his tablet, the holographic display flickered to life, revealing a sleek smartphone interface that instantly captured everyone's attention. All right, let's dive into how your customers will truly experience this system, he said, his voice steady and engaging. The screen zoomed in on the HiveMind app, a minimalist masterpiece in obsidian black and electric blue. Luke swiped through the demo interface with ease as he spoke. Picture this, Jane just ordered those anniversary flowers we talked about earlier. A cheerful notification chimed in, your order is confirmed. Expected delivery, today by 6:30 p.m. Right off the bat, she receives this clear and simple alert. No tracking numbers to copy-paste or vague, check back later messages. Just pure clarity, the display transitioned to a map view showcasing a tiny drone icon zipping along city streets. Now she opens the app. See that pulsing blue dot? He pointed enthusiastically at it. That's her actual package moving in real time, not out for delivery or in your area. It's right there, passing Fifth Avenue as we speak. A merchant raised an eyebrow skeptically. How accurate is that? 3-foot precision, Luke replied confidently. Our drones communicate with cell towers and mesh networks to provide hyper-accurate positioning. Goodbye, where's my package? Calls. The demo showcased customizable options. Leave at front door garage with neighbor. If I'm not home, parcel locker return to base, leave anyway. Special instructions. Ring bell call first, no contact. These options aren't buried deep in settings, they're front and center when you track your order, because that's when people think about where they want their package. Luke switched gears to show the merchant view, where the interface became more data-rich yet remained clean and digestible. A live feed displayed, 147 packages out for delivery, an impressive 98.6 on-time rate, and 3 delayed shipments highlighted softly in yellow. At a glance, you see everything, but wait for it. He tapped on one of the delayed shipments, expanding the details. Drone XJ42 slowed by Headwind's new ETA calculated automatically, customer already notified. No more frantic calls to your logistics team. The system identifies issues and communicates solutions before you even notice them. Suddenly, a barcode scanner appeared on screen. When your warehouse staff scans items once, he continued enthusiastically, the app generates smart labels, updates inventory, and dispatches the optimal drone, all from that single scan. A retailer sitting up front perked up. So you're saying no more separate systems for POS, inventory management, and shipping. Chapter 183, HiveMind 3, a retailer in the front row straightened up, eyes wide with curiosity. Wait, are you saying we'll finally have one system for everything, POS, inventory, and shipping? No more juggling multiple platforms. Damien nodded confidently. Exactly, one seamless ecosystem. No seams, no stress. The screen shifted to reveal an admin panel that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, a high-tech air traffic control display. A grid of drones buzzed across the screen, each one showcasing vital stats, battery levels 92, 87, 64, maintenance alerts, rotor X12 due for service, and weather impacts, drone 881 diverting for storm. Our ground teams won't be chasing problems anymore, our app predicts them. That drone at 64 battery, it's already scheduled for charging right after this delivery, and the one needing rotor service. The parts are ready and waiting at its next stop. A red manual control button pulsed gently on the screen like a heartbeat. But don't worry, Damien continued with a reassuring smile. Humans will always be in charge if something goes truly wrong. He tapped the button, and suddenly the view switched to a live feed from a drone's camera. You can see through its eyes, take manual control if needed, or even chat directly with customers through its speakers. Luke stepped back up to the podium, tapping his tablet to dim the displays as he posed an important question. Now, how does all this translate into profit? Slide 1, Customer Premium Features. Just 2.99 Unixred's month gets you 30-minute delivery windows compared to the usual 2-hour wait, personal delivery concierge services, carbon-neutral shipping. Slide 2, Merchant Services, 5 per transaction includes dynamic pricing, charge more for those rush deliveries, customer behavior analytics, automated returns processing. Then suddenly, Damien's tone shifted. He spoke softly yet passionately about his family legacy. My uncle spent 30 years in logistics and came home frustrated, not because technology failed him, but because human errors kept getting in the way. Customers missed deliveries, warehouse teams mislabeled boxes, drivers got lost. He placed his hand over his heart. This isn't just about replacing people, it's about liberating them from the tasks that machines can handle more efficiently. Imagine a world where technology empowers us rather than sidelines us. Picture this, a cheerful bakery owner, her face lighting up as she watches a drone gracefully deliver fresh bread right to her doorstep. This is what we're building, Luke declared, his enthusiasm palpable in the air. As the audience erupted into applause, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His gaze drifted to the back of the room, where the mysterious man in gray had vanished. But there it was on his tablet, an alarming alert flashing across the screen. Unauthorized access attempt, HiveMind admin portal. With a swift motion, he covered the screen, heart racing. What did this mean for their vision? The applause gradually faded as Luke Croft wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. The stage lights glinted off the faint scars crisscrossing his forearms, each one a testament to a story lived. "All right, folks," he said, grabbing a half-empty water bottle and taking a long swig. The plastic crinkled loudly in the now quiet auditorium. "Who's got the first question?" Hands shot up like startled birds taking flight. Luke pointed to a woman in the third row, clad in a navy pantsuit that likely cost more than his first drone prototype. "How does it handle icy conditions?" Aliner, VP of Northern Logistics, asked with an air of authority. Luke grinned and tapped his tablet. The screen lit up with security footage from their Manitoba test site last winter. "Watch this." The video played in slow motion as a drone descended through a swirling blizzard, its rotors caked with ice. Just before landing, the entire drone pulsed with an enchanting blue glow. "See that? We borrowed this trick from Arctic beetles. Micro vibrations at 42 Hz shatter ice buildup instantly." He rubbed his left wrist absent-mindedly. "It took us 73 failed prototypes to nail down that frequency, burned out more circuits than I can count." Aliner's eyes narrowed skeptically. "What's the power drain?" "Less than 1 per de-icing cycle," Luke replied with a cheeky wink. "And guess what? Those beetles don't charge royalties." "What's your failover protocol?" asked Frank, a grizzled operations manager whose grease-stained fingernails told tales of hard work. Luke's smile faded slightly as he walked to the edge of the stage and sat down casually, legs swinging like he was at a campfire gathering. "Frank, can I call you Frank? Ever seen one of those old power grids fail?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "It's like watching dominoes fall, a cascading disaster." But HiveMind operates differently. Suddenly, the screen split into hundreds of live feeds showcasing drones across North America. "Each unit is independent," he explained passionately. "Lose connection, they keep flying on last known instructions. Lose GPS, they navigate using cell tower triangulation. And if they lose power," he tapped his temple confidently, "they've memorized every rooftop charging pad within 50 miles. Frank grunted skeptically. "Sounds expensive." Luke hopped down and clapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. "Cheaper than losing your entire fleet to one solar flare." "How do you stop drones from being shot down?" asked a fidgety security consultant, his eyes darting around the room. Tension hung in the air like a thick fog. Luke let out a resigned sigh, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to dive into an explanation. "Check this out," he said, tapping on his tablet. The screen lit up with footage of a drone releasing what appeared to be shimmering glitter over a suburban backyard. "This is our Year 2 prototype. Some kid in Dallas thought it would be hilarious to take potshots at it." He continued, "Now we coat all packages with smart dust. If someone tries to mess with them, boom, your phone blasts nursery songs at full volume until the cops show up." He paused for effect, grinning mischievously. "And trust me, it's non-negotiable volume." Laughter erupted in the room, but the consultant remained stone-faced. "What if they use jammers?" he pressed. Luke's smile faded as he replied, "Then their jamming signal becomes our homing beacon." The atmosphere shifted. Everyone could feel the weight of that statement. A woman with weary eyes, clearly a corporate lawyer, interjected, "What about privacy laws?" Luke rubbed the back of his neck thoughtfully. "Look, we're not peeking through windows or anything creepy like that, but..." He pulled up a map displaying delivery routes and pointed out clusters of activity. "If HiveMind sees the same porch pirate hitting 6 houses in an hour, you bet it'll alert law enforcement before they strike again." The lawyer opened her mouth to respond, but Luke cut her off smoothly. "And just so we're clear, all footage gets auto-deleted after 72 hours unless flagged for review. Even I can't override that." She nodded slowly, jotting down notes as she processed this information. "Now," Luke said, shifting gears as he noticed a young man in thick glasses raise his hand eagerly. "How do you train the AI?" A spark ignited in Luke's demeanor as he walked backstage and returned with 2 sodas in hand, tossing one to the kid like it was game day. "Best question all day." He popped open his can with a satisfying hiss and continued enthusiastically. "We hired 50 ex-mail carriers and had them play video games for 6 months." The screen flickered again to show elderly postal workers donned in VR headsets skillfully guiding virtual drones through intricate courses. "Meet Margaret," Luke said, pointing at a gray-haired woman laughing joyfully in the footage. "She taught our system more about human behavior than any algorithm ever could, like how nobody's home on bowling league nights." Applause erupted throughout the auditorium as people began to appreciate the innovative approach. "All right, folks," Luke beamed at the audience below him. "Any last questions?" His enthusiasm was infectious as he scanned their faces for one final inquiry. Chapter 184, HiveMind 4. Luke's office was a whirlwind of organized chaos. The sleek glass walls of his penthouse suite framed a breathtaking view of Neo Luminara's skyline, where the first twinkling lights of evening began to dance against the darkening sky. His desk, a slab of blackened steel salvaged from a failed drone prototype, was strewn with half-disassembled gadgets, a cold cup of coffee, and 3 holographic displays frozen mid-calculation. Luke himself lounged on a custom-made leather couch, one arm draped over his eyes, his shirt sleeves rolled up past his elbows in a casual defiance against formality. A sharp knock at the door broke through the haze. "Come in, Cellini," he called without lifting his arm. The door hissed open, and Cellini Vasari stepped inside, her heels clicking rhythmically against the polished concrete floor. Dressed in her signature tailored navy suit with her dark hair pulled back into a no-nonsense ponytail, she held a tablet tightly in one hand. "You look like hell," she remarked bluntly. Finally lifting his arm and blinking against the light, Luke replied with a weary smile, "Feel like it too. How bad was the damage?" Cellini raised an eyebrow as if to say, "You know exactly what I mean. You mean after you casually announced we were building an army of drone hives in front of 300 merchants?" She tapped her tablet. Data flickered to life between them like stars igniting in the night sky. "Let's just say we're going to need bigger servers to handle all the contracts." Luke sat up straight and rubbed his face as if trying to wipe away fatigue. "Give me the numbers." Cellini wasted no time getting to the point. "What's the total from today's conference?" With a flick of her finger, a holographic display sprang to life, revealing staggering figures. 473 million Unicreds, just the initial commitments. Luke raised an eyebrow and whistled. "Not bad for a day's work. Not bad." Cellini scoffed, incredulous. "Luke, we've just secured contracts with every major retailer from here to the eastern side. The Merchant Chamber of Commerce alone committed 200 million in infrastructure deals." She scrolled down the data with urgency. "We have 3 pharmaceutical companies signing exclusivity agreements and 2 military contractors inquiring about weaponized applications." "Denied," Luke interjected firmly. "And the Luminara City Council has fast-tracked permits for 12 new hive installations," she continued undeterred. Luke leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. "Good, that's good." Cellini hesitated before adding, "There's more." "Of course there is," he replied, bracing himself. She swiped again, pulling up a detailed map of the Aurelian Federation, a vast nation that dominated Pantera's third-largest continent. The display zoomed in on clusters of glowing blue hexagons representing current hive deployments. 30 in Neo-Luminara and 170 spread across first- and second-tier cities, she stated flatly. Luke's expression darkened as he absorbed this information. "That's it," Cellini shot him a pointed look. "Luke, we've built 200 hives in just 2 months. That's more infrastructure than most nations achieve in a decade. It's not enough." He stood abruptly, pacing toward the window where the city sprawled below like a living organism, a labyrinth of lights and movement. "We need saturation, every major city, every distribution corridor. I want 2,000 hives operational by year-end." Cellini didn't flinch at his audacity. "That's impossible." "Nothing's impossible when you remember we have a sister company that's an infrastructure powerhouse." Luke flashed her a confident grin. "Oh, I almost forgot about that." Cellini's eyes lit up with realization but quickly dimmed as she considered logistics. Materials and manpower were already stretched thin. She stepped closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "We're pushing supply chains to their limits, the ceramasteel alone for the hive casings." "Then continue negotiating with Osborne's supply chain group," Luke suggested casually while rolling his eyes at Cellini. She shook her head in disbelief but couldn't suppress a smile. "And oh, you better hurry up with this," he added quietly yet firmly. There was steel beneath his casual tone. "This isn't just about profit anymore," Luke declared, his voice steady but urgent. "Today's breach wasn't a coincidence. Someone is testing our defenses." Cellini's lips pressed into a thin line. "The gray-suited man." Luke nodded, his expression grave. "He wasn't merely a corporate spy, he knew precisely where to strike us." He tapped his wrist, and the hologram flickered to life, displaying the security feed from Hive 12. The footage revealed an unsettling truth. The stranger had navigated their systems with ease, as if they were mere shadows. Cellini scrutinized the video, her face betraying nothing. "Do you think he's working for a rival company, or maybe a government agency?" Luke replied thoughtfully. "Or something entirely different?" He shook his head, determination setting in. "What matters now is that we're not just building hives, we're fortifying them, and we need to accelerate our efforts." For a moment, silence enveloped them, broken only by the soft hum of holographic displays illuminating the room. Then Cellini straightened her posture, her professional demeanor returning like armor. 2,000 hives by year's end, she stated firmly, weighing each word carefully. "That'll come at a cost." Luke didn't flinch. "How much are we talking?" "Double our current projections, maybe even triple." "Done." Cellini raised an eyebrow skeptically. "You don't even know what that number is yet." Luke flashed a sudden grin, sharp and confident. "Doesn't matter. We've got 400 million reasons today alone to make this work. And besides," he spread his arms wide as if embracing the challenge ahead, "if it's not enough, I can always borrow from holdings." Cellini sighed but couldn't help the flicker of amusement in her eyes. "You're insane." "Probably," Luke admitted with a chuckle before turning back to gaze out the window at a delivery drone zipping past against the twilight sky. Selene joined him by the window, arms crossed thoughtfully. We'll need to expand our teams and implement double shifts at the fabrication plants, and let's be honest, those above us won't appreciate the risk involved. Luke's smile faded slightly but remained resolute. Those above don't have to like it, they just need to fund it. She shot him a sidelong glance filled with curiosity and concern. You're really going to push this through? Luke took a moment before responding, watching as life pulsed through the city, a million people relying on systems they barely understood. Yeah, he finally said with conviction. We're pushing through. Selene nodded once in agreement. Then I'll draft up the proposals. She turned to leave, but Luke quickly caught her arm. Selene, he said, urgency lacing his voice. She paused, curiosity flickering in her eyes. This is our chance to carve out a niche for ourselves and truly stand out among the countless companies under Osborne Holdings. For a moment, Selene remained silent, contemplating his words before finally nodding. I know that, she replied, determination shining through. In that instant, Selene's stern demeanor softened for the first time that evening. Don't thank me just yet, she teased with a playful smirk. Wait until you see those overtime bills. Luke chuckled, the sound sliced through the tension like a warm knife through butter. Selene flashed him a knowing grin as she strode out of the room, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. The door hissed shut behind her, leaving Luke alone once more. The weight of the day settled over him like a heavy blanket. He exhaled slowly, feeling the pressure ease just a bit as he reached for the cold coffee on his desk. Just as he took a sip, his wrist calm buzzed to life with an incoming notification. What now? Chapter 185, Lumicycle 1. The sun dipped low over the city of Pira, a third-tier industrial hub nestled within the Aurelian Federation. Here, the air still carried a faint metallic tang from the old foundries, giving it a character all its own. The streets were narrower than those in Neo Luminara, the buildings shorter, and life moved at a slower pace. But today was different. Something exciting was brewing. At the edge of Meridian Square, a team of workers clad in crisp Lumicycle uniforms, navy blue with eye-catching green accents, were putting the final touches on a dazzling row of solar-powered bicycles. The sleek hexagonal docking station hummed softly as it synced with the central network, setting the stage for something revolutionary. Among them was Jace Varro, a lanky technician with calloused hands and an ever-present smirk. He tightened the last bolt on a Lumabike's GPS module and stepped back to wipe sweat from his brow. Think these things will actually catch on here? Asked manhwarecaps, his partner, a wiry woman with dark hair pulled back into a no-nonsense braid. Jace grinned mischievously. In a city where half the folks think hover taxis are witchcraft, doubt it. Myra rolled her eyes playfully. You're such an optimist. Nearby, a group of older women, the self-proclaimed queens of gossip, watched intently from their benches in the square. Gran Hesta, whose frown lines could probably cut steel, squinted at the bikes. What in the blessed circuits are those? She muttered incredulously. Her friend Aunt Liren adjusted her shawl and replied, looks like we finally got those fancy bikes they've been yapping about on the news. Curiosity began to draw passers-by, a young courier in a patched-up jacket, a shopkeeper wiping flour off his hands, and a student clutching her tablet under one arm. One burly man stepped forward, arms crossed like hydraulic pistons. Hey, what's all this then? Jace turned around with his best customer service smile plastered across his face. This, my friend, is the future. Myra tapped her wristband instantly. One of the nearest Lumabikes lit up with soft green solar-charged LEDs. The small crowd murmured in intrigue. It's called bike sharing, Jace explained while patting one of the handlebars affectionately. You rent one of these beauties for your ride and dock it when you're done. No need to own one or deal with maintenance. Just pure clean transport. The courier frowned skeptically. How does that even work? Myra excitedly pulled out her tablet, showcasing the sleek Lumaride app interface. Check this out. Download the app, register, and boom, you can unlock any bike in the city. With a quick scan of the QR code on a nearby bike's frame, she demonstrated how effortlessly the lock disengaged with a soft click. Gran Hesta leaned in, curiosity piqued. So it's like those hover taxis that just hit the market, but slower. The student's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's actually affordable. Over the next hour, Jace and Myra guided the growing crowd through every impressive feature. Lightweight frames crafted from recycled ceramasteel, solar-powered lights that never need charging, and adjustable seats designed for riders of all sizes. The shopkeeper tested one of the seats and nodded approvingly. Sturdy, way better than my nephew's old junker. Check this out, Jace said as he rapped on a hexagonal hub capable of charging up to 20 bikes at once. Weatherproof too. Rain, hail, or even a sandstorm won't fry these babies. Aunt Liren raised an eyebrow. But what if someone tries to steal them? Myra smirked confidently. Try it. She grabbed a demo mode bike and walked 10 paces away from its dock. The moment it crossed an invisible boundary, an alarm blared, a deafening announcement in 5 different languages. This bike is being stolen. The ants burst into laughter. Next up was the Luma app itself. Jace showcased its features: real-time bike tracking, a rewards program, ride 10 times and score a free coffee at partnered cafes, and an emergency button that alerts local security. The student eagerly began downloading it. This is really well designed. Not everyone was convinced, though. A burly man crossed his arms skeptically. So now we're just supposed to pedal everywhere like it's the Dark Ages. Jace shrugged casually. Faster than walking and cheaper than taking a taxi. Plus. He patted his stomach with a grin. It's good for your waistline. The courier frowned thoughtfully. But what if I need to go uphill? Myra tapped on the bike's hidden assist motor with confidence. It gives you a gentle boost when you need it, not enough to make you lazy, just enough to keep you moving forward. Gran Hesta squinted suspiciously. And who's footing the bill for all this? Lumacycle, Jace replied proudly. We're backed by Osborne Transportation Group, just one small part of their big vision. Aunt Liren leaned in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So, no catch, Myra flashed a confident smile. Just one, you'll be left wondering how you ever lived without it. As dusk settled over Pira, a small crowd began to gather, anticipation buzzing in the air. The first brave student wobbled forward, her nerves evident as she found her balance on the sleek new Lumabike. Next came the courier, grinning from ear to ear as he expertly weaved through the square like a pro. Even the burly man couldn't resist giving it a shot, huffing and puffing but ultimately nodding in approval. Who would have thought? Gran Hesta stood off to the side with her arms crossed, skepticism etched across her face. HMPH. Still looks like nonsense, she muttered, unimpressed. But then Myra stepped up and offered Gran Hesta a free trial ride. 5 minutes later, laughter erupted from the old woman as she zipped past the fountain, her shawl billowing behind her like a battle standard waving triumphantly in the wind. Jace chuckled beside Myra. Told you so, he said with a grin that could light up even the gloomiest day. Myra shook her head playfully, watching as the first Lumabikes glided into Pira's twilight glow. Yeah, just wait until one of them breaks down. Unfazed, Jace pulled out his trusty toolkit with a wink. Then we fix it, no big deal. Somewhere nearby, a bike bell chimed cheerfully in the distance, a sweet sound signaling that something exciting was happening right here and now. Chapter 186. Lumacycle 2, Neo Luminara Osborne Transportation Group, HQ Lumacycle Office. In the heart of Neo Luminara, where the skyline sparkled like a galaxy of stars, a pivotal meeting was underway at Lumacycle, a dynamic subsidiary of Osborne Transportation Group. The boardroom boasted floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the city's vibrant evening lights, casting an ethereal glow over the sleek blackened steel table. Above it, holographic displays flickered with data and insights. At the head of the table sat Aryan Grant, CEO of Lumacycle, his fingers steepled in contemplation as he observed the last executives filtering into the room. It had been just 2 weeks since their launch, the moment they unleashed their innovative bikes onto the streets. Now came the moment of reckoning. All right, Aaron began, his voice slicing through the chatter like a knife. Let's find out just how much we've shaken up the transit industry today. A ripple of nervous laughter swept through the room. Karen Brown, COO of Lumacycle, stood confidently and tapped her tablet. Instantly, a 3D map of the Aurelian Federation materialized in mid-air, dotted with thousands of glowing green hexagons, each one representing a bustling Lumacycle docking station. 2 weeks in, she declared with crisp authority, we've deployed 302,459 docking stations across 87 of Tier 1-3 cities. Our bike inventory is currently at 4.1 million units operationals, with another 600,000 undergoing final quality assurance. A low whistle echoed from down at finance. Karen pressed on. Adoption rates are soaring, 12 above projections. We've recorded an astonishing 28.6 million unique riders in just 14 days. Aaron leaned forward eagerly. And what's our retention rate? 73 of first-time users have returned within 48 hours. Alina chimed in enthusiastically. Our app's streak rewards are doing wonders. Users who ride 3 consecutive days have an impressive 88% chance of becoming weekly riders. Lucas nodded approvingly. Great news. Now let's dive into our financial pulse. Karan Patel, CFO and ever casual even amidst high stakes, didn't bother to stand as he flicked a data stream to display with a casual gesture. Our revenue streams are ranked as follows. Pay per ride brings in 14.2 million Unicreds, 51 of total. Subscriptions yield 9.8 million Unicreds, 35, and advertising partnerships account for 3.6 million Unicreds, 14. Gross margin is currently sitting at an enviable 42, Curran added nonchalantly. Once our bikes fully depreciate, that jumps to an impressive 68. Aaron raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Burn rate. A murmur of approval rippled through the room. While most startups struggled for years, Lumacycle was raking in profits just 2 weeks after launch. Next up was Maya Wood, head of public perception. Her report felt like a whirlwind of social media buzz, news clips and viral moments flashing across the screen. Sentiment analysis shows an impressive 82 positive buzz, she announced proudly. Highlights were eye-popping. A viral clip featuring Gran Hesta, the beloved Vespera auntie racing teenagers on a Luma bike, had amassed a staggering 4.2 billion views. Then there was the Luma Challenge trend, where riders competed for the longest streak. 1.3 million participants joined in. Even the Aurelian Transit Authority tweeted praise before hastily deleting it, likely due to backlash from taxi unions. Aaron frowned, his brow furrowing with concern. And what about the negatives? Maya remained unfazed. The usual suspects: taxi unions are protesting, 3 bikes were vandalized in Dorva City, and we've received 127 lawsuits from local bike shops claiming we're monopolizing the market. Aaron snorted dismissively. Tell legal to bury them in paperwork. Next, Joel Mercer, head of field operations, looked like he hadn't slept in days as he delivered his blunt report. Maintenance issues are cropping up. 7 of our bikes need weekly repairs, mostly from rough handling. Docking stations in high theft areas are getting attempted break-ins, but our alarms work too well. We've had 47 noise complaints, and there have been battery thefts with 12 cases traced and recovered within hours. Aaron rubbed his temple in frustration. Solutions, Joel grinned broadly. We're reinforcing battery casings and rolling out community guardian bonuses. Locals earn ride credits for reporting issues. Good initiative, make it happen. The final report came from Dr. Eli Vance, head of RD. His segment opened with a stunning prototype, Lumabike 2, featuring self-repairing tires and adaptive gearing. Next-gen models enter testing next week, he stated confidently. But the real game changer, HiveMind integration. The screen displayed a drone's eye view of a city block where bikes reposition themselves based on real-time demand algorithms. Currently, rebalancing bikes between stations consumes 14 of our operational budget, Eli explained passionately. With HiveMind's predictive logistics, we can slash that down to under 3. Aaron stared intently at the simulation unfolding before him. How soon can we implement this? 3 months to beta testing, 6 months for full rollout. There was a pause. Then Aaron nodded decisively. Make it 4. Eli sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Of course, as Aaron stood, the room shifted into high gear, every eye trained on him. 2 weeks ago, we launched a bike-sharing service, he declared with enthusiasm. Today, we're the largest micro-mobility provider in the country. And let me tell you, this isn't just luck. It's because we took bold steps, acted swiftly, and didn't shy away from challenges. With a firm tap on the table, he made the displays disappear. Now here's our new target: 1 million docks, 10 million bikes, full continental coverage in 6 months. Silence enveloped the room like a thick fog. Then Curran whistled softly. That'll take triple our current capex. Aaron grinned widely. Good thing we're swimming in cash. Plus, this is an order from above. If we don't deliver, someone else will take our place. So I hope everyone is ready to roll up their sleeves and work hard. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone exchanged serious glances before nodding in agreement with Aaron. Good, Aaron said with a satisfied smile. As the meeting wrapped up, Aaron caught Alina's gaze lingering as others filed out. You really think we can hit 10 million bikes? She murmured skeptically. Aaron looked out at the bustling city below where Luma bikes zipped through streets like blood cells coursing through veins, a vibrant pulse of urban life. Alina, he replied earnestly, we're not just building a bike service, we're transforming how the city, and ultimately the world, moves. And let's be real, he added with a sigh, if we don't excel here, we might find ourselves replaced too. You saw how Lucas and Selene were celebrated when we visited headquarters recently. This is our moment to shine. Alina paused for a moment before nodding slowly. I get it. Great. Aaron responded with renewed energy and a smile that radiated confidence. Chapter 187, Graduation. Time whizzed by in a dizzying blur, each day flashing past like the frames of a fast-paced movie. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half had slipped away, while life continued its relentless march. People went about their daily routines, some living ordinary lives, others basking in extraordinary circumstances. Yet these two worlds rarely intersected. Fate seemed to keep them apart unless it decided otherwise. As for Arthur, his life was anything but ordinary. He couldn't afford to simply sleep, eat, and wait for the inevitable. His responsibilities were vast and demanding. As family patriarch, he juggled multiple businesses and commitments every day, darting between meetings and overseeing operations. Sure, he had a highly advanced AI that could handle 90% of his workload, but there were still some tasks only he could tackle. During this whirlwind month and a half, Arthur found himself shuttling between various companies, giving instructions here, approving crucial documents there. He even bought a few cutting-edge technologies and products from the system mall, which he then handed off to uncles, aunties, and Casinsto complete. Unsurprisingly, this led to some resentment among them. After all, they were working hard while Arthur reaped the benefits. They always glared at him whenever he brings in a few projects or work for them to complete. But he always smiled awkwardly and said this is the last time, but by the next day, he will continue to dump a few works for them to do. Like that, life continued to go on in this fast-paced world. He often thought about ordinary people as his chauffeured car slid through Neo-Luminara's endless streets. The office workers clutching coffee cups, the students laughing outside arcades, the elderly couples bickering over grocery lists, all moving through their carefully compartmentalized lives. They didn't have to calculate how many bodies a cement mixer could hold. They never needed to decide which one got access to military-grade neural interfaces. Their biggest daily crisis might be a missed train or a burnt breakfast, not the delicate balancing act of maintaining a respectable family front while quietly annexing entire districts of the city's underworld. When not managing family affairs or delegating work, much to his relative's chagrin, Arthur was busy orchestrating chaos behind closed doors. Using his cunning intellect and strategic prowess with Avalon, his trusted AI, he manipulated rival gangs into annihilating one another without so much as lifting a finger or shedding blood himself. In just 6 weeks, he dismantled 5 gangs and seized their territories, with Victor and Malik handling the ground operations. Now controlling 1/10 of Neo-Luminara's underworld made him one of its most formidable players. By day, Arthur played the role of a humble family leader in Neo-Luminara by night, a shadowy puppeteer pulling strings from his study room, a bit like Bruce Wayne if Bruce had chosen villainy over heroism. What kind of hero schemes against others to expand power? The truth is, Arthur preferred keeping his family blissfully unaware of this darker side of life, but it wasn't all serious business for him. Whenever he found some downtime, you could catch him barging into Liz's room for some playful banter before diving into hours of League of Legends together, where he'd mercilessly trash-talk her. With every match won, and with Liz's glaring yet resentful eyes following him, he'd exit her room wearing a satisfied grin. So yes, this past month and a half has been quite fulfilling for Arthur, a blend of power plays during the night and light-hearted fun during the day. The morning sun hung low and heavy over Neo-Luminara University, casting a warm golden glow that filtered through the ancient oak trees lining the Grand Quadrangle. The air was alive with the scent of freshly cut grass mingling with a hint of citrus from nearby limousines, a nostalgic aroma that always reminded Arthur of significant milestones. He adjusted his sunglasses, trying to maintain some semblance of control as Liz, his little sister, bounced beside him like a coiled spring ready to launch into the crowd. Her blonde ponytail swayed back and forth, matching her restless energy. "Stop fidgeting," he muttered, catching her by the back of her dress collar just as she attempted to duck under a graduating student's robe. "You're worse than a caffeinated squirrel." Liz stuck out her tongue defiantly. "And you're worse than a grandpa." Ashley snorted beside them, nearly dropping the massive bouquet of glow lilies she'd insisted on bringing along. Pretty sure Grandpa Osborne was more fun. At least he smuggled Solarian whiskey into family weddings. Arthur opened his mouth to retort when the first notes of pomp and circumstance floated across the quad. A sea of black robes and colorful sashes began moving toward the seating area. Today was graduation day at Neo-Luminara University, the pinnacle of achievement in this vibrant city. Luminara University is the top university in THR City, where every high school student yearns to go. And also it's one of the top 3 universities in the country. Those who can study are either those on top of their grades, geniuses, or rich and influential people. The ceremony stretched on for 3 long hours, an endurance test filled with speeches, honorary degrees, and an endless procession of names. By the 2-hour mark, Arthur's dress shoes felt like instruments of torture. Liz had surrendered any pretense of decorum. She was now using Ashley's shoulder as a pillow, while engrossed in some absurd mobile game featuring animated characters. Finally, Billy's name rang out over the crowd as he made his way to the stage. With effortless grace reminiscent of childhood days when it seemed like the world simply made room for him, Billy crossed that stage. His robe billowed dramatically as he shook hands with the dean. Arthur couldn't help but notice how several female graduates suddenly sat up straighter in their seats. Little brothers all grown up, Arthur thought warmly, an unfamiliar feeling blooming in his chest. Liz startled awake, nearly elbowing Ashley in the ribs. "Did we miss it?" Ashley grinned mischievously. "Just the part where he tripped on stage." Liz gasped dramatically loud enough to earn them more than a few dirty looks from nearby families. The reception area buzzed with chaos, families clustered around their graduates amidst laughter, and tears punctuated by the constant click-click-click of holographic cameras capturing every moment. Billy spotted them first, his face lit up with that lopsided smile Arthur had seen countless times after Little League victories or failed science projects or even first heartbreaks. "Took you long enough," Billy exclaimed, wrapping Arthur in a warm hug that carried the unmistakable scent of cheap academic robe polyester mixed with the citrusy cologne their dad always wore. Arthur couldn't resist ruffling his brother's hair just to get under his skin. "Had to bribe 3 city officials to clear my schedule," he joked, a grin spreading across his face. Just then, Liz launched herself at Billy like a blonde missile. You didn't trip, right? Tell me you didn't trip. Billy caught her mid-air and spun her around once before setting her down gently. Only in Ashley's twisted imagination, he replied with a wink. Ashley, ever the little troublemaker, pressed a glow lily behind Billy's ear. Look at our little Billy, all grown up and employable, she said dramatically, pretending to wipe away an imaginary tear. Soon you'll be wearing sensible shoes and complaining about property taxes. Billy rolled his eyes at her antics. Says the one who majored in art and thinks fiscal responsibility means remembering to eat before buying paint supplies. Ashley shot him a glare and pouted, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. 5 minutes later, all right, everyone squeeze in, the photographer commanded cheerfully as she maneuvered her camera drone into position. Arthur found himself wedged between a grinning Billy and a wriggling Liz while Ashley playfully made rabbit ears behind his head. The drone flashed once, twice, one more, the photographer insisted with enthusiasm. Mr. Billy, stop looking so smug. Little girl, quit trying to strangle that young lady. And Mr. Arthur, try not to look like you have a board meeting in 5 minutes. Perfect. As the drone captured this chaotic moment of laughter and love, Arthur suddenly understood. This messy, imperfect bundle of people was exactly what all those boardrooms and backroom deals were meant to protect. Liz tugged on his sleeve eagerly. Can we get ice cream now? Billy groaned dramatically. You're 13, not 5. Ashley chimed in confidently, slinging an arm around Liz's shoulders. Excuse you. Ice cream is ageless. Besides, I know a place that spikes theirs with liquid nitrogen. Arthur sighed but couldn't help smiling as he replied, if any of you lose your tongues from that crazy concoction, don't expect me to bail you out of the hospital. Yet here he was already trailing after them toward the gates, the weight of today's celebrations mingling lightly with thoughts of tomorrow's responsibilities resting comfortably on his shoulders. Chapter 188, Girlfriend. The laughter of their little group echoed across the university courtyard as they approached the gates, the glow lilies in Ashley's arms casting a soft blue hue over their faces. Liz was mid-rant about how unfair it was that Billy got to graduate before her when suddenly, a voice sliced through the chatter. Billy. They all turned to see a girl standing a few feet away in a graduation gown, her dark hair cascading in loose waves over her shoulders and her cheeks flushed from the summer heat. Clutching a diploma in one hand and a small bouquet in the other, her eyes sparkled as they locked onto Billy. Billy froze. Then slowly, his face turned a shade of red that could rival the university's ceremonial banners. Arthur arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Ashley grinned like a wolf spotting its prey. Liz gasped dramatically. Oh my goodness. Billy cleared his throat, rubbing the back of his neck, an old nervous habit he'd had since he was 6 years old. Guys, he said, his voice cracking slightly. This is Sophia. A pause hung in the air. My girlfriend. Arthur's brain short-circuited for a moment. You're what? Sophia didn't flinch under the sudden spotlight. Instead, she stepped forward with confidence and extended her hand toward Arthur, flashing him a smile that was equal parts warm and amused. You must be Arthur, she said cheerfully. Billy's told me so much about you. Arthur stared at her hand for what felt like an eternity before shaking it mechanically. He hasn't mentioned anything about you. His look at Billy clearly screamed, we are definitely talking about this later. Billy groaned softly. Oh, come on, wait. Liz suddenly shoved herself between them, pointing an accusatory finger at Sophia. You're the reason he was always studying at the library. Sophia blinked but then surprised everyone by bursting into laughter, a bright and unrestrained sound that lit up the courtyard like sunshine breaking through clouds. Guilty. Ashley had been suspiciously quiet until now, leaning in with a devilish smirk, she purred. So, Sophia, what's your favorite thing about Billy? His charm, his wit. Without missing a beat, Sophia replied with playful confidence, his ability to put up with nosy relatives, apparently. Ashley gasped theatrically while clutching her chest. Oh my gosh, I like her. Billy buried his face in his hands as if trying to disappear from existence. What followed was what Billy would later describe as the most painful 20 minutes of my life. Liz buzzed with excitement as she bombarded Sophia with questions. How long have you been dating? 8 months. Who confessed first? Billy did, after losing to her in a debate competition. Do you actually enjoy his cooking? Goodness, no, but I pretend to, Sophia replied with a playful roll of her eyes. Meanwhile, Ashley was a different kind of danger altogether. Twirling a vibrant glow lily between her fingers, she leaned in closer. So what's your family name? Sophia took a refreshing sip of iced tea from a nearby vendor and answered, Valentine. Ashley's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As in Valentine Biotech, Sophia nodded, feeling the weight of the conversation shift. Arthur, who had been silently reconsidering his brother's life choices, suddenly straightened up like he'd just discovered buried treasure. Wait, your father is Marcus Valentine. Billy groaned dramatically. Arthur, don't. The man who literally wrote the book on neural augmentation. Arthur shot back with narrowed eyes, glancing meaningfully at Sophia before turning to Billy with an incredulous stare. And you didn't think to mention this. Billy threw his hands up in exasperation. I knew you'd make it about business. Sophia smirked playfully. He was worried you'd try to recruit me into the family empire. Arthur opened his mouth but then closed it again, finally muttering grudgingly. I mean, are you looking for a job? Billy groaned even louder this time. Sophia simply smiled. She knew Arthur was just joking around. After what felt like an interrogation session that lasted forever, and after Ashley had extracted a promise from Sophia to join them for dinner, Arthur clapped a hand on Billy's shoulder with feigned seriousness. All right, now that we've thoroughly embarrassed you in front of your girlfriend, he said dryly, I've got something special for you. With a flourish, he pulled out a sleek black key fob from his pocket and tossed it over to Billy. Billy caught it reflexively but stared at it in disbelief as he recognized the emblem, a silver phoenix, the unmistakable logo of Osborne Heavy Industries. No way, he breathed in awe. Arthur grinned mischievously. Limited edition Veron Hyperion, custom matte black. Only 12 were made. I had to pressure Oscar to make this one extra special and even lost some key tech over it. Liz shrieked in protest, you never gave me a car. You're 13, both Arthur and Billy replied simultaneously with smirks. Ashley whistled appreciatively. Damn Billy, he must really like your girlfriend if he's bribing you to keep her around. With that, Ashley turned her head and glared at Arthur and said, didn't you also get me a gift as well? Arthur's was quite speechless. Looking at Ashley, he shook his head and said, you already have about 10 limited edition sports cars sitting in the garage. You even stole my beloved car. What else do you want? Hump, I don't care, just get Oscar to make me a car as well. Ashley crossed her slender arms and snorted. Arthur didn't bother to talk to her no more and just spoke his head. Sophia laughed heartily as she leaned into Billy's side playfully. I feel so valued. Billy stood there still fixated on the key, shaking his head in disbelief. I don't even know what to say. With a playful grin, Arthur ruffled Billy's hair again just to tease him. Hey, don't mess it up before the family dinner. As they strolled toward the parking lot, Liz was already demanding a ride while Ashley made increasingly wild claims about how Billy would definitely crash it. Sophia laughed at their antics, her joy infectious. In that moment, Arthur allowed himself a rare and unguarded smile. Chapter 189, Duty Before Dreams. 1. The private dining room of Osborne Restaurant was a feast for the senses, illuminated by the soft glow of crystal chandeliers. Their light danced off gilded mirrors and polished silver, creating an atmosphere that felt both luxurious and intimate. At the heart of it all was a stunning black marble table, veined with gold and adorned with dishes that resembled exquisite works of art. Seared scallops delicately perched on edible flowers, truffle-infused wagyu sliced so thin it was nearly translucent, and towers of caviar balanced atop ice sculptures shaped like elegant swans. Arthur sat at the head of the table, swirling a glass of vibrant red wine, worth more than most people earn in a month. To his left, Liz attempted to balance a spoon on her nose while Ashley captured the moment on her holophone. Sophia leaned toward Billy, whispering with wide eyes, do all family dinners involve this much? Chaos, Billy sighed. You have no idea. This is just a small scene. Ashley, growing bored with Liz's antics, turned her attention to Billy. So, Mr. Graduate, she said, playfully twirling her fork like a baton, what's next? Gonna revolutionize the business world, take over a small country. Or just mooch off Arthur's bank accounts for a few decades. Before Billy could respond, he's joining Osborne Capital's mergers division, Arthur interjected smoothly as he sipped his wine. Starts Monday. The clatter of silverware against porcelain filled the air with tension. Sophia blinked in disbelief. Wait, what? Billy's jaw tightened as he shot Arthur an incredulous look. Big brother, it's already arranged, Arthur replied firmly. His tone brooked no argument. You'll shadow Uncle Philip for 6 months before taking over the Eastern Dominion portfolio. A heavy silence settled over the table. Then, that's bullshit. All eyes snapped to Sophia. She held her ground defiantly. Billy just spent 4 years studying business because he wanted to, not because he was forced into some family blueprint. Ashley let out an impressed whistle. Oh wow, she's feisty. Arthur set his glass down deliberately as if weighing his words carefully. It's not a blueprint, it's responsibility. Rules set within our family. It sounds more like a cage, Sophia shot back. Liz sensed the rising tension and chimed in cheerfully. I think cages are cool, like tiger cages or, not helping Liz, Billy muttered under his breath. Ashley leaned back in her chair and swirled her wine thoughtfully. Look, Sophia, she said sharply but honestly, no Osborne gets to follow their dreams, not for at least 20 years. Sophia frowned incredulously. That's insane. That's tradition, Arthur corrected matter-of-factly. That's control, Billy added. Arthur's gaze darted toward his brother, a mixture of frustration and resolve in his eyes. You knew this was coming. I made it clear last year. As long as you're an Osborne, your path is either business or politics for the next decade. Ashley scoffed, rolling her eyes. Knowing doesn't mean accepting. Please, she continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You got off easy. Apart from studying business and finance, I was also juggling painting classes on the side. I dreamed of being a painter, but look where that got me. Do you have any idea how many times I've faced threats of disinheritance? Liz's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you're a painter. Sophia glanced between them, bewildered. So what, you all just gave up? We adapted, Arthur stated firmly. We survived, Ashley added quietly. Billy stared at his plate, lost in thought. We didn't have a choice. The silence that followed hung thick in the air, heavy enough to choke on. Then Billy's voice broke through the tension, barely above a whisper. What if I said no? Arthur's grip tightened around his glass as he met Billy's gaze head-on. Then you'd be the first. Yes, he does, Arthur interjected sharply. Because this family doesn't get to be selfish, not when we're one misstep away from losing everything. For once, Liz remained quiet. Ashley let out a sharp breath. Dramatic, sure, but not wrong. Billy looked up at Arthur again, uncertainty clouding his features. And what if I can't do it? Arthur's expression softened just a fraction, an acknowledgement of shared burdens and expectations. Then you'll learn just like I did, just like Ashley did, just like Oscar, George, and everyone else in this family. Those words lingered in the air, a weighty reminder of unspoken histories and sacrifices made in the name of being an Osborne. Sensing the gravity of their conversation, and realizing she'd stumbled into something much deeper than anticipated, Sophia squeezed Billy's hand gently and tried to lighten the mood. Well, she said with a playful grin, at least the food is good. Ashley burst into laughter at that moment. Oh my gosh, I really like her. Just like that, the tension shattered like glass hitting tile. As dessert made its grand entrance, a magnificent, towering chocolate soufflé that Liz eagerly declared as her half, our conversation took a delightful turn toward lighter topics. They found themselves diving into Ashley's latest romantic misadventure. Let's just say it was a classic case of doomed from the start, while Liz animatedly recounted her ongoing battle with her algebra teacher who knew math could be so dramatic. And then there was Sophia, who had everyone in stitches with her cringe-worthy tale of how she once set the kitchen ablaze while attempting to make toast. The rooftop garden of Lucille Doré was quiet after dinner, the hum of the city, a distant murmur beneath the soft glow of bioluminescent vines winding through the terrace railings. Sophia leaned against the balcony, her fingers tracing the condensation on her glass of sparkling elderflower tonic. The cool night air carried the faintest hint of jasmine from the restaurant's vertical gardens. Billy found her there 10 minutes after excusing himself from the table, his dress shoes clicking against the glass tiles. He'd loosened his tie, the first 2 buttons of his shirt undone, as if he'd been wrestling with something unseen. Chapter 190, Duty Before Dreams 2. The rooftop garden of Osborne Restaurant was a serene oasis after dinner, the city's hum fading into a gentle murmur beneath the enchanting glow of bioluminescent vines that twisted gracefully around the terrace railings. Sophia leaned against the balcony, her fingers gliding over the cool condensation on her glass of sparkling elderflower tonic. The crisp night air carried a whisper of jasmine from the restaurant's lush vertical gardens, wrapping around her like a soft embrace. Billy found her there 10 minutes after he'd excused himself from the table, his dress shoes clicking rhythmically against the glass tiles. He had loosened his tie and undone the first 2 buttons of his shirt, as if he'd been grappling with an invisible force. You ran away, Sophia remarked without turning her head. I needed air. He stepped closer, their shoulders nearly brushing together. Below them, Neo Luminara sprawled out like an endless canvas of light and shadow. A moment passed in silence before she asked, Are you really going to do it? Billy exhaled sharply through his nose. You heard Arthur. It's not like I have a choice. Sophia turned to face him fully now, her dark eyes searching his for answers. There's always a choice. Not in my family. His laugh was hollow and bitter. You saw how Ashley looked when she talked about painting. That's our reality. Wanting things for ourselves isn't part of the plan. She set her glass down deliberately, determination etched on her face. That's the most pretentious nonsense I've ever heard. Billy blinked in surprise. You're acting like you're some kind of medieval prince being forced onto a throne, Sophia continued, her voice low but fierce. But last I checked, you're just a 22-year-old with a business degree and a trust fund big enough to rival Jupiter. If you don't want to work at Osborne Capital, then you don't understand. Then make me. The words burst out louder than she intended, but she took a steadying breath and softened her tone. Explain why the great Billy Osborne, who once hacked into the university's grading system just for fun, is suddenly powerless against his brother. Billy's jaw worked silently for what felt like an eternity before he looked away. It's not about power, it's about. His voice trailed off as he gripped the balcony railing tighter. About what? What if I fail? The admission slipped out barely above a whisper. What if I'm not him? Sophia froze at that word, him, Arthur. Gently, she reached out and turned his face back toward hers with 2 fingers under his chin. Billy, she said slowly but firmly, has it ever crossed your mind that your brother doesn't want you to be him? The silence hung between them, thick and palpable, punctuated only by the distant wail of a hovercar siren slicing through the night. Finally, Billy leaned in closer until their foreheads touched, vulnerability etched across his face. What am I supposed to do? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sophia offered a small but genuine smile. Start by admitting you're scared, she advised softly. Then take some time to figure out what you want. Forget about Arthur or your family for a moment. This is about you. As if on cue, a street musician below began to play an old-world violin, the haunting notes drifting up through the cool night air like a challenge beckoning him to act. Billy closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing her words and the music swirling around them. I'll think about it, he finally replied. It wasn't a no. The rooftop garden had transformed into a serene oasis, the bioluminescent vines glowing ever brighter as true night enveloped Neo Luminara. Sophia remained at her spot by the railing, now fully facing the city, her back pressed against the sleek polished steel. Billy couldn't help but admire her profile, the way the vibrant neon lights below highlighted the determined set of her jaw. You think I'm being weak, he finally admitted, his voice barely rising above the distant hum of the city. Sophia shook her head firmly. No, I think you're just being an Osborne. With a swift motion, she reached into her clutch and produced a slim silver case. Flicking it open with practiced ease, she revealed a single holographic chip that shimmered in the dim light. Do you know what this is? Billy squinted at it. Looks like a neural interface driver. Exactly. First prototype for my thesis, she replied, tracing a finger along its edge with pride. Self-adjusting synaptic feedback loops. But when my father saw it last month, he dismissed it with a wave. Cute. Now throw it away and focus on stabilizing the Valentine 7 protein chains. Billy blinked in disbelief. What? Sophia snapped the case shut with an air of finality. The Valentine family has two rules. You work in biotech and you surpass your predecessors. My brother dreamed of being a composer. Now he's running our neurotoxin division. Her laugh sliced through the air like broken glass. So don't lecture me about family expectations. Just then, a motorbike roared past somewhere below, its engine fading into the night like an echo of freedom. Billy stared at her in shock. You never told me that. Because it's not me, Sophia said simply but resolutely. Just like Osborne Capital, isn't you? She stepped closer, the scent of jasmine perfume cut through the urban aroma surrounding them like a breath of fresh air. The difference is I fight my battles, do you? For the first time that evening, Billy's shoulders straightened, not out of defiance but from realization. The private elevator descended in eerie silence, its mirrored walls reflecting Arthur's icy demeanor as the numbers ticked down toward the underground garage. Beside him, Sophia stood poised and relaxed, though her fingers tightened imperceptibly around the strap of her clutch. The faint scent of jasmine lingered around her, soft and delicate, a stark contrast to the sharp, metallic chill that hung heavy in the air between them. She had sensed this moment brewing. The instant Billy was pulled away by a call from their aunt, Arthur had appeared at her side with a voice like tempered steel. Let me walk you out. It wasn't a request, it was an order. As the elevator chimed softly upon reaching the basement, the doors slid open to reveal an expansive, dimly lit garage where luxury vehicles sat in perfect formation. Among them was Arthur's personal limo, a matte black Veyron Hyperion GT500 custom designed for him by Oscar, with tinted windows waiting like a predator, its engine humming almost silently. But Arthur didn't move toward it. Instead, he turned to Sophia, his gaze as unreadable as polished stone. You and my brother seem to have grown close up there on the rooftop, he remarked, gesturing upward. Sophia met his eyes without flinching. We talk. A beat of silence passed before he commanded sharply, stop. The words sliced through the air, precise and final. Sophia arched an eyebrow defiantly. Stop what? Arthur stepped closer, his presence felt suffocating as his voice dropped to a lethal murmur. Stop filling his head with fantasies. Stop making him question things that are not his to question. Unfazed, Sophia countered firmly, Billy's smart. He can think for himself. Arthur's expression remained unchanged, but something dangerous flickered in his eyes like a storm brewing on the horizon. And you are overstepping. Sophia crossed her arms defiantly. Or what? For the first time since they entered that elevator, Arthur smiled, but it was cold enough to freeze hell over. He reached into his suit jacket and withdrew his phone with deliberate precision. With a single tap, the screen illuminated his sharp features in ghostly light before he turned it toward her. Recognize this. Sophia's breath caught in her throat. It was a live feed from her father's company headquarters. Every camera angle of the lobby and security desk laid bare before her eyes, along with financial documents detailing Osborne Holdings' pending acquisition of Lockwood Industries. Her stomach plummeted. You, she managed to whisper. Arthur tilted his head slightly as if savoring her reaction like fine wine. Your father's life work, 30 years building an empire, and with one call. He let that hang ominously in the air like dark clouds before a storm. I can reduce it to ashes. Sophia's fingers clenched at her sides, a storm brewing within her. He's done nothing to you. No, Arthur replied smoothly, his voice dripping with confidence, but you have. With a swift swipe of his finger, he pulled up another file on his phone, a recording. Billy's voice rang out clearly. What if I don't want to be part of the family business? Sophia's response echoed back, then don't be. Arthur's thumb hovered ominously over a button labeled send. This goes to my father. And then, he leaned in closer, his breath ghosting against her ear. I don't just ruin your family, I make sure Billy never speaks to you again. Her pulse thundered in her ears as the garage fell into an eerie silence. Even the hum of the Hyperion's engine seemed muted, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Sophia forced herself to sound steady. You wouldn't. Arthur's smile was chilling, an icy facade that didn't reach his eyes. Try me. Desperately, she searched his face for any sign of doubt or weakness, but there was none, only the unwavering confidence of a man who had never lost a game in his life. What do you want? She whispered, vulnerability creeping into her tone. Arthur tucked his phone back into his pocket and adjusted his cuffs with unnerving calmness. Simple. Be the pretty, obedient girlfriend. Smile at parties. Keep your opinions to yourself. He paused for effect before adding, and if I ever hear you putting ideas in my brother's head again. The unspoken threat hung between them like a heavy fog thicker than stone. Sophia felt her nails dig into her palms as anger surged through her veins. You're a monster. As he turned toward the limo, Arthur's voice floated back to her like an unsettling echo. No, Sophia. I'm an Osborne. The door clicked shut behind him with finality. Frozen in place, she felt the weight of his threat pressing down on her like an oppressive force. Suddenly, from the shadows emerged a voice. I don't know when it started, but he always does that. The phone thing. Ashley pushed off from the wall and stepped into the light with an air of confidence. Classic Arthur. But here's the kicker. She paused dramatically before stepping closer to Sophia with a smirk that sent chills down her spine. He only shows you what he wants you to see. Sophia's heart raced as confusion washed over her. What does that mean? Ashley leaned in slightly and smiled brightly at Sophia before delivering her message with pointed clarity. It means don't get yourself involved in family business. After all, you're not part of the family. Are you? With that sentence hanging in the air, Ashley turned and left, leaving Sophia standing there with a dazed expression on her face. Chapter 191, Bleeding Gold. The Osborne Estate's gardens glimmered under the silver glow of midnight, the air thick with the intoxicating scent of jasmine and damp earth. Fireflies flitted between the hedges like tiny stars come to life. Billy had been wandering alone for nearly an hour, his mind a tempest of frustration and doubt. Sophia's words echoed in his thoughts. You don't owe them your life. But it wasn't that simple. Nothing ever was with the Osbornes. A voice sliced through the stillness, smooth as a blade sliding from its sheath. You always come here when you're avoiding something. Billy didn't turn. He recognized that voice better than his own. Maybe I just like the night air, he muttered, trying to mask his inner turmoil. Arthur stepped into view, his black suit merging with the shadows, moonlight carving sharp angles across his face. He held 2 glasses of bourbon, one extended toward Billy. Liar. Billy took the glass, their fingers brushing against each other, cold as ice. They drank in silence for a moment, an unspoken weight pressing heavily between them. You've been distant since we came back from dinner, Arthur said lightly, but there was an edge to his tone. Billy swirled the bourbon in his glass, watching it cling to the sides like memories refusing to fade away. Just thinking. About what? The future, Billy replied evasively. Arthur's gaze sharpened like a knife's edge. Yours or the family's? Billy tightened his grip on the glass. Is there really a difference? Arthur's smile was razor sharp. That's the question, isn't it? They reached the heart of the garden, a marble fountain where water ran dark under the moonlight's gaze. Arthur leaned against its edge, eyes locked onto Billy's face. That Sophia girl has been whispering in your ear. Billy stiffened at this accusation. She just listens, unlike everyone else. Arthur exhaled slowly, controlled yet heavy with frustration. You think I don't know what you want, to run off and play house. To pretend that being an Osborne doesn't come with chains. The words struck him hard. Billy clenched his jaw tightly. It's not about pretending, it's about having a choice. Arthur set down his glass deliberately, each movement laced with gravity. Choice is a luxury we can't afford right now. Why? Billy's voice cracked under pressure. Because you said so. Arthur's expression darkened ominously. Because a year ago, remember, this family was bleeding. Arthur reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded document, tossing it casually at Billy. Read it, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. Billy unfolded the paper, his heart sinking as he scanned the contents. Financial reports, debts circled in red like warning signs, a graph depicting the Osborne Group's stock plummeting like a stone. This was not just bad news, it was catastrophic. This, Billy stammered, his hands trembling, this was us. He had known they were in deep trouble and teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, but he never imagined it was this dire. Arthur let out a hollow laugh that echoed with bitterness. After mother and father died, the vultures descended. The banks came calling for their loans. Partners abandoned ship. We were one vote away from losing our name entirely. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper that felt heavy with unspoken pain. And you want to talk about dreams? Billy's throat tightened painfully. You never told me, because it wasn't your burden, Arthur snapped back, frustration bubbling over. Nobody wanted to disturb you while you were finishing up university. With a sigh of exasperation, Arthur ran a hand through his hair, a rare sign of vulnerability for him. Do you know what kept us afloat? He didn't wait for an answer before continuing. Uncle Marcus sold his watches and precious paintings. Aunt Evelyn liquidated her jewelry collection. Even 13-year-old Liz used her trust fund to pay off suppliers. Everyone sacrificed something. His voice cracked under the weight of emotion as he added. Not one of them hesitated. Billy felt a lump form in his throat as memories flooded back, Liz crying that night and insisting it was just money. At the time, he hadn't understood why she was so upset. But now he got it. Arthur turned back to him, eyes blazing with intensity. This family broke itself to survive, and now that we're finally standing again, you want to walk away, because someone is filling your head with nonsense. Billy flinched at the accusation. I didn't. You did, Arthur interrupted sharply. Every time you skip meetings to paint or let Sophia fill your head with ideas of freedom. His voice softened but carried an undeniable weight. Freedom isn't free, Billy. Someone always pays. The sound of water trickling from the fountain between them filled the silence, a stark reminder of their strained relationship. Arthur exhaled deeply, shoulders sagging under an invisible load. I'm not asking for forever, just not right now. For the first time, Billy really looked at his brother and saw the shadows lurking beneath his eyes, the immense weight he carried alone. How long? Billy whispered cautiously. Arthur didn't blink. 2 years. Give me 2 years to cement our position. Then you can do whatever the hell you want. The words hung between them, a lifeline and a prison sentence. Billy closed his eyes. And if I say no, Arthur's voice broke, then I lose you too. A while later, Billy opened his eyes and said slowly, I will think about it. With that, Billy walked away, the moonlight casting a warm glow over him. A moment later, he was already out of sight. Arthur stood there in silence, his hand in his pockets as he slowly sipped his wine, his expression unreadable. He just stood there, raising his head. He looked at the silvery round moon hanging high in the sky surrounded by dense twinkling stars. After a while, Arthur came back to his senses and gulped the remaining wine and walked away, his figure casting a long shadow on the ground. Chapter 192, You Ungrateful Little Shit, the next day. The grand dining hall of the Osborne estate sparkled in the warm embrace of morning light. A dazzling crystal chandelier cast a kaleidoscope of colors across the pristine linen tablecloth, setting an elegant stage for breakfast. The long mahogany table groaned under the weight of sumptuous silver platters, scrambled eggs laced with truffle, delicate smoked salmon, flaky croissants fresh from the oven, and carafes brimming with freshly squeezed juice. Gathered around this lavish spread was the entire family, a rare sight these days. At the head of the table sat Arthur, impeccably dressed in a navy suit, his expression inscrutable as he sipped his black coffee. To his right was Liz, now 14 but possessing eyes that seemed to carry the wisdom of ages, pushing her pancakes around her plate with little enthusiasm. Across from her, Ashley observed everything with keen alertness, her fingers drumming a silent rhythm against her teacup. Uncle Philip occupied a seat beside Nathaniel, who was holding a file sipping his coffee while glancing through it. The younger cousins, George, Oscar, Charlotte, Olivia, William, and Edward, etc., chattered animatedly, blissfully unaware of the tension crackling beneath their cheerful banter. And then there was Billy. He sat stiffly in his chair, his graduation cap placed ceremoniously beside his plate, its tassel dangled precariously over the edge. His face was a mask of composure, but his knuckles were white where they gripped his fork tightly. To Billy, Uncle Julian boomed as he raised his mimosa glass high. First in his class at Neo Luminara University, the Osborne legacy continues. Glasses clinked together in celebration, cheers erupted around the table. Well done, son. Aunt Emily beamed proudly. We're so proud of you, Margaret added warmly as she reached over to squeeze Billy's hand gently. Arthur watched him intently over the rim of his coffee cup. As conversation lulled and servants moved to refill drinks, Arthur broke the silence with deliberate calm. So, you start with Uncle Philip on Monday, yes. A heavy silence fell upon them like an unwelcome fog. Every head turned toward Billy expectantly. He swallowed hard, his throat bobbed nervously. Actually, no, the air thickened instantly. Arthur's fingers stilled on the tablecloth as he repeated incredulously. No, Billy lifted his chin defiantly. I'm not joining the finance division. I've decided to pursue my own path. A beat passed, a moment pregnant with unspoken consequences. Then, slam, Arthur's palm hit the table so forcefully that silverware jumped and coffee sloshed over the rim of his cup like an angry tide. You what? The room fell silent, tension thick in the air. Billy remained unfazed. I'm not working for the family business. I'm going to, you ungrateful little shit, Arthur snapped, his voice slicing through the stillness like a whip crack. Liz dropped her fork onto her plate with a clatter, and Ashley's fingers halted their drumming on the table. Arthur rose slowly, his chair scraping back as he leaned forward, palms pressing flat against the table. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Billy met his glare head on. I'm saying no. Arthur let out a jagged laugh that sent chills down everyone's spine. No, he leaned closer, eyes blazing with intensity. Let me remind you what no has cost this family. His voice dropped to a hiss as he continued. A year ago, Mom and Dad died in that accident. The banks called in every loan, our stock plummeted, suppliers abandoned us. We were just hours away from losing everything. His fury was palpable. Uncle Julian sold his vineyards. He jabbed a finger at Liz, who sat hunched over, shame washing over her face. Aunt Emily liquidated her inheritance, and Liz, 13 years old, handed over her entire trust fund just to keep the lights on. Arthur's chest heaved with emotion as he turned back to Billy. And where were you? At university, chasing some girl who's filling your head with nonsense about following your dreams. Billy felt his cheeks flush with anger and embarrassment. That's not. I had to kill for this family, Arthur roared. Gasps rippled through the room. Aunt Margaret covered her mouth in shock. Breathing heavily now, veins bulging on his forehead, Arthur pressed on. You think this empire, this family rebuilt itself? You think our enemies just stepped aside? In a fit of rage, he grabbed his coffee cup and hurled it against the wall, porcelain shattered everywhere. Bang, I was shot last year. He ripped open his dress shirt, buttons flew off like confetti to reveal a gnarly scar just above his heart. The bullet missed my lung by an inch. Ashley froze in place while tears welled up in Liz's eyes. And Uncle Nathaniel was nearly shot too. Arthur pointed at him furiously. He spread his arms wide and shouted, all of us were in danger. We've had to hide like dogs chased through the streets. You think you were safe at university. I protected you so you could finish school. Nathaniel touched his temple grimly. In a hushed tone now, Arthur added, do you know how many men I've had killed to protect us? How many nights I lie awake seeing their faces? The admission hung in the air like gun smoke, thick and suffocating. Charlotte let out a small sob, her heart heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. Arthur slammed his fists on the table again, frustration boiling over. And you dare stand there and say no? His voice was a thunderclap, echoing through the room. Billy trembled, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't ask for this. Panic flickered in his eyes. None of us did, Billy, none of us. Arthur's scream shattered the silence like glass. But we're Osborns, we are family, that name means something. If you walk away now, you're spitting on every sacrifice this family has made. A heavy silence fell over them all. Tears streaked down Liz's face as Uncle Philip looked pale and shaken. Suddenly, Billy stood up abruptly, his chair clattering to the floor behind him. I can't live like this, he exclaimed, desperation lacing his words. You think none of us want to live like this? Arthur shot back, anger flaring in his eyes. Your cousin Ashley wants to be a painter, but she has to sacrifice that for the family. Ashley's eyes dimmed at Arthur's words, they cut deeper than any knife. We all want to chase our dreams, Arthur continued fiercely, but we set them aside to make this family great so that the younger ones can live our dreams for us. His gaze was cold as he shouted, I didn't ask for this. Billy retorted fiercely, his face flushed with emotion. Arthur's laugh rang hollow in response. Then you're no brother of mine. The words landed with brutal finality, a guillotine severing ties that once bound them together. With that crushing statement hanging in the air, Arthur collapsed into his chair, breath coming in ragged gasps as if he had just run a marathon through emotional turmoil. Chapter 193, Kicked Out. Dining hall was a frozen tableau, caught in the aftermath of Arthur's explosive outburst. A shattered coffee cup lay in jagged shards on the floor, its dark stain spreading like spilled blood across the gleaming marble. The air vibrated with tension, heavy with the weight of Arthur's words, then you're no brother of mine. Billy stood there, breath coming in sharp gasps, fists clenched at his sides. Family members stared, some wide-eyed in shock, others pale with horror, and a few resigned to the unfolding drama. Then Arthur moved. With deliberate slowness, he straightened his cuffs, his face transforming into a mask of chilling calm. The veins that had bulged on his forehead moments before vanished, replaced by an eerie stillness. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet yet deadly. Aunt Margaret. Margaret Osborne, president of Osborne Holdings and epitome of matriarchal strength, stiffened in her seat. Sitting tall with her hair pulled into a tight chignon and sharp eyes scanning the room for any sign of dissent, she responded cautiously, Yes, Arthur. Effective immediately, Arthur said coldly as ice forming around each word pierced through the silence. Remove Billy Osborne's name from all family registries, trusts, and holdings. He is no longer an Osborne in any legal capacity. What? A collective gasp echoed through the dining room. Margaret's lips thinned as she looked at him in disbelief. Arthur, isn't this hasty? Don't do this. The rest of the family nodded along nervously. They were clearly uncomfortable, but unsure how to intervene. Arthur closed his eyes momentarily before responding calmly. I didn't want to do this either. But it seems he values outside opinions more than those from his own family. If that's how it is, then he will no longer be an Osborne. With that chilling proclamation hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst, he opened his eyes and commanded coldly, Do it. Margaret opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately let out a resigned sigh. It will be done. Billy's face drained of color as panic set in. You can't. Arthur didn't even glance at him as he addressed Alfred, the family butler who had served them for decades, with unwavering authority. Alfred. Yes, Master Arthur. Alfred stepped forward from the shadows near the door. His expression remained inscrutable. Pack Billy's belongings, Arthur ordered flatly. Everything, and have him escorted off the estate by noon. Alfred bowed slightly without hesitation. As you wish. Billy let out a disbelieving laugh that echoed painfully against the walls. You're kicking me out? Finally turning to face him fully for the first time since their confrontation, Arthur's eyes were like shards of ice, cold and unyielding. Arthur finally turned to face him, his eyes glinting like shards of ice. You made your choice. The room was a tableau of shock. Liz pressed both hands over her mouth, her eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears. Ashley's fingers stilled around her teacup, knuckles turning white as she gripped it tightly. Uncle Julian looked like he wanted to speak, but a single glance from Arthur silenced him instantly. Billy took a step forward, his voice trembling. You're really doing this, after everything? Arthur didn't blink. You walked away first. I just said I didn't want to work in finance. Billy's voice cracked under the weight of desperation. That's all, I didn't mean. It was never just about finance, Arthur interrupted, his tone sharp as a knife. It was about loyalty, about standing by this family when it truly matters. And you failed. Billy flinched at the accusation. Turning back to Margaret, Arthur commanded, freeze all his accounts and cancel his cards. If he wants to live without the family, he can do so without the family's money. Margaret nodded briskly, her fingers already dancing over her tablet screen. Consider it done. Panic surged in Billy's chest as he gasped for breath. You're cutting me off completely. Arthur's smile was devoid of warmth, a mirthless grin that sent chills down spines. Welcome to the real world, Billy Osborne. The use of his full name felt like a final nail in the coffin. Billy's hands trembled as he scanned the table for an ally, but no one met his gaze. Not even Liz. She stared at her lap, tears dripping onto her untouched pancakes. Fine, Billy spat out bitterly, his voice thick with betrayal. If this is how it is, then fine. He turned sharply on his heel and stormed out, slamming the dining hall doors behind him with a sound that echoed like a gunshot. Silence enveloped the room. Then Aunt Emily broke it softly, glancing at Billy's retreating figure before whispering, Arthur, was that necessary? Arthur paused before responding. He picked up his napkin and wiped a speck of coffee from his fingers with deliberate care before setting it back down again. Yes, he replied quietly but firmly, his voice carrying an air of finality. If we tolerate defiance now, he continued steadily, we invite chaos later. No one dared argue they understood the weight of those words. Alfred bowed slightly and slipped out to carry out Arthur's orders. And just like that, with a few cold words, Billy Osborne ceased to exist in their world. The morning breakfast that once radiated joy and warmth now lay cold and untouched, a stark reminder of the tension hanging in the air. Around the table, everyone sat in silence, heads bowed, lost in their thoughts. The atmosphere felt surreal. It was as if they were trapped in a dream where nothing made sense anymore. None of them had anticipated Arthur's shocking decision to kick Billy out of the family, especially after cutting off his inheritance and freezing his accounts. And to make matters worse, he had just graduated from university. In a sprawling international metropolis like Neo-Luminara, finding a job felt as daunting as climbing a mountain. As these thoughts swirled around the table, concern for Billy began to creep into their minds. But each time they glanced at Arthur's cold, emotionless face, they quickly shook off their worries and returned to their plates, eating in silence. This was the first time since Arthur took over as head of the family that they had witnessed him lose his temper, and none wanted to be on his bad side. Even Julian remained quiet, mechanically pushing food around on his plate. Chapter 194, Fractal Regret. Inside Arthur's study, silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the soft hum of the estate's climate control and the occasional crackle from the fireplace. Arthur reclined in his high-backed leather chair, a glass of deep red wine swirling untouched in his hand. The vibrant liquid caught the dim light, casting fractured reflections across his polished mahogany desk. Outside, the moon hung like a silver bullet hole in a black canvas sky, its cold light slicing through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The grounds of Osborne Estate stretched beyond, manicured hedges and ancient trees standing as silent witnesses to the day's turmoil. Arthur tightened his grip around the glass. You're no brother of mine. The words echoed in his mind, each repetition sending fresh waves of tension through his shoulders. He exhaled sharply through his nose and set down the drink with deliberate precision. The crystal made a soft clink against the desk. Did he really do anything wrong by kicking Billy out of their family? After all, he had fought tooth and nail to keep this family intact, a thing he had been deprived of in his previous life on Earth. He had known nothing but solitude until death claimed him. But God took pity on him and sent him to this new world filled with family. Everyone was sacrificing for this family just a year ago. They were teetering on the brink of destruction, but Arthur managed to pull them back from that edge. While everyone else worked tirelessly for their collective good, Billy chose to listen to outsiders rather than heed his own family's guidance. With that thought weighing heavily on him, Arthur let out a sigh and called out, Evelyn. The air above the massive OLED screen shimmered like disturbed water. A blue face composed of trillions of shifting data points materialized, smooth, genderless, and hauntingly serene. Its eyes were endless fractals, its voice, a chorus of synthesized tones, somehow carried warmth despite its artificial nature. "Good evening, sir," Evalin intoned. "Your biometrics indicate elevated stress levels. Shall I adjust the room's ambience?" The fractal eyes pulsed gently as Evalin responded. "Query parameters. Today's decision regarding Billy," Arthur said through clenched teeth. "From your perspective, was it correct?" Without hesitation, Evalin asked calmly, "Sir, are you asking if your decision was emotionally justifiable or morally defensible?" A muscle twitched in Arthur's temple as he replied firmly, "Both." Evalin's face dissolved momentarily before reforming into a swirling galaxy of interconnected nodes. Analysis initiated. Its cold voice resonated through the room. The screen split into multiple feeds, security footage capturing Billy's confrontation, financial projections flashing across graphs, snippets from Sophia's social media activity. Billy Osborne's public defiance during a critical restructuring phase casts a long shadow over the perception of unified leadership. Internal dissent within high-profile families often correlates with a staggering 73% increase in vulnerability to external attacks. Evalin's voice resonated through the room, shifting the screen to display psychological profiles, Billy's, Arthur's, even their father's. A holographic family tree materialized before them, key nodes flashing ominously in red. Dynastic families operate on a modified social contract, Evalin continued smoothly. Privilege is granted in exchange for duty. Billy accepted Osborne resources, education worth 487,000 unicrids and trust disbursements totaling 21 million unicrids, while simultaneously rejecting his obligations. By standard contract law, this warrants revocation of benefits. Arthur snorted dismissively. "You're comparing family to a business deal." "Affirmative, sir," Evalin replied without missing a beat. "All human relationships are transactional, albeit with varying currencies, however." Suddenly, security footage from earlier played on the screen. Liz crying at the dinner table, a heart-wrenching sight that struck Arthur like a blow. "Your enforcement of consequences has caused collateral damage to familial cohesion," Evalin explained calmly. Liz's distress metrics have spiked to dangerously high levels. Arthur felt his drink turn bitter as an unsettling realization washed over him. He could feel his expression darkening. The final display was simpler yet more poignant. An image of young Arthur and Billy building a sandcastle on a beach, their laughter echoing across time. "I can quantify strategic outcomes and moral frameworks," Evalin stated softly as the image zoomed in on young Billy's joyful face. "But this is the realm of ghosts and gods. You didn't exile William Osborne, the liability. You exiled Billy, the boy who stole your dessert at age 7 and took the blame when you accidentally broke father's vase." Crackling silence filled the room as the fire popped loudly in response to their unspoken thoughts. Arthur realized his hands were trembling slightly as he closed his eyes against memories that flooded back like waves crashing onto shore. "Sir," Evalin ventured after several tense moments, "would you like me to initiate protocols for reconciliation?" The words hung heavy in the air like smoke from extinguished flames. Arthur clenched his fist tightly. "No." He opened his eyes again. They were sharp and resolute now. He chose his path. Let him walk it. Evalin's fractal gaze lingered for just a moment longer before fading into nothingness, leaving Arthur alone with the ghosts of choices made long ago. The outside world was alive. The wind howled through the trees, sounding almost like a brother's laughter, slowly fading into the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the quiet study, just as Arthur reached for his glass of wine. 3 distinct raps against the door, firm yet measured, spoke volumes without uttering a single word. It was the kind of knock that whispered, "We need to talk," and left an uneasy silence hanging in the air. As if on cue, Evalin's glowing blue visage flickered out, plunging the room into a deeper stillness, broken only by the crackling of the fireplace. Aunt Margaret stepped in first, her cardigan sleeves pulled over her hands, a telltale sign of her nerves. Behind her trailed uncles Julian, Nathaniel, and Richard, each moving with a grim determination reminiscent of men walking into an intervention. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken words. No one dared to break the silence. The grandfather clock ticked steadily in the background, a relentless reminder that time was passing, even as tension hung heavy in the air. Chapter 195, The Weight of a Crown. Aunt Margaret stepped into the room first, her cardigan sleeves pulled tightly over her hands, a familiar gesture that betrayed her nerves. Behind her, uncles Julian, Nathaniel, and Richard followed in with the somber resolve of men walking into an intervention. Silence enveloped them. The grandfather clock ticked steadily, each second echoing like a countdown. Arthur remained seated, leaning back in his leather chair, swirling his drink as he watched the ice cubes slowly melt away. It was Margaret who broke the tension first. "Oh, Arthur," she sighed, sinking into the armchair across from him. Her tone was reminiscent of a parent scolding a child for tracking mud through the house rather than confronting a man who had just exiled his own brother. It made his jaw tighten involuntarily. Julian cleared his throat. We need to talk about what happened at breakfast. Arthur took a deliberate sip from his glass. There's nothing to talk about. You disowned your brother, Nathaniel said softly. And you threw him out with nothing but the clothes on his back. Richard chimed in, pacing behind the chairs like a caged animal. Christ, Arthur, he's just a kid. Arthur set down his glass with a sharp click that echoed through the room. He's 20 years old enough to make choices and face consequences. Margaret reached across the desk, her hand hovering over his before retreating slightly. But was it really necessary to? Yes, the words slipped out harsher than he intended. He inhaled deeply before continuing. You were there, Margaret. You saw him. After everything this family has endured, after all we've lost, he stood there and told us he'd rather chase some childish dream than stand by his own blood. The fire crackled softly in response. Nathaniel adjusted his glasses nervously. Do you really think cutting him off completely was the answer? What was I supposed to do? Arthur's voice dropped to something raw and vulnerable. Beg him to stay. Let him walk all over the sacrifices this family has made. Julian leaned forward, elbows resting on knees as if trying to bridge an unbridgeable gap between them. No one's saying that, but there's a fine line between discipline and cruelty. The word son struck harder than it should have. Arthur abruptly stood up and turned toward the window below lay sprawling grounds where he and Billy had played as kids, the same place their father had taught them how to shoot hoops, and where their mother had planted roses that still bloomed every spring even though she wasn't around anymore. You think I wanted this? He asked quietly. Margaret's chair creaked as she rose too when she touched his arm this time. He didn't pull away. We know you didn't, she murmured gently. But Arthur. Your father would have found another way. He closed his eyes. That was the knife. Not the exile, not the cold words exchanged over breakfast. What cut deeper was the realization that his father would have handled this situation with grace. He would have known exactly what to say to help Billy understand without tearing their family apart. But his father wasn't here, and Arthur was so damn tired of trying to fill shoes that would never fit him. Richard let out a heavy sigh, running a hand through his salt and pepper hair. Look, no one's saying Billy was right, but cutting him off completely, freezing his accounts, that's more than just punishment, that's making sure he can't come back. Arthur turned away, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. He doesn't want to come back. Are you sure about that? Julian chimed in, raising an eyebrow. Or did you just not give him a chance to change his mind? The question lingered in the air like an unwelcome guest. Outside, an owl hooted softly in the dark, adding to the weight of silence. Margaret gently squeezed Arthur's arm. At least consider unfreezing his trust fund. Let him have something to fall back on while he figures things out. Arthur walked back to his desk and stared at the family portrait gathering dust in the corner, him and Billy as gap-toothed kids, their parents' hands resting reassuringly on their shoulders. I'll think about it, he finally replied, uncertainty hanging between them like a fragile thread. The door clicked shut behind the last of them, leaving only Arthur and Julian alone in the study. The fire hissed softly, exhaling a sigh of relief from the pressure that had just departed. Outside, the wind picked up, brushing against the windows like ghostly fingers begging to be let in. Arthur poured himself another glass of wine but didn't drink. Instead, he stared at the swirling crimson liquid, catching flickers of firelight dancing within it. Julian stood silently by the bookshelves, hands clasped behind his back not out of deference, but because he knew his nephew too well. Arthur would speak when he was ready. Minutes ticked by like hours. Finally, breaking the stillness, Arthur's voice cut through the quiet. Uncle, he said slowly without looking up, am I a good family head? Julian paused for a moment. The question landed with a heavy thud like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples of implications throughout the room. He walked over to an opposite chair and sank into it slowly before crossing one leg over the other. That's quite a question to ask after exile and execution, socially speaking. Arthur let out a bitter chuckle. You always did love dramatic phrasing, and you've always loved dramatic action. This earned Julian a brief smirk from Arthur, but soon his expression clouded again as he leaned back in his chair, glass resting against his thigh while he stared into the fire's depths. I didn't enjoy any of that, Arthur said quietly. I didn't want to cut Billy off, but he left me no choice. Julian took his time responding, tapping his fingers thoughtfully against the armrest. Do you want truth or comfort? Whichever doesn't make me hate myself. Then let's go with truth. Arthur nodded solemnly. Go on. Julian leaned forward slightly, elbows on knees and eyes locked onto Arthur's gaze. You are indeed a good family head, arguably the best we've had since Grandfather Osborne. Ruthless, visionary, efficient. You're why this family didn't crumble after that accident. You turned things around during the debt crisis and protected our younger ones from those overseas vultures. Everyone owes you for that, that's undeniable. Arthur remained silent. But here's what you might be missing, and I say this with love, your confusing fear with loyalty and control with unity. Arthur's head snapped up in surprise. What does that mean? It means you've kept us afloat, Julian continued gently but firmly, but you've also built walls around us, a fortress rather than a home. He paused for effect before adding softly, you lead like a general during wartime. But what about now? What happens when there are no guns firing and people start remembering who they really are? Arthur clenched his jaw tightly. Chapter 196, Pixel and Promises 1. Julian pressed on, his voice softening. Billy's not wrong for wanting something different. He just chose the wrong time to declare it. And you did what had to be done, Arthur finished. Yes, Julian agreed. But being the family head isn't just about protecting our assets, it's about shepherding our hearts not like a tyrant, but like a father. Arthur looked away, and for the first time, Julian caught a glimpse of vulnerability flickering across his brother's face. I wasn't raised to be that, Arthur admitted. Our father was cold. Our mother was gone. I was forged by necessity. Julian nodded slowly, recalling the past. I remember. You were 12 when you started reading market reports before bed. You sacrificed soccer, music, friends, all to prepare for a role no one actually asked you to take. Somebody had to. Yes, Julian said gently, but it came at a cost. You became a machine, brilliant and calculating, but alone. And now that Billy wants to embrace his humanity, you see that as betrayal. Arthur's fingers tapped restlessly against the glass. He is betraying us. This family isn't a playground or a retreat center for lost souls to find themselves. It could be, Julian countered softly, or at least parts of it could be. What's the point of all this money, legacy, and power if we forget what it's truly for? Arthur frowned deeply. Survival, protection. Julian shook his head firmly. No, it's about people, family, and building a future based on trust instead of control. With frustration bubbling over, Arthur drained his wine in one gulp and set the glass down with a thud. You're asking me to become something I never learned how to be. Julian smiled warmly at him. Then start now. Arthur stood abruptly and walked toward the window where outside. The gardens shimmered under moonlight, pristine yet lifeless, a stark reminder of simpler times when he remembered Billy and Liz playing in those very fields. If I'm not strict, Arthur said quietly as he gazed out into the night, we fall apart. Julian joined him at the window and replied earnestly, if you're never gentle, we shatter anyway. They stood there in silence, two brothers bound by blood yet scarred by duty, until Julian placed a reassuring hand on Arthur's shoulder. Being the head means making tough choices, he said gently, but it also means knowing when to forgive, to trust, to ask for help. You're not some godlike figure, you're just a man trying to save his family. Sometimes, the best leaders are those who admit they don't have all the answers. Arthur closed his eyes momentarily as doubt crept into his heart. Do you think he'll ever forgive me? Julian paused, his gaze steady. If he sees you trying, maybe, but if all he sees is a closed door, no chance. Arthur opened his eyes wider, searching his brother's face for answers. And what if he fails out there? Then he learns, Julian replied, his voice calm and resolute. Perhaps one day he returns stronger, not as a lost soldier, but as a man who has found his way. Arthur let out a dry laugh, shaking his head slightly. You always manage to make it sound so poetic. No, Arthur, Julian said firmly, grasping his hand with conviction. I simply still believe in family, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts. The fire crackled softly behind them, casting flickering shadows that danced across the room. Always, Julian replied with an encouraging smile. Even generals need their brothers. Together, they stepped away from the window, two men, one an uncle, the other the nephew, bound not just by blood, but by the weight of a name that held immense significance. And the fragile hope that perhaps, just perhaps, it could mean something more. The hallways of the Osborne estate were steeped in an eerie silence, illuminated only by the warm, amber glow of antique sconces. Arthur's footsteps echoed softly as he made his way toward the west wing, the children's quarters. Despite the weight of recent events pressing on his shoulders, a gentle smile crept across his lips. He paused in front of Liz's room, where a familiar emblem of a phoenix was etched onto the dark wood door. He raised his knuckles to knock, but hesitated for just a heartbeat. Then, summoning his courage, he rapped 3 times and called out softly, Liz, I'm coming in. Without waiting for a response, Arthur pushed the door open. Inside was a breathtaking fusion of sleek technology and childhood nostalgia. Plushies dotted the corners of her oversized gaming chair, neon lights pulsed rhythmically from behind her triple monitor setup, and the air was infused with the comforting scents of lavender and bubblegum. Above her bed hung an enormous poster depicting a frost-covered fantasy realm titled Eternal Veil. Liz, only 13 but already fiercely intelligent and endlessly curious, was curled up in her chair with her headset draped casually around her neck. Her eyes flitted through tabs on her floating Eclipse OS interface like a hummingbird darting between flowers. When she noticed Arthur enter, she paused her display and tilted her head curiously. You coming to ban me from gaming now too? Arthur chuckled as he strolled into the room and flopped onto her bed like it was his own personal sanctuary. Depends. Have you been secretly investing our family trust in crypto memes again? Liz shot him a cheeky grin. No promises. Arthur exhaled deeply, letting the tension from earlier slip away as if it were carried off by an unseen breeze. The atmosphere in Liz's room felt lighter, a time capsule insulated from the burdens that came with leadership. Why'd you kick Billy out? Liz asked suddenly, her smile vanished like mist under sunlight. Her voice dropped to almost a whisper, as if discussing something sacred or haunted. I saw that look in your eyes. It hurt you. So, why? Arthur turned to face her, his gaze softening more than she'd seen in ages. I didn't kick him out, Liz, he replied quietly. Not really. Sometimes. Sometimes you have to let someone walk through fire to discover what they're truly made of. Liz furrowed her brows, tears shimmered in her eyes like dew on grass at dawn. But, what if he burns? Arthur sat up straight, elbows resting on knees as he stared at his clasped hands for a moment before meeting her gaze again. Then he learns, he said earnestly. He's stronger than he thinks, and he's not alone. I didn't lock any doors behind him, I just opened them in another direction. Chapter 197, Pixel and Promises 2. Liz looked down, twisting a strand of her hair, her voice barely above a whisper. But he looked so scared, Artie, like he thought we didn't love him anymore. Arthur's heart twisted at the sound of that nickname. It had been years since she'd called him that, years filled with loss and longing since their parents passed away. He got off the bed and knelt in front of her chair, gently placing his hands on her arms. Hey, look at me. She met his gaze. I love Billy. Always have, always will, he reassured her. But he needs to understand that love doesn't mean entitlement, it means sacrifice. Every one of us has given something for this family, even you. But I'm just a kid, she protested. No, Lizzie, he insisted softly but firmly. You're not just anything. You gave up your trust fund when we were in trouble. You learned to build your rig from scratch when you couldn't afford help. You stayed brave when the world told you to break. That makes you more Osborne than most adults I've met. Liz blinked rapidly, fighting back tears. I just wanted us all to be together. Arthur reached up and wiped a tear from her cheek with tenderness in his eyes. We will be together again. This is just a chapter, not the end of the book. They sat in silence for a moment, the soft hum of her setup casting a warm glow over their faces as they absorbed each other's presence. Finally, Liz took a deep breath and managed a weak smile. You know you owe me now, right? Arthur raised an eyebrow playfully. Oh, and what might that entail? Emotional labor fee. Chapter 7, Section 3 of the Sibling Accord. He smirked at her seriousness. And what's the going rate for emotional labor these days? With dramatic flair, she rolled her chair toward her rig and declared, 3 matches of leg. I get to pick the mode and no backseat gaming unless I ask. Arthur groaned playfully but couldn't hide his grin. You drive a hard bargain. Take it or leave it, boomer, she shot back teasingly. He burst into laughter as he plopped into the guest chair beside her. All right then, let's boot it up. The loading screen blazed to life, a riot of colors and sounds bursting with anticipation. So Liz said while selecting her champion, you're really going with Malzahar again, you absolute war criminal. Arthur grinned mischievously. I live to troll. Disgusting. She muttered dramatically before adding with mock seriousness, I'm reporting you for crimes against fun. The first match erupted into chaos. Liz went all in, diving under the tower to execute a flashy combo that ended with both her and her target exploding in a spectacular display. Worth it, she cackled, her laughter echoing through the room. Arthur shook his head, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. You play like a YouTuber. What's a YouTuber? Liz asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Arthur paused for a moment, taken aback by her question as a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. He chuckled softly and replied, it's nothing. Liz rolled her eyes at him dramatically. That's just because I have style, unlike your budget dark mage cosplay. Their laughter filled the air more freely now the game had transformed into a comfortable battleground where real life could take a backseat for just a little while. Between rounds, they shared popcorn and flung witty jabs at each other, even coaxing Alfred into chiming in once to settle an intense debate about cooldown stacking. And now, the final match, Liz declared grandly, channeling her inner announcer. You're narrating your own highlight reel again, Arthur teased. Always, she shot back with a grin. This time, Arthur decided to go off meta and pick Jaehin. Liz blinked in surprise. Wait, you're playing ADC. I'm feeling creative, he replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. More like you're feeling dead, she quipped back. But as the match unfolded, it was nothing short of poetic. Arthur's shots landed with precision, cruelly elegant and perfectly timed. Meanwhile, Liz played Lux and was practically bouncing out of her seat with every binding she managed to hit. At one point, she let out an ecstatic scream, quadra kill, let's go. As the victory screen lit up before them, Liz raised both fists triumphantly into the air. We did it, Artie. He smiled genuinely at her infectious enthusiasm, feeling warmth spread within him. We make a good team, we always did. The words hung in the air between them, heavy yet comforting. Arthur felt a warmth settle in his chest. Was it peace? Or perhaps the realization that while chaos raged just outside their doors, within this room lay a sanctuary filled with safety, laughter, and light. For what? She asked, her curiosity piqued, reminding me what family really feels like. With a soft smile, she leaned her head against his shoulder. Anytime, big bro, anytime. And for the rest of the night, they sat together, not as patriarch and soldier or head and heiress, but simply as brother and sister. They were bound by shared memories of goofy moments and an unspoken promise. No matter how fierce the storms outside might be, this bond would remain unbreakable. The next day early in the morning, at the Osborne family estate in the garden, Arthur sat there alone with a thoughtful look on his face as if in deep thoughts. The garden lay in serene stillness, wrapped in a delicate shroud of morning mist that curled over the neatly trimmed hedges and gently sloping lawns. Pale beams of sunlight pierced through the overcast sky, transforming dew-kissed roses into shimmering silver treasures. The air was cool and crisp, infused with the earthy aroma of damp soil and rain-soaked petals, an invigorating reminder of nature's beauty. Arthur sat quietly by the pond, draped in a thick slate blue robe with its collar turned up against the early chill. Below him, beautiful ornamental small fishes glided lazily beneath the surface, their orange and white bodies flickering like living jewels in a glassy world reflecting clouds above. His bare feet rested on the cold stone edge, a stark contrast to the dampness surrounding him. According to memory, this pond had always been his father's sanctuary, not for its beauty, but for its profound silence. Sleep had eluded him. The study felt stifling after his conversation with Julian. Even the comforting crackle of firewood had morphed into an echo of judgment. So he wandered, walked past some ancestral portraits that seemed to scrutinize him with eyes filled with painted obligation, through some long corridors, until he finally found solace in this garden. Chapter 198, Morning Talk. As far as he could remember, it had been years since Arthur had stepped foot in this garden. The rose beds, once lovingly tended by his mother's hands, were now cared for by a rotating staff of gardeners. He found himself staring at the vibrant blooms, lost in a daze as memories surged around him like an overwhelming tide. His eyes glazed over, vacant and distant. He recalled the time Billy had tried to climb one of those thorny bushes, a 6-year-old prince on a mission to rescue a trapped unicorn. Instead, he got stuck among the thorns and cried until Arthur came to his rescue. Rubbing his temple, Arthur leaned forward with his elbows resting on his knees, struggling to shake off the weight of nostalgia. Just 48 hours ago, he disowned that same boy, his brother, for what? A fleeting dream, a disagreement, a breakfast gone awry. Exhaustion washed over him as he felt like a general fighting an invisible war, wearing a crown of iron expectations that no one else wanted to bear. He'd weathered storms for this family, yet all he had left were ice in his voice and ghosts haunting his sleep. With a bitter chuckle escaping his lips, Arthur couldn't help but mock himself. He'd only been head of the Osborne family for just over a year and was already complaining about drowning in fatigue and frustration. Shaking his head with a sigh, he muttered softly under his breath, having a family is both a blessing and a heavy responsibility. But which weighs more, the blessing or the responsibility? Just then, the soft crunch of gravel behind him pulled him back from his spiraling thoughts. Turning slowly, he smiled upon seeing Aunt Margaret approach. Morning, her gentle voice floated through the air like the garden itself calling out to him. Arthur chuckled softly in response. "Morning, Aunt, you're up early." "I never really went to sleep," she replied as she settled beside him on the low bench. Wrapped in her shawl over her nightgown and with her thick braid coiled over one shoulder like an old habit, her gaze drifted across the pond filled with fish gliding beneath blooming roses. "I figured if you couldn't rest, you'd be out here." They sat together in silence for several moments, the kind shared between people who have run out of things they can pretend not to think about. Finally breaking the quietude, she said thoughtfully, "You used to come here every Sunday morning." A faint smile crossed Arthur's face but lacked humor. "I was 12 then, hoping if I sat still long enough Dad would finally share some wisdom I needed." "Did he?" Margaret raised an eyebrow playfully. "Nope." Arthur tossed some leaves into the water with a shake of his head. Margaret let out a soft, sad laugh, brushing away something imaginary from her lap. "He wasn't great with words, but he noticed everything. I think, in his own way, he was proud of you." Arthur fell silent, the word proud hitting him like a shard of glass lodged in his chest. She studied his face quietly before adding, "You look more like him every year." He turned away sharply. "I'm nothing like him." "That's not true," she replied gently. "Yes, it is." Arthur shot back but then softened. He would have known how to handle Billy. He would have known what to say, how to keep the family together without tearing pieces off himself to do it. Margaret allowed silence to settle between them for just a moment before speaking again. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I don't think your father always knew what he was doing either. But he learned. He listened. You've stopped doing that." Arthur turned slowly toward her, the lines under his eyes deepened by sleeplessness spoke volumes. "I listened to everything." "You listen like a lawyer," she countered softly, "not like a brother or a man." That hit home hard. His shoulders twitched as if she'd struck a nerve. Arthur stood up and began pacing along the pond's edge, his robe brushing against the damp grass. "What was I supposed to do, Aunt Margaret? Let him walk away from everything we built?" He suddenly stopped and looked at her intently. "Do you remember how we were suffering just a year ago? We were almost dead, cornered and powerless. It was me who pulled us this far. Each one of us sacrificed something to save our family from danger. We all did our best." He paused for breath before continuing passionately, and now that we're finally developing as a family, he wants to do whatever he pleases. He'd rather listen to some outsider than his own flesh and blood. Margaret rose too, not to confront him, but to walk alongside him down the stone path. You talk about sacrifice as if it's always noble, she said thoughtfully. But not every sacrifice is virtuous. Some are wounds we keep reopening because we're too afraid to ask if they were ever necessary. Arthur swallowed hard and clenched his fists tightly. I killed for this family. Do you have any idea how many innocent lives I've taken because of one decision? But I had no choice. I had my family to protect. If I didn't act, my family would be the one in danger. Margaret fell silent as she looked at Arthur with empathy etched on her face and sighed slowly. I know, she said softly while placing her hand over his trembling fist. And that's why it breaks my heart that you think that entitles you to everyone else's dreams. They paused by the rose bush, untamed and bursting with vibrant colors that seemed to scream for attention. I wasn't trying to disown him, Arthur whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. But you didn't listen to him either, she replied softly, her words laced with concern. And maybe that's what hurt him the most. Arthur reached out, brushing his fingers across one of the blooms. Thorn scratched his skin, leaving a tiny line of blood, a stark reminder of the pain that can come from beauty. Listen to him. About what? He scoffed, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. To tell me what he wants to do. Come on, Aunt. All my cousins are smart enough to realize that our family needs them to grow and thrive. It's not time for stubbornness. But my brother, his head is just filled with all sorts of nonsense from that girlfriend of his. But she started, trying to interject. That's enough, Arthur cut her off sharply. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Without another word, he turned and stormed away from the garden. Margaret stood there, watching him retreat with a heavy heart. She sighed softly, sadness etched across her face as she pondered how easily misunderstandings could fracture even the closest bonds. Chapter 199, Ashes and Neon. Billy had never truly understood darkness until the Osborne limos were no longer there to chase it away. It wasn't just the absence of light. Neo Luminara was never genuinely dark. Even in the city's lowest quarters, artificial brightness pulsed everywhere. Flickering signs, buzzing neon strips, and headlights slicing through smog-choked air like lazy fireflies. No, the real darkness was something deeper. It was the absence of certainty, safety, and belonging. He stood beneath the crumbling canopy of the grievance line, what locals called the metro rail that sliced through Sector 9 like a gaping scar, and listened as a drunk hurled curses at a vending bot that had devoured his last cred. Somewhere to his left, an alley cat screamed as it fled from a larger predator, maybe a rat or something worse. Billy adjusted the hood of his borrowed windbreaker, tucked his hands into his pockets, and walked on. The coat had belonged to the last unfortunate soul who stayed in room 24 at the Palisade, a moldy hotel that should have been condemned a decade ago, but had instead been passed down through two crime families and a faceless shell corporation. His boots weren't Osborne-made anymore either. He'd traded his gold-tipped ones for these scrappy steel-toed work boots at a second-hand outlet near the station. He barely recognized himself anymore. And maybe that was exactly what he wanted. He'd done the math already. 1 week of lodging at the Palisade cost 212 unicrids. Street food, between 15 to 20 per day if he ate like a normal human, not like an Osborne. Transit rides, about 3 to 5 depending on where he tapped in. That gave him roughly 8 days before he'd have to start begging or bartering. As he stared at the half-empty bowl of soy noodles before him, while some reality crime show buzzed on TV behind the vendor, he took in the air thick with grease, burnt oil, and someone else's sweat. Billy had never felt more awake. He was no longer a prince or even an embarrassment. He was just another boy in a city indifferent to whether he vanished. Returning to the Palisade just after midnight felt surreal. The stairwell reeked of piss and rust as he climbed to the 3rd floor, passing by couples arguing in low, venomous tones, and spotting a teenage girl asleep under a pile of neon hoodies with a switchblade tucked under her pillow. Billy didn't stare and he didn't speak. Room 24's lock was stubborn, its resistance giving way only after he jiggled it twice. As the door creaked open, he stepped into a world that felt like it had been forgotten. A sagging mattress, a cracked mirror reflecting fragmented thoughts, and a rickety desk missing a leg. The small bathroom boasted a rust-stained sink that coughed ominously when turned on, but at least it was quiet enough for him to think. He collapsed onto the mattress, pulling his knees to his chest as he stared blankly at the ceiling above. Just days ago, he had relished quail eggs and croissant clouds crafted by the world-class chefs himself. Now, he hadn't had a proper shower in 2 days, faced an avalanche of messages from creditors demanding answers about his frozen cards, and felt so tense that it seemed like his body belonged to someone else entirely. This is real, he reminded himself. This is the fire Arthur always warned me about, yet there was no fierce swelling in his chest, only an icy numbness. Beneath that coldness flickered a spark of something more. He opened his satchel, revealing not just his certificate and job resume, but also some unnecessary items cluttering up space. With a bitter chuckle escaping his lips, he tossed the satchel aside like yesterday's news. His fingers hovered over Sophia's contact profile on his phone as confusion clouded his mind. Ever since he'd been kicked out, she had called him once and sent no messages over 4 long days. He even tried calling her repeatedly, but every time the line was busy, a cruel reminder of how quickly things could change. Initially, he made his way to Sophia's penthouse only to be told she'd moved out. That revelation left him dazed and bewildered. Her perfunctory response during their last call offered little clarity or comfort. Shaking off those thoughts with frustration, Billy lay back down on the mattress with his hands behind his head. What do I do now? The question echoed in his mind like an unanswered prayer. The rooftop hadn't changed much, but everything else had. Billy leaned against the cool railing, high above the Diamond District. Below him, Neo Luminara pulsed with its eternal heartbeat. Sports cars zipped down arterial roads, digital billboards splashed vibrant colors into the haze, and the soft tremor of bass from underground clubs rolled up from the streets like smoke. Yet up here there was stillness, a pocket of forgotten quiet tucked above the chaos. This was their escape during their second year at Neo Luminara Grand University, when lectures felt like cages and expectations weighed like chains. They'd sneak up here with cheap wine, laughing about taking over the world before lying back to count stars they couldn't see through the artificial sky. Back then, she'd held his hand and called him her reckless prince. Billy glanced down at his calloused palms. That prince was gone, and now he wasn't sure who he was anymore. He checked the time, 7:44 p.m. Sophia had said she'd be here by 7:30, not that he was surprised. He looked different now, leaner, sharper, a little more hollow around the eyes. The steel-toed boots felt too heavy, the second-hand windbreaker too stiff. He hadn't shaved in days, and that morning's shower from a sputtering hotel pipe hadn't quite washed away the city's grime. Still, when Sophia's message pinged, "All right, I'll come, just this once," he clung to it like a lifeline. Could things really go back if he could just look into her eyes again, hear her laugh, feel her fingers intertwine with his? Maybe it wouldn't all feel so broken. At 7:51 p.m., the rooftop door creaked open. He turned too quickly, his heart kicked against his ribs. She stepped out, graceful as ever, Sophia in her sharp white coat and sleek bun. Minimal makeup accentuated her striking features. She looked pristine, untouched by grime, untouched by what he'd become. But he smiled anyway, a reflexive gesture born from memories of laughter shared on this very rooftop. "You made it." Sophia nodded and approached him with arms crossed against a breeze that caught her coat just right. "You picked a dramatic spot." Billy chuckled nervously as he rubbed the back of his neck. Figured it was either here or some noodle joint with broken chairs. Her lips didn't curve into a smile, not really, but she tilted her head slightly instead. "How have you been?" The question hit him strangely too clean and polished, as if she were reciting lines from a script rather than genuinely asking about him. "I've been surviving," he replied honestly. Sophia gazed down at the glowing veins of traffic below them, a sea of movement beneath an indifferent sky.